turned and called out, "Father!" After dealing with Nok Long, Chun Mak went straight to Nok Long Temple. The disciples inside, trembling with fear at the sight of him, scattered and fled. Chun Mak strolled around calmly, thinking to himself, to be honest, that was quite dangerous. If I hadn't cultivated the metal and wood elemental bodies within the primordial indestructible body, and hadn't achieved minor completion in the water elemental body, I might not have survived that. Taoist Nok Long, I'm sure you won't mind me borrowing some of your resources, will you? He entered a room filled with jars emanating powerful spiritual energy. As expected, quite the fortune. These spiritual herbs alone are enough to refine a revitalizing pill and restore my injuries. The next day, at the Thai residence, under the hateful glares of the Thai family, Chun Mak entered. They restrained their anger until he passed. Then their resentment and curses became audible. Ignoring them, he walked into the main hall and announced, "I've come to reclaim what belongs to me." One of them, unable to bear his arrogance, shouted, "What gives you the right to seize everything from the Thai family?" Chun Mak glanced at him and replied calmly, "Because my fist is bigger than your family's. Didn't your family also rely on having bigger fists when you bullied others?" Old Man Tai appeared and sat in the main chair. His voice was cautious. "Grandmaster Chun, is there truly no room for reconciliation?" Chun Mak raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently, "If you had honored your promise from the beginning, things wouldn't have come to this. It's too late now." Hearing this, Old Man Tai gave up pleading and made a single request. "You can have everything the Tai family owns, but please spare their lives." Chun Mak didn't look at him, his gaze slightly averted. "As long as they don't provoke me, I have no interest in killing them." Old Man Tai, satisfied with the answer, nodded and smiled. "Then I'm relieved." As he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back. Chun Mak had taken back what was his. Tears streamed down Old Man Tai's face. Tai Van Na rushed to his side in panic. Those around him quickly supported the old man's lifeless body. "Grandfather." Chun Mak's voice was cold, such is the way of the world. Tai Ung trembled with grief, crying out, "Father!" Chun Mak ignored them and said, "Now, hand over all of the Tai family's assets." Tai Ung still doesn't seem to know fear. He clenched his fist, his face filled with hatred. My Tai family's 100-year legacy. How could I let you take it so easily, Chun Mak? Of course, it's pointless to talk to someone like him. Direct action is needed. You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Tai Van Na, still terrified by Old Man Tai's death, now faces the loss of her father as well. He looked at the remaining Tai family members in positions of power and spoke. "Is there anyone else in the Tai family who can take responsibility?" If there's no one, just then, a man raised his hand and stammered, "I am Tai Ung Guo. Let me take responsibility. Please, sir, don't kill anyone else." Seeing this, he smiled with satisfaction. He assigned the task to Tai Ung Kwok. "After you've finished handling all of the Tai family's assets, you will temporarily manage the family for me. Anyone who doesn't want to leave can stay and help. Those who perform well can have their personal assets returned. You've all served the Tai family for so many years." Hearing this, they patted their chests and sighed in relief. "That's so much better. We don't have to worry about ending up on the streets anymore. I thought we were going to die." Suddenly, Tai Van Na yelled, "What are you all doing? Do you even remember who you are?" "He's just returning what was originally yours. Do you have no backbone at all?" Chun Mak frowned and glanced at her. He paused, then ordered, "If anyone tries to cause trouble, you must handle it properly. If you can't, I'll find someone else to manage the Tai family for me." Tai Ung Kwok nodded repeatedly, showing his obedience. He rubbed his hands together ingratiatingly. "Please rest assured, Master Chun, I know what to do. Please rest assured, Master Chun, I know what to do." Tai Ung Kwok, hearing her ask such a foolish question, gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing? What are you talking about?" "Of course, I'm doing something to please Master Chun." Tai Van Na glared at him and shouted, "My father was the head of the Tai family. I'm the eldest daughter of the Tai family." Tai Ung Kwok grinned as if he'd heard the funniest joke in 1,000 years. "The eldest daughter of the Tai family? Now the Tai family is under my control. Anyone who wants to serve our eldest daughter." A purple-haired man patted Tai Ung Kwok's shoulder and stepped forward. "Uncle, leave her to me." He approached Tai Van Na, who backed away in fear. "What are you doing?" He lifted Tai Van Na up and sneered, "Cousin, I'll let you enjoy this slowly." "Ha ha 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 ha." Tai Van Na struggled and cried, "Let me go. Help me. I'm also a member of the Tai family. Tai Unquak narrowed his eyes and muttered angrily through gritted teeth, "You still have the nerve to say you're a member of the Tai family? If it weren't for you provoking Master Chun, the Tai family wouldn't be in this state." Scene change. Jade Dragon Mountain, late at night. Chun Mac sat on the mountain peak, closing his eyes and focusing on his cultivation. He thought to himself, from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi condensation is the boundary of the Qi condensation realm. I must undergo a minor lightning tribulation. The medicinal effects of the revitalizing pill have been completely absorbed. I'm about to break through to the 7th level. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. He didn't dodge, but rushed forward to meet it. His entire body reveled in the surge of lightning, and he exclaimed, "Others fear and avoid lightning, but I use it to temper my body." After a while, Chun Mac, his clothes tattered, returned to his original position. He observed the fluctuating spiritual energy and murmured, "As expected, after the lightning tribulation tempered my body, both my physique and spiritual energy have become purer. Now my strength is firmly at the 7th level of Qi condensation, and I'm even closer to reaching the dragon transformation realm." His eyes flashed. If he cultivated the dragon transformation technique to its peak, he would possess dragon's might, equivalent to that of a pure-blooded true dragon. He looked at his tattered body and muttered to himself, "Just the pressure alone is enough to make the weak struggle. I just need to prepare some extra clothes for later." After changing his clothes, Tran Mac stood in his room, lost in thought. So it turns out there's a grand formation left by ancient cultivators on the Star Throne. It's a good thing Nak Long Chan isn't that powerful, otherwise I would have been in danger. I must quickly complete the cultivation of the Han Gwyn bat diet. He raised a ring on his hand. Kim Sin Tui appeared. Tran Mac commanded, "Spit out some deep-sea primordial stones for me." Kim Sin Tui immediately spat out a primordial stone. Seeing its reluctant expression, Tran Mac said, "All right, stop making that face. It's just asking you to expend a little cultivation for yourself. It's not like I'm letting you suffer any real loss." After finishing, he took out a pill and offered it to Kim Sin Tui. "This Kim Tin Nok Chow is probably your favorite, right?" Kim Sin Tui's eyes lit up, hopping around excitedly. He tossed the pill and said with a smile, all right. Continue spitting out deep-sea primordial stones for me later." Kim Sin Tui wagged its tail and pounced on the pill, taking a large bite. Tran Mac watched it, thinking to himself, "If I give this guy more food hidden with metal attribute primordial energy, I wonder what realm it will reach." He paused, then thought of something else. "The matter at Quan Du is settled. However, before I leave, I still need to influence Tai Van Na a bit." On the other side of the road, a beautiful girl sat in front of a bowl, repeatedly kneeling and pleading weakly, "Please, sir, please." Tran Mac stopped in front of her. "He spoke in polit Tai Van Na." She gritted her teeth and pulled her hat lower, trying to suppress her sobs. "You've mistaken me for someone else." Seeing her pitiful state, he sat down and patted her head comfortingly. "What if I could bring you back to life?" Tai Van Na stopped trying to hide, looked up at him, and her lips trembled. "I believe you can, but are you really willing to?" Tran Mac stood up straight and smiled, bidding her farewell. "Life and death, fortune and misfortune, are but a single thought of mine." At the Tai family residence, Tai Unquak sat leisurely on a chair, puffing on a cigarette. "I knew I should have relied on Grandmaster Tran earlier. If I could have the Tai family later, I should have urged him to deal with that slut Tai Van Na long ago." He was overjoyed. With Grandmaster Tran gone, the Tai family and all of Quan Du are mine. Just by selling these things, I can. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted his monologue. "Oh, what are you planning to sell?" Tran Mac and Tai Van Na had returned, witnessing his self-satisfied gloating. "Tai Un Gup was imeditan statan. Jung, Gedang Mets Jung. You're here. Haven't you gone home yet?" Tran Mac looked at him mockingly. "It seems you don't understand. I can let you take control, and I can also make you lose everything." Tai Unquak still tried to play dumb, pretending he didn't understand what Tran Mac was saying. Tai Van Na then helped him remember. He contacted foreign powers, wanting to sell out the Tai family in Quan Du. She yelled, accusing him of betraying Grandmaster Tran and Dolly. "That you've got some nerve." Tai Un Gup Din De De Gun Fet. He stubbornly denied it, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Tai Van Na Sao That Sut Up. Furious, she pointed at him. "Oh, you know what I was thinking when I was being violated by more than a dozen men." A murderous glint appeared in her eyes. "I wanted to stab you in the chest with a knife." Go to hell. Without waiting for a response, she threw the knife. It pierced straight through Tai Ung Kwok's chest. Stunned, he stammered, How did you know? He collapsed before finishing his sentence, blood flowing profusely. Tran Mak watched Tai Van Na, her face filled with murderous intent as she looked at him, feeling the satisfaction of revenge. Since you taught me cultivation techniques and made me a martial artist, you won't mind if I kill a few more people, will you? Tran Mak didn't stop her. He let her do as she pleased. Tai Van Na let. Tran Mak simply stood there and waited. A while later, a scream echoed, That day was Tai Van Lues' arrangement. I wasn't willing. Don't. Tai Un Guop Foss a man. To save Van Na's life. I'm sorry. Eldest miss. The screams gradually faded, then stopped. Tai Van Na, covered in blood, stood in the room littered with corpses. When she returned to Tran Mak, he looked at her with satisfaction. I'll let you be the head of the Tai family, wielding martial power and controlling everyone. But from now on, your life belongs to me. You absolutely must not betray me, he said. Tai Van Nyan and let showing her subisino iasep. At the airport, in the VIP waiting room, Tran Mak was sitting when his phone rang. He answered, Hello? You thought you could trick me? I already know. That evening, on a bustling street, a beautiful young woman stood alone, seemingly waiting for someone, attracting the glances of passers-by. So pretty. Who's she waiting for? Another young woman, seeing her, hurriedly asked, Zhao, why aren't you inside? Young master is looking for you. Tuong Zhao hurriedly shook her head. Looking troubled, thought Mai Lin, you know I don't like young masterin. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Mai Lin sighed that I know, but young masterin won't let go. What can you do? She also looked troubled. He's the young master of the family in Tukin. You can't resist him. Tuong Zhao said awkwardly, just wait until he arrives, then I'll have a way. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard someone call, Dao Dao. She turned around happily, seeing Tran Mak waving to her. Tran Mak, I finally waited for you. Mai Lin was surprised. Tuong Zhao affectionately took Tran Mak's arm. Thank you for agreeing to my request, pretending to be my boyfriend to be my shield. Mai Lin stared, pointing at the two of them. This is your solution? Him. What? Am I not good enough? He spoke confidently. Don't worry. I'll do my best to be a qualified boyfriend. Tran Mak silently looked at her, the joy from earlier gone from his face. He thought to himself, I understand Tuong Jiao's feelings for me, but I'm destined to defy fate and search for little junior sister. I can only pretend I don't know anything. Mai Lin hurriedly pulled Tuong Zhao aside and whispered, the people who want to be your shield could fill a dorm around the university. And you found this quality? Tuong Zhao looked at her friend disapprovingly. You don't understand. Tran Mak is the best. Mai Lin looked at Tran Mak helplessly and sighed. This Tran Mak is about to have some bad luck. Mai Lin's attitude puzzled the two of them. Inside the building, everyone was gathered cheerfully. Two people approached and Lang Hoa and started a conversation. The man spoke up, young master, and why didn't your campus bell come with you? The woman with him added, that's right. This is the best opportunity for young master and to stake his claim. They continued, feigning anger. If the great beauty Tuong doesn't come, then she's really disrespecting young master. And Lang Hoa calmly glanced at his watch. Don't be impatient. Good things come to those who wait. The two people looked towards the door and exclaimed, Look, the great beauty Tuong has arrived. Who is that person next to her? The man from before spoke up sarcastically. Young masterin, since when did you lose your claim? The woman chimed in. Can't even keep an eye on a pretty face, can you? And Lang Hoa maintained his composure, but he was irritated by their taunts. Tuong Zhao actually brought an outsider to the reunion? What does this mean? Is she rejecting me? Or is she trying to get my attention? Another man wearing glasses approached, and Lang Hoa. He feigned concern and whispered, Young master, and you should get some people to throw that guy out. But don't make a big scene. Don't let Tuong Zhao get angry. Then he went over to Tuong Zhao. Tuong Zhao, young master and has been waiting for you. Let me take you over there. He glanced at Tran Mak with disdain. He's not even from our school. We shouldn't let him stay. Dung Zhao was Fuvia. She immediately took Tran Mak's hand and started to leave. Let's go somewhere else to talk, Tran Mak. And Lang Hoa quickly spoke up, feigning generosity as he stopped her. Wait, if he's Zhao Jiao's friend, then he should stay and join us. Making a new friend isn't a bad thing. Everyone started whispering. Young master and is really different towards the great beauty Tuong. It's kind of enviable. Young master and is so magnanimous. Everyone praised and Lang Hoa's generosity and composure. Tran Mak looked at Tuong Jiao calmly. Let's stay and see what kind of fun they have in store. He thought to himself, if I just leave like this, Tuong Jiao's life will be even more difficult in the future. The man with glasses was annoyed that he couldn't get rid of Tran Mak, but he still got the nerve to stay. Oomph. Tran Mak glanced at him and said scram. Suddenly, before the man's eyes, the image of a blue dragon appeared, terrifying him. Seeing him fall to the ground in fear, and Lang Hoa mocked, "You're quite easily scared, aren't you?" He was a bit annoyed. Someone just told you to scram, and you're already like this? He then turned to the others and yelled, "What are you standing around for? Help him up." The man with glasses was still trembling. He looked fearfully at Lang Hoa, young master, and that guy definitely knows magic. Seeing his fear, and Lang Hoa was also a bit bewildered. He thought to himself, magic? Could this guy be a cultivator? I can't deal with him here. I'll have to change the time and place. He finished dealing with the other guy, then turned around with a smile and said to everyone, "All right, let's focus on the reunion. I hope everyone can have a good time." Around him, people called out, "Young master and is so generous." There was no shortage of people wanting to flatter and Lang Hoa. "Young master and the annual Zijing Summit is about to be held. You'll definitely be attending, right?" Someone said. He seemed eager to go and see it, which greatly pleased Lang Hoa. He generously told them, "No problem. If any of you want to go, just let me know. I'll take you in." Young master and is amazing. As expected of someone with top-tier connections, the two continued to flatter him. "This is great. We'll be able to see so many wealthy people and celebrities." Tuong Jiao didn't understand, so she turned to ask Tran Mak, "The Zijing Summit, is it like the Janya Summit?" Tran Mak replied, Yes. It's basically just a gathering of wealthy people, eating, socializing a bit, and discussing collaborations." Tuong Jiao frowned, losing interest. Then it's meaningless. And Lang Hoa had been paying attention to the situation by the wall. Hearing this, he was surprised. She wasn't interested in the Zijing Summit? Mai Lin stepped in at the right moment, clinging to Tuong Jiao's arm and acting coquettishly. The Zijing Summit is the biggest event in Zijing. There's so many celebrities and wealthy people there. I really want to go. Will you go with me? Tran Mak responded casually. Then I'll go with you and take a look. I knew you would, Jiao Jiao. You're the best. I knew you wouldn't leave me hanging. Having achieved his goal, and Lang Hoa was extremely satisfied. He thought to himself, the Zijing Summit is my home turf. Let's see how I crush you. At the Zijing Summit venue, and Lang Hoa led a few people inside. They were completely awestruck. This place is huge. It's incredible. These words greatly satisfied him. Mai Lin looked around admiringly. Jiao Jiao, my dad always dreamed of attending the Zijing Summit, but he wasn't qualified. I never thought I'd actually get to come here today. Although Tuong Jiao wasn't very interested, she looked at her friend with a smile. Look how excited you are. Tran Mak, walking behind the two, was suddenly called out. You stop. Manager Liu of the Zijing Summit walked over, frowning and pointing directly at Tran Mak. Someone reported you for stealing. Come with us to the police station to assist with the investigation. Tran Mak was still confused when Manager Liu snorted and looked at someone. He's talking about you. Tuong Jiao was extremely surprised at what's going on. Even Mai Lin was stunned. This must be a misunderstanding. And Lang Hoa stood to the side, sneering inwardly. Mai Lin looked at him and realized that this was in Lang Hoa's doing. Tran Mak looked directly at Manager Liu that you're not qualified to question me. I'll have your boss come here personally. Manager Liu became furious and called for his men that I don't care. Deal with him. Manager Liu's henchmen tried to rush forward and restrain Tran Mak, but before they could touch him, they were thrown back. Terrified by his aura, the men who were just aggressive now knelt down, begging, please spare us. Don't kill me. Help, what's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone's attitude changed drastically. Does that guy know magic? No, it's some kind of technique. And Lang Hoa hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Enough. Get up. You're all embarrassing me. He sneered at Tran Mak. You've got some nerve causing trouble here. Tuong Jiao couldn't stand him bullying others and angrily questioned Lang Hoa. Did you arrange this? Did you force Tran Mak to fight? He didn't deny it, but turned to the person behind him. Mr. Lam, please protect Miss and of the summit. Mr. Lam laughed, of course. The man called Mr. Lamb looked at Tran Mak with disdain. Kid, I know you're a martial artist, but there's always someone better. If you kneel down and beg now. He didn't finish his sentence before Tran Mak punched him, sending him flying. He added so noisy. Tran Mak withdrew his hand, a black hole appearing on his palm. The surrounding people exclaimed, "What? This guy is so powerful." No wonder he dared to confront Lang Hoa. And Lang Hoa was annoyed and dropped all pretense that I underestimated you. But daring to hit someone at the summit? I don't even need to lift a finger. Someone will deal with you. A female voice rang out, "Who's causing trouble here?" immediately attracting everyone's attention. The newcomer was an extremely hot woman. She walked into the crowd with her bodyguards, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ta Noyet Na is here, the eldest daughter of the Ta family. The Ta family is in charge of security for the summit. Seeing someone arrive, and Lang Hoa quickly pointed at Tran Mak and angrily accused him. Tuong Jiao hurriedly scolded him. "You're making false accusations." My Lin couldn't hold back either. "Clearly, you brought people to find trouble with Tran Mak. He was just defending himself." She held up a picture on her phone, comparing it to him, then exclaimed joyfully, "It really is you." She quickly knelt down and bowed. Ta Noyet Na of the Ta family pays respects to Grandmaster Tran. Tran Mak was surprised. "Stand up. Do you know me?" Ta Noyet Na explained, "You thwarted Song Tan Tahon's plot and saved the families of two kin, including the Ta family. You are our benefactor." And Lang Hoa was extremely panicked that you're Grandmaster Tran. Ta Noyet Na stood up and glanced at him with disdain that you're from the In family, yet you don't know Grandmaster Tran? You even try to harm him. Aren't you afraid of Uncle and breaking your legs? And Lang Hoa stubbornly retorted, "Are you happy being his lapdog? Don't drag me into this." The area was noisy, but a deeply authoritative voice suddenly boomed. "Insolent!" The newcomer was in Lang Hoa's father and the Tan. He glared furiously at his foolish son. "According to you, I'm also a lapdog then?" And Lang Hoa had wanted to humiliate Tran Mak at the summit, but instead he'd caused such a big incident that his father and the Tan had to intervene. "Father, what I said is true," he hastily explained. But the Tan wasn't a fool. One look, and he knew what his precious son had done. "You really don't know the meaning of the word death, do you?" And Lang Hoa still tried to defend himself, but the Tan no longer cared. His expression changed to a warm smile as he walked towards Tran Mak. Those following him also greeted Tran Mak one after another. "Greetings, Grandmaster Tran." He turned to Lang Hoa and said angrily, "You beast, get over here and apologize to Grandmaster Tran." Everyone around them has had their fill of the drama, kowtowing and apologizing. What hot scene. This time, the gossip mongers are completely satisfied. My Lin is being supported by a few people. The headlines are spinning like a top. What's happening now? And Thieu has to kowtow and apologize to Tran Mak. Tuong Jiao feels incredibly satisfied. It served him right. And Lang Hoa is still incredibly stubborn. Kowtow and apologize to him? Absolutely not. You might as well kill me. And the Tan is incredibly exasperated and curses. "Do you think Grandmaster Tran wouldn't dare kill you, you fool?" After scolding his son, he quickly turns to plead with Tran Mak. "Grandmaster Tran, I only have this one son. Please spare his life." Tran Mak acts magnanimous, giving the Tan face that I won't kill him, just following Ta Noyet Na's suggestion. He flicks his wrist, breaking both of Lang Hoa's legs. Consider this a warning. As soon as he finishes speaking, Lang Hoa's legs are as if cut by a sharp object. He wakes up screaming in pain. "On my legs. It hurts." Tran Mak calmly says, "If there's a next time, you're dead for sure." And Lang Hoa clutches his legs in agony, writhing on the floor. And the Tan hurriedly calls for help. "Someone, quickly take the young master to the hospital." Tran Mak, having dealt with the situation, turns to Tuong Jiao. "Let's go." He thinks to himself that this time, surely no one will dare to bother Tuong Jiao again. Tuong Zhao, Tao Amut Bian Te Tang Fadigen, is genuinely frightened by the previous scene. Not daring to anger Tran Mak, she hurriedly bows and says, "Farewell, Grandmaster Tran. Farewell, Grandmaster Tran." After leaving the summit, Tran Mak goes straight to the airport. Tuong Jiao is a little reluctant to see Tran Mak go. "Are you leaving now?" Tran Mak replies, Wait for winter break. We'll meet in Saigon. Tuong Zhao understands his decision and tearfully says, okay, be safe on your journey. Tran Mak turns and leaves. Wai Tung Zhao Wava would be Ting Doho Sao Tangzu Junma. On the plane, the flight attendant's voice rings out. Please turn off your phones and other communication devices to avoid interference with the flight. Tran Mak quickly opens his phone to check his notifications one last time. A message pops up. Rumor has it that a spiritual medicine has appeared deep within Nandang Mountain. Do you dare to come? He looks at his phone with interest. Although he doesn't know who sent the message, if there's a spiritual medicine, he definitely has to go check it out. Ngan Dang Mao Deng. At this moment, Tran Mak has arrived at the foot of the mountain. He sighs. Although I can fly now, it consumes too much spiritual energy. It seems I need to quickly cultivate the 10,000 swords technique to gain the ability to fly with a sword. He looks up at a mountain peak. All heavenly and earthly treasures will produce intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Judging by this, it's there. Having pinpointed his destination, he immediately takes off and flies towards it. Suddenly, he sees two figures flying past. It seems others have also found this place. When he arrives at the edge of the mountain valley, there are already 4 or 5 people gathered. They are intently watching a flower. It's actually a 9-leaf purple heart orchid, the highest grade of purple heart orchid. Tran Mak also desires the 9-leaf purple heart orchid. It can condense the soul and refine the Tao body, solidifying his cultivation foundation. He must obtain it. However, he feels a bit suspicious. Wherever spiritual medicines grow, there should be spiritual beasts guarding them. Why isn't there one here? Tran Mak arrives at Nandang Mountain and coincidentally discovers a 9-leaf purple heart orchid. However, he's not the only one who has found it. As everyone is focused on observing the divine medicine, the flower suddenly begins to glow. Those present were incredibly excited. The elixir had matured. The mature elixir's fragrance spread everywhere, utterly mesmerizing. This scent is too captivating. Everyone wanted to have it quickly. Suddenly, someone made the first move. While everyone was stunned by the elixir's aroma, Tran Mak nimbly jumped into the lake. At this moment, everyone snapped out of it and rushed to seize it. He's so fast. Seeing that some had malicious intentions, he quickly snapped his fingers. He erected a barrier, enveloping himself and the elixir. Those with intentions of snatching it were immediately blown away. Get out! Tran Mak plucked the flower stalk. After being picked, the remaining part quickly withered. Suddenly, he felt something strange. A voice rang out, Tran Mak, I've finally caught you. Jin Mak Luk Up. Behind him, a torrent of water appeared. Instantly, the torrent obscured him. The outsiders were completely clueless. What happened? What's going on? A figure controlled the water from above. Begin the battle. A massive water dragon appeared before Tran Mak. At this moment, he realized this was a trap. They actually used the elixir to set a trap for him. He clenched his fist, gathering his strength. Then, he struck directly at the dragon. Breaking through, the attack cleaved the dragon in two. It then transformed back into water. The remaining people hurriedly fled. Run. This is no longer a place we can stay. Run quickly. Tran Mak looked at the person before him. Who is she? She tossed her hair, mocking him. Grandmaster Tran, only by surviving will you understand the meaning. You should first try to escape this primordial immortal cultivation era's demonic formation. Then she raised her hand toward the sky and shouted, Heavenly transformation, azure dragon appear. Behind her, another water dragon instantly materialized, even more imposing than the previous one. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was exhausted. This Tran Mak is too formidable. Just initiating the formation nearly depleted her spiritual energy. But seeing Tran Mak alone, she rejoiced. Let me see how you'll counter this. Tran Mak looked at the formation before him, but remained undeterred. He silently observed the primordial immortal cultivation era's formation. Who is this woman? He clasped his hands before his chest, thinking, I'll leave after surviving this ordeal. Then, his body was enveloped by a Buddha image, directly confronting the opponent's dragon. The woman, looking at him, felt slightly apprehensive. Does he think this is the end? She was determined. Let Tran Mak taste what it's like to have his divine soul destroyed by primordial heavy water. Tran Mak was utterly astonished. She actually possesses primordial heavy water. What is her background? He thought to himself, I don't have the 4 symbols azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise earth yet. I can only try to endure. He struggled to withstand the water dragon in front of him and the surrounding walls of water. His eyes suddenly brightened. He stood up straight, pointing towards the sky. A beam of light appeared vertically behind him. He raised his hand and shouted, Azure Dragon, auspicious water formation, then slashed a few times towards the collapsing dragon. She began to realize the situation wasn't good, that the advantage wasn't on her side. Even the Azure Dragon's subduing water formation, combined with the primordial heavy water, couldn't affect him. He spoke, and she turned to run. Tranmak called out to her, Who are you? What's your purpose? Tell me quickly. She was running, but hearing Tranmak call out, she froze, looking bewildered. Instead of answering him, she quickly regained her composure and turned to run again. Humph. Seeing her stubbornly flee, he raised his hand, and a golden white light, interspersed with tiny red lightning sparks, appeared. Want to run, he said, and launched the light towards her. However, before the light could reach her, it was blocked by a shield she created. She turned back, looking at him smugly. Try catching me in your next life. Tranmak, faced with this provocation, was furious. Daha. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning. The primordial heavy water is truly ferocious. Although I can deal with it, the toxins have entered my body. I must heal first. Luckily, using the heaven-slaying sword display of power scared her off. Tranmak walked toward the cave, deciding to use it as a place to recover. He yelled. Now, Tranmak was sitting cross-legged on a spirit herb root within the quiet cave. To recover, quickly eliminate the toxins and restore my cultivation. I can only risk using this spirit herb root. After a while, a drop of water floated in front of him. Tranmak gently closed his eyes and drank the water. As soon as he finished, the energy from the water source caused his clothes to rip into shreds. Efronet Kemplaninga. I must suppress this uncontrolled spiritual energy. Now a white light appeared around Tranmak, and above him, countless red streams of spiritual energy flew back and forth. Metal elemental body, wood elemental body, along with water elemental body. I still haven't cultivated the primordial undying body to grand completion. This has already stabilized the violent spiritual energy, helping to restore my injured body. Thinking this, he extended his hand and called out, Water elemental spirit, come forth, expand, and let me absorb the spiritual energy. As soon as Tranmak finished speaking, azure rays of light flew towards him. Now it's completely suppressed. Next is to absorb spiritual energy and recover from my injuries. Half a month later, at a high-rise building, Genia Group, Manhua Corporation, chairman's office. The chairman was racking her brain, worried about the company. Beside her stood her pink-haired secretary, her expression also filled with worry. The chairman sighed sadly. Manhua is really in trouble this time, I'm afraid. The secretary anxiously said, This is because the real estate and banking sectors have colluded to create a trap to harm Manhua. Before she could finish, the chairman interrupted her. It's still because our foundation is too weak. We can't compete with them logically, she said, frowning and scowling. She thought to herself, Your father is truly ruthless. The secretary suddenly remembered something. She smiled and said to the chairman, Right, chairman, why don't we ask Xiaomak? Maybe he'll have a solution. Hearing this, the chairman shook her head wearily. What we're facing is a 5 million deficit. Even if Xiaomak can fight, it's useless. Just as she finished speaking, someone walked into the office. Tranmak, hands in his pockets, wearing white shoes, walked in with a smile. Mom, I'm not just a reckless kid who only knows how to fight. The secretary saw Tranmak walk in and was extremely surprised. She smiled brightly. Xiaomak, why are you here? The chairman's assistant, seeing her son arrive, also unconsciously smiled. Xiaomak. Tranmak walked behind his mother's chair and gently placed his hands on her shoulders in a comforting gesture. He reassured her, Mom, don't worry. Whatever happens, I'll face it with you. Hearing this, the chairman was overjoyed. She beamed. Yes, my son has grown up. Half a month earlier, Tranmak recalled the events of the past 2 weeks. He was standing on a mountain when his phone buzzed with a notification, piquing his curiosity. He looked at the notification and, after reading the sender's name, muttered Kwang Ha-sun. This can't be good. He answered the phone with indifference. Leader, what do you want? The person on the other end, relieved that he had finally answered, sighed. Finally got through to you. I have 2 things to tell you. Then the person spoke about his mother's situation and warned him not to interfere. First, your mother's Manhua Corporation is in trouble. This is purely a matter of business competition. We can't interfere, and you certainly can't use violence or murder to intervene. Tran Mak frowned at these words but calmly replied, I understand. The person, having received Tran Mak's response, continued, Second, after you've dealt with this, come find me. I have an important mission for you. Back in the present, Tran Mak stood smiling, massaging his mother's shoulders in the chairman's office. Though his expression was calm, his hands unconsciously tightened their grip on her shoulders, prompting her to say, Son, be gentler. He frowned, a dangerous glint in his eyes, thinking to himself, no violence, no murder, no problem. I can crush them with money. Tran Mak sat on the sofa in the chairman's office with his mother. Her secretary stood nearby. The chairman, her face filled with worry, turned to Tran Mak. Xiao Mak, I'm afraid Manhua is about to go bankrupt. We have a 50 billion deficit. You can't. Before she could finish, a knock echoed from the door. Everyone in the room paused at the sound. La Fuan called out, Come in. A middle-aged man with a shaved head entered, rubbing his head and feigning poverty. He lamented, Chairman, I have an elderly father and young children. My mortgage, my children's tuition, my wife's expenses. Lai Fuang, understanding his implication, immediately replied, Director to I understand. Go to the finance department to settle your wages. As soon as she finished speaking, the man dramatically dropped to his knees, feigning remorse. Chairman, I've failed you. He then stood up and turned to leave. The chairman watched him go and sighed. Many people have left Manhua recently. It's understandable with the salary cuts. They're running off to other companies. On Tin, standing beside her, was furious at this disloyalty. The chairman, seeing her frustration, said, All right, go see who's still holding their positions. We can't mistreat those who remain. The secretary, upon receiving the order, sighed and politely replied, Yes, ma'am. Suddenly, the chairman's phone rang. She answered, CEO Lai. The person on the other end of the line was Li Sufang's older brother, Li Liwen, Chun Mo's uncle. He raised an eyebrow, holding his pipe, and said, Sis, things have come to this point. I'm also just forced to do this. The chairman, hearing this, frowned in displeasure. Win or lose, I accept defeat. CEO Li, you don't need to worry. Li Liwen didn't stop there. He continued, Sis, can't you even call me big brother? The chairman, hearing him still trying to save face after saying such things, was furious that, So, you're the big brother who's single-handedly destroying my company and driving me to ruin? Or are you the big brother who wants to beat up or even kill my son? Hearing Li Sufang's anger, Li Liwen's initial calmness vanished. He yelled, Sis, stop being so stubborn. Leave that good-for-nothing Chun and confess to Dad. Returning to the Li family is your only way out. Li Sufang on the other end refused to yield. She shouted back, Even if I die, I will absolutely not submit to him. I will absolutely not become a pawn in his hands. He can't just sacrifice anyone he wants for the sake of the Li family's development. Hearing such words about his father, Li Liwen's face contorted with rage. He was about to retort, Sis, you, but Li Sufang hung up before he could finish. Beep. Li Sufang put down the phone and sighed. Her secretary, seeing this, spoke up, If we had 50 billion in capital injected into Manhua Corporation now, not only could we resolve the crisis, but we could also turn the tables. It's a pity it's impossible at this point. Chen Mo, sitting beside her, smiled as he held his phone. Why didn't you say so sooner? I have a considerable sum of money. It should be enough to cover the company's expenses. The chairman and her secretary were both stunned by this. They both blurted out, Suddenly, a call came into the office. Li Sufang hurriedly handed the phone to her secretary. Answer it. It's someone waiting to invest in us. The secretary nervously answered, Hello? Hello. Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, startling Li Sufang as well, that you're saying you're willing to invest 50 billion into Manhua Corporation? What are the conditions? Li Sufang couldn't believe her ears. She asked again what? Then she took the phone from her secretary. Give me the phone. Let me talk. She spoke to the investor with overwhelming joy, smiling as she replied, Hello. Greetings. Yes, 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 yes. We can meet you now to discuss this. Yes, yes. In an hour at Dachui Bank. An hour later, 4 people were in the room at Dachui Bank. Chairman Li Sufang, her son Chan Mo, her secretary, and the investor. Li Sufang spoke humbly. I can't believe someone is still willing to help Manhua at this time. The investor replied calmly, don't mention it. This is what I should do. Li Sufang was puzzled by her words. The investor then turned to look at Chun Mo with an affectionate gaze, her face flushed with shyness, leaving Chun Mo bewildered. Back in the office, Li Sufang stood with her hands on her hips, angrily questioning Chun Mo. What is going on here? She couldn't help but wonder, why did she say it was what she should do? And why did her face look so strange when she mentioned Xiao Mo? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Don't tell me you're being kept by someone? This question made the secretary blush, while Chun Mo was utterly speechless. Mom, how many dramas have you been watching? Li Sufang, her face full of fear, quickly waved her hands. There's no such messy business. Don't worry about that. We should first think about what to do next. Hearing this, she changed the subject. She coughed twice and said to her secretary, Winching, block the news first. Li Wen is clearly being insidious. 3 days from the deadline, we'll hit the Li family hard. 3 days later, Li Wen, along with Chairman Wang and another person, stood before Li Sufang in the CEO's office. He looked smug and asked, I'll ask you one more time. Before he could finish, Li Sufang angrily interrupted him. Shut up. Seeing his sister's resolute attitude, Li Wen sneered. Well, don't blame me then. He glanced at Chairman Wang, making him extremely nervous. Chairman Wang thought to himself, although Li Sufang and I are old friends, I can't afford to offend the Li family. With that thought, he stepped forward, his face full of embarrassment, and said to Li Sufang, CEO Li, today is the final repayment deadline. If Manhua Group cannot produce the capital, then I have to follow the rules. Hearing this, Li Sufang wasn't afraid, but instead looked extremely confident. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking, so, how much does our Manhua Group owe in total? Chairman Wang was surprised by Li Sufang's calmness. He wondered, so calm? Could she have found the money? However, he maintained his composure on the surface. He replied, then picked up a document and read aloud in front of Li Sufang. Manhua Group needs to provide 43.895 billion. Currently, the asset valuation is 20.18 billion. Therefore, even after taking Manhua Group, you still need to repay a debt of over 10 billion. If you can't pay, we will follow legal procedures. You might face imprisonment. Li Wen, hearing Chairman Wang finish, thought he had cornered his sister and said smugly, my offer still stands. Contrary to his expectations, Li Sufang said confidently, you want to take my Manhua and put me in jail? How greedy. As soon as she finished speaking, Wenqing entered. She smiled and reported, CO, everything is ready. Hearing this, Li Sufang smiled. All right. Chairman Wang, please check the cashier's check. Contrasting her smile was Li Wen's furious expression. Chairman Wang walked towards Wenqing, took the document from her, and smiled. You actually managed to raise the capital? Wenqing smiled back. Yes, please check it. As soon as he picked up the document and read it, Chairman Wang looked astonished. This. He then walked out, carefully saying before leaving, I'll go make a call to confirm. Seeing him leave, Li Wen was frustrated and called out, hey. He turned to Li Sufang, furious. What trick are you playing now? Li Sufang, having successfully turned the tables, was smug. She replied nonchalantly, don't talk nonsense. Playing tricks is CEO Li's specialty. Li Wen gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Suddenly, Chairman Wang walked back in, beaming, and waved to him, Datsio Li, the cashier's check is valid. The bank has received it. Well, I'll be going then. Li Wen, utterly defeated, glared at his sister. Not bad, little sister. You won't be this lucky next time. He started to leave, but Chun Mo, hands in his pockets, walked in from outside. Hold on. Go back and remind your family head. Don't forget the 3-year agreement. Li Wen's face darkened. Within 3 years, the Li family will make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Chun Mo smiled arrogantly. Who kneels before whom is yet to be seen. Utterly furious, Li Wen turned and left with a huff. Talking is useless. Li Sufang breathed a sigh of relief, slumping onto the desk. Finally, this crisis is over. Wenqing beside her was startled to see her collapse. Chairman, Chun Mo smiled at the two of them. All right, consider this matter closed. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual energy flowed towards Li Sufang. Get some good rest, Chairman. Wenqing, witnessing this, was taken aback. Xiao Mo, what are you? Chen Mo quickly reassured her, don't worry. I'm just using a bit of magic to let her have a good sleep. Li Sufang murmured in her sleep, Mom really wants to sleep. Chen Mo looked at his mother, sleeping soundly on the desk. Work makes one happy, but Mom has really been working too too hard lately. Seeing him like this, Wenqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Xiao Mo has really grown up. Manhua has an heir. Night fell. Chen Mo was following Jiang Haishan. The two walked through a vast area, alongside which sat a gigantic airplane. Jiang Haishan turned to look at him, his expression serious. You will represent the national interest in a competition. Moreover, who knows, you might even get what you want. He spread his arms wide and declared, "This is the peaceful battlefield." Jiang Haishan explained the concept of the peaceful war to Chen Mo, who found the term paradoxical. If it's war, how can it be peaceful? Jiang Haishan continued, "The peaceful war is a special dimension, filled with both danger and opportunity. It opens every 15 years. He went on, "Our country has the right to select 7 outstanding warriors to compete. The loser must agree to the winner's request. This is how we resolve international disputes and maintain world peace." Jiang Haishan stood before Chen Mo, revealing top-secret information. "Although it's top secret, I can tell you a little bit. Dolly has wagered the 9 Directions island this time." He chuckled and continued, "In the peaceful war, it's not just about brute force. Wisdom and diplomacy are also important. There are also individual power rankings. The first-place winner receives a generous reward. You won't lose out." After listening to Jiang Haishan, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He simply commented, "You guys are really addicted to gambling." Ji Wenhai appeared, breaking the private conversation between the two. Reporting, "Sir, all 6 members of the team have arrived." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Haishan smiled at Ji Wenhai and gestured towards Chen Mo. "Ji Wenhai, take our vice-captain to meet his other teammates." Ji Wenhai immediately agreed with a smile. "Yes, sir." He stepped aside to let Chen Mo enter. "Please come in." One of the people sitting inside the room, seeing Chen Mo enter followed by Ji Wenhai, stood up in surprise. "Huh? Captain Chen." This was Xia Hailong. Zhang Zhen, watching the youthful Chen Mo, sneered and taunted him. "No way, no way. This is our deputy team leader? Where did you dig up this pretty boy?" Xia Hailong quickly stepped in, saluting Chen Mo. "Hello, Captain Chen." Seeing Zhang Zhen's mocking demeanor, Xia Hailong turned to him angrily. "This is Captain Chen of the Falcon Special Forces, our superior. You should show some respect." Zhang Zhen remained slouched in his chair, a sardonic smile on his face. "Look at his scrawny, weak frame. You want me to respect him?" Lei Zhan spoke up. "We're about to enter the peaceful battlefield together. We'll be comrades, fighting alongside each other. Stop arguing." After Lei Zhan finished, Li Qiu added with disdain, "Which is why we need to be careful. What this guy is dead weight. We dying is one thing, but the nation will suffer a loss." A woman next to them laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I think he's all right." The woman, Feng Mian, said, looking them over, "At least he's easier on the eyes than you rough brutes." Zhang Zhen, jolted out of his composure by Feng Mian's words, retorted angrily, "Feng Mian, we're risking our lives for the nation. Strength is what matters." He turned to Ji Wenhai. "Captain Ji, why isn't Yang Dingtian here?" Ji Wenhai, who had been observing the scene, frowned and barked, "Enough, Zhang Zhen. What is a soldier's duty?" Hearing this, the others immediately stopped and saluted, replying in unison, "Obedience. To obey orders." Feng Mian giggled and approached Chen Mo. She breathed in his face. "Little brother, are you scared?" "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Chen Mo, disgusted, warned her, "If you use your charm magic on me again, I'll let you experience the backlash." Feng Mian, caught off guard, was astonished. He could detect my charm magic, she thought. To be personally recommended by the higher-ups, he's not ordinary. Another person, witnessing Chen Mo's detection, thought to himself, Feng Mian's charm magic can kill invisibly. He saw through it so easily. It seems he does have some skill. Xia Hailong, watching the whole exchange, was amused. "Humph, underestimate Captain Chen at your own peril." Ji Wenhai finally spoke again. "All right, from now on, we work together and face outwards as one. Now, I'll explain the rules of the peaceful battlefield." He began to explain. The peaceful battlefield is only open for 3 days. You must hunt the mutated beasts within and collect their beast cores. Whoever collects the most wins. He added a crucial warning, be aware, killing is permitted inside. There are no legal restrictions. Ji Wenhai held up a bracelet and these counting devices. They will automatically record the beast cores you acquire. If you lose it and can't submit it at the end, your results will be void. If it's destroyed, you'll be immediately transported out of the battlefield and disqualified. Protecting your counting device is also a critical task. Early morning, on peaceful War Island. They walked on the island, facing two colossal pillars on either side. Someone exclaimed, "Those pillars are enormous." Another wondered aloud, who was on top of them? Jiang Haishan turned to answer their questions. "This is the activation formation for the battlefield." Xia Hailong's face was filled with bewilderment. He asked, "Was this formation created by humans, or?" Jiang Haishan shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid no one can answer that question." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from afar. It turned out to be people from another nation arriving. The three newcomers were all tanned, tall, and muscular, looking quite formidable. "Look, the people from the Guitu kingdom have arrived," someone said. Then, pointing to another group, he continued, "And over there are the people from the Wang kingdom. They've even sent their archbishop in the red robes of the Radiant Church." Without pausing, the speaker looked to another side. The people from this nation were carrying chests. For people led the way, carrying a large chest. What are the people from the Man Kingdom doing? Bringing a coffin? Following them were others, each carrying a small chest on their back. Chen Mo watched them thoughtfully, thinking to himself, they don't have any discernible energy fluctuations, but there's energy within those chests. Even I can hardly distinguish its strength. How strange. Just then, a massively muscled man appeared on the other side, even more imposing than those from the Guitu kingdom. He was bald, shirtless, and wore only shorts. "The people from the Zando kingdom have arrived too." Chen Mo looked at him with a flicker of surprise. "They have demonic bloodlines, especially that captain. He must have the bloodline of a giant bear. Once enhanced, his power will be immense." All the nations participating in the battlefield were now present. They stood around a circular barrier. Someone shouted, announcing, "The peaceful battlefield is about to open." All the nations were present and prepared to enter the peaceful battlefield. They stood around a circle, surrounded by 4 giant pillars. For people standing atop the pillars shouted, "Open." Everyone levitated and was instantly transported from the gathering point to another location. They all stood before a dark and dense forest, astonished. "We're here." Ji Wonhai, now fully equipped with a blue streak painted across his eyes, spoke calmly. "Everyone, listen to me. To win, we must devise a detailed Zhuojian plan. We need to acquire as many beast cores as possible while protecting our own cores and counting devices. Furthermore, we must ensure the survival of all 7 of us." Ji Wonhai continued, addressing the 6 members of his team that on the international stage, "Our relationship with the Zando kingdom isn't bad. We're both being suppressed by the other 3 nations. We could join forces with them first." Lei Zhan spoke up, "I agree with the captain's suggestion." After he spoke, Zhang Zhen chimed in, "I agree as well." Feng Mian also agreed. Given the current situation, she said, there's no better plan. Li Chu looked at Ji Wonhai doubtfully. What if the Zando kingdom refuses to cooperate or makes demands we can't accept? After all, everyone wants to be first. Ji Wonhai, extremely confident in his assessment, replied, "The Zando kingdom is likely thinking the same as us. Initial cooperation should be smooth. We'll adapt as we go." He then turned to Chen Mo, Deputy Team Leader Chen. "What are your thoughts?" Chen Mo smiled that I have no objections. I'll follow everyone's lead. Zhang Zhen, overhearing their conversation, scoffed. "Deputy Team Leader, huh?" Suddenly, something seemed amiss. They stood before a desolate, ruined area, silently observing. Suddenly, Feng Mian noticed movement from the ground. "Careful," she shouted. Immediately after, a gigantic centipede emerged, crawling towards them with a terrifying hissing sound. Xia Hailong and everyone else present, except Chen Mo, immediately took up their weapons in a fighting stance. "Aberrant beast," he yelled. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Chen Mo stood by, noticing everyone had a magical weapon. Empty-handed, he thought to himself, embarrassed. Everyone has high-grade magical weapons? Jiang Haishan must have given them out. What about mine? Before he could figure out why Jiang Haishan hadn't given him a weapon, Zhang Zhen turned to him. "Hey, where's your weapon? You're not going to fight barehanded, are you?" Chen Mo replied casually, "I don't have one." Xia Hailong, looking flustered, turned to Chen Mo Team Leader Chen, the sky-shattering blade. "This is our Divine Eagle Special Forces weapon. I didn't know you were coming. Please use it." Hearing Xia Hailong's offer, Chen Mo realized Jiang Haishan hadn't distributed the weapons. He smiled and waved his hand, "No need." So it wasn't Jiang Haishan. That's all right then. G1 High, extremely tense, spoke up. Everyone stay alert. The aberrant beasts here are powerful. We need to coordinate our attacks. He then issued orders. Lei Zhan, use your Thunderstrike Lance to probe the beast's strength. He looked at the others and continued delegating. Zhang Zhun, Xia Hailong, frontal assault. Li Qiu, support, prepare for a finishing blow. He then turned to Feng Mian. Feng Mian, provide support. Understood, she replied immediately. With that, everyone flew off, leaving a bewildered Chun Mo standing alone. He watched the scene unfold before him in astonishment. Lei Zhan charged towards the aberrant beast with his Thunderstrike Lance. Hiya! Zhang Zhen also charged forward. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth as he attacked. Beast! His attack, however, not only failed to defeat the aberrant beast, but enraged it further. It continued its hissing, now also spewing a greenish substance. G1 High, noticing the situation, shouted in alarm, "Poison! Everyone, get behind me!" He raised his hand, creating a shield that enveloped everyone, protecting them from the beast's poison. Lei Zhan, after exiting the barrier, continued to charge. Take this. The monstrous beast, now under attack by Lei Zhan, became even more ferocious. It shrieked, "Ugh, spit, ugh!" The monster extended its large pincers, which looked like those of crab. G1 High raised his figure-8 shield, blocking a snapping attack from the monster. Instinctively, he let out a grunt, ugh. Seeing the situation becoming unstable, Feng Mian offered a suggestion. It might have a weak point in its eyes. Attack its eyes. Hearing these words, and perhaps finding them reasonable, G1 High, with a stern expression, commanded Lei Zhan. Zhang Zhen, hearing the order, his hands filled with flickering flames, didn't hesitate to charge at the enormous monster Daha. The sound of Zhang Zhen's gauntlets impacting the monster's thick hide echoed. While it seemed unharmed, its skin was being burned by Zhang Zhen's flames. Then, from below, Lei Zhan used his spear to slash at the monster, severing it. Ha! Seeing the monster now reduced to its hard shell, despite its previous strength, G1 High praised the two. Good. Take down one first. At this moment, Zhang Zhen was searching for something within the monster's remains. Then he said, I'll take the beast core, but this beast core should go to the captain. He's the commander and made the biggest contribution. Saying this, he held in his hand something small, like a marble. Turning back to look at his captain, he said, will you accept it? Seeing the goodwill from the young man, G1 High agreed. All right, I'll take it. Suddenly, Chen Mo's watch beeped twice. Beep, beep. 4 lines appeared on the watch's screen, representing the number of beast cores they currently possessed. Chen Mo remarked, this counting device is really smart. The scene shifted to a mountain range, topped with ancient, mysterious structures. Everyone continued to advance. The 7 of them reminded each other to be careful and avoid danger. Don't be careless here. There might be traps. Then one of them commented on the vast structure. Wow, this fortress is not only 10 times bigger than Xiadu, it truly is the most magnificent fortress. Li Qiu, with a disdainful expression, scoffed, this is just a ruined city. Angered, Zhang Zhen, gesturing with a clenched fist, retorted, what did you say? Zhang Zhen's eyes turned red. He looked like a ferocious beast, ready to tear Li Qiu apart at any moment. He countered, but you can't deny it was once a magnificent fortress, second to none. Li Qiu's gaze also turned fierce as he retorted, that was before. Now it's just a ruined city. The 2 butted heads like bulls in a contest. Zhang Zhen continued to retort, but its magnificence was once unparalleled in the world. Li Qiu, his gaze unwavering, held firm to his opinion. The most magnificent ruined city in the world. While the 2 were still arguing, Xia Hailong noticed something. These yellow patterns can be seen on the brickwork. There's a kind of calm, peaceful atmosphere here. As if understanding something, Xia Hailong's gaze drifted into the distance. Nearby, it seems to be the ruins of a temple. And from this observation, he realized something. Everyone look over there. There seems to be a light. Everyone looked in the direction Xia Hailong pointed, surprised. What? How is this possible? This isn't scientific. Is that an oil lamp? This lamp has a faint spiritual power, so it hasn't gone out. Xia Hailong still wore a curious expression. He noticed something else. There seemed to be different characters on the stone tablet next to it. It turned out those characters were Great Thunder Sound script. Looking at the stone tablet, G1 High recognized it and said, the temple in the myth, the oil lamp that never goes out. It said that beneath the Great Thunder Sound temple, a powerful demon is suppressed. Everyone wondered wondered, could there be something beneath this place? Then, a sound echoed from the ground. Xia Hailong quickly warned everyone to be careful. Sensing something, Fuang Mai immediately voiced her feeling. A terrifying aura is emanating from underground. It's making my soul tremble. Seeing the ominous signs, Ji Wenhai ordered, let's retreat. But then, their feet felt strangely rooted. Worried, they frantically asked each other what's happening. The most vocal in his panic was Li Qiu. He yelled, I can't move. My legs are like they're glued to the ground. Next was Zhang Zhun. He seemed both angry and frightened. Damn it, me too. I can't control my legs. Unlike the others who were panicking, Tran Mak remained calm, analyzing the situation that I can't move either. What exactly exists beneath this ground? My understanding of the Emperor's Seat Star is too limited. Wait, why did my master, Donghua Immortal Emperor, come here years ago? The Emperor's Seat Star has meager spiritual energy. Could it be that it wasn't a coincidence? Then, a large, dark hand emerged from the ground. Everyone recoiled in fear, asking each other, what is that? Someone asked, do you all feel very tired? As if realizing what was happening, Zhang Zhun shouted, it's absorbing our vital essence. He sensed the danger. This isn't good. Zhang Zhun lost his composure and yelled, what the hell is this? At that moment, the oil lamp suddenly flew up. It paused for a moment, then shot towards the hand. Seeing this, someone shouted, look at the oil lamp. The oil lamp collided with the terrifying dark hand, emitting a golden light. After the collision, the oil lamp fell to the ground with a thud. The hand also stopped moving. Everyone curiously asked, what just happened? Then, they realized with joy that they could move again, that I can move. Zhang Zhun exclaimed happily. The feeling of being drained is gone too. Then, Lei Zhan noticed the oil lamp had vanished. Huh? The lamp is gone. Suddenly, something happened to them. Everything went gray. Then, everyone returned to normal, looking bewildered. Lei Zhan asked in confusion, why am I in this position? The others seemed to have lost their memories as well. They asked blankly, what just happened? Xia Hailong raised his hands, agreeing with Lei Zhan that I feel like I've forgotten something. Tran Mak touched his temples, thinking, indeed, I also feel like a part of my memory has suddenly disappeared. Only that oil lamp suddenly appeared in my mindscape. Then his eyes widened as if he noticed something strange. Ji Wenhai quickly urged everyone, hey, what are you all standing around for? The royal kingdom has already obtained 5 beast cores. We need to catch up. Someone else agreed with Ji Wenhai's idea that he's right. Why are we just standing here? Zhang Zhun clenched his fists. We have to seize the time, he said, his expression brightening, that let's not waste any more time. We need to hunt down the strange beasts quickly. Hearing this from Zhang Zhun, Xia Hailong agreed. Team Leader Chun, let's go. Although he sensed something strange, Chen Mo didn't remember much more than the others. He simply replied in his usual cold tone, yeah. His mind raced with thoughts. I underestimated this space. It holds far more secrets than I thought. Ji Wenhai looked at the point counting device that we're currently in last place. I propose we split up to speed up the collection process. He began dividing the teams. Zhang Zhun and Li Qiu, one team. Zhang Zhun's strength lies in his balanced offense and defense, but his weakness is his slow speed. Li Qiu compensates for this with his superior speed. Next, a team with balanced abilities and stable defense. Ji Wenhai continued, pairing himself with Xia Hailong. Then, Chen Mo, Fang Miao, and Lei Zhan as a team. Their strengths lie in danger perception and strong offensive power, but their defense is relatively weak. Regarding Chen Mo, Ji Wenhai added, he's a buy 2 get 1 free deal. The team division was complete. Ji Wenhai held a jet black stone. This is a positioning stone. It could detect the location of others within a 200 kilometers radius. Don't exceed this range. Chen Mo reached out to take the stone. Ji Wenhai continued, if you encounter an insurmountable force, retreat immediately. Chen Mo, clutching the positioning stone, declared, I'll work alone. Lei Zhan immediately protested. Deputy Team Leader Chun, are you looking down on us? Fang Miao quickly added, Brother Chen Mo, don't be reckless. You could die. Xia Hailong chimed in. Team Leader Chun, you should team up with Lei Zhan and the others. Seeing Chen Mo's insistence on working alone, Zhang Zhun said with a provocative tone, are you tired of living? Strange beasts aren't something you can handle through connections or backdoors. Everyone tried to persuade. Chen Mo Ji Wenhai called his name, about to speak. Deputy Team Leader Chun, Ji Wenhai continued, the reason I didn't initially assign you to a team was because this is your first time in the peaceful battlefield. You need to observe and adapt. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Despite everyone's pleas, Chen Mo remained calm that I won't risk my life. Don't worry. Seeing Chun Mo's resolve, everyone relented. Ji Wonhai gave further instructions. Since that's settled, we'll divide into 4 teams and head in 4 different directions. After everyone dispersed, Chen Mo quickly took down a strange beast. He explained his reasoning for working alone. While the counting device hasn't detected it yet, I'll hide the beast core in my ring. Having hidden the beast core, he said cheerfully, this place is beyond the positioning stone's range. I can investigate freely. Suddenly, bolts of electricity flew towards him. Something was approaching. After calming down and assessing the situation, it turned out the electric current came from the 2 mysterious-looking individuals. Tran Mak exclaimed in exasperation, a sci-fi scientist, a cyborg, and a wind elemental Esper working together? An interesting combination. Following this, a series of explosions ripped through the silent air. Waves of killing intent screamed towards Tran Mak. A hail of bullets rained down where he had just been standing, but he dodged in time. His figure flickered, narrowly avoiding each bullet as he pushed forward with all his might. From above, the Esper spiraled down with the wind, diving with their companion in a pincer movement. The scene was like a harmonious concerto of science and psychic abilities. Tran Mak stood amidst the swirling dust and smoke, his gaze lowered. He didn't speak, but the chilling aura emanating from his eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the cyborg scientist, his coat billowing behind him. One fist clenched tight, aimed directly at his target. Thud! A punch like a furious gale slammed into the opponent's face, sending her tumbling backward. The Esper, standing nearby, gasped, cursing in shock. FK. As soon as the punch landed, Tran Mak retracted his hand. His sharp gaze swept over the one he'd just sent flying, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered, "This armor, I didn't break it. What material is this?" Before he could ponder further, she sprang back up, hands bracing against the ground. Azure beams flashed from her arms. With a jet-propelled kick, she launched herself towards him, yelling, "Damn it!" Tran Mak retreated half a step, his eyes fixed on her, as he exclaimed, "She even has this kind of ability. If my dolly soldiers could have one of these." Before he could finish, she lunged to attack, but Tran Mak dodged in time. With a swing of his hand, he sent her head flying. His voice was cold. "Then my dolly army's strength would increase significantly." Only then did the Esper behind react in horror, their face paling at the sight. Seeing the Esper trying to flee, he quickly used his power to pierce through them, coldly saying, "And you too." He activated his ring, absorbing both of them. He chuckled with amusement. "I'll take these for now and give them to the others to study later." He then looked at the 2 azure spirit stones in his hand, stunned. "These are spirit stones? How do they have spirit stones? Where do they get them?" He smirked slightly and put them away. "It seems I'll have to explore the outside world after leaving this battlefield." While Tran Mak was still preoccupied with the spirit stones, a group of 3 strangers appeared in the distance. They wore strange clothing. One of them looked at the 2 wolf men kneeling before them and spoke in a challenging tone. "Still want to resist?" The stubborn gray wolf man replied, "We will die before we surrender." Suddenly hearing a noise in the distance, the blue wolf man turned to look. Seeing that it was Tran Mak, he called out joyfully, "Friend from Dolly, we need you. Where are your companions?" Hearing his call, Tran Mak stopped, then pointed at himself. "It's just me now." Hearing him say he was alone, the wolf man's pupils constricted. He sighed and looked at him. "Then you should leave quickly. We don't want to involve you." Hearing this, Tran Mak smiled and looked at the wolf man, saying, "You're very kind." Then, he leisurely stepped forward, shielding them. His gaze was directed at the group of 3 that, however, it's not very good of you to bully the few. After hearing him, the armored man immediately charged towards Tran Mak with his weapon. Tran Mak simply remained calm and, using his long legs, delivered a powerful kick to the man. The 2 remaining companions, witnessing this scene, turned purple with rage and nearly cursed. The gray wolf man looked up at Tran Mak with an expression of adoration and immediately flattered him, Amazing, friend. Are you the strongest in Dali? Tranmak glanced at him and chuckled. You've already crossed the river like a bodhisattva, and you still want to gather intelligence. The two wolfmen looked at each other in bewilderment, their heads full of question marks. The gray wolfman turned to his companion and asked, a bodhisattva crossing the river. The brown wolfman was equally confused that I don't understand either. As for Tranmak, he saw that the armored man was still unwilling to give up and continue to charge. He silently considered, in short, for now I need to conceal my true strength. In front of the Jean Do Kingdom's warriors, it's enough to just force them back. After thinking it through, he softly said, still want to fight? At that moment, he noticed the two companions, who didn't look like ordinary people, also joining the fight. He smiled lightly and said, imprison me? Then he smiled and assumed a defensive stance that a siege is very good, because I can finish this all at once. Tian Xian Divine Fist, third stance. A series of resounding booms followed. The two wolfmen watched the scene with wide eyes, their mouths agape, unable to speak. Only blurry afterimages remained in the air, impossible to distinguish as they flew back and forth. A few minutes later, the figures of the three attackers reappeared, looking disheveled as they fled. So scary. The gray wolfman turned to look at Tranmak, his eyes narrowed to the size of beans, his mouth wide open in a dumbfounded stare. It wasn't until Tranmak looked back at him that he regained his senses and thanked him. Many thanks, friend. Tranmak turned to face the two, his voice gentle. No need to be so polite. My goal is achieved. I still have to continue exploring. The third day of the peaceful battlefield. Today was as peaceful as any other day. Tranmak held something in his hand, carefully observing it, and muttered, I've been searching for 2.5 days without any results. What a pity. Immediately afterward, he tossed the object away without hesitation. Then, he put his hands in his pockets and continued walking while muttering, in a few hours, the peaceful battlefield will close. Let the counter sense a portion of the beast cores to help Dali become number one. Then, I'll go find them. A gentle breeze blew, a hurried breeze, a refreshing breeze. After walking for a few minutes, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His sensing talisman reacted intensely. All 6 of them are together? Could something have happened? As he predicted, they had encountered a major problem on the other side. Damn it, you're all working together. Ji Wonhai angrily frowned at the group and shouted, Puda, you actually betrayed us. Puda, the captain of the Jean Do Kingdom, sneered at them. Team leader Ji, I apologize. Right now, your Dali is in first place. For the benefit of my country, I have no choice but to betray you. Listening to him, the whole team gritted their teeth in frustration. Zhang Zhen spoke up irritably. I told you these Jean Do Kingdom dogs couldn't be trusted, but were always ranked last. How do we suddenly take the lead? Lei Zhan, standing behind him, also spoke up. Look at the number after Chen Mo's name. It's unbelievable. Did he wipe out all the mutated beasts on the battlefield? And aren't with them. The Jean Do team and the 3 remaining teams are arguing amongst themselves, trying to strategize. What are they saying? Tuba wants to take first place. The other 3 nations don't agree. So, civil war broke out. Now, they're waiting for Chanamo to return to ask him how he got so many beast cores. Then, Chanamo absolutely cannot return here. We're late for assembly. Back towards us. Ji Wonhai, looking at something, spoke in a low voice. Sensing Chanemo rapidly approaching, someone suddenly called out, Look, who's that up there? Chanemo is here. Team leader Chungo, they deliberately used us as bait to lure you in. Keep hunting the mutated beasts. Dali's hopes rest entirely on you. But contrary to the team's joy, Ji Wonhai shouted worriedly, Don't come here. You'll die. Chen Montak Retriat. That's an order. Chen Mo stood on the mountaintop, looking down. Hearing this, he fell silent, his expression hesitant. But then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Then, teleporting down to them, he said, No one will die. I won't let it happen. He thought to himself, but I can't directly kill all of them. I have to give them a chance to escape. These people are still useful to me. He calmly used his ability, projecting his voice towards the opposing side. Listen up. Then he activated his ability, slashing at the ground, creating a dividing line. Now I'm setting a rule. Anyone who crosses this line will die. His teammates, hearing him, broke out in a cold sweat. Each had their own thoughts, ISE joking. I can't believe him. How can he be so arrogant? Where does he get the nerve? We're doomed. This is a complete failure. This vice captain is too reckless. We're Dolly's sinners. Meanwhile, his opponents mocked him. You little brat, you're quite arrogant. But showing off won't do you any good. Get him. At the same time, someone charged towards him, yelling die. Chunmo's eyes turned cold. He looked at them indifferently. Did I warned you? Cross the line, and you die. Watching the first fool from Tugua rush forward to his death, Chun Emo silently swung his hand. The charging man froze, his eyes widening, then collapsed, face first on the ground, just an arm's length from Chunmo's feet. Witnessing this scene, everyone on Chunmo's team was startled and horrified. Exclamations of shock rang out. What? He was taken down in an instant. What kind of move was that? That huge guy is dead. How did he die? I always looked down on him, provoked him, but it turns out I'm a clown. Xiao Hailong was the quickest to react, immediately grinning obsequiously. Team leader Chun is truly incredibly powerful. Lai Tai, standing beside him, heard this and put her hands on her hips, looking displeased. Don't celebrate too soon. Even if Chun and Mo can kill one, can he kill all of them? Xiao Hailong hesitated, but Lai Tai pointed forward. Look, they're sending out the elites of their teams. Seeing the other side send out such strong individuals, Ji Wenhai yelled for Chun and Mo to come back. Chun and Mo, run. As long as you're not captured, Dolly still has a chance to win. Zhang Jin also agreed, rebuking him. Chun and Mo, even if you save me, I won't be grateful. You're not prioritizing the nation's interests. If you're trapped here, you'll be Dolly's sinner. Hearing this, Chun and Mo turned his head and gave them a sideways glance. He retorted, Zhang Jun, what I do is none of your business. The red-robed archbishop, having heard their argument, lost his patience. Just attack. Do you have time to look elsewhere? Free fire. The Zhando kingdom soldiers, also unable to wait for the command, roared and attacked immediately. Two Zhando kingdom soldiers charged forward like the wind, while the red-robed archbishop created a giant ball of light. He then threw the ball of light towards Chun and Mo. The man kingdom soldier quickly grabbed his weapon. Holy light cross slash. First strike. Then, they all charged towards Chun and Mo, seeing their eagerness to find their own deaths. Chun and Mo began to use his power, remembering the lesson from last time when they dared to attack him together. Third form. Heavenly illusion divine fist. He swung his arm and shouted, shake the heavens and earth. Immediately, a powerful force surged forward. The Zhando kingdom soldiers were the first to be hit. With the next move, those behind them were also sent flying by the force. His move was truly a world-shaking punch. Seeing his comrades being blown away, the second Zhando kingdom soldier was instantly terrified. The man kingdom soldier, seeing this, became enraged. You dare kill my beloved disciple. I will kill you and make you taste the sharpness of this sword. He raised his sword and shouted, stone-piercing sword. The red-robed archbishop released his insects. Armor insects, go. The Zhando kingdom and the Chutu kingdom soldiers also charged forward, risking their lives against him. Seeing the leaders of the various nations entering the battle, Chun and Mo chuckled. You all have some skills and decent weapons, but you're not worthy of them. Then, with a serious expression, he coldly said, go. A blinding light suddenly shone, scattering the red-robed archbishop's insects and quickly sweeping past the arrogant group in front, leaving them in a state of panic. 7 colors. What? My weapon. Chun and Mo, observing their shocked expressions, smirked. I could see seems you can't even hold your weapon steady. Still want to continue fighting? It seems like the one in the red robe is still hiding a tremendous power. Want to try it out? Puda, clutching his bleeding chest, turned to the red-robed archbishop and asked, You are hiding your true strength? You cunning bastard. The red-robed archbishop, seeing his secret exposed, gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. The man kingdom soldier, seeing the unfavorable situation, narrowed his eyes and said to the others, enough. Continuing this fight is just a waste of time. There's still time left in the match. I can still hunt many beast cores. The red-robed archbishop, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Let's go. Puda glared at him, turned, and walked away, muttering, traitor. Xiao Hailong, seeing them retreat, slowly approached Chun and Mo. They finally retreated. But Chun and Mo suddenly felt a surge of panic. I'm done for. I've used up too much strength. As he knelt down, Xiao Longhai cried out in alarm. A thought flashed through Chun Mo's mind. If that person in red had actually attacked, the situation would be much more complicated. It's a good thing they turned on each other. Ji Wonhai also rushed over, asking anxiously, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Chen Mo wittily replied, "I'm fine. Let's go somewhere else and rest for a bit." A moment later, Chen Mo sat under a tree, closing his eyes to meditate and stabilize his body. He thought to himself, "My cultivation hasn't even recovered by a third, but it should be enough." As he was about to stand up, Xiao Longhai and Zhang Jin approached, asking urgently, "Are you okay? How's your recovery? The other country's beast core counts have increased again. What should we do? We might be caught up." Hearing their barrage of questions, he smiled and patiently answered each one that I'm fine. Don't worry about the beast cores. I'll take care of it. Everyone's safety is paramount. Let's meet at the exit. We're truly sorry to trouble you. After giving his instructions, Chen Mo turned and left, his figure quickly soaring into the air, heading straight for where the other 4 countries were. He began to assess the situation. The other 4 countries have started to fracture and split up. This makes it easier for me to act. They probably haven't gone far. Soon he spotted the first group, the Man Kingdom. He quickly landed and softly said, "Found the first group." Seeing a stranger approach, the Man Kingdom soldiers immediately issued a warning. "Alert! Prepare for battle." Seeing him approach, the Man Kingdom soldiers collectively raised their guard. "What are you doing here again?" He gave a gentle smile, like a wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. "Hold on, I'm here to trade." Hearing this, the Man Kingdom soldiers were momentarily taken aback. "Trade?" He nodded, his smile deepening. "Oh, you want beast cores?" He then produced a large quantity of beast cores. "Is this enough?" After receiving a bag of spirit stones from the other party, he said with satisfaction, "Transaction successful." Holding the bag of spirit stones, he smiled slyly, thinking to himself, "This is why I didn't kill them." Secretly trading to get the spirit stones in their hands. Seeing him smile so happily, the Man Kingdom soldiers whispered amongst themselves, "He doesn't care about his own country's benefit at all. What a scum, but it's a good deal for us. This time, first place is definitely ours." Next, he flew to where the Quatu Kingdom was. Transaction successful. Then, to the Ung Kingdom. Transaction successful. Finally, to the Zhando Kingdom. Transaction successful. After completing all 4 trades, Chen Mo hugged the bag of spirit stones, beaming like a child. "With this many spirit stones, I can reach the golden core stage faster." But at the same time, elsewhere, everyone in the group was gathered together, worriedly discussing. The beast core counts of the other 4 countries have suddenly skyrocketed. "I'm afraid we're falling behind." Chen Mo said to leave the beast cores to him. Seeing the group's dejected mood, Zhang Jun spoke up encouragingly, "Don't give up until it's over." Xiao Longhai nodded in agreement. Zhang Jun is right. We can't keep relying on Chen Mo. Let's go hunt some monstrous beasts. Just then, a beeping sound came from their watches. Feng Mian exclaimed joyfully, "Wait, everyone, look at your watches." On the other side, Chen Mo also looked up and smiled, saying, "All right, it's time. All right, it's time. I wonder if I've killed all the monsters in the battlefield, or if there's still a peaceful battlefield left." Everyone stood in a circle. Chen Mo shouted, "It's time." Light radiated from the pillar. The patrol team was transported back to the forest. They looked around frantically. "Are we back? Quickly, see if anyone is missing." Kwang Ha-sun, tearing up, sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, no one's missing." Vonai joyfully reported to Kwang Lao, "Elder Kwang, the whole team is safe." The elder looked towards Chen Mo, who was standing in the distance. That's good. Chen Mo stood to the side, calmly listening to them discuss him. "Elder Kwang, thanks to Chen Mo, Dolly won first place. Moreover, Chen Mo single-handedly achieved the top rank." The elder said happily, "Good. Very good." Thursday-san said with a smile that IT was all Chen Mo's work. "We were just helping." Kwang Lao sighed in disappointment. That's so?" He smiled wryly at the elder. A dark mage yelled, "That's despicable." They pointed at Chen Mo and questioned him. "He tricked us, hiding so many beast cores. Damn him." An officer approached Chen Mo with a red box. "Congratulations. You are the pride of Dolly. This is the individual reward for first place." Chen Mo opened it in surprise. "Oh, what's this?" He looked at the pitch-black stone inside the box. The officer explained, "This was taken from the stone pillar of the formation. The person holding it can have 3 opportunities to enter the peaceful battlefield." He continued, "In the peaceful battlefield, there are not only monsters, but also opportunities. When your strength is great enough and you go deeper, you can use this to explore." Chen Mo asked doubtfully, "Go deeper? Is there a specific method to unlock it?" Chen Mo hesitated. "I was in there for 2 days and didn't find any clues." He replied, but it's over now. The officer continued, "That's right. This is confidential. We'll talk more when you come next time." Chun and Mo turned and walked away. "I'll be going then." On the flight back, Kwang Ha-sun spoke hesitantly. Chun and Mo bluntly stated, "From the way you looked at me just now, I knew something was up. Just say it. Hemming and hawing isn't like you." The elder sighed, "That I'm so sorry. You were in the peaceful battlefield restoring the country, but I couldn't protect your family." Chun and Mo shot up, shouting in panic, "Kwang Ha-sun, what are you saying?" At the Baimon Manor, Lijiang, Ma Ban Mountain, Qin Mo, and Nan Kung, the Chun family members were escorted up the mountain. They complained, "It's all because of that brat Qin Mo. He's the bane of the Chun family. When did he become Grandmaster Chun? And he even killed someone's grandson." They questioned in disbelief, and he still hasn't been caught. Chun Mo's father was surprised. "How did Qin Mo become Grandmaster Chun?" To Fluang sighed, "That I don't know the specifics. I only recently figured out little Mo's identity." Recently, on the desolate mountain peak, the Dali people whispered, "When did Nan Kung Wu leave seclusion?" It was just a few days ago. As soon as he left seclusion, he went after the Chun family. Isn't this bringing the entire Chun family to their ancestors' graves to kneel and apologize? Why does he want to wipe out the entire Chun clan? The Grand Master of the Southern Palace, Nan Kung Wu, declared fiercely, "Chun Mo killed my descendants, eradicated my inheritors, destroyed my Nan Kung family. Now he's escaped. You will pay the price in his stead." He roared at the kneeling Chun Liang, who had also been forced to his knees. Murmurs rippled through the Chun family. They say he's reached the divine realm. The Chun family is doomed today. Chun Guoliang, the head of the Chun family and Chun Mo's grandfather, calmly looked up at Nan Kung Wu. Nan Kung Wu approached. "You, as the head of the Chun family, failed to discipline your grandson. I will use your life as a sacrifice to my fallen descendants." A loud shout echoed from above. Nan Kung Wu spun around in alarm. What demonic sound is that? A helicopter hovered high above, and a figure leaped from it. Nan Kung Wu squinted. Someone jumped from the helicopter? It can't be. Chun Mo stood defiantly before him. "It's Grandmaster Chun." Su Fong cried out in a panic. "Shout, Mo. You're here. Be careful. This man is very powerful." Chun Mo's father exclaimed in surprise. "You little devil. You jumped from a helicopter?" His grandfather was forced to kneel on the ground. Nan Kung Wu glared furiously at Chun Mo. The crowd erupted at, "It really is Grandmaster Chun. He fooled everyone." Facing Nan Kung Wu's divine realm, he has no chance of winning. Chun Mo looked at his family with remorse. "That I'm sorry. You're all suffering because of me." He turned his gaze to Nan Kung Wu. "How dare you bully my family?" Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "That I will make your soul scatter." Spiritual energy enveloped Nan Kung Wu. He pointed at Chun Mo and roared, "Enough nonsense. You dared to sever the bloodline of my Nan Kung family. Why shouldn't I grind the bones of the Chun family to dust? I've been in seclusion for 35 years and finally broken through the shackles. I am the first to reach the divine realm in over 100 years. Today, I will let you experience the power of the divine realm." Spiritual energy formed a giant hand. He commanded, "Go." Lisia's eyes widened. "So strong. Is this a dream? Are these special effects?" The giant hand slammed down toward Chun Mo, and Nan Kung Wu bellowed, "Chun Mo die," entering the divine realm, controlling heaven and earth. Nan Kung Wu isn't even using martial arts, just casually attacking. With a flick of his finger, Chun Mo effortlessly dispelled the attack. That all. With a single move, he dissipated the giant hand. The crowd paled, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Nan Kung Wu couldn't withstand a single blow. Chun Mo sneered at him that you've only just touched the edge of the divine realm. At best, you're a half-step divine realm. Nan Kung Wu retorted, but it's more than enough to deal with you. His eyes flashed, and he launched another attack. Chun Mo easily dodged. Chun Mo retaliated with a kick. Nan Kung Wu nimbly ducked. Chun Mo pressed his attack, launching a flurry of punches. Watching the two fight in the air, the Chun family members gasped. Nan Kung Wu is so powerful. Chun Mo's eyes were sharp, his every move decisive. They wondered, but Grandmaster Chun doesn't look older than 20. How can he be so strong? Someone explained, because this world has never lacked geniuses. Nan Kung Wu was knocked back. He clasped his hands, growling, "Damn it, don't be arrogant." Immense spiritual energy swirled around him. Nan Kung Wu prépare tout dit. A powerful beam of light descended, blinding sunlight. Chun Mo smirked as spiritual energy gathered around him. He clenched his fists, two surges of divine power. For his first move, he opened his eyes wide, focusing his power. Mountain Splitter. A series of blows rained down on Nankung Wu. He was hit, staggering and falling to the ground with a groan. Chun Mo vanished, not giving him a chance to recover. His second move, River Breaker. Chun Mo unleashed all his strength, punching Nankung Wu hard. He cried out in pain. The powerful blow sent him flying. Raising his other fist, he shouted, "World Shaker." Chun Mo dashed forward, delivering another blow. The ground shattered beneath the force, debris flying everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the air. A large crater was left in the ground, but Nankung Wu was nowhere to be seen. Chun Mo frowned, wary. The Chun family surrounding him cheered wildly. Heavens! Young Master Mo won. Young Master Mo won. The Chun family is saved. Suddenly, a slight tremor. Birds took flight in fright. Wisps of crimson smoke rose from the cracks in the ground. Everyone panicked. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? The crimson smoke billowed higher, obscuring the view of the onlookers. Nankung Wu appeared. He sneered, "Man in heaven as one. This is the true divine realm." His body, now robust, seemed to have been reborn. "Thank you for helping me break free from my shackles. It feels amazing." Nankung Wu looked at him smugly. "I'm feeling generous, so I'll give you a chance to say your last words." Chun Mo shot up towards him. "I think you should be the one saying your last words." Nankung Wu swiftly appeared behind him. Unaware, Chun Mo continued, "Otherwise, I'll beat you to a pulp." He delivered a powerful blow to Chun Mo's back. Chun Mo's body crashed heavily to the ground. Nankung Wu intercepted him again. Another earth-shattering blow landed on Chun Mo. Seeing him fall from the sky, the Chun family cried out in fear that it's over. This time, young Master Mo can't beat him. They rallied together, shouting, "Fight back." Nankung Wu raised his leg. He stomped on Chun Mo's head, gloating, "Ha! A martial artist below the divine realm has no power to retaliate." Watching him fall onto the shattered ground, they exclaimed, "Master Chun couldn't even withstand a single blow." At the final stage of martial arts cultivation, even the slightest difference in power is a world apart. Spiritual energy coalesced into two spheres in his hands. Nankung Wu, filled with delight, declared, "Now, I will use the divine realm to send you on your way." He unleashed a blinding light, turned to dust. Chun Mo remained unharmed, smirking that a divine realm martial artist is truly extraordinary. "You forced me to use this move." His eyes flashed gold. "I'll use you to test my sword." A sword, enveloped in immense spiritual light, appeared before him. Great down 9 swords. The sword grew massive, hurtling towards Nankung Wu. He stared at it in terror, the light blinding him. He screamed, "What is that?" His body was incinerated into ashes by the light. Nankung Wu roared in agony. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Victory! We won!" Su Fong clenched her fists in joy. "We won." His mother rushed forward and hugged Chun Mo tightly. His father helped his grandfather over. The old man was surprised. Did Xiao Mo really win? Chun Mo replied cheerfully, "Grandpa, I've put you through a lot. I promise nothing like this will ever happen again." His grandfather looked at him happily. "I believe you. You don't need to blame yourself." His father, though not happy, scolded Chun Mo. Although it was terrifying, there wasn't any real danger. "But after we return, you must tell everyone everything." Chun Mo scratched his head and chuckled. "Dad, I'll definitely confess everything." Elsewhere, Li Zhe, holding a phone, said, "He's not even 20 and he's already reached the divine realm. We can't give Chun Mo any more time. If he's already reached the divine realm, then we need to have Grandmaster of the martial arts world come out of seclusion to deal with him. He's at the Chun family residence in Yuyang." Chun Guoyang lay weakly on the bed, breathing with difficulty. Someone panicked, "Doctor, my grandfather." Chun Guoyang had terminal liver cancer. He cried out in pain, "Ugh." The doctor turned back and sighed. "Well, I'll be honest." Chun Mo's family was stunned. Every word the doctor uttered cut them to the core. "The treatment hasn't been very effective. I suggest you maintain a positive attitude and enjoy your remaining days." Chun Guoyang forced himself to speak. "I knew this was coming. Don't be too heartbroken, children. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are inevitable. Chun Mo frowned, thinking to himself, in my past life, Grandpa did die of liver cancer, but that was years later. Why is it happening earlier? My cultivation level isn't high enough yet. I can't directly regenerate his body. Even with medicinal pills, I can't cure him completely. I have to think of something. Late at night, Chun Mo entered his grandfather's room and asked, "Why are you sitting up, Grandpa?" Chun Guoyang said, "Xiao Mo, you've come at the right time. Come here, I have something to tell you." Chun Mo waved his hands repeatedly. "Grandpa, I know what you're going to say. You want to entrust the Chun family to me, don't you?" "I don't want it." He held his grandfather's hand firmly and said resolutely, "I want to cure your illness so you can continue to lead the Chun family." Chun Mo placed his hand on his grandfather's, and a flow of spiritual energy enveloped them both. "I will pass on the profound heaven-soaring dragon technique to you, so you can embark on the path of cultivation." 1 month later, having experienced several brushes with death, Chun Guoyang's mental state had become incredibly strong. Therefore, his cultivation progressed smoothly. In just 1 short month, he was able to absorb qi into his body and stabilize his condition. He happily watered his vibrant flower garden. But new danger was about to descend upon Chun Mo and the Chun family. A woman stood on a cliff, gazing into the distance. Two friends cheerfully closed the door. Chun Mo was puzzled. "Why did you guys bring me here?" Tu Sing spoke. Chun Mo immediately replied, "Of course I remember her. She was our classmate in middle school, but she transferred after 7th grade. Tu Hao added, "She's back. She said she's going abroad and wanted to say goodbye to her old classmates. That's why we dragged you here." The beautiful Jungvu entered the room and waved to everyone. "Hi everyone. Long time no see." Hu Jungvu looked elegant and fashionable, making quite an impression. Chun Mo was puzzled. "Where have you been all these years?" Even the teachers didn't know. She cheerfully explained, "I had to leave in a hurry back then. But aren't I back now to apologize to everyone?" Suddenly, a girl rushed in, panicked. "It's terrible. Man has been dragged away by a thug." Hu Jungvu looked at her, confused. "What happened?" she asked. "Tell me slowly." The girl, breathing heavily, recounted the events. Man and I went to the restroom. When we came out, we bumped into some boys. Her face paled. Those guys started harassing Man. She yelled at them, and then they dragged her away. Jungvu went with her, patting her back reassuringly. "Come on, let's go see what's going on." Thursdayson clenched her fist. "Let's go check it out too." Chun Mo frowned in agreement. "Of course. We're all friends. We have to help." Hu Jungvu approached the VIP room door. "Is it here?" she asked. The girl beside her nodded vigorously. "This is it." They dragged Man in here. Jungvu pulled the door open. A guy with blue hair looked towards the door in surprise. She stepped inside, her voice hard. "The people inside, release Man immediately, or we won't be polite." A panicked Man cried out, "Sister who?" Lu Zicheng's face darkened provocatively. "What's this? Want to join the fun?" Jungvu confronted him resolutely. "Release my friend." He sneered. "That bitch cursed at me. I'm not happy. Let her coax me until I'm happy, and then I'll let her go." Man retorted, "That's because you were harassing me." His eyebrows knitted together, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Anything goes for young Master Lu. I'm just admiring her beauty." "Calling the police?" "I'm afraid you won't live long enough to file a report." The girl who had accompanied Jungvu recoiled in fear. Chun Mo, standing beside her, silently noted the blatant killing intent radiating from the man. He was impressed that Hu Jungvu remained unfazed. He stepped forward, shielding her. A martial artist showing off his power in front of ordinary people. Isn't that a bit bullying? The blue-haired man looked at him in surprise. "Oh, you could tell I'm a martial artist, but I don't sense any true qi in you." Chun Mo smirked. "That's because you're too weak to sense it." Zicheng stood up, a cold laugh escaping his lips, his eyes burning with killing intent. "You dare look down on me?" Chun Mo continued to provoke him. "Cut the crap. Let's fight. If I win, you release her." Zicheng cracked his knuckles confidently, sneering, "Ha, like a calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. What if you lose?" Chun Mo's gaze was steady. "I won't lose." Zicheng roared angrily, arrogant. "Aw, this place is too small. Let's go somewhere else." Zicheng, brimming with confidence, threw a punch at him, and "No need. One move is all it takes to deal with you." Chun Mo calmly blocked his attack. "How boring." He countered, sending Zicheng flying. Zicheng scrambled to his feet, panicked and disbelieving. How is this possible? What's your name? Chanimo dusted off his hands, his eyes closed. Someone at the peak of the internal realm like you isn't worthy of knowing. Man burst into tears and rushed towards Jungvu. Thank you, Chanimo. Thank you all for saving me. He looked at her, puzzled, but I'm right here. Jungvu smiled and hugged her. It's all right now. Let's go home. Man continued to sob. Anzai. Everyone go home early. Zicheng got up from the floor, his face dark as he silently vowed revenge. Bastard. Just wait until I get back to my family. I'll send someone to deal with you. Outside, Jungvu waved to Chinemo and Thursday Sin. Well, that's all for today. Have a safe trip. Message me on WeChat sometime. Duongvu looked at him apologetically. Sorry for causing you trouble today. Chunimo interrupted her. I have a question for you. Are you really Hu Duongvu? Her eyes turned cold, and she looked at him with annoyance. Suddenly, she laughed. Ha ha, classmate, your joke-telling skills are pretty average. But thank you for comforting me. The two faced each other in silence. Chunimo walked away, waving to her. I believe we will meet again. Duongvu's eyes turned cold as she thought to herself, of course we'll meet again. But what will our positions be then? The panicked servant next to Lu Zicheng reminded him, Young master, don't drink anymore. Let's go. But Lu Zicheng ignored him. He continued to gulp down the bottle of alcohol. Leave me alone. Today's been a bloody, awful day. Footsteps sounded from outside, causing both of them to freeze. Seeing the familiar figure at the door, Lu Zicheng frowned and shouted, You? Why are you back here? Chinemo looked at him calmly. Young Master Lu, I want to borrow something from you. Lu Zicheng stood up angrily. Borrow what? Before he could react, Chunemo lunged forward, punching him directly. His voice was ice cold. Your life. Lu Zicheng immediately cried out in shock. The servant behind him paled, his face draining of blood. He yelled, Young Master Lu, as Chunemo fixed a cold stare on the servant. The man immediately shrieked and raised his hands, stammering, Great Master, don't kill me. Chinmo's expression turned serious. His voice was firm. Don't worry. I have no interest in ordinary people. Tell the Lu family, if they have the guts, they can come find me for revenge. I am Chinashur, the Jianyi. The scene shifted to a mountainside. The moon was high in the sky. Chinemo knelt on one knee, his head bowed. Master, the matter is settled. The woman in front of him turned around. She chuckled softly, a calculating glint in her eyes. Although Lu Zicheng is a good-for-nothing, no one can touch him. It seems there will be a good show to watch this time. The next day, a phone rang. Chinemo immediately answered. Hello? Chun Tongzi's face was filled with panic. He exclaimed in alarm, Master, something's happened. The Lu family, claiming to be from the ancient martial arts world, have come to Manhua looking for you. They say you killed their only son, Lu Zicheng. He paused for a moment, glancing at Li Suofeng sitting behind him, then continued, They want to kill the sect leader for revenge. I can only hold them off temporarily. Chinemo frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion in his voice. The Lu family? Lu Zicheng, the one I ran into yesterday? But I didn't kill him. I didn't even reveal my name. Whatever. I'll go over there now. After speaking, he turned to one side, seemingly having guessed something. They could have investigated my classmates to find out my name. But I really didn't kill him yesterday. I'm afraid someone is playing tricks. A heavy footstep echoed through the room. Lu Shur, his face grim, flung the door open and strode in. He frowned and spoke in a stern voice. Have you finished writing your last will and testament? Li Suofeng looked up, her face pale, and tried to explain, Mr. Lu, there must be a misunderstanding. My Xiao Mo said he didn't kill your son. Lu Shur ignored him and stepped closer, his voice full of rage. Stop your nonsense. Chunde sure killed my son. I will kill everyone related to him. Chun Tongzi resolutely stepped forward, shielding Li Suofeng. His gaze was sharp as a blade. I won't let you lay a finger on her. Lu Shur immediately lunged, punching Chun Tongzi. Chun Tongzi yelled, Get away. Li Suofeng, filled with panic and fear, cried out, Daoist Chun, are you all right? Chun Tongzi tried to remain calm. He frowned, staring straight ahead, that I'm fine. Lu Shur squeezed his hand, his voice dripping with mockery, like a grasshopper kicking a cart. Fine? Then let me do it again and send you to your death. Before he could strike, a figure darted in from the window. Chun Mo appeared like a flash of lightning. His speed startled Lu Shur, who let out a gasp of surprise. Li Suofeng's face lit up with joy. She exclaimed, looking towards him, Xiao Mo, you're here. Chun Tongzi, still sitting on the ground, also cried out, "Master!" Lu Shi stared at him, suspicion rising in his voice. "This brat is Chun de Shi." Chun Mo ignored him, turning to Li Suofeng with urgency in his voice. "Mother, give Chun Tongzi this." She immediately nodded. "All right." He then turned his head slightly towards Lu Shi, his eyes flashing with fury. His voice was ice cold. "As for you." Without finishing his sentence, Chun Mo raised his hand. A brilliant light erupted, enveloping him. The powerful aura made everyone gasp. "You dare touch my people? You will die." A voice filled with astonishment cried out, "Is that a flying sword? Is he a sword immortal?" Chun Mo's voice turned frigid. He stared at Lu Shi and roared out. Chun Mo stepped forward, covering Li Suofeng's eyes. His voice was gentle. "Mother, don't look. Don't watch." Lu Shi's men writhed in pain. Screams echoed through the room. Unable to hear the cries, Li Suofeng asked curiously, "What's happening?" Chun Mo held her tightly, his voice soft. "It's complicated, but don't worry, Mother. I'll investigate this thoroughly." A moment later, he led Li Suofeng back to her room. Chun Mo reminded her gently, "Mother, rest for a bit. Chun Tongzi and I will clean up." Li Suofeng looked at him, worry still etched on her face. "All right, I'll rest. Both of you be careful." Chun Mo slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a spirit stone. His voice became serious. "Chun Tongzi, these spirit stones are enough for 10 divine realm elixirs, which will help develop your physical strength. Use them accordingly." Chun Tongzi reached out with both hands to receive the items and bowed his head slightly. "Yes, master. I understand." A phone rang. A panicked voice spoke. "Did you encounter people from the ancient martial world?" Chen Monta calmly replied, "Ah, Luo Jiang Haishan. Your information is truly swift." Luo Jiang Haishan's voice became serious. "The ancient martial world acts without restraint and is extremely troublesome. I hope you can act decisively and suppress them." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. His voice stern, "I can only say this. They messed with the wrong person. I won't show mercy. If they don't start anything, I won't bother with them." Luo Jiang Haishan's voice became resolute. He spoke with a warning tone. "Besides, on the Death God's hit list, published by the top assassin organization in the world, you've climbed to the top spot. You'll encounter a lot of trouble from now on. Be careful." Chun Mo didn't seem to care. His eyes turned cold. He calmly replied, "The Death God organization had better not provoke me." After saying that, he immediately pressed the end call button. Then, sitting alone in his chair, he began to contemplate. "I must quickly improve my cultivation. I need to go abroad, soon to search for spirit stones." Suddenly, Chen Montag paused. A knowing smile spread across his face. "But first, I have to greet a guest." Scene change, a footstep echoed, slowly approaching. Chen Mo remained calm. He put his hands in his pockets and said loudly, "Stop hiding. I discovered you a long time ago." A figure immediately appeared behind Chun Mo, a sinister smile on his face that, "If you've already discovered me, then it's simple." Chun Mo turned slightly and spoke softly, "You're from the Death God organization." Before he could answer, Chun Mo unleashed bolts of lightning that struck him. His voice turned cold. "Let's fight or just die." Chun Mo closed his eyes, indifferent. He uttered the word, "insipid." The man from the Death God organization was a little bewildered. He glanced at Chun Mo suspiciously. "You neutralized my technique with a single move? Then try this." As he finished speaking, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. A powerful light emanated from him. His eyes turned fierce as he laughed loudly. Chun Mo couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. "S.O., it's one of the 2 radiant envoys of the Radiant Clan. I'm becoming more and more interested in the history of this planet." The man's face became more distorted. He raised his hands to the sky, creating 2 orbs of light in midair. His mouth muttered incessantly. God said, "Let there be light." Then, the man from the organization directed the 2 orbs straight towards Chun Mo. His voice became eager, almost frantic, and so there was light. Chun Mo remained calmly standing there. He spoke casually, mockingly, "It looks powerful. Too bad it's just an ordinary technique." As he finished speaking, he decisively thrust his hand forward. Immediately, a sharp beam of light shot out from his palm. The other man watched the light approaching him. His eyes widened, and his voice was filled with panic. "What?" The man from the organization instantly raised 2 fingers, muttering, "Block." A powerful wave of energy radiated from his 2 fingers, attempting to stop the brilliant sword of light that was rushing towards him. Chun Mo suddenly gave an unexpected smile. He exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad. You can actually block my heaven sunder." The man's face suddenly darkened. He frowned, unable to hide his displeasure that you're very strong, worthy of being the top-ranked. The man immediately clasped his hands together, his expression serious, as if preparing for a powerful attack. His voice rang out with confidence and authority. But I haven't used my full strength yet. The light of the divine illuminates all places, burning away all evil. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back. A beam of light instantly shot out from his sockets. He tilted his head back and roared, his voice booming like thunder. God's punishment descends. Chun Mo immediately soared into the air. His voice echoed through the air, filled with contempt. Don't speak such shameless words. You dare call yourself a god? The man from the organization unexpectedly stumbled back a step. His quiet gaze suddenly brightened. He gently raised his hand, preparing to unleash his attack. In the blink of an eye, a giant sphere materialized in his hand. Calmly, he uttered a single phrase, "Consider yourself dealt with." With those words, Chun Mo decisively hurled the blazing energy sphere downwards. The sphere plummeted like a meteor, carrying a terrifying surge of spiritual power that tore through the air. It hurtled straight towards the member of the organization. He yelled in desperation, thrusting both hands forward, struggling to block the power surging into his body. Chun Mo's voice rang out, light and mocking, less boasting next time. Then he clenched his fist, and sparks of lightning began to crackle around it. Without further hesitation, Chun Mo launched his glowing fist directly at the organization member. The beam of light ripped through space, traveling at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Before the man could react, he was swallowed by the light. His body began to disintegrate within the intense glow. His face contorted as he let out a final scream. The smoke began to dissipate, leaving no trace of the man who had just been obliterated. Chun Mo's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Death God Organization," he said, "I've received your greeting. Consider it returned in due time." Suddenly, his phone rang. He immediately took it out, reading the words appearing on the screen. The scene shifted to the Matsuda Corporation, a secret laboratory. A researcher looked at the man lying before him. Unable to hide his frustration, he's passed out again. "We can't continue." A powerful voice boomed. "It's been a day and a night. Have you gotten anything out of him yet?" Another person looked over, stammering, "Why, young master? I'm so sorry." Kung Nam De Vu raised an eyebrow and roared, "You useless bunch. Why are you so slow? I can't wait any longer." The men in white coats immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at De Vu. One of them spoke in a trembling voice, "Young Master Kung Nam, we don't know if he genuinely doesn't know or if he's being stubborn." Another quickly added, "We've used truth serum, even the strongest dose, but we haven't been able to learn anything related to the elixir of immortality." His face hardened, and he bellowed furiously, "If truth serum doesn't work, then use force. I don't believe he can withstand that." The researcher beside him hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling. "Why, yes, sir." Li Kin Thuong's face darkened, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. He watched the men in white coats approach and cried out in despair, "Don't come any closer. What are you going to do?" Kung Nam De Vu took a step forward, his eyes resolute. His voice was filled with pressure. "Old man, I'm serious. The Kung Nam family desperately needs the elixir of immortality to cure those affected by the radiation. Tell me where it is." Li Kin Thuong bowed his head slightly, gritting his teeth. His voice was firm. "Anyone who comes into contact with the elixir of immortality only has the right to represent it. I don't even know where it's produced. I truly don't know the formula." Kung Nam De Vu's anger flared. He roared, "Still won't talk. Let's see if your mouth is tougher than your bones. Do it." One of the men in white immediately grabbed Li Kin Thuong. He looked at De Vu, struggling and yelling, "Don't come any closer." Suddenly, Li Nu Hoa rushed in from outside. Her voice panicked. "Father!" Kung Nam De Vu glared at her, his face furious. He shouted, "Li Kin Thuong's daughter dares to barge in here. Then none of you are leaving." Before the guards could react, Chun Mo rushed forward and punched De Vu directly. Li Nu Hoa turned to look at him, stunned. They all rushed forward and attacked mercilessly. But Tran Mak simply shifted his body slightly and raised his hand to deflect the blows. For the final blow, he lifted his leg and kicked the masked man squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward unconscious. Kung nam da vu gudai he steet in for thee. His eyes widened in astonishment and rage. He stared at Tranmak, his voice filled with disbelief. You can easily dispel the warrior's concealment technique. In my clan, you'll be a grandmaster. A moment of silence stretched out before Davu barked, turning to a shadowy figure behind him. Lu Sin, your turn. Tranmak calmly looked at the black smoke in front of him and coldly said, come out. Your concealment techniques are nothing but trifling tricks to me. Lu Sin appeared, hands clasped, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Then he burst into laughter. The laughter subsided, and he bowed slightly, his voice still polite, but laced with killing intent. So you can see through my ninjutsu. I wonder where my weaknesses lie? Please enlighten me. Tranmak remained motionless, casually putting his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Lu Sin. Drop the act, he said calmly. His expression hardened, his icy gaze locked onto Lu Sin, polite yet fake, truly nauseating. Without hesitation, Tranmak's eyes turned cold and emotionless. He lunged forward with lightning speed, ignoring his surroundings. No need for distractions. Killing you is all that matters. Lu Sin reached behind him and gripped the hilt of his sword. Come on then, he growled. He drew his sword and swung it high, a wave of murderous aura erupting. At that moment, Tranmak shot forward like lightning. Just as Lu Sin brought his sword down, a barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Tranmak. The sword in Lu Sin's hand instantly shattered into pieces, leaving him in disbelief. Tranmak withdrew his hand and looked at the smoke rising from it, his voice dripping with mockery. I asked that all? Pathetic. Gungnam da vu stay in hodo and sao that master Liu Sing. How is this possible? You're not just a grandmaster, you're stronger. Could it be? Are you Grandmaster Tran of the Qian Engip sect? As Tranmak turned, he saw Kungnam Davu drop to his knees, his face pale, but struggling to maintain composure. Grandmaster Tran, I am from the Donglam clan. If you kill me, you'll be instigating conflict between our two nations. Spare me, and I swear I will never set foot in Dailai again. He lowered his head, his voice rushed. Besides this, I can also... Before Kungnam Davu could finish, Tranmak interrupted, his voice filled with anger. You Donglam clan people stop at nothing. He glared at the man behind him. Release the person you're holding. Trong Chan immediately lowered his head and obeyed without hesitation. Yes, sir. Beside him, a man in white robes cried out in alarm. Young master. He's dead. In that instant, the ropes binding Li Kin Thuong were cut. Liet Nu Hua Du Set Do Liet Ging Tung Shasai. His face was pale, his breathing weak, but his eyes remained resolute. He struggled to stand upright and spoke in a clear voice. I am Li Kin Thuong. I thank you, Grandmaster Tran, for saving my life. Hearing the voice behind him, Tranmak turned to look, saying nothing. He was silent for a moment, then spoke sternly, no need to thank me. The person I helped was Li Nu Hoa. She spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I'm truly sorry that you had to kill the Kung Nam family's young master to help me. That definitely won't let this go. Tranmak raised an eyebrow, his eyes serious and his voice firm. They dared to touch the elixir of immortality. Even if it wasn't to help you, I would have still intervened. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for revenge, I've never been afraid. However many of them come, I'll kill them all. Tranmak's gaze became resolute, his voice serious as he declared, I'll kill them until they don't dare to come anymore. 1 month later, a plane took off and soared into the sky. The phone rang. Tranmak immediately answered. Hello? Who is this? A panicked voice came from the other end. Grandmaster Tran, Li Nu Hoa has been kidnapped by the Kung Nam family. I beg you, please save my daughter. Hearing these words, his face darkened. His voice turned cold. Did I ask that so? I understand. As soon as the call ended, Tranmak clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and menacing. These despicable people don't know what's good for them. Just wait until my cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage. I will make that entire island disappear. The plane soared into the sky. The Kung Nam family was the leading clan in Donglam, powerful enough to influence even the royal family. Each generation, the head of the Kung Nam family had to marry a royal princess to balance the interests of both sides. The scene shifted to the foot of Mount Kong Tang, the main house of the Kang Nam family. Liu Xingnyet Dao was indeed Gusinwit Gung Nam Ming Kai. Both of their faces were tense. Liu Xingnyet Dao closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. Kang Nam Min Kai spoke up anxiously. Mr. Liu Xin, he killed your disciple. Do you truly refuse to help us? He kept his eyes closed, his voice calm. As the descendant of the Liu Xin Not Dao school, my duty is to uphold the name of Liu Xin Not Dao, not to be a warmonger. I warned my disciple not to interfere in worldly affairs. He didn't listen, and even his death is merely his fate. The Gangnam patriarch's eyes widened in confusion. Could it be that Mr. Liu Xin is afraid of Grandmaster Tran? Liu Xin Not Dao abruptly stood up, turned his back, and walked away. His voice was cold and dismissive. I am useless. Unless the enemy invades our country, I will not intervene. We can't win. He looked up, his voice firm. Don't worry. Liu Xin Not Dao isn't the only one in the Dong Lam martial arts world. This time, I must obtain the elixir of immortality. The scene changed to the front gate. Tran Mak slowly walked in, feigning surprise. The gate is open? It seems you've made thorough preparations to welcome me. A cold, provocative voice echoed from within the estate. Mr. Tran, the person you're looking for, is inside the manor. If you have the guts, come in. Tran Mak casually put his hands in his pockets, looked up, and calmly replied, then I won't stand on ceremony, and you won't have a chance to regret this. A questioning voice arose. Can 100 ninjas stop him? As soon as the words were spoken, a multitude of figures rushed forward, surrounding Tran Mak. You already know the answer. Why ask me? A voice responded. He gently advanced towards a group. His gaze hardened with determination, staring straight ahead. If he only had the reputation. In the blink of an eye, Tran Mak swept through the group without much effort. So my son and Liu Xin's disciple wouldn't die, just stepping into the inner courtyard. Two masked figures were already there waiting for him. It was Kang Na Min Kai, a half-step divine realm expert, calmly drinking tea. He spoke slowly and evenly. Do you think these two can stop Grandmaster Tran? Akiza Okamoto, standing before him, looked slightly worried. He shook his head hesitantly, unsure. Okamoto tried to remain calm, closing his eyes and saying, just watch. Outside the door, the two ninjas charged straight at Tran Mak without hesitation. He glanced at them and gave a knowing smile. Ordinary blades, but their swordsmanship combined with nature is interesting. With that, he drew his sword, his voice turning serious. But it's all useless. Heaven's slaying sword. Tran Mak swiftly defeated them with just a few moves. Finally, he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the estate. Okamoto bowed his head slightly, his voice lowering. They failed. Kang Na Min Kai, hearing this, stood up abruptly and barked. Akiza Okamoto, I've nurtured you for so many years. It's time you repaid me. Okamoto raised his hand and replied respectfully. Of course. Tran Mak, having just finished off the two ninjas, turned around in surprise. So, there's still a divine realm expert. Akiza Okamoto. Okamoto appeared instantly behind Tran Mak, his voice booming arrogantly in more words. Only one of us will survive. He then raised his sword, shouting, Void Touch. A bright light erupted from his sword, seemingly tearing through space. Tran Mak remained calm, his eyes cold. He chanted softly, his voice resolute. Heavenly profound divine fist, third stance. Without pausing, he pointed directly at Akiza Okamoto and yelled, Shake the heavens. Okamoto immediately raised his sword to block the attack. Afterward, Okamoto trembled slightly, his hand still raised, and looked at Tran Mak with a sneer. Is that all you've got? Take my chaotic gale. Tran Mak remained calm, gathering a black orb in his hand. He turned his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Okamoto. The two forces began to clash, the surrounding space seeming to compress. Every second that passed intensified the tension. Without further hesitation, Akiza Okamoto leaped into the air, his sword blazing brightly, and roared, Die. Symbiotic slash. Tran Mak was momentarily taken aback, but immediately retorted, You've merged with your blade? Then I won't hold back either. He calmly raised his sword, his voice resounding with power. .9, Swords of the Great Tao. Instantly, Tran Mac's sword erupted in a massive blaze in midair. Then he raised his hand, his eyes serious as he chanted, burning heaven style. The flames within his sword intensified, unleashing powerful bursts of fire towards Akiza Okamoto. They engulfed him, leaving him unable to resist. Within seconds, Okamoto vanished completely. Tran Mac's steps didn't falter. He continued straight inside. His cold voice rang out, devoid of patience, that I'll give you one chance. Whereas Leet knew Hoa, the room was empty. Only 2 half-finished cups of tea sat on the table. Tran Mac's expression remained unchanged. He spoke coldly, his voice low and sharp as a knife. You ran, but I want to kill someone. Where can they possibly run? The morning mist on the mountainside hadn't dispersed. Tran Mac stood on the observation deck. He sensed Leet knew Hoa's presence within the mountain. It seemed there was something hidden here. Suddenly, he saw a door. Found it. There really is an entrance. He threw open the door and stepped inside. Tran Mac surveyed his surroundings. He saw Nu Hoa tied to a chair, gagged. He stepped forward and removed the gag. She cried out, Tran Mac, run. It's a trap. Several gun barrels were pointed at Nu Hoa from all around the room. He sensed something was wrong. He quickly rushed forward, shielding Nu Hoa with his body. He turned to look at her. If you're all right, then good. These little tricks can't stop me. Get ready to leave. She looked at Tran Mac with surprised eyes and stammered. Huh? You want to leave out like this? A loud explosion erupted. Tran Mac carried her and burst outside. Nu Hoa screamed in terror. Ah, help! I'm here. Tran Mac is here. You're safe now. Nu Hoa fearfully clung to his chest, sobbing. Tran Mac, I thought I was going to die. I thought you were dead too. Tran Mac comforted her. Cry if you need to. It's okay to be scared. At the international airport, she looked at Tran Mac. I'm sorry. Earlier, I couldn't control my emotions. She stammered. I was really scared. Tran Mac asked, still thinking about what happened earlier. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's all over now. I'll take you home. He frowned. After that, I'll go to the Kung Nam family estate. Number 2 in black said, Trandaisu, right? Liu Singnet Dao Hes An Invitatin. He looked at the 2 men in black. Who are you? I don't know him, and I don't have time right now. The man in black spoke threateningly. If Trandai Su doesn't come, neither of you will be able to buy a single plane ticket. The man in black continued. Perhaps you can move freely, but what about your friend? Her face was filled with fear and worry. Tran Mac. He sighed. All right, lead the way. They led them to a villa. It's here. He gestured, inviting them in. Lu Sindai Su is inside. He went in to report. Lu Sindai Su, Trandai Su has arrived. Trandai Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tran Mac still didn't understand what was going on. The man's face was calm. I want to witness the great separation technique of Trandai Su. Tran Mac frowned. Excuse me, but I'm not interested. He sat down and pressed the issue. You know who I am, yet you dare threaten me? What does Lu Sin Not Dao want with me? The man replied calmly. What if I said I wanted to avenge the Kung Nam family? What do you mean? Tran Mac's face was surprised. The man took out a phone. This is the proof. Tran Mac thought back to that day. When he arrived, they were already lying dead on the floor. The man continued, perhaps Kung Nam Min Kai had a personal grudge against you, but you slaughtered the entire Kung Nam clan. That's too cruel. The Donglam martial arts world can't stand idly by. Tran Mac frowned, his eyes thoughtful. The same trick as last time, framing me for murder and creating enemies for myself. Tran Mac calmly replied, I said I didn't do it. Do you believe me, sir? You have such clear evidence, yet you still deny it? This isn't Grandmaster Tran style. He smirked and turned to leave. Let's set a time then. Nu Hoa stood behind him. Tran Mac, if it wasn't you. Tran Mac interrupted. It's fine. Dong Lam wants an answer. I'll give him one. He looked at the man. All right. 3 days from now, at Mount Fu though, a decisive battle. Tran Mac confirmed. That will do. Everyone buzzed with excitement. Lu Sin Not Dao is about to make his move. Quick, book plane tickets and hotels. A once-in-a-millennium event. We must go see it. Mount Fu though, 3 days later. They saw him standing on the mountain, holding his sword. Look, Grandmaster Lu Sin has appeared. They pointed towards Tran Mac.is, that Grandmaster Tran. He's so young. Grandmaster Lu Sin will surely win. The 2 men faced each other before the battle. Lu Sin solemnly drew his sword. I hope you won't disappoint me. Tran Mac smiled faintly. Please enlighten me. Lu Sin drew his blade. A crimson aura enveloped the sword, overflowing with murderous intent. Tran Mac frowned slightly. Such strong, evil energy. So it's the demonic blade, stained with the blood of countless victims. And you've been consumed by its evil aura, becoming a pitiful puppet slave to the demonic sword. Lu Xun raised his blade closer. You are not worthy to judge my Tao. He roared, Ugh, let me go. Tran Mak looked at the blade, his brow furrowed. The evil energy has grown this strong already. This Tao should no longer exist. Lu Xun leaped and swung his blade down decisively. Save your breath. The evil power within the blade is too strong. Tran Mak braced himself. Lu Xun's blade slammed down. The ground cracked, earth and stone ripped apart and flung in all directions. If this is all the strength you possess, then let's end it here. He plunged his blade into the ground. Next, I will unleash my full power. Wait for the opportune moment to act. After preparing himself, Tran Mak said, there's no need. Surprise flickered in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have grasped it. So you've also mastered the rules of heaven and earth. Crimson energy swirled and enveloped Lu Xun from all sides. Lu Xun looked up, gritting his teeth. To die by this technique is your good fortune. He drew his sword at two-part blade decisive strike. He slashed directly at Tran Mak, shouting, one blade, two parts. The mountain exploded and smoke billowed everywhere. Lu Xun sheathed his sword, surrounded by dust and smoke. Below, people murmured, where's Grandmaster Tran? Is he dead? Grandmaster Lu Xun has won. Grandmaster Tran has lost. Lu Xun's one blade, two parts truly lives up to its reputation. Someone shouted, look, what's that above? He gasped, an ethereal projection. Could it be Grandmaster Tran? Seeing it heading towards him, Lu Xun panicked. He quickly drew his sword and channeled his energy. Blade draw, sever, but his attack had no effect. Astonished, he cried out, what? The spectral blade continued towards him. Ah! A loud boom echoed. The spectral image slowly shrunk. Tran Mak calmly stated, the might of heaven and earth is the remnant of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Before the true great Tao of heaven and earth. He looked down at the motionless Lu Xun. All are insignificant. He's just a small fry, surprisingly. Grandmaster Lu Xun lost. Grandmaster Chan actually won. The pride of Dong Lam. At this moment, I finally understand. They look as if they can't believe their eyes. They say in astonishment, this kid, Tran Mak, is actually this strong? What are we going to do? Sooner or later, he'll come after us. Lai Dong Duong orders Lai Lap Van Yu immediately send someone to inform the 5 great families. Establish an alliance. You must also immediately carry out the Tuanlan. He says fearfully, this Tran Mak, we can't let him live. They say, driver, to the airport. The driver obeys and starts driving. At this moment, an announcement rings out. The route you have selected has been changed. This doesn't seem like the way to the airport. Tran Mak says it's all right. Someone doesn't want us to leave so quickly. The driver laughs and says, you figured out, huh? Tran Mak explains, you don't have Chan Chi on you, but there's a fluctuation of heavenly and earthly Yuan Chi. You're not a martial artist, you're an Onmyoji. He laughs, praising Tran Mak's words, haha, impressive. Even in death, Lu Xun not Dao wasn't wrong. He furrows his brow and asks, but do you think that by killing that good-for-nothing Lu Xun, you can look down on the cultivation world of our Dong Lam? The car suddenly veers off course. Nuhoa cries out in alarm. Ah, Tran Mak, look out. The car plunges down the slope. It crashes into the cliff face and explodes. Tran Mak swiftly scoops her up in his arms and asks with concern, are you all right? Nuhoa shakes her head and says, I'm fine. He looks at the car, now a pile of wreckage, and sighs, looks like we can't take a car there anymore. A voice rings out from now on, you two won't need to ride anything. A mere car accident is truly nothing to you. There's a Tai Chi symbol on the ground. Noise echoes all around. Nuhoa furrows her brow and says, Tran Mak, I don't know why, but my head suddenly hurts so much. He immediately recognizes this as the Onmyodo spell, Kodadama. Tran Mak casts a spell scram. The voice rings out, full of admiration. Grandmaster Tran even knows Onmyodo. It's the Onmyoji, Tu hack. He speaks meaningfully. No wonder you were able to break my death-sealing array. But if you stepped into my Onmyo Grand Formation, don't even think about surviving. He steps forward, casts a spell, and shouts, Onmyo Cage. Trap them. Tranmak snaps his fingers. Snap, the spell shatters into pieces. Tranmak raises an eyebrow and calmly says, just bring out your trump card to save us some time. Two-Hack grits his teeth and says, you're asking for death. He spits into his hand, then points to the sky and shouts, eight-headed war god, hear my summons. The sky suddenly darkens. A monstrous creature appears. Its tongues hiss. Who has summoned me? All three of its heads look towards him, threatening. On my OG, do you know the price of summoning me? Two-Hack kneels and worships the eight-headed war god reverently. Please grant me the power to destroy my enemy. It continues, your body is too weak. It cannot withstand my full power. I shall grant you this much. Two-Hack's eyes glow brightly. His voice gradually loses its humanity. Ha. My entire body is overflowing with power. He looks towards Tranmak and says, Grandmaster Tran. After he died, he charged straight towards the two of them. Tranmak cast a protective spell around Manhua, urging her to run and hide. Tranmak was sent flying by the force of the blow. He thought, although it's the power of one of the 8 great serpent demons, it's not something I can fight against right now. Killing him would come a price. He continued to provoke, saying, Grandmaster Tran, weren't you so arrogant? Why aren't you being arrogant now? Two-Hack sneered, obediently hand over your soul. But Tranmak replied, I've been waiting for you. He cast the Kwang AM spell. The monster was surprised. Isn't this a great divine ability of the Hua Shen realm? How do you know it? It said. Who are you? You dare injure me? I will definitely kill you. But he didn't care, focusing his energy in casting a different spell. The monster vanished. At this moment, Two-Hack spat out a mouthful of blood. The monster groaned in pain. One of my primordial spirits. I won't let you off. Leet Nuhoa worriedly said, that was terrifying. Tranmak, are you all right? Tranmak replied, I'm fine, though inwardly he felt uneasy. He couldn't let her know even if he was hurt. She looked at the motionless figure and asked, is he dead? Tranmak explained, he was able to summon the demonic god because he offered his own soul. I destroyed the demonic power granted to him, and his soul vanished along with it. She then said, all right, let's get out of here. Tranmak replied, we can't leave yet. Nuhoa asked, confused why. Tranmak shouted, stop hiding. Come out. After Tranmak's shout, a voice replied, Grandmaster Tran, your reputation truly precedes you. Suddenly, a tank appeared before them. The voice echoed again. I wonder if this is enough to see Grandmaster Tran on his way. Without another word, the voice drew closer. Kill them. Soldiers poured out of the tank. Tranmak raised his hand to shield Leet Nuhoa behind him and said, stay behind me. Don't move. The frightened girl simply replied, A soldier yelled, fire. The tank's cannon immediately launched a shell. Tranmak simply raised his hand, creating a protective barrier. Smoke and debris filled the air, but they remained unharmed. Seeing this, the soldiers urged each other, focus fire. Don't let them get close. At this point, Tranmak swung his hand and shouted, Heaven-slaying sword. A blade of energy sliced through the soldiers. They groaned in pain. Leet Nuhoa, standing behind him, softly said, Tranmak, you can do it. I believe in you. Tranmak, looking at the scene before him, wondered, gunfire is useless against me. Why would they send so many soldiers to their deaths? Suddenly, he saw a missile flying towards them. Tranmak immediately turned and warned the still-dazed Leet Nuhoa, incoming missile. He raised both hands and commanded, cover your ears. Lai Nuhua obedini kom li. The missile quickly struck where they were standing, creating a resounding explosion. As the smoke cleared, a large crater appeared in the ground, but both of them were safe within the protective barrier. The nearby tanks immediately retreated. Leet Nuhoa, still covering her ears, sat stunned. Someone behind her asked, are you all right? Tranmak stood proudly before her and declared, it's over. He glanced at the cracked barrier in front of him and thought to himself, barely managed to block that. Meanwhile, Leet Nuhoa asked him in astonishment, Tranmak, are you even human? Tranmak looked at her in surprise and asked, what do you mean? Leet Nuhoa voiced her question. How could you block a rocket? Tranmak chuckled and replied, don't worry. I'm human, just a bit stronger than normal. Half a month later, inside a high-rise building, Tranmak's phone on the cabinet rang softly. An excited voice on the other end said, Master, I received news that the Ice Palace is about to appear. Legend says it's a celestial abode. Most of the ancient martial world powers are preparing to explore it. Tranmak, sounding sleepy, replied, yeah, I know. Good work. As soon as he hung up, he drifted into thought. Luditan's death, the Nam family's annihilation. Ancient martial world, if you dare scheme behind my back, don't regret it. Meanwhile, at Tian Shan, where the mountains were covered in a blanket of white snow, sounds of fighting echoed. A group of people surrounded a young woman and demanded, where do you think you're going? Hand over what you have. Your companions are all dead. Don't bother resisting. One of them leered and said, then, let us brothers have some fun with you. Ha ha ha. The woman in green retorted angrily, you lowlifes of the ancient martial world. I'll fight you to the death. Just then, an arm appeared, blocking their path. The person said, no need for you to fight. It was none other than Tranmac. He stood protectively behind the woman and boldly declared, you'll listen to me here. All of you ancient martial world underlings, get out. He pointed at the head of one of them, and the man fell backward. The surrounding thugs just stood there, watching. Senior brother is dead. Tranmac's voice deepened as he shouted, get out of here now. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant dragon appeared behind him, roaring with its mouth wide open. The thugs fled in terror. Grandmaster, spare us. Run. As they left, the woman in green immediately knelt in the snow. She smiled, clasped her hands together, and said, Lin Yun thanks you for saving my life, Grandmaster. Tranmac replied coldly, your cultivation is too low. Even if you enter the Ice Palace, you'll just be cannon fodder. Leave. Lin Yun quickly stopped him. Senior, please wait. If your goal is also the Ice Palace, I can help you. Please take me to the Ice Palace with you. Afterward, any small reward will be enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Tranmac asked her with amusement, oh, what makes you think you can help me? Lin Yun didn't hesitate. She presented a green jade piece and said, this jade was obtained by my sect senior when the Ice Palace opened last time. It might be useful. Tranmac's hand gently covered hers, which was tightly gripping the stone. She continued, my sect was weak and targeted by the ancient martial world. It's been destroyed. Now, I'm the only one left. This is my only possession. Tranmac closed his eyes and replied, if you trust me, give it to me. If not, leave. I won't stop you. Lin Yun looked seriously at the man in front of her and said, I believe you, senior, after carefully examining this stone. Tranmac gave a soft exclamation. He stared intently at the pattern on the stone and thought to himself, this carving, it's little junior sister. After she gave me this token, he recalled them walking together amidst the snowy mountains. As they walked, Lin Yun reported, Senior, the temperature has dropped to its lowest in the past few days. According to the records, the Ice Palace is about to appear. However, Tranmac remained silent, clutching the jade stone in his hand, lost in thought. He pondered, if I think about it carefully, within the Xian Dao sect's cultivation techniques, only the 9 nether cold ice technique could have this kind of effect. But the 9 nether cold ice technique is only a mid-level technique. Little junior sister wouldn't possibly neglect so many high-level techniques to cultivate this one. There's still too many questions. After walking for a while, a doorway appeared before them, seemingly leading through space. Lin Yun exclaimed, look, the Ice Palace has appeared. Tranmac looked at it and said, let's go. Unbeknownst to them, a group of thugs were eagerly following behind. Hurry up. First come, first served, one of them shouted. The treasures inside are all mine. Tranmac and Lin Yun walked one after the other along the snowy path. Occasionally, Lin Yun couldn't help but cough weakly behind him. Tranmac turned his head and warned, the temperature drops the further in we go. Don't push yourself. You'll die. Lin Yun weakly replied, don't worry, senior. I can endure it. If we don't find anything, going back means death anyway. It's just a matter of time. After walking for a while, she pointed ahead and exclaimed, look, an ice palace, one of the men exclaimed. He looked at the circular area around the doorway and said, there's a barrier here. Where there's a barrier, there's definitely treasure. Suddenly, an arrogant man appeared in front of the doorway. You cowards, he sneered. He tapped condescendingly on the barrier, saying this barrier seems weak. It should be easy to, but before he could finish speaking, he was flung back by an unseen force. Oof. Just then, a young man spoke up with a laugh. Ahem, everyone listen to me. He stood before his group and said, the Ice Palace's barrier is definitely extraordinary. How about we join forces to break it and share the treasures inside? Otherwise, this trip will have been for nothing. Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately responded with enthusiasm. I agree. I also agree. Let's get our all. Let's destroy this damned barrier. The young man looked at those around him and declared, then, those who support this, stand by my side. Those who don't, please leave. leave. Don't even think about reaping the benefits after we break the barrier. Hearing this, Tran Mak remained where he stood. Lin Yun couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior, aren't we joining them?" Tran Mak replied decisively, "Follow me." The young man leading the group saw them walking straight towards the doorway and shouted, "What are you doing?" Tran Mak remained aloof, leading Lin Yun through the barrier. This scene stunned the onlookers. The men outside could only gape and exclaim, "Oh, he's not being blocked by the barrier. Could he possess a token for this ice palace?" Lin Yun was also surprised. "We passed through the barrier." Tran Mak explained, "The pattern on the jade pendant you inserted into the stone gate corresponds with you. It really did the trick." He then proceeded to open the door before them and said, "Let's go in." Lin Yun obediently followed behind him. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed forward, punching and kicking the barrier while shouting they got in. "Let's join forces and break this barrier." But as soon as they touched the barrier, they were thrown back by an unseen force. They could only groan, "Ouch. What's going on?" The treasures are going to be taken by them. The young man who had wanted to lead the group gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Humph, even if you get the treasures, you won't be able to take them away." Meanwhile, inside, Tran Mak and Lin Yun looked around, exclaiming, "It's quite a mess in here." Lin Yun added, "It seems we aren't the only ones who have been inside." Tran Mak replied, "If someone could obtain a token related to the Ice Palace, of course others would have explored this place before. Let's go upstairs and take a look." After searching for a while, Lin Yun said in frustration, "There's nothing here." They continued up the stairs. "Let's keep going up," Tran Mak said. He then noticed the barrier ahead. Looking slightly surprised, "There's a barrier here, and it's different from the one outside. Perhaps this area hasn't been explored yet." Lin Yun asked curiously, "So what do we do? If a barrier can be crossed, there are no treasures. If it can't be crossed, there are treasures." Tran Mak simply replied, "Don't worry." He then raised his hand and began to cast a spell. As Lin Yun watched with fascination, he thought to himself, although this barrier has changed, it still bears traces of the Huindao sect. It seems the owner of this place, even if not Little Junior's sister, is definitely connected to her. Lin Yun couldn't help but ask, "Senior, can you open it?" She was extremely curious about his background. While she was lost in thought, Tran Mak examined a nearby treasure and exclaimed, "These treasures aren't bad at all." Tran Mak called out the names of each item with satisfaction. Golden Spring Inscription, 9 Heavens Lotus Seed, Earth Hiding Grass, Soul Reviving Herb. These are all cultivation resources I'm lacking. Lin Yun, standing behind him, commented, "These medicinal herbs are indeed very potent, but my cultivation level is too low. Using them would be suicide. It's good that they can be of use to Senior." Tran Mak turned around and handed her an item that I happened to find 2 cultivation manuals. "I have no use for them, so I'll give them to you. Consider it fulfilling my promise." Lin Yun was surprised. Looking at the item in her hand, she exclaimed, "Oh my, do such profound cultivation manuals still exist in this world?" Tran Mak looked at her joyful expression with a hint of guilt, thinking, these are actually just garbage cultivation manuals in the immortal cultivation world. But for this planet, they are indeed top tier. Suddenly, Lin Yun said shyly, "But Senior, these cultivation manuals are so precious, I can't accept them." She offered the items back to him. "You should keep them." Tran Mak still firmly refused. "Just take them. I'm here. No one can steal anything from you." Lin Yun then happily accepted and replied, "Really? Thank you, Senior." After that, the two of them walked out of the room. A man immediately shouted, "They're coming out." Tran Mak and Lin Yun stood still, listening to their discussion. What treasures were inside? "Kid, what did you get?" The man leading the group immediately ordered, "Hand it over. We'll split it evenly." Tran Mak just scoffed and said, "Split it? Are your brains frozen solid?" Lin Yun couldn't help but worry and called out, "Senior." He comforted her, "Wait here, don't come out. Let me teach these guys a lesson." Tran Mak quickly stepped out from the barrier. He muttered, "What a rabble." Tran Mak glanced at them and asked in a deep voice, "Who wants to try and take something from me? Step forward." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd both rubbed their palms together and said disdainfully, putting on a show, "Huh? Can you, alone, stand against our entire ancient martial world? Let me teach this ignorant kid a lesson." Tran Mak glanced at the man who had just sneered. He asked, "Is there something wrong with your head? You've just entered the Grandmaster realm. You're not worthy of my attention." His words immediately angered the bald man. Arrogant bastard. But before he could attack, Tran Mak shouted coldly, "Silence." Behind him, a giant dragon appeared. It frightened the bald man, who immediately started to whimper with fear and exclaimed, "A dragon! A giant dragon!" Then Tran Mak confidently declared, "Come at me, all of you. Don't waste any more time." Seeing the scene before him, the man leading the group angrily snorted and said, "You're just using some kind of despicable secret technique." Hearing their leader speak, the weaker ones around immediately echoed his sentiment, laughing and jeering. Besides, his strength isn't anything special. "We're not afraid of you. Young Master Thuong is right. Let's all go at him together." They talked big, but no one dared to take a step forward. They urged each other on. "Go on, then. Why aren't you going? You go first, then I'll go." Tran Mak finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha! You're greedy, but you don't dare. You're even more cowardly than the guy before." Young Master Thuong, the leader, at that moment shouted, "Everyone listen to me. As members of the ancient martial world, we absolutely cannot let these treasures fall into his hands. Whoever agrees to follow me will have a share of the treasure." After speaking, young Master Thuong thought to himself, "I must incite them." Hearing this, the crowd was immediately spurred into action and charged towards Tran Mak. "He's right. If we don't, the face of our ancient martial world will be completely lost. Let's go together and kill him." A glint flashed in Tran Mak's eyes. He cursed them under his breath. He roared, "Scram!" With a single wave of his hand, the crowd was sent sprawling backwards. Having dealt with them, Tran Mak turned his gaze forward and said, "You're the one who should die." Young Master Thuong, stunned, could only stammer, As he turned to flee, he threatened, "If you dare kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Thuong family." Without saying much, Tran Mak immediately struck. He landed on a man and replied softly, "Then I will annihilate your entire Thuong family." An old man in the crowd, stunned by this scene, exclaimed, "You killed young Master Thuong. The Thuong family won't let you get away with this." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power struck him in the chest. Tran Mak slowly approached the rest of them and asked softly, "Now, does anyone else want to steal my things?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately waved their hands in denial. No, we don't dare. We don't dare. Having dealt with them, Tran Mak turned to Lin Yun and said, "Come on, let's go." Lin Yun came out and asked softly, "Where are we going now?" Tran Mak simply replied, "Just keep going forward." They turned and left, leaving the crowd watching them and murmuring regretfully. "Should we still follow them?" someone asked. Another person, seemingly more understanding, replied, "Even if there are treasures, we won't get share." Someone in the crowd, unwilling to give up, said, "Not necessarily. With his strength, his standards must be very high. We might have a chance to get some things he doesn't need." Hearing this, the person who had spoken earlier replied, "You're right. Let's go then." Meanwhile, Tran Mak, after walking for a while, suddenly stopped. He looked at the crowd ahead and said, "It seems the entrance to the Ice Palace isn't the only one." The crowd also noticed him. They whispered amongst themselves, "Hey, look over there. Is he also from the ancient martial world?" Someone beside him replied, "It seems like they are." The group that had been following Tran Mak suddenly ran up, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh my God, aren't those people from the sixth great sects? Let's go join them." The two groups suddenly became friendly, chatting with each other. "That's great. Now we don't have to be afraid of that kid anymore." Did everyone just arrive here too? Just now, there was a very strong young man charging around. Someone, seemingly recognizing a figure, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh." A tall, elderly man appeared before Tran Mak. This person was Tan Tung Chan Nan from the Vo Sun sect. He asked softly, "I heard you have a way to break the restriction." Tran Mak coldly replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, he's a divine realm expert. Hearing this, Tan Tung Chan Nan immediately extended his hand and shouted, "Hand it over and share it with everyone." Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Tran Mak simply replied, "No." Seeing that a loud approach wasn't working, Tan Tung Chan then spoke more gently, "Young man, hand over the method to break the restriction, and you'll be a friend of our Vo Sun sect." But Tran Mak still firmly refused. "You can't climb that high." Hearing this, Tan Tung Chan then was quite pleased that it seems you know your place. "You know you can't climb to the level of our Vo Sun sect." But then Tran Mak retorted, "I meant you can't climb that high." Finally losing his patience, Tan Tung Chan then angrily roared, "Are you provoking me? So young, yet you seek death." Then he thought to himself, "No, this kid acts so fearless. He might have some powerful backing. I can't be the one to make the first move and let the Nine Flowers sect and Kan Thuong sect benefit." He then spoke more calmly, "Young man, I almost fell for your trick. If you truly have the ability, Then break the restriction on this ice palace and show me. Upon hearing this, Tran Mak immediately understood his intention and replied, "No need for such provocation. This ice palace is nothing more than my backyard." With that, he beckoned Lin Yun, saying, "Follow me." The two of them easily passed through the barrier. Tran Mak deliberately called out, "We'll enter if we want to." Watching from behind, Tan Tung Chan Nin couldn't help but be surprised. Veins bulged on his face as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You can actually break the restriction? Damn it, I should have killed you before you entered." Before going inside, Tran Mak turned his head and added, "By the way, no need to act so high and mighty. It's nauseating." Before them appeared a meticulously carved statue. Lin Yun gasped. "The person on this statue looks just like the one on my jade pendant." Tran Mak stared intently at the statue and softly replied, "Indeed." He thought to himself, "Little junior sister." Then he reminded Lin Yun, "Observe your surroundings and follow me. Don't touch anything carelessly." The two gradually approached the door. Lin Yun softly exclaimed, "Senior, look." The other rooms had no restrictions, nothing at all. Only this room has a restriction. It must be unusual. Tran Mak, upon hearing this, placed his hand on the door, sensing this is the original barrier of the Huin Dao Tong. "Little junior sister, are you in here?" He resolutely declared, "Let's see what's inside." The two stood before the dark room. Inside, they could only make out a single box. Lin Yun softly asked, "Senior, that box." Tran Mak, without hesitation, opened it. He wondered what could be in this box that requires such a powerful barrier to protect it. Tran Mak took out the letter inside and read it. He surmised, this is little junior sister's handwriting. He saw the back of a woman who spoke, "If a disciple of Thien Huintong is destined to arrive here after forming their golden core, please take care of Tuet then Kung for me. The Fa and Dan in this bottle may be of assistance to you." Tran Mak stared intently at the letter in his hand, pondering only a Thien Huintong disciple could break the Vo Luong barrier. She did this to prevent others from intruding. Duit Tun Gung. I've never heard of it. The letter says to take care of it after forming a golden core. Does that mean I can only find Tuet then Kung after reaching the golden core realm? A question arose in his mind. This letter seems hastily written. Could little junior sister be in danger? Tran Mak quickly destroyed the letter, thinking there are still too many unanswered questions. Tran Mak looked at the remaining bottle in his hand and thought, but it just so happens that I need this Fa Kandan. It must be fate. He turned his head slightly and called out, "Let's go." Lin Yun couldn't help but ask, "We're leaving just like that? There's no earth-shattering treasure." Tran Mak replied, "This was just a cultivator's dwelling. There are no treasures." As the two emerged, the crowd of young cultivators immediately shouted, "They're out." Someone then asked, "Kid, what did you get in there?" Another person exclaimed, "I recognize him. He's Grandmaster Tran. Kandung Junyan Stipet Fawat Stop being a Vadin." He angrily declared, "So you're the Grandmaster Tran of the secular world. I advise you to hand over the treasure. Otherwise, do you think you can stand against all of us alone?" Tran Mak calmly replied, "What if I told you there's no treasure inside? Would you believe me?" Hearing this, Nam Hak Vu of the Nine Flower sect, standing within the crowd, burst out laughing. "Haha, this barrier is so strong, and you say you don't have any treasures? Do you take us for fools?" Then, someone from the Kanfuang sect, Lu Jianwu, aggressively stepped forward and threatened, "I don't see any need for further talk. Let's just kill him and take the treasure." Among them, a young woman with a veiled hat suddenly spoke up, "I feel this is unfair. Bullying the weak like this. I don't want to participate." Lu Jianwu frowned and explained to her, "Lang Song Xianzi, Grandmaster Chun, possesses immense power. If we let him go now, our ancient martial world will never know peace. For the sake of our sect's stability, you must act. You must kill him here and now." Finally, the young woman sighed and replied, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, the group became bloodthirsty and advanced towards Tran Mak, shouting in unison, "Attack." Tran Mak lowered his head and muttered, "You don't know what's good for you." Then, facing Nam Hak Vu's punch, Tran Mak blocked it with a single hand. Taking advantage of Lu Jianwu's distraction, he charged forward with his sword, yelling, "D!" But luckily, Tran Mak nimbly retreated, dodging a blade. Finally, Nam Hak Vu couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Enough with these single strikes. Use your strongest moves. We can't let him escape alive." Tran Mak quickly leaped into the air. Nam Hak Vu scoffed, trying to run, Then he saw the swords converging and heard them shout in unison, 4 swords united. It was Nam Hak Vu, Lu Jianwu, Tan Tung Cha Nan, and Lang Song combining their powers. Tran Mak was slightly surprised that I didn't expect you to know a combination technique, but he quickly regained his fighting spirit. Heaven Slaying Sword, 9 swords of the Great Tao. Tran Mak closed his eyes and uttered 2 words, Burial Sky. Immediately, a swirling vortex of smoke and mist appeared around the 4. They exclaimed in shock, what's happening? What's surrounding us? This is bad. I've lost control of the surrounding spiritual energy. A second later, they plummeted into the earth. Nam Hakvu suddenly realized, oh no, this is a spatial rift. He screamed in despair, no. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside could only ask each other, why did the sky suddenly darken? What happened? I don't understand. There's a figure ahead. Could it be? The 4 elders of the great sects have lost. Tran Mak, with an arrogant air, walked out of the smoke with his hands in his pockets. He asked softly, does anyone else want to steal my things? Lin Yin immediately ran towards him with joy. Senior, that was amazing. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Lin Yin cried out, Senior, I think this is a sign that the Ice Palace is closing. But why so soon? Tran Mak stroked his chin thoughtfully. That it's probably because I broke the boundless barrier, causing this place to lose its stabilizing spiritual energy, leading to its premature closure. I'm afraid the Ice Palace won't open again. Anyway, we can leave now. Then, the 2 continued towards the icy mountain. Lin Yin sighed. Finally, we're returning to the warm world. Just then, Tran Mak turned his head and said, you don't need to follow me anymore. If you can conceal yourself and focus on cultivating those 2 cultivation techniques, you will definitely be able to avenge your sect. Let's part ways here. Lin Yin could only gape in response, but she quickly clasped her hands in return and replied, yes, thank you for your great kindness, Senior. I've been under your care for many days. In the future, I will repay your immense kindness. Farewell. After bidding her farewell, Chun Mo immediately started planning. The Ice Palace matter is finally over. I must hurry back to Lake Yin Kui to cultivate in seclusion. However, Chinamo didn't know that someone was secretly following his every step. A few days later, the 6 great sects and 8 great families of the ancient martial world each dispatched a divine realm expert and 10 elite disciples to form a death squad, vowing to kill Chinamo. At the foot of a mountain, someone laughed loudly, ha ha ha, this place is truly not bad. The old man who had just laughed heartily was Elder Lin Wanyin of the Kuan Thuong sect. He continued, spiritual qi transforming into bones. These are all spiritual qi. After capturing him, we must force him to create more places like this. He then leaped into the air as Lin Wanyin soared. Looking down at the house below, he warned, Grandmaster Chun, I am Lin Wanyin of the Kuan Thuong sect. I advise you to surrender so I can spare your life. Then, we'll make this place the mountain gate of our Kuan Thuong sect. Meanwhile, in front of the house's gate, a clamor erupted. A group of young men stood there shouting, ignorant fool, punitive force, form ranks. Break through this mountain's protective formation. Brothers, charge. Use all your strength to shatter the barrier. As they punched and kicked at the protective barrier, they urged each other on, everyone be strong. Someone angrily roared, Grandmaster Chun, weren't you very arrogant when you killed people from the ancient martial world? Why are you hiding like a turtle now? Inside the house, Chan Tung Zi cried out in fear, heavens. Their attack is too fierce. Master is still in seclusion. What should we do? Zhen Tung Zi declared resolutely, stall them as long as we can. Resist as much as possible. I've already arranged a safe place for Li Sufang and the others to hide. We must protect Master, even if it means our lives. But at that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Security personnel, each holding a gun, appeared. A soldier raised a hand to his ear, adjusting his microphone to reporting the ancient martial world people have begun attacking Lake Yin Kui's protective formation. The voice on the other end immediately replied, acknowledged. Dragon Team, continue to stand by. After the formation is broken, protect Chun Mo at all costs. The soldier responded, understood. At this time, in Li family's living room, Li Dongyang and his son, Li Zhe, watched the unfolding drama and discussed. It seems that Brad is scared. Once the protective formation is broken, he's definitely dead. He watched with glee as they struggled against the barrier, unable to contain his joy. The Li family's calamity. We're finally about to be rid of it. At that very moment, the mysterious cloaked figure suddenly appeared, muttering to themselves, It must be nearby. The majority of the formation's foundation lies at the point where the five elements' power converges. Looking up, the figure exclaimed, "Found it." The cloaked youth, satisfied, raised a hammer high and murmured, "Fortunately, I prepared a formation-breaking talisman specifically designed to destroy a formation's foundation." With that, they brought the hammer down forcefully. Instantly, Chan Tung Zi's house's protective barrier shuddered. The aggressive young men attacking it paused, exclaiming, "The formation is broken. Charge! Kill Grandmaster Chun. Seize the Ice Palace's treasures." Meanwhile, the security guards received orders to deploy. Lin Wanyan's shoulders shook with laughter. "Ha! Your formation is broken, Grandmaster Chun. Let's see how long you can play turtle." He also charged forward, using a sword chi attack. A surge of power shot forward from him. But unexpectedly, another force countered it. Yin Qingcheng had appeared. She shouted, "Don't even dream of it." After blocking the attack, Yin Qingcheng asked, "Why are you invading our Lake Yangue?" Lin Wanyan looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, "So young and already at the divine realm. Grandmaster Chen's servant is truly extraordinary, young lady. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll give you everything. I'll even grant you the privilege of becoming my son's concubine. What do you say?" Yin Qingcheng coldly pointed her flaming sword at him and asked, "Are you sleep-talking?" Lin Wanyan glanced down at the sword against his neck and gritted his teeth, "That you'll regret not cherishing the opportunity I've given you." Before he could finish, Yin Qingcheng shouted, "Shut up." Lin Wanyan was startled and cursed, "You have no morals, little girl, ambushing an old man like me." Yin Qingcheng glanced at him, thinking to herself, "The difference in our strength is too great. If not for the Phoenix Sword and Heavenly Phoenix Sword Master Chen gave me, I wouldn't be his match. While he's underestimating me and hasn't decided to kill me yet, I must use all my strength to try and win." After a moment of thought, Yin Qingcheng quickly turned and used the technique Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens. As she charged towards Lin Wanyan, she transformed into a fiery phoenix. But Lin Wanyan was no pushover. He roared, "Great River Sword Intent." His immense power completely repelled Yin Qingcheng's attack. Now she lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh. Yin Qingcheng endured the pain, understanding, "I've only just reached the divine realm. I'm truly no match for him." Without hesitation, Yin Qingcheng flew up to continue fighting. Lin Wanyan laughed and said, "My previous offer still stands. You can still become my daughter-in-law. Your master, Grandmaster Chun, doesn't have much time left." Yin Qingcheng's anger flared, "That you're dreaming. Lin Wanyan's pride was wounded that you're courting death." Yin Qingcheng swiftly raised her sword, blocking his attack. But her strength was insufficient. She was knocked back to the ground. Just then, Chun Tung Zi arrived and saw the scene. He cried out in alarm, "Junior sister!" Chun Tung Zi held Yin Qingcheng in his arms. "Junior sister, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Hold on a little longer." Yin Qingcheng glanced at him and replied, "I'll live. But my meridians are in disarray. I can't fight anymore." Chun Tung Zi began recounting, "Earlier, I went to investigate. As expected, the foundation of the formation has been destroyed. I'm afraid there are still experts secretly watching from outside. You and Tang Tang quickly go and get Master. Leave through the secret passage." Just then, Lin Wanyan jumped down and landed near them. Chun Tung Zi immediately stepped forward to protect Yin Qingcheng, who was behind him, and confronted the man before him. "You are a senior like me. At this moment, not blocking the path in front of my junior sister is simply unacceptable." Yin Qingcheng turned and walked inside. Before leaving, she intentionally reminded her senior brother to be careful. Seeing this, Lin Wanyan understood. He softly asked, trying to run. Chun Tung Zi, now with both arms outstretched, blocked the way. Lin Wanyan immediately ordered the disciples behind him. "Everyone attack." Chun Tung Zi, looking at the group in surprise, exclaimed, "A dozen divine realm experts." He couldn't help but think, it seems disaster is unavoidable today. Meanwhile, inside, Yin Qingcheng continuously knocked on her master's door. While knocking, she called out, "Master, run away. Don't stay in closed-door cultivation any longer." Tang Tang, standing behind her, could only say, "This is bad. We've been knocking for a long time. Yin Qingcheng quickly turned and reminded Tang Tang. Tang Tang, you continue knocking. I'll go help senior brother. Hearing this, Tang Tang couldn't help but worry. But sister, you can't fight anymore. Yin Qingcheng placed her hand on her heart and said, I'll die here anyway. Might as well go out and fight alongside senior brother until the very end. She then quickly ran out and shouted, Senior brother. Yin Qingcheng softly reported, Master is still in closed-door cultivation. I couldn't wake him. Come here with me. We'll hold them off as long as we can. Chun Tong-zi replied, Since things have come to this, we'll face this together. Just then, a red dragon suddenly appeared. Yin Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, What? The dragon slowly crawled into the courtyard. Lin Wanyin's group was also surprised, asking each other, Is that really a dragon? Why is there a dragon here? Could it be that this dragon was raised by Grandmaster Chun? Looking at the red dragon before her, Yin Qingcheng was moved. The scarlet-scaled spirit serpent has appeared. We can hold on a little longer. Lin Wanyin's disciples urged each other, We are all divine realm experts. Why should we be afraid of it? Then, they charged forward. Lin Wanyin cheered from below, Everyone kill that flood dragon. Yin Qingcheng covered her mouth, lamenting inwardly, Scarlet-scaled spirit serpent, I fear your cultivation will be exhausted today. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The disciples below continuously attacked the red dragon. It roared in pain as they continued to strike its face. Lin Wanyin couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha! It seems this flood dragon has been crushed to dust by our combined efforts. Hearing this, the disciples around him also sneered. Ha! I thought it was a real dragon. Turns out it's just a flood dragon after all. As they were mocking, a familiar voice scolded them. Fools. Lin Wanyin and his group were stunned. They turned around, searching for the source of the arrogant voice. They watched as the red dragon gradually shrunk and then disappeared into Chun Mo's body. Seeing this, Lin Wanyin asked in astonishment, Are you Grandmaster Chun? Yin Qingcheng looked up at him with emotion and exclaimed, Master, you've finally exited closed-door cultivation. Chun Mo looked coldly at the strangers and asked softly, Didn't you want to kill me? Why don't you recognize me? You're surrounded. Only now do you start to encircle Chun Mo, and you threaten him, demanding he hand over the item he obtained from the Ice Palace, saying if he does, you might spare his life. Chun Mo just chuckled and replied, Then I must apologize, because I absolutely will not let any of you leave here alive. Hearing his provocation, Lin Wanyin's eyes burned with fury, still so defiant at this point. He used the Great River Sword intent technique again, slashing his sword downwards. But Chun Mo had already appeared behind Lin Wanyin. He whispered 2 words, Die now, before the astonished Lin Wanyin could react. Then, with a swift movement, he slashed across Lin Wanyin's throat. Lin Wanyin plummeted from the sky. The young cultivators panicked, asking each other, When did he attack? How could we not see his movements? Is Lin Wanyin dead? Chun Mo glanced at them and uttered, Your turn. The young cultivators hesitated in fear. One suggested, It seems we must join forces to have any chance against him. Another said fearfully, But he killed Elder Lin with a single move. Before he could finish, the one who suggested joining forces declared loudly, Don't give up. We can only attack now. As soon as he finished speaking, they charged towards Chun Mo, urging each other on, Avenge Elder Lin. Hack him to pieces. Chun Mo smiled as they rushed towards him. He then used the 9 swords of the Great Tao technique. With just a few sword strikes, he swiftly dealt with the small fry. Yin Qingcheng and Chun Tong-zi were stunned. They exclaimed, He won. He won. A moment later, Chun Mo landed. He held out 2 pills and said, Here, take these. He added, Adjust your qi to heal your injuries. Yin Qingcheng raised a hand to refuse. I can't accept this, master. These are too precious. But Chun Mo simply replied, Healing is the most urgent matter. I have other things to do. Both of you stay here and recover. Then, Chun Mo appeared where the dragon group lay scattered on the ground. He spoke seriously to a dragon group member sitting against a rock nearby. Dragon group, you all fought bravely against overwhelming odds with your thermal weapons, buying me time. I owe Hashan this favor. Come here, let me heal your injuries. The cloaked figure was still following Chun Mo and heard him continue. I need to set up the formation more carefully. She gritted her teeth and muttered. Those fools helped Chun Mo escape again. No, I can't be forceful with them. She still needed to use the ancient martial world. When Chun Mo returned, Yin Qingsheng and Chen Teng Zi spoke in unison. Master, you're back. He simply replied, still regulating my qi. I prepared some things. Chun Mo brought out several bottles and said, these are healing medicines I've refined for you too, the other surviving members of the dragon group. Take good care of them. They sacrificed a lot. Chen Tengzi accepted them in a daze and replied, yes, master. Thank you. Chun Mo added a few more words of instruction. I've reconstructed the mountain's protective formation. You two just focus on cultivating. This has actually been a good thing for both of you. Now, I will impart to you a higher level cultivation technique. Remember, do not reveal it to anyone. Yin Qingsheng obediently replied to Master Data. Half a month later, at the Chun family residence in Yiyang City, another group of people appeared at the door and asked, is this the home of Grandmaster Chun? The green-haired man at the front looked at the building ahead and sneered. This house looks quite extravagant. Does this Chun guy have a lot of money? He's from the mundane world. He came from the ancient martial world. The motionless man, named Chu Changa, added disdainfully, I suspect it's all glitter on the outside and rot within. One of the lackeys behind him chimed in, young master, what good is money? Strength is the most important thing. Chu Changa nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's go inside and see what this Grandmaster Chun looks like. As they stepped inside, a security guard came out to stop them. Hey, what do you think you're doing? But they arrogantly punched the guard in the face and yelled, get lost. The security guard was immediately knocked back and sprawled on the ground. The lackeys behind them flattered him. Googie young master, you're amazing. Your power has increased again. You're too strong, young master. Chu Changa said arrogantly, this guy even dared to block my way. Just then, Chinemo appeared behind them and said, what a coincidence. I came to visit my grandfather and just happened to run into some troublemakers. Chu Changa was startled and turned around, asking, who are you? I'm here to see Grandmaster Chun. I want to fight him. Call him out here. Chun Mo provocatively asked him, why should I fight you? Chu Changa looked at the person in front of him in surprise. He then asked, is it you? You look so small. If you're scared and admit defeat, I can spare you. Chu Changa looked at Chun Mo in front of him, lost in his own fantasies. He thought to himself, later, I'll take a picture with my phone and show it to her. She'll definitely like me. But all he received was a contemptuous look from Chun Mo, who said, you're not worthy of my attention. Chu Changa's pride was immediately hurt. He rushed towards Chun Mo and shouted, what did you say? You dare look down on me? Chun Mo just snorted coldly and raised his hand, channeling his energy. Chu Changa was immediately bound tightly by invisible strings. He cried out in bewilderment, What's happening to me? Damn it, let me go. Let me go. Chun Mo then offered a condition. I can let you go, but you have to tell me the truth. Chu Changa didn't hesitate and immediately replied, ask me anything, and I'll answer. I promise I won't tell a single lie. Chun Mo then inquired, where do you come from? Chu Changa put on an arrogant expression and replied, telling you will scare you to death. I come from the ancient martial world. Hearing this, Chun Mo became even more interested and asked further, what's your status? A week earlier, in Xiadu, Yin Qingqing hurriedly entered with a slight frown. Dad, Grandpa, why did you call me home so urgently? Did something happen? The middle-aged man sitting on the chair was Yin Qingqing's father, Yin Manchuan. He grinned cheerfully, Qingqing, you're back. Beside him, an old man with a long beard also smiled warmly and beckoned her. Aya, come and sit down. This old man was Yin Qingqing's grandfather, Yin Anzhong. Seeing their cheerful smiles and warm welcome, Yin Qingqing had a bad feeling that that's strange. They're usually cold as ice. They didn't even smile during the new year. Why are they suddenly acting like this? Yin Manchuan glanced at an old man and said, it's nothing, Qingqing. Today, we want you to meet this relative of ours. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said meaningfully, that's right, Grandmaster Chun. He has actually cultivated a divine realm expert for our Yin family. Yin Qingsheng was startled by this and stammered, Yin family? You mean? Yin Manchuan smirked, stood up, and slowly introduced, this is the first time you two have met. Do you feel any sense of familiarity? This esteemed individual from Qingsheng is Han Nantian. He is her maternal grandfather. Han Tian-nan then continued, your mother was from the ancient martial world. When she was young, she disliked being controlled by the family and ran away. Her whereabouts have been unknown ever since. A few days ago, your cousin saw you at Yingui Lake. You resemble your mother so much that's how your grandfather was able to find you. Her eyes flickered slightly as she spoke. People from the ancient martial world. No one survived that day. He bowed his head slightly and slowly replied, playing dead and escaping is your cousin's specialty. There's no shame in it. After all, one must be alive to tell the tale. After a pause, Han Tianin stood up, walked over, and patted her shoulder with a solemn voice. You've suffered these past years, but I will take you back to the sect and personally train you. You won't have to suffer anymore. Yin Qingchang frowned and looked towards the two Yin elders. Father, grandfather, what about this? Elder Yin looked at her with trusting eyes and said, Qingcheng, your grandfather is an elder of the unmoving sect. His power, realm, and status are all higher than Master Chen's. We'll feel more at ease if you go with your grandfather. Father Yin beside him nodded and clapped his hands in agreement. Exactly, exactly. But Yin Qingcheng flatly refused that. I'm sorry, grandfather, and thank you for everyone's consideration. But I want to maintain my current life. You don't need to worry about me. The two elders stared at her in astonishment. Qingcheng made her stance clear, waving him off. Master Chen is extremely powerful. I still have much to learn from him. I'm far from graduating from Master Chen's tutelage. She said this, but in her heart, she thought of Chen and no one in this world can compare to Chen Mo. Moreover, he's my fiancé. Han Tianin angrily gripped her wrist and raised his voice. Preposterous. Master Chen is already the enemy of the entire ancient martial world. Following him will only put you in danger. Yin Qingcheng didn't waver. I'll say it again. Thank you, grandfather, for your concern, but I'm not going. Han Tianin, enraged, forcefully grabbed her. Nonsense. My word is not to be questioned. Come with me obediently. Yin Qingcheng, restrained, shouted angrily, I won't go. Let go of me. Father Yin, seeing this, politely appealed to Han Tianin. Qingcheng has been spoiled since she was young. It's our fault for not disciplining her strictly. Elder Yin stroked his beard and nodded that you'll have your work cut out for you. Han Tianin narrowed his eyes meaningfully. Don't worry, she's my granddaughter. Even if I scold or punish her, I'll know my limits. On the other side, Chu Chang'e recounted the events. That's how her grandfather took her away. Chen Mo turned around and nodded. I understand. In his heart, he already knew the intentions of that old man Han. That Han Tianin saw Yin Qingcheng's potential. That's why he took her. He then raised an eyebrow at Chu Chang'e and asked, you said Yin Qingcheng is it the unmoving sect? Chu Chang'e immediately jumped up. What do you want to do? That's the woman this young master has his eye on. Don't even think about it, or I'll make you pay. He looked at him with a sneer. You can't even protect yourself, and you want to make me pay? Chu Chang'e, hearing this, angrily defended himself. Although I can't beat you, there are countless experts in my sect. Stepping on you would be like stepping on an ant. If you have the guts, follow me back to the unmoving sect. Whatever happens, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Hearing his reply, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Well, that's just perfect. Lead the way. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but no words came out. I'm just messing with you. Don't take it seriously. Kushong Fulstalug. Haha, you're not bad. Still, it's best not to court death. I'm leaving now. Chen Mo stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and gave him a threatening grin. Don't be in such a hurry. Die here, or lead the way. Your choice. In the end, he submitted. Chu Chang'e led him to a tall mountain and announced, it's here. Chen Mo, braving the cold, looked at the mountain and exclaimed, so, the mountain gate of the unmoving sect of the ancient martial world is within a barrier. However, this barrier is extremely complex and powerful. It's not something an ordinary martial artist could create. Could there be ancient, immortal cultivators within the ancient martial world? Chu Chang'e pulled out a jade piece. If you want to enter, only this jade pendant can open the barrier. Immediately, a doorway appeared. He gestured for Chen Mo to enter. All right, the two of them stepped inside. Chu Chang'e, like an excited child, hopped and skipped. Just go straight ahead, and you'll reach the mountain gate of the unmoving sect. But whether you can actually enter after reaching the gate depends on your own abilities. Chen Mo observed his surroundings as he walked, then slowly replied. Chu Chang'e stood before a giant sword, excitedly explaining, before entering the unmoving sect, you must pay respects to the mountain. See how majestic this stone sword is? We have a rule. Before entering the unmoving sect, you must bow to this stone sword. Grandmaster Chen, if you want to enter the unmoving sect, you must bow to this mountain-shaking stone. He knelt down, clasped his hands, and glanced at Chen Mo expectantly. However, Chen Mo remained motionless, his gaze fixed firmly on Chu Chang'e. I only bow to heaven and earth. Chuchanga turned his head, gave a thumbs up, and grinned mischievously. I didn't want to bow before either, but my father beat me and locked me up for 3 days. Then I became obedient. He stood up, rubbing the back of his neck. Grandmaster Chun, I'll go ahead then. If my father sees me bringing someone here, I'll be beaten to death. Chinamo didn't press him further and wave him off. Go. Just as Chuchanga left, a voice called out from behind him. Entering the unmoving sect requires paying respects to the mountain first. Why didn't you bow? Chinamo turned to see 2 men, observing and assessing them. The mountain gate is guarded by 2 void revolving realm grandmasters. Impressive. One of the men frowned and stared at him, sternly questioning, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain gate of our unmoving sect?" Chinamo met his gaze without fear. "I've come to find my disciple." The 2 men couldn't help but laugh at his words. "You? Having a disciple? Such nonsense. How could our unmoving sect possibly have your disciple?" With that, they both threw punches simultaneously. Chun-Mo effortlessly blocked their attacks, and then flung them back without any strain. "Don't bother me." Suddenly, the sound of clapping hands echoed. Han Tan Nan appeared seemingly out of nowhere, followed by a group of sect disciples. He bowed slightly. "Well played. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Han Tian-Nan, an elder of the unmoving sect. You are Grandmaster Chun. Why have you come to our unmoving sect?" He narrowed his eyes, observing the old man, surnamed Han, for a moment before speaking. "You must be Yin Qingqing's grandfather. Knowing that, you still ask where my disciple is." Han Tianan, hearing him mention Yin Qingqing, shot him a malicious glare. "Your disciple? She's my granddaughter. It's not your place to interfere, outsider. You have no right. Now, get out of here." He didn't budge. "No one can force my disciple to do anything she doesn't want to do. If she tells me herself that she wants to stay here, then I'll leave." Han Tianan puffed out his chest and said sternly, "She's my granddaughter. Whether she agrees or not, she'll listen to me." Hearing this, Chun-Mo sighed. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." Han Tianan immediately charged forward, his eyes cold. "Fine. I've been wanting to spar with Grandmaster Chun anyway. 7 kill palm." Chun-Mo countered with a heavenly profound palm. Han Tianan looked at Chun-Mo's counterattack in shock. A moment later, he was sent flying. Chun-Mo remained standing where he was, his voice low. "That's enough from a lowly elder." The disciples behind Han Tianan began to murmur amongst themselves. The unmoving sect's grand elder couldn't withstand a single palm from Grandmaster Chun. Who can stop him? Probably only the sect leader. Chun-Mo watched Han Tianan rubbing his wrist and smirked. "I'm a reasonable man. Either you hand over Yin Qingqing, or I'll go in and find her myself." Just then, another person appeared. He called out in a loud voice, "Hold on, Grandmaster Chun." Seeing the newcomer, the sect disciples were relieved and began pointing at Chun-Mo with hostility. "Sect leader, you're finally here. Sect leader, make him pay for hurting Grand Elder." Ignoring the instigating cries around him, the newcomer smiled politely at Chun-Mo. "I am Chu Sholi, sect leader of the unmoving sect. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chu Sholi rubbed his hands together and explained smoothly. "Grandmaster Chun, Yin Qingqing is now an elder of our sect and has been privy to the confidential matters of the unmoving sect. Therefore, we truly cannot let her leave." Meanwhile, Han Tanan, who had just been sent flying by Chun-Mo, gritted his teeth in frustration and thought to himself, "What? After I brought her back, she's been locked up. How could she know any of the unmoving sect's secrets?" The sect leader clearly just doesn't want to let Yin Qingqing go. Chun-Mo narrowed his eyes at Chu Sholi. "Why so many words? Shall we fight?" Chu Sholi, maintaining his respectful demeanor, suggested, "Grandmaster Chun, let us find a more suitable place to spar." Seeing Chu Sholi turn to leave, Chun-Mo snorted coldly and followed. While Chu Sholi wasn't paying attention, he closed the distance between them, raised his hand, and swung a fist, saying, "To be honest, I don't want to waste time with you." Hearing this, Chu Sholi smirked and raised his own fist. "Good, let's do it." And so, the two began to clash, sparks flying. As they fought, Chun-Mo observed, "Your strength seems to be at the 3rd stage of the divine realm, shattering divinity." Chu Sholi was also assessing him. "To be able to clash head-on with me, you truly cannot be underestimated." After a fierce exchange in the air, the two finally landed in an open area. Chun-Mo unleashed a killing blow. "Let's end this." Chu Sholi narrowed his eyes. "Fortunately, I came prepared. Otherwise, I might have actually lost to you." He then began to gather his chi. "Ya. He paused, staring at Chu Sholi, thinking to himself, the power of the God Destruction realm is truly extraordinary. To think he could seize the heavenly child's spiritual energy from my control. But then, he resolutely charged forward. Chu Sholi watched the incoming attack, gritted his teeth, and unleashed his killing move, 7 kill techniques. The two attacks collided, creating an explosion that shook the area. Chu Sholi clutched his chest. Grandmaster Chun, your reputation truly precedes you. Chen Mo said coldly. Less nonsense. My patience has limits. Despite his disadvantage, Chu Sholi remained firm in his initial stance. Grandmaster Chun, I admit your strength is formidable, but Yin Qingsheng cannot leave. Chen Mo's lips curled into a chilling smile. You're forcing me to destroy the unmoving sect. Chu Sholi narrowed his eyes. You could try. Seeing his confidence, Chun Mo immediately pulled out a magical artifact. I know your plan. You know that even if you can't defeat me, you can use the unmoving sect protective formation to suppress me. So, I will break this formation. Let's see what you'll rely on then. Chu Sholi scoffed and retreated, saying, Pipe dreams. The unmoving sect's protective formation is already active, Grandmaster Chun. The formation is gathering spiritual energy. If you give up now and flee, you might still survive. Otherwise, death is your only path. A giant hand materialized in the sky, descending towards Chun Mo. Holding his sword defiantly, Chun Mo said, Is that so? Then let me see. Just as the giant hand reached him, he unleashed his technique, 9 swords of the great Tao, shattering the heavens. His sword struck the protective formation, producing a deafening roar. The giant hand blocked the attack. Hantianan loged triumphantly. Grandmaster Chin, you've lost. How could you possibly break our unmoving sect's protective formation? Chu Sholi fell silent, thinking something's not right. The formation's power is fading. Just as everyone was celebrating their victory, a ripping sound echoed as the formation was torn apart. The onlookers were stunned. Impossible. He broke through. The protective formation is useless against him. Chen Mo glanced at Chu Sholi. Convinced now? Hand over my disciple. Kushudi Siged Dijictidli. Grand Elder, please bring her. Han Tianan, having no other choice, turned and left. I concede. Soon after, Yin Qingsheng was brought forth. Her eyes, glistening with tears, met Chen Mo's. Master, disciple greets master. He stopped before her and spoke softly. Stay or leave with me. The choice is yours. No one tried to stop her. Yin Qingsheng nodded and smiled. Yes. She turned to Han Tianan and said softly, Grandfather, I'm sorry. Han Tianan stroked his beard and sighed. It's good that you still acknowledge me as your grandfather. Go. She bid them farewell and quickly walked to Chen Mo's side and left the mountain gate. She then asked him curiously, Master, you're not from the unmoving sect. How did you find the mountain gate? He bowed his head in thought, humming a tune. Suddenly, he shielded Yin Qingsheng. Stop. Danger was imminent. A group of assassins appeared. They surrounded Chun Mo and Yin Qingsheng. He smirked. So it's the ancient martial world. How enthusiastic of them to send so many experts to greet me. Immediately, another elder appeared. He was Elder 2 of the Wushan sect. Elder 2 instructed his disciples. He traveled from the unmoving sect. He must be exhausted. Don't give him time to recover. Attack quickly. Chen Mo glanced at Yin Qingsheng. They're after me. You go first. Stay safe. He drew his magical weapon, swiftly defeating the Wushan sect disciples. His sword Qi is too strong. We can't get close. The elders panicked. One man urgently called out, Elder Yang. Grandmaster Chun is too powerful. If this continues, he was Elder Yang of the 9 Flowers sect. Elder Yang, also worried, made up his mind. There's only one way. Immediately, the assassin subordinates gathered. Activate the 9 Heavens Star God formation. Chun Mo frowned. S.O. It's the 9 Heavens Star God formation. The 3 of them conjured a giant blade. With a command, it slashed down. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on that I used too much strength earlier. Taking advantage of his exposed weakness within the forest, a girl with a dagger lunged out. Finally, Now's my chance. She raised her blade and shouted die. While Chen Mo was occupied with the ancient martial world cultivators, a mysterious figure in black appeared behind him. He barely managed to react and turn. When she stabbed him, "Break!" he cried out in pain, inwardly shocked. The ancient martial world cultivators seized the opportunity. Elder Yan yelled, "Look, Grandmaster Chun has been ambushed." Full power. Following the command, the Nine Heavens Star God Blade slashed down again. He shoved the girl away. "Get lost." His eyes trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Unable to dodge, Chun Mo cried out in pain. Ugh. The ancient martial world cultivators rejoiced. "Ha. Grandmaster Chun took a direct hit. Everyone attack. Kill him." Immediately, the assassins charged. Now's our chance to take his life. The female assassin pursed her lips. If he's down, the others can finish him. But if he still has strength. Just then, Chun Mo stood up and unleashed an attack, stopping them. They were shocked. How? He's back on his feet. Why do I feel like he's become even more terrifying? My body and soul are trembling. Chun Mo extended his hand, gathering energy. His gaze was ice cold as he attacked. The cultivators panicked. What's he doing? I can't move. This isn't good. Screams erupted. Ag. My body. The assassins instantly disintegrated. The girl cried out in terror. No. Standing behind the now-gone assassins, they begged Chun Mo for mercy. The girl's face paled. I can't move either. If I don't leave now, I'll turn to dust. I can only use that. She quickly retrieved an orb. Second soul, orb, take me away. After the carnage, Chun Mo looked in her direction. She was gone. She still had a second soul orb. Just who is she? He muttered, rubbing his head, that I won't think about it anymore. I've used up too much power this time. I need to find some treasures to replenish my energy. Half a month later, Chun Mo returned to Yingui Lake to cultivate in seclusion. The people of the ancient martial world seemed to have been frightened into submission. It was like the calm before the storm. There was only a terrifying silence. Yin Qingcheng glanced at him as he entered and respectfully said, "Master, you've emerged from seclusion." Chun Mo walked forward and immediately asked, "Has everything been all right during this time?" Yin Qingcheng immediately reported the situation. "Your close friends are safe. Mo Min is operating normally. Only Master Mo from Medicine King Valley is temporarily residing outside Yingui Lake. He wishes to wait for your return from seclusion to discuss some matters." He walked over to the sofa and sat down slowly. "What does Valley Master Mo Zhengfeng want with me?" Across from him sat Mo Zhengfeng. He spoke solemnly. "Grandmaster Chun, I invite you to represent Medicine King Valley in the Alchemy Exchange at Zhongzhou. For many years, my Mo family has been in charge of Medicine King Valley and has been revered by the world. However, the Dan clan, an ancient family of the ancient martial world, has been our rival for hundreds of years. Initially, our two families were evenly matched, but gradually, the talented individuals in Medicine King Valley dwindled. 5 years ago, our Medicine King Valley had a peerless genius, known as the Alchemy Princess Yisu Su, within the alchemy community. Hearing this, he frowned and thought, a genius. That might not be a good thing. Otherwise, when I destroyed Medicine King Valley before, why didn't I see this genius? He placed a book on the table, then stroked his beard and said, "At the last alchemy exchange, the Dan clan secretly lured Yisu Su. She chose to betray us, stealing the treasure of Medicine King Valley, the Medicine King Grand Hall, and defecting to the Dan clan. Now, the Triennial Alchemy Exchange is starting again. I implore you to step forward and reclaim the Medicine King Grand Hall for us." A glint of interest flashed in his eyes as he smirked. "All right, I agree." Inwardly, he thought, in any case, the things of Medicine King Valley are now the property of Mo Min. Even if I don't want it, no one else can touch it. A few days later, at the Danfeng estate, they arrived at the entrance. Chun Mo suddenly stopped and said, "There's a spiritual energy fluctuation here." Hearing this, Mo Zhengfeng confirmed, he's right. This is the guiding fire basin. Only alchemists can use their true qi to create a real fire to light it. Only then will the door open. He used his spiritual energy to ignite the flame. The door slowly opened. Mo Zhengfeng led the way. "Let's go." Stepping into the main hall, he began to gesture and introduce the place to Chun Mo. This exchange meeting is also the largest trading platform for alchemists. We can take a look around first. The official exchange will begin tomorrow. He frowned slightly, sensing things subtly. "I don't need to look closely. Just release my divine sense and perceive the energy fluctuations. Mo Zhengfeng followed behind, glancing around. Suddenly, he spoke. The items over there seem quite good. Chen Mo stopped abruptly. A man greeted them with a smile. Come and take a look at my top-grade ginseng. He saw a few blood ginseng roots and thought to himself, blood ginseng, one of the key ingredients for refining heavenly pills. It can replenish my depleted essence. He went directly to the stall and asked the owner, how old is this ginseng? The owner replied, the one on the left is 100 years old, the one on the right is over 200 years old, and the one in the middle is 500 years old. Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately asked how much 200-year-old ginseng cost. Mo Zhengfeng hastily explained, Grandmaster Chen, these aren't for sale, only for trade. Just as he finished, Chen Mo pulled out a pill and offered it. Will this top-grade medicinal pill do? The two men were stunned. Mo Zhengfeng couldn't help but reproach him. My dear Grandmaster Chen, who trades like you? Even if he gave you this whole pile of ginseng, you'd still be losing out. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, it's fine. This spiritual medicine is useless to me. It's better to trade it for this. He placed the pill in the stall owner's hand. The man beamed. Take your pick, take your pick. Inwardly, he thought, I've hit the jackpot. I've enjunted a prodigalson. After a moment of observation, Chen Mo said, then I'll take all of these 200-year-old ginsengs. Just then, a young man reached out to stop him. Hold on, owner. I'll take all of this ginseng. The stall owner looked at him cautiously and explained, Young Master Gu, these 200-year-old ginsengs are already sold. You're too late. Gu Lam glanced at Chen Mo with disdain. Sold to him? What did he trade? I'll offer double. Chen Mo frowned, looking at him with displeasure, thinking this guy probably also knows the blood ginseng is unusual. The stall owner took out the pill Chen Mo had given him and said, Young Master Gu, I wouldn't dare disrespect you, but he traded this top-grade medicinal pill. Don't even talk about double. If you give me one like this, I'll sell them to you. Gu Lam Voda. A moment later, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. A top-grade medicinal pill. He clenched his fists and glared at Chen Mo. Kid, what's your background? Chen Mo lifted his eyelids lazily. What's it to you? Get out of my way. Seeing his attitude, Gu Lam puffed out his chest. Is this your first time here? Do you not know who I am? I'm Gu Lam, the young sect master of the Dan clan. I must have these ginsengs. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. How annoying. Get out of the way. Just then, a girl called out from afar. Ah, there you are. She walked over to Gu Lam and asked softly, Young master, what's going on? Gu Lam lifted the girl's face and sneered. Nothing, just encountered someone who doesn't know how to live. He actually dared to snatch my things. The girl looked at Chen Mo and raised an eyebrow. Whose things did young master want? Who dares to steal them? Mo Zhengfeng, Sepok, Yisusu. Yisusu saw him and said haughtily, Who is it? So it's Uncle Mo. So you're with Medicine King Valley. Gu Lam added, just a bunch of losers who couldn't keep their genius. I advise you to be smart and get lost. The two of them continued to taunt Mo Zhengfeng and Chen Mo. Chen Mo struggled to contain his anger. He really wanted to beat Gu Lam to a pulp. But if he revealed his identity and strength now, the Dan clan might not gamble with him, and he wouldn't have the chance to win the Medicine King Grand Ceremony. Just as the tension peaked, another girl walked over and broke the tense atmosphere. And no way, no way, no way. These were clearly already bought. The Dan clan's young sect master wants to steal them? No way. Chen Mo looked at the girl with a puzzled expression. I don't know you, so why are you interfering in my business? She pouted, feigning annoyance that you're too blunt. Then, she patted her chest and introduced herself with a bright smile. My name is Jiang Yueqiao. Now we're acquainted, right? Chen Mo didn't hesitate. He nodded seriously and replied to Jiang Yueqiao. I'm acquainted with you now. Gu Lam stared at Jiang Yueqiao, practically drooling. So adorable. Then he stepped forward, flashing a smile he thought was charming. May I ask, Miss Jiang, which prestigious family are you from? And why are you alone at the Alchemist Exchange? Jiang Yueqiao frowned, a hint of impatience in her voice. You Dan clan scoundrel, are you also in charge of census-taking? Gu Lam gritted his teeth in anger. Yisu Su seized the opportunity to step forward and comfort Gu Lam. Give Miss Jiang some face. Others chimed in. Young master, How can you be so unchivalrous? Wamlam immediately nuda rapatali, forcing to give Miss Jiang face. I'll let him have this ginseng. You better watch out. With that, he turned and stormed off with Yi Su Su. Chen Mo watched them go, lost in thought. Jiang Yueqiao suddenly stepped forward and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. All right, you don't need to thank me. I just couldn't stand to watch the Dan clan bully someone weaker. Chen Mo replied indifferently. I wasn't going to thank you. She chuckled and waved at him, offering a warning that ha ha ha, it's fine. Just stay away from Gu Lam in the future. He'll definitely seek revenge. Mo Zhangfeng, who had been silent until now, spoke up. This young lady's cultivation is quite impressive. Chun Mo agreed that a young body protection realm expert like her must have a powerful background. He put his hands on his hips and turned to look at the stall owner, thinking to himself, all right, forget about her. Let's get our things and move on. I need to exchange for a few more rare medicinal herbs. I'm only 2 ingredients away from being able to refine a heaven-grade pill and restore some of my depleted essence. The next day, cheers echoed throughout the hall. Long live the Dan clan. Long live the alchemy world. On stage, the host of the Dan clan's Alchemist Exchange, Sect Master Gu, greeted everyone with a smile. Today is the triennial gathering of the alchemy world. We welcome all of you. Down below, Mo Zhengfeng saw Gu Yueha putting on airs and immediately felt annoyed. That Gu fellow is truly shameless. The Alchemist Exchange is supposed to be a gathering for all alchemists, but he's acting like it's his personal event. A loud voice announced, I now declare the 37th Alchemist Exchange officially open. As per tradition, we will begin with the 3 trials. The first trial, tempering fire. Following the announcement, cauldrons were brought onto the stage. Mo Zhengfeng explained to Chun Mo to challenge the Dan clan, one must pass the 3 trials. This first trial requires using true fire, generated from true qi, to fill a cauldron made of a special material. Compared to ordinary cauldrons, this requires twice the cultivation. Anyone can challenge, but failure results in elimination. Chun Mo nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes that you made it very clear. Let's go. Mo Zhengfeng responded enthusiastically. All right. The 2 of them immediately appeared on the stage. Chen Mo looked at the cauldron before him, thinking to himself, this cauldron has no hidden mechanisms. It's just about transforming true qi into fire. Immediately, a flame burst forth. Mo Zhengfeng was startled that you're too fast. Everyone else is still preparing their true qi. Mo Zhengfeng wore a serious expression, as serious as could be. He watched as Chun Mo solemnly replied, a man's words can't be taken back. Gu Yueha, from above, was naturally observing very closely the actions and behaviors of the contestants. He exclaimed, how is this possible? The other judges also slammed the table, buzzing with disbelief. How can this kid be so fast? Whose genius is this? Even the Dan clan's sect master isn't this fast. It's just luck. Let's observe further. Gu Yueha adjusted his posture and announced in a serious voice, 36 people have passed the first trial. Now we will begin the second trial, herb identification. A huge medicine cabinet was brought out. Mo Zhengfeng explained, the second trial is to identify these medicinal herbs. Write down their names and uses on paper and submit it. You only need to identify 10 types to pass this trial. Don't think 10 is easy. These herbs are both rare and strange, not commonly seen. A wooden board appeared in their hands. Mo Zhengfeng continued, write your answers on this board and submit it. Chen Mo had already started writing. He silently looked at the medicinal herbs, then at the blank board. Above, the judges began to murmur amongst themselves, isn't this year's second trial a bit too difficult? These are all bizarre herbs collected from, I can't even recognize them. Seeing their lively discussion, Gu Yueha stepped forward to explain. The quality of those who passed the 3 trials in previous years has been mixed. This year, I've specifically increased the difficulty. Those who reach the end will undoubtedly possess true skill. The 2 elders behind him leaned closer and whispered, well, that's easy for you to say. I think you're afraid someone will challenge him, Mo. Mo Zhengfeng looked at the herbs in the cabinet, somewhat dejected. Even though I've diligently practiced my whole life and tasted all kinds of herbs, These ones are truly unfamiliar and perplexing. Suddenly, he heard Chen Mo's voice. I'm finished writing. Mo Zhengfeng looked at him in astonishment. Chen Montak, the elders sitting in the stands, seeing this action, assumed he had given up. They began to speculate. Look, he passed the first trial out of luck. The second trial just started, and he's already given up. Why did he submit so quickly? He must have just scribbled something random. Off to the side, Gulam also noticed him. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Chun Mo, that brat. Yisu Su followed his gaze, her eyes filled with disdain for Chun Mo. She spoke up. Young Master Gu, should we remind the sect master? I fear this person has come to seek revenge for the Medicine King Valley. Gulam smirked, replying meaningfully, no need. Even if he wants revenge, he needs the strength to do so. Trash like the Medicine King Valley. Anyone from our Dan clan could handle them. The proctor looked at the answers on Chun Mo's board. He wrote down all 10 types. He thought to himself, and I don't even know if he's correct. Gu Yueha gestured towards the proctor and said, bring me the answers. I invite all the judges to join me in verifying whether this candidate's answers are correct. The elders began reciting and checking the answers. First, Huang Tian Chao. Yes. The medicinal properties are also correct. Second, correct. I know this one. He answered correctly. Gu Yueha was astonished. He answered everything correctly, not a single mistake. He returned to his seat, straightening up. He looked at Chun Mo with admiring eyes, filled with anticipation. A genius indeed. Let's see how he overcomes the third trial. Mo Zhengfeng also brought over the whiteboard. He cautiously asked, "Does Shiban Chang pass, right?" They quickly reached the final trial. A solemn announcement echoed. Those who have passed the second trial, please prepare for the third trial, fire control. Mo Zhengfeng began explaining to Chun Mo. The third trial is controlling the fire according to the flags on the platform. Red flag means high flame. Black flag means low flame. Anyone who reacts slower than 3 seconds is eliminated. Gu Yueha's voice finished. Raising 2 flags in his hand, he announced the third trial, fire control, will begin using the flags as signals. Mo Zhengfeng calmly instructed, embrace the cauldron like this. Be ready to respond to the signals at any time. Immediately, the signals were given. Red flag, Chun Mo embraced the cauldron. Black flag, red flag, black flag. By now, quite a few people on the platform had started to lose their rhythm. I'm done for. I missed a beat. Someone lamented. Me too. Chun Mo, seeing this, understood something. While ostensibly a test of reaction time, it was clearly a test of the alchemist's cultivation. The more spiritual energy consumed, the slower the reaction, leading to elimination. Mo Zhengfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and said weakly, the third trial is over. Chun Mo, you can now challenge the chief alchemist. If you win, you can replace them and become the chief alchemist for the next exchange, and also receive some rewards. Hearing this, Chun Mo replied, my goal is only to retrieve the Medicine King's compendium. Will Gu Yueha accept this challenge? Mo Zhengfeng turned sharply to look at him, his voice firm. He has to accept. Otherwise, the Dan clan's honor will be in tatters. Chun Mo nodded resolutely and replied, good. Seeing only 2 people left on the platform, Gu Yueha asked, this young disciple, do you wish to challenge? The judges are behind me. Who do you wish to challenge? Without hesitation, he replied, the person I want to challenge is you. Gu Yueha, a judge sitting above, couldn't help but feel a bit displeased upon hearing this. Gu Yueha's strength is recognized as the best in the entire alchemy world. He's truly arrogant. Gu Yueha, however, didn't show much emotion. He cleared his throat. Young friend, I am Dan Clan Master Gu Yueha. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Chun Mo nodded firmly and said, that's right. Moreover, I want you to wager the Medicine King's compendium. Gu Yueha replied directly, I accept your challenge. But if I win, what will you give me? Chun Mo pulled out a glowing pill and offered it. I'll wager the refining method for this pill. What do you think? Gu Yueha was stunned, his jaw dropping. He thought to himself, just by looking at it, I can tell this pill is no ordinary item. It's far more potent than the Medicine King's compendium. But Gulam suddenly appeared from nowhere, rushing forward to stand in front of Gu Yueha. Wait, my father's status is noble. He's not someone just anyone can challenge. Then he turned his head and whispered, Father, this kid is a bit strange. I'll fight him first. After I figure out his tricks, then you can wager against him. Gu Yueha nodded slightly and replied, I understand. Gu Lam looked at Chun Mo with disdain. You have to get past me before you're qualified to challenge my father. Mo Jingfeng, standing beside him, couldn't help but clench his fists in indignation. The rules state that anyone who passes the 3 trials can freely choose a judge or chief alchemist to challenge. Why is the Dan clan changing the rules now? He raised an eyebrow provocatively and said, If you can't beat me, why bother troubling my father? Chen Mo saw Mo Zhengfeng about to speak and stopped him. He scoffed, All right, enough chaos. Let's hear them out. Let's begin now. Immediately, the two of them stepped onto the dueling platform. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gossip a little. After so many years, this is the first time someone has challenged the Dan clan. I don't think this guy has a chance. Passing the 3 trials is one thing, but pill refining is another. Exactly. Gu Lam is the young master of the Dan clan. His strength is extraordinary. Yi Su Su suddenly walked to Mo Zhengfeng's side, smiling as she started a conversation. Master Mo, when did you take on such a formidable disciple? He frowned and glanced at her, his gaze piercing. Humph, Yi Su Su, don't expect to get any information from me. Moreover, one day you will regret what you've done. An announcement of the rules rang out. The subject is the blood-clotting pill. You have half an hour. Furnaces will be provided, and medicinal ingredients will be distributed. Whoever refines the highest grade of medicinal pill with the best efficacy wins. Gu Lam was naturally smug. He smiled slyly, thinking to himself, I've refined this blood-clotting pill countless times. I can proficiently refine it to high-grade quality. Not to mention, I have this good stuff to help me. He immediately pulled out something. His eyes stared at Chun Mo, full of challenge. The crowd below the platform buzzed. Look, what did young Master Gu Lam take out? It's the Fire Cloud Azure Dragon Furnace. That's a divine artifact. He clutched the artifact and continued, Kid, where's your pill furnace? Don't tell me you don't have one. Chun Mo remained unfazed, smiling as he looked at him that a true alchemist doesn't need a furnace. I use the sun, moon, and stars to create a pill. As his calm voice rang out, the medicinal ingredients on the table floated into the air, blending together to form a pill. The crowd was once again astonished, their jaws dropping that, My God, what am I seeing? Refining pills in midair? Is this magic? How did he do that? He did it. Impossible. This completely transcends the common knowledge of alchemy. Gu Yueha, seeing this, his eyes widened, gritted his teeth in disbelief, thinking to himself, I've only heard of this method, never seen it before. His pill must be fake. Mo Zhengfeng, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Since ancient times, only this person has been able to do this in the world of alchemy. It seems the history of alchemy must be rewritten. Yi Su Su couldn't contain her astonishment, thinking to herself, the Medicine King Valley never had this kind of divine technique. Could it be that they hid this technique when they taught me? Gu Lam, seeing this series of events, yelled, How is this possible? At the same time, an announcement rang out. Gu Lam, due to loss of focus from channeling spiritual energy, your pill refinement has failed. Gu Yueha, seeing his son's predicament, shot a suspicious glance at Chun Mo. Kid, I question the authenticity of this pill. I demand an inspection. Chun Mo pushed the pill forward, replying readily, As you wish. As soon as the father and son saw the pill, their eyes lit up. Gu Lam spoke first. Father, no matter how you look at it, this is a supreme grade pill. He gritted his teeth, still unable to accept the truth. He pulled out a knife and slashed it across his hand. He couldn't believe it. How could someone refine a supreme grade spiritual pill in such a short time? I must test the efficacy of this pill. Gu Yueha brought the pill to the wound. The wound instantly healed, leaving no trace. The judges were utterly stunned. They stepped forward to observe. Good heavens, it stopped the bleeding. This isn't just top grade, it's legendary. I've never seen a pill like this before. Gu Lam's face darkened as he looked at the pill in his hand. How could this be? The results are decided. A clear announcement rang out. Chen Mo of the Medicine King Valley has won the challenge. Chen Mo didn't rush. He looked at Gu Yueha and said, Your turn. Gu Yueha looked at him sternly, speaking with the air of an elder. Even though you defeated my son, it doesn't mean you could defeat our Dan clan. I will show you what true alchemy is. Immediately, Gu Yueha replaced Gu Lam and sat down. The crowd began to murmur excitedly, eager to see what would happen next. He was able to refine a legendary-grade medicinal pill. He really might be able to shake the Dan clan. No matter what, being able to force Guyueha to step forward is already quite an accomplishment. This exchange meet has been worth it. The last round was won by the Medicine King Valley. So this time, Guyueha can choose the subject for the pill refinement. Amidst the excited chatter, Guyueha's voice rang out, Divine Comprehension Pill. The judges were shocked. Clan leader Gu, you can refine a Divine Comprehension Pill? A Divine Realm level pill? That's a medicinal pill that only Divine Realm experts can refine. Does this mean clan leader Gu has already reached the Divine Realm? Yi Su glanced at Mo, Zhengfeng, and sneered. Uncle Master, you scared now? Panicked. He maintained his usual disdain for her and coldly replied, Don't be ridiculous. Open your eyes and watch. Inwardly, he was panicking, his heart pounding like 1,000 galloping deer. Grandmaster, can you do it? You can do it, right? You definitely can do it. Guyueha, seeing Chun Mo's silence, issued a warning. Young man, if you don't have Divine Realm strength, you won't be able to refine a Divine Comprehension Pill. He thought to himself, even though my chances of refining a Divine Comprehension Pill are only 10%, if I can force him to give up, I'll win. Chun Mo smirked. Absolute strength speaks for itself. Any schemes are meaningless. It's just a Divine Comprehension Pill. He then slammed his hand on the table. Medicinal ingredients flew up and swirled in his palm. Chun Mo spoke confidently. I can refine a pill with a snap of my fingers. The judges, witnessing everything unfold before their eyes, gaped in astonishment. He refined it instantly. Miraculous. What kind of technique is this? It's incredible. A miracle. A miracle. It's a blessing to have lived to see this day. Immediately, they prostrated themselves, bowing and chanting, Divine Master. Divine Master. Montag Tsingafeng vus ovachut. He knelt and shouted, Divine Master. Yisu Su, watching Chun Mo being venerated on the stage, felt a pang of jealousy. Does the Medicine King Valley have such a method? Why didn't they teach it to me? I hate them. Yijiang Yuqiao, who was also present, angrily puffed her cheeks and muttered, Damn it, he's clearly this powerful, yet he hid it, and he made me bail him out. The next time I see him, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind. Chun Mo turned to the announcer. You can announce the results now. The announcer, startled, hurriedly replied, Yes, of course. He then turned and whispered to Guyueha, Clan leader Gu, I've checked. That's a Divine Comprehension Pill, a pill that only those in the Divine Realm can refine. How can he refine it with just a snap of his fingers? He refused to accept such humiliation. Rolling his eyes, he said, Take out the pill for a fair assessment. I will appoint the inspector this time. The person immediately retrieved the pill and respectfully said, Yes, the pill is here. Who do you wish to appoint? He looked at Chun Mo thoughtfully. If this elixir is real, wouldn't it benefit the person who tests it? Immediately, Guyueha turned and called out to Elder Chi. Elder Chi, you are a quasi-divine realm expert. Please inspect this pill and determine its authenticity. Elder Chi, being called upon, was slightly startled, but quickly responded, Certainly. He took the pill in his hand and swallowed it with a gulp. Shortly after, he sat down to cultivate. Not long after, Elder Chi opened his eyes and laughed heartily. I never thought that at my age, I would finally reach the Divine Realm. He promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I am eternally grateful for the sect master's great kindness. Seeing this, Chun Mo appeared dissatisfied. This pill seems to be the one I refined. Hearing this, Elder Chi frowned and said indifferently, But if the sect master hadn't instructed me to test the pill, it wouldn't have come into my possession. Therefore, the person I should thank the most is the sect master. Chun Mo glanced at the judge, thought, has its authenticity been confirmed now? He chuckled reservedly and replied, Yes, it has. You have one. Chun Mo nodded slightly, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Elder Chi. Since the inspection is complete, cough up the pill for me. Hearing this, Elder Chi's entire body stiffened. He began to laugh loudly and said, You fool. I've already consumed it, and my realm has increased. How can I possibly spit it out? But Chun Mo simply raised his hand, using a bit of force to pull him closer. I said, Spit it out, so you will spit it out. A second later, Elder Chi's head was pressed against Chun Mo's palm. He asked in a panic, Brat, what are you doing? Chen Mo, while absorbing the vital energy within Elder Chi, roared, spit it out. Elder Chi could only helplessly cry out, Sect Master, save me. My cultivation is decreasing. Seeing this, Gu Yueha immediately shouted, he actually possesses such a technique. If he isn't eliminated, the consequences will be dire. He started running towards them and ordered Chen Mo, brat, release the Dan Sect's elder. Chen Mo swiftly turned his head to look at him and unleashed a powerful force towards Gu Yueha. The surrounding people immediately began to clamor amongst themselves. What is that? It looks like the legendary Sword Immortal's flying sword. Could he be the Sword Immortal? Gu Yueha also gaped, inwardly exclaiming, the aura of that light is so powerful. I want to kneel. No, I can't admit defeat. But it seemed Gu Yueha still had the strength to threaten. I am the #1 alchemist. What nonsense are you doing? Get lost. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo unleashed his power, striking him and causing him to groan in pain. Gu Lam, standing beside him, immediately yelled, Beast, you dare kill my father? Chen Mo remained still, absorbing Elder Chi's vital energy. The elder could only helplessly cry out, My cultivation. Chen Mo smiled and asked Gu Lam, what did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Gu Lam was furious, but could only stammer, you. Then, Gu Lam turned to look at the crowd of onlookers and roared, Everyone, he's killing my father now. The next one to be killed will be you. Charge with me and eliminate this bastard. He didn't know a surge of power was hurtling towards him. When the power struck, Gu Lam cried out in shock, What? Yisu Su in the crowd witnessed this scene and couldn't help but calculate inwardly. He's so ruthless. Could the next one be me, the one who stole the Grand Medicine King scripture? No, I don't want to die. I can't die. Meanwhile, Chen Mo glanced at the judge beside him and asked, Judge of One, where's the ultimate treasure? But the judge replied, We don't know where the Grand Medicine King scripture is kept. It's personally safeguarded by him. No one knows its location. Yisu Su, below the platform, suddenly raised her hand and shouted, I know where Gu Yueha keeps it. I'll take you to get it. Yisu Su's master, hearing this, asked, Oh, Miss Yi so enthusiastic? Without another word, Yisu Su immediately knelt down and said, Master Uncle, I was wrong. The Dan clan has always treated me as an outsider, ostracizing me. I now understand how well Medicine King Valley treated me. All these years, I've been full of regret. Kowtowing, she continued, I don't beg for Master Uncle's forgiveness. I only beg Master Uncle to allow me to return to Medicine King Valley. Even if I die, I can close my eyes in peace. Her master simply replied, Medicine King Valley is too small to hold a great Buddha like you. At that moment, Chen Mo spoke up, resolving the situation. Let her lead us there first. We'll talk after returning to Medicine King Valley. Her master agreed. All right, let's do that. Chen Mo turned and instructed the people behind him, protect Zhengfeng if anything unexpected or chaotic happens. But before he could finish, they quickly replied, Rest assured, there won't be any mistakes. Chen Mo immediately pocketed his hands and walked out. Then I'll take my leave. As he passed through the crowd, they stared at him and exclaimed, I remember now. Aren't you Grandmaster Chen? Could it be the legendary Grandmaster Chen's work? No wonder he could easily defeat Gu Yueha. Grandmaster Chen, #1 on the divine ranking, feared by the entire ancient martial world. A moment later, Chen Mo appeared at Yingui Lake. He pondered, I'll use the medicinal ingredients I collected earlier to refine spiritual medicine and mend my internal injuries. Just then his phone rang. Chen Mo answered the call and asked, What's up? He heard a panicked voice on the other end. Chen Mo, come to the school quickly. Something big has happened. Old Gu has been beaten, and Mu Rong, Yin has been taken. Yin Huaizan, seeing him arrive, said happily, Chen Mo, you're finally here. Then, Yin Huaizan summarized everything for Chen Mo. Here's what happened. The other day, a transfer student named Hong Xinghua arrived, claiming to be Mu Rong Yan's fiancé. He's been harassing her like a pervert. Gu Linfeng added with a sneer, I went to argue with him, but he had someone with him, at least at the Grandmaster level, protecting him. So I ended up like this. Wen Dingyu spoke up indignantly. Moreover, Mu Rong, Yin is missing. It's 80% likely that bastard Hong Xinghua did it. Hak Jian walked up to Chen Mo and angrily recounted, We called her father, but he didn't care, saying it wasn't convenient for him to get involved. Are those the words a father should say? Chen Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Fiancé, grandmaster protection, and an unconcerned father. It seems this Hong Xinghua has some backing. At that moment, Yan Huaizan nudged Chen Mo's chest and asked, "Old Chun, you're not scared, are you? You were the one who told us to look after Mu Rongyan in the first place." Chen Mo calmly replied, "How could that be? Don't worry, I'll find her and explain everything to old Gu." Meanwhile, Mu Rong Yin was tied up, her hands bound. She struggled helplessly and shouted at Hong Xinghua, "Our engagement was just something the adults decided on their own. Even if you do this, I still won't like you." Mu Rong Yin continued to yell, "Do you understand, young Master Hong?" Hong Xinghua slowly walked towards her and replied, "It's all right, take your time. We have plenty of time." Despite her fear, Mu Rong Yin threatened, "You'll regret this." Hong Xinghua looked excitedly at the woman on the bed and replied, "I regret not coming to find you sooner. I regret not having you all to myself sooner." Just as he was getting closer to Mu Rong Yin, a voice rang out. Hong Xinghua immediately turned his head and asked, "Old Wang, what is it?" He angrily snapped, "Don't interrupt me at such a crucial moment. Can't you see I'm busy?" But Old Wang anxiously reported, "Young Master, Grandmaster Chun is looking for Mu Rong Yin. He's extremely powerful. Our Hong family is no match for him." Old Wang kindly suggested, "Quickly release this girl and apologize. He might give you face because of your grandfather and let this go." But Hong Xinghua, as if insane, yelled, "Are you crazy? Asking me to apologize to him? Dream on." Old Wang helplessly turned and left. Before leaving, he said, "You're beyond redemption. You're walking a path to your own destruction. I won't accompany you any longer." Old Wang quickly flew away. Those in the room could still hear him saying, "I'm a member of the martial arts world. I can't disrespect Grandmaster Chun. Farewell." Hong Xinghua angrily cursed, "You damn old man. Our Hong family raised you for so many years, and now, at the critical moment, you run away." Outside, Chun Mo saw the streak of light from Old Wang's escape. Mu Rongyan, though tied up, still threatened. "Do you know how the word death is written?" Hong Xinghua quickly started to undress. He pointed at her and cursed, "You slut." Then he quickly lunged towards Mu Rongyan. Suddenly, Hong Xinghua froze as if someone had him in a chokehold. From the doorway, Chen Mo's voice boomed, "Don't move. I have control of your heart." Hong Xinghua, enraged, turned his head and warned, "I'm a member of the Hong family. You can't." But Chun Mo swiftly tightened his grip, causing Hong Xinghua to cry out in pain and stand up straight. Onk Sango stood frozen. Chun Mo turned to Mu Rongyan, still tied to the bed. "Are you all right?" he asked. She softly replied, "I'm fine. This man deserves to die, but he's right about one thing. He's from the Hong family. They have a powerful background and could cause you trouble." The ropes binding her then instantly came undone. Chun Mo, holding Mu Rong Yin in his arms, declared, "I'm not afraid. I'll take you home." After escorting Mu Rong Yin to her door, Chun Mo waved goodbye. His phone rang. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end yelled angrily, "You've caused a huge problem. Do you know that?" Li Wu, furious, continued, "The grandfather of Hong Xinghua, the one you crippled, is a highly decorated veteran general. He's raising hell about it." After listening, Chun Mo simply replied, "No wonder he's so arrogant. So what do you want?" Li Wu rubbed his head as he recounted how he'd argued with the veteran general all day, finally managing to appease him. But before he could finish, Chun Mo interrupted. "Get to the point," Chun Mo said. Li Wu spoke seriously. "He wants you to come to the Hong family home, wear mourning clothes, and mourn Hong Xinghua for 7 days after the memorial service. After that, he won't bother with what you did before, fighting against the ancient martial arts clan." Having heard him out, Chun Mo readily agreed. "All right, I'll go." Li Wu exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, what did you say? You'll really go?" Chun Mo hung up the phone. Then he chuckled, "Haha, of course I'll go." At that moment, at the Hong family home, behind the monks, Hong Xinghua's relatives were weeping. "Wah, the young master died so young. Wah!" Hong Dainan, the head of the Hong family, cried for a while before raising his head and lamenting. Chun Mo's methods are too cruel. Chun Mo appeared beside him and asked, "Too cruel? You're quite ignorant then." Hong Dainan glared at him hatefully and asked, "You actually dare to come here?" He pointed forward. "There's a place prepared for you. Change into mourning clothes and chant scriptures for my son." Standing amidst the Hong family members, Chun Mo announced, "I didn't come to pay respects to young Master Hong. General Hong, I admire your character. Today, I came specifically to offer my condolences to the Hong family patriarch." Hearing this, Hong Wei raised his sword and asked, "Grandmaster Chun, do you dare to take a blow from me?" Chunmo looked at him seriously and uttered, "Please." The two were immediately surrounded. Hong Wei took his stance and declared, "You must bear the hatred of killing my grandson." With that, he immediately launched a fierce attack. Chunmo simply took a step back and caught the blade with his bare hand. Chunmo flicked his wrist lightly, and the sword shattered into pieces. The surrounding crowd gasped. No way. He caught Elder Hong's blade with his bare hand. Chunmo smiled at Hong Wei. "General Hong, you are upright and just, impartial and strict. Chunmo, as a high-ranking general, came to offer my condolences, and this is how you receive me." Hong Wei replied sternly, "I knew you didn't come here to wear mourning clothes, but my Hong family won't be easily humiliated by you." Chunmo continued, "General Hong, I respect you for your great reputation in the military, but you let your grandson reach this age without being able to protect himself." Hong Wei closed his eyes, suppressing his grief, "But he is still my grandson. I can't easily let you off." Hearing this, Chunmo softly asked, "So what do you want?" Hong Wei opened his eyes, staring intently at him. "Chunmo, do you dare to raid the ancient martial arts clan again?" Chunmo laughed in response. "Haha, as you wish." Later, the two of them stood at the ancient martial arts clan in Thin Fong City. Hong Wei turned his back to the scenery outside and said, "Thin Fong City is the ancient martial arts clan's metalworking center. It has strong defenses and a large-scale weapons manufacturing facility. Let's split up and destroy this place." Stroking his beard, he continued, "Chunmo, I hate you to the bone, but Dolly cannot do without you. I have to restrain my anger." Hong Wei turned to face Chunmo again. "So follow me. If we succeed, it will benefit Dolly. If we fail, we'll accept our fate." Hearing this, Chunmo glanced at Hong Wei. He feigned ignorance, scratching his head and asking with a smile, "So, do you hope I succeed or fail?" Hong Wei glanced at Chunmo and said with a chuckle, "Whether you succeed or fail, I won't lose anything." "Ha!" Then he added, "I'll go ahead," and leaped away. Chunmo thought to himself, "There are quite a few experts in the factory. I can't just walk in openly." But just then, a truck drove into the factory. He seized the opportunity, thinking, "I've got it. That's the way to do it." Chunmo quickly darted under the truck, gripping the undercarriage with one hand while using the hidden flow fist technique with the other. Chunmo felt the truck slowly moving further inside. He planned to follow it in like this, that I have to cause some kind of major incident, he thought. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the factory. Workers panicked, asking each other what was that. A sneak attack. Having used his stealth technique, Chunmo confidently stepped out, wondering aloud, wasn't that old Master Hong trying to destroy the factory? The workers, fleeing, exclaimed, "A cultivator. We need special equipment." A young man on the other side suddenly yelled, "Get the equipment. Follow me. Don't let the intruder escape." Watching the panicked workers run inside, Chunmo couldn't help but feel satisfied. "This is my chance to get into the weapons factory." Standing in front of the door, Chunmo heard them urging each other, "Hurry, hurry, damn it, take down the intruder." Chunmo thought, "Here we go. Setting off New Year's fireworks early, are we?" Meanwhile, outside, the workers were running around searching for the perpetrator. On the other side, Hong Wei was hiding in a nearby dumpster, covering his mouth and muttering, "Damn it, I couldn't get into the factory. I'm surrounded, and I'm seriously injured. I can only hide here for now." Suddenly, another large explosion erupted in front of him. Hong Wei turned his head to look and exclaimed, "What?" From within the raging flames, two words appeared. Hong Wei gave a thumbs up, praising, "This kid is good. Well done." Meanwhile, on the other side, the workers rushed towards the thick smoke, shouting in unison, "Chunmo, come out. You can't escape. Just surrender to the ancient martial arts clan. You'll be second only to the leader." One of them angrily shouted, "Chunmo, you're the top of the divine rankings. How did you become such a coward?" Chunmo, standing behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, "You asked for this." The man jumped, spun around, and yelled. Chunmo swiftly struck the man in the chest, declaring, "One-on-one combat concluded." The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding workers. They surrounded him, chattering, "It's Chunmo. Chunmo is behind us. Attack." The sect leader has ordered that whoever kills Chunmo will be promoted to one of the 5 elders. "Kill him." Chinmo scratched his head helplessly, muttering, I really can't catch a break, can I? Hours later, beneath someone's feet lay only scorched earth and the defeated bodies of the workers. Standing before a mountain of battered and bruised people, the workshop manager anxiously asked the person beside him, General, what should we do? The general sternly replied, quickly return and report to the sect leader. Chinmo's major factions have succeeded. We must quickly attack Dali. Otherwise, the ancient martial arts clan will never be able to rise again. After that, he angrily exclaimed, Chinmo, how can I possibly kill you? The next morning, someone was still nonchalantly grilling fish over a fire. It was none other than Chinmo. He happily sang as he grilled the fish. He lifted the grilled fish, sniffed it, and softly said, smells delicious. It must be ready to eat. Suddenly, a mysterious old man appeared beside him and said, young man, eat your fill. Once you're full, you won't miss home anymore. His eyes flashed, and he continued, you won't have to be a hungry ghost anymore. Chinmo, still sniffing the fish, said, introduce yourself. The old man immediately replied, Bai Tu, from Kuanshan. Chinmo quickly finished the fish, chewing as he spoke, you can't kill me. Why don't you tell me something about the Snow God Palace? How about we become friends? Bai Tu seriously raised his hand and said, Chinmo, your rapid growth is a calamity for the ancient martial arts world. He immediately attacked. Today, I will use Dragon Spear Blocks the Sun to send you on your way. Behind him, a huge dragon appeared and soared upwards. Chinmo, unafraid, said, oh yeah, my black dragon won't lose. Then, two dragons charged at each other. Seeing this, Bai Tu couldn't help but exclaim, it's actually on par with my dragon spear. But just a few moments later, Bai Tu saw that the situation wasn't good. My dragon spear has been killed. Chinmo's black dragon flew straight at Bai Tu, causing him to groan. Chinmo stood before him and asked, who's sending who on their way? Bai Tu, sitting on the ground, tried to entice him. Wait, you want to know about the Snow God Palace's inheritance, right? I have a map of the Snow God Palace. Bai Tu's face paled with fear as he said, after the Snow God Palace appears, we can join forces and divide the treasures. Chinmo immediately became interested and asked, inheritance? Explain. Bai Tu quickly stood up and explained, the Snow God Palace is the palace left behind by the Snow God. It's said that the Snow God disappeared while searching for her lover and sealed the Snow God Palace. It only appears during the Mid-Autumn Festival each year. The Snow God's voice remains within the palace. It seems that Bai Tu recalled, it seems like that mysterious person said, I'll wait for you to return. Hearing this, an image appeared in Chinmo's mind, his junior sister. Seeing his conflicted expression, Bai Tu offered, if you don't like splitting it evenly, you can have 80% and I'll take 20%. But Chinmo angrily roared, how dare you covet my junior sister's belongings? With a wave of his hand, he sent Bai Tu sprawling onto the ground. While he lay there, Chinmo quickly searched him. A ring appeared in his hand. He muttered to himself, let's see where this map is. With a single effort, Tranmak obtained the map. He thought to himself, now that the map is in my hands, I'll go find little junior sister when the time comes. Meanwhile, Hong Oi pondered as he walked. Tranmak is truly a great talented Dai Lai. We can't lose him. But what about my grandson? Perhaps I should have my daughter-in-law give birth to another child. He thought for a moment and then decided, yes, another child. Then I'll personally train them to become a true talent. Suddenly, something struck him from behind. Hong Oi turned around in astonishment to see his attacker. But in the end, he collapsed to the ground in pain, unconscious. The quiet of the night was eerily still. Seeing this, Tranmak couldn't help but exclaim, why is it so quiet? Something's not right. As he entered a tavern, a staff member suddenly spoke, I can't believe someone would dare to go out drinking at this hour. Tranmak quietly asked the staff member, has something happened recently? The other person replied without hesitation, don't you know? Are you joking? Or are you one of those shut-ins who never leaves the house? The staff member fearfully explained this is a big deal. Tranmak, relying on the ancient martial arts clan, murdered Hong Oi, the Grand General of Dai Tru, and is being protected by them. He's been imprisoned by several powerful families. Quan Ha's son has been killed. Dai Lai is about to completely change. After hearing all of this, Tran Mak immediately exclaimed, "What?" Tran Tung too held his phone to his ear and reported, "Several powerful families in Dai Lai have colluded with the ancient martial world, using Hong Oi's death as a pretext for rebellion. They've quickly taken control of Dai Tru." He added, "I've taken your family and friends to this villa for their safety. The ancient martial world won't dare touch this place for now." Tran Mak replied, "I understand." After hanging up, Tran Mak resolved, "I must quickly rescue the Grand General and restore order to Dai Lai." He flew off in anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." At a secret location, soldiers guarded a house. Suddenly, someone threw a brick. The people inside shouted, "Careful!" But then someone quickly caught the brick. The person squeezed the brick, shattering it, and discovered a piece of paper inside. Everyone around heard, "Exchange the Grand General for the Snow God Palace map. Transaction tomorrow night in the southern outskirts of Hadu. Otherwise, we'll all be caught in the crossfire." The person holding the letter muttered, "So it's the Snow God Palace." The surrounding people angrily complained, "How dare they force us? We can't make this trade. Taking control of Dai Lai is our primary objective. But you all understand the value of the Snow God Palace." A blonde-haired man, standing nearby, spoke up, "No need to argue. First, we use the Grand General to get the map. Then we kill the other party and take the Grand General back." The next evening, the group gathered at the designated location. Tran Mak stood opposite them and quietly asked, "Have you brought him?" He added with a smirk, "I'm showing a lot of good faith here." One of the men held up the map and said, "Here is the map of the Snow God Palace." He then ordered his subordinates, "Bring him out." The subordinates led out a group of bound captives. They urged them forward, "Move it, don't be slow." The Grand General, upon seeing the person before him, exclaimed, "Tran Mak, what are you doing here?" Tran Mak just smiled faintly and replied, "Do you even need to ask?" To the men behind him, the Grand General cried out in fear, "Master Tran, please save us. Master Tran, save our lives." The purple-haired man slightly raised his hand and ordered, "Hand over the map, and I'll release them." Tran Mak held up the map threateningly, "Release them first, or I'll burn it." Fearful, the other side yelled, "Release them." His men kicked the Grand General and ordered, "Go. Hurry up." After the hostages reached Tran Mak's side, the purple-haired man asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Behind him, the Grand General quietly reminded Tran Mak, "These men are experts from the cultivation world. They've unified the ancient martial arts clan and operate under the name Kan Thuong Sect. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Be careful." Tran Mak just smiled and replied, "I know. I have a plan. Everyone, leave here. Don't get in my way." The purple-haired man across from him couldn't help but remind him, "Now that everyone's gone, hand over the map." The blonde-haired man beside him continued the threat. "He must have told you. We're from the Tin Lon sect of the cultivation world. Your talent is exceptional. If you give us the Snow God Palace map, we'll take you as a disciple. Your future prospects will be limitless." Hearing this, Tran Mak laughed twice, "Ha ha." He looked up at the sky and declared, "You want to imprison everyone and occupy this place." Tran Mak spread his arms wide and shouted, "But Tran Mak, will not allow it." Behind him, a phantom dragon roared angrily. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The purple-haired man cried out in fear, "Activate the 7-star formation." Then, beams of light shone down on the people of the Tin Lon sect. The beams of light pulled each person upwards. The people below struggled while reminding each other, "Everyone, resist the formation with all your might." Tran Mak purposely inquired, "You seem to be uncomfortable." An elder to the right of the Tin Lon sect angrily shouted, "Do you know who you're dealing with? We are cultivators of the Tin Lon sect. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Tell me then, what consequences will I face? He threatened forcefully, "You will be hunted down by our Tin Lon sect. Your body will be chopped into 100 pieces. Your soul will be burned by endless flames." Hearing this, Tran Mak feigned fear and asked, "That's scary, huh?" The elder, believing him, warned, "If you're scared, then quickly withdraw this crappy formation. Join our Tin Lon sect and cultivate the great Tao with us." Tran Mak placed a hand on the elder's shoulder and said, "Hearing you say this, the Tin Lon sect's power is truly immense. If I anger you, I fear I won't have a day of peace." The elder, completely convinced, said with a laugh, "Good that you understand. Hand over the Snow God Palace map, and we brothers will put in a good word for you with the sect master. You won't miss out on any benefits." Tran Mak replied softly, I appreciate your kindness, but I've thought of another way. The elder stammered, what do you want to do? Tran Mak calmly replied, eliminate all of you from the Tinlon sect. How would anyone know it was me? With that, he swiftly severed one of the elder's arms. He panicked, looking down at his missing right arm. Chun Mo smiled coldly and said, I'm not only not going to kill you, but I also want you to watch a good show. The blond man standing next to him asked Chun Mo in a loud voice, what are you going to do? Chun Mo immediately turned and walked towards him. The blond man cried out in fear, You stay away from me. But before Chun Mo could do anything, the blond man was restrained by a beam of light, trembling and whimpering. Aha, Chun Mo said scornfully, so scared that your protective true chi is in chaos, unable to withstand the energy of the Seven Stars formation. Then Chun Mo glanced over at the purple-haired man who had been so loud-mouthed earlier. He was pleading, don't come over here. Chun Mo walked coldly past the group of people towards the purple-haired man. They were each restrained to death by the beam of light. Standing in front of the purple-haired man, Chun Mo asked, they all cried for help. Why didn't you say a word? The man replied helplessly, they cried for help, but weren't they killed by you anyway? Why should I give up the last of my dignity before I die? Chun Mo smiled with satisfaction and replied, you're absolutely right. I'm using the cruelest methods to kill you. It's not like you haven't done similar things before, right? Do you regret it now? The man laughed out loud in anger. Regret? Is there any cultivator whose hands aren't stained with blood? The strong prey on the weak, that's just how it is. There's no such thing as regret. Chun Mo didn't say anything more. Preparing to attack, he simply said, makes sense, then die. But the purple-haired man just gave a sinister smile. His dark power suddenly blasted Chun Mo away. Stroking his beard, he said with a laugh, what a pity. I wasted one of my magical treasures and still couldn't kill you. You're a tough one, but you won't be so lucky this time. The purple-haired man from the Xinglong sect puffed out his chest and said to Chun Mo, so, you were able to set up a high-level formation like the Seven Stars formation. Tell me how to break it, and I'll spare your life. Although in pain, Chun Mo retorted defiantly, if you have the ability, then take it. The man threatened, I won't let you die peacefully. He channeled his energy, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Today, I'll show you the ultimate technique of the Xinglong sect, our Xing Shun Fist. He quickly charged towards Chun Mo, yelling die. Chun Mo thought to himself, I might as well use this opportunity to refine my cultivation technique with him. Suddenly, a bright aura appeared around Chun Mo. He launched his own attack, making the purple-haired man exclaim, what? But the purple-haired man still landed a punch directly into Chun Mo's stomach. Chun Mo endured the painful blow. The man said with satisfaction, you're asking for death. Chun Mo's body was sent flying 10 meters away. Panting, the purple-haired man muttered to himself, this Chun Mo is truly a fool. I hope this Xing Shun Fist can really kill him. Then he turned to his subordinates and asked, have you deactivated the Seven Stars formation yet? His subordinates suddenly yelled, looking ahead. They saw Chun Mo, battered and bruised, but still laughing. Refreshing. Again. Enraged, the purple-haired man threw another punch. Get out of my sight. Chun Mo quickly retreated a step. He laughed shakily. Still not enough. Furious, the purple-haired man roared, I won't let you get away with this. Chun Mo spread his arms wide. They could feel it. The formation was disappearing. Perhaps Chun Mo was about to die. Once freed from the controlling light, the purple-haired man's lackeys charged forward. Let's attack together. They rained blows upon Chun Mo, who said confidently, can the three of you really take me down? The purple-haired man also lunged forward, seeking revenge. He viciously punched Chun Mo's old wound. Take another one. Chun Mo actually laughed, saying, the more you hit me, the better I feel. This infuriated his opponents. Damn it, this bastard is like a cockroach. He just won't die. Just then, one of the lackeys behind him exclaimed, my spiritual energy is almost depleted. Another one next to him replied, me too. Hearing this, the purple-haired man's face paled with fear. Without a word, he turned and fled. I'm out of here. Chun Mo placed his hands on the shoulders of the two remaining men and asked, you want to run after hitting me so much? You should take one of my attacks too. The purple-haired man had run quite a distance. He glanced back just in time to see an explosion behind him. While he was still panicking, Chun Mo suddenly appeared in front of him and said, not so fast. The purple-haired man's face turned ashen with fear. Chun Mo, you can't kill me. Chun Mo swiftly delivered a punch to his chest and asked, "And why should I listen to you?" Then, Chinamo held a medicinal pill in his hand and said, "All right, after taking so many hits, my golden core is finally almost complete." He tossed it into the air and shouted, "Golden core formation." Meanwhile, in a certain room, the sound of weeping echoed. "Wah, you must avenge me." The other person clasped their hands and reported, "That Shin-Mo killed my son and my father. The hatred between us." The long-haired man standing before him turned slightly and said, "Your father's death has nothing to do with me. Don't act so innocent. I know you have quite a few of your own people here." Then the other person furrowed their brow and asked, "As for Chinamo, how much do you really know?" The young man replied blankly, "I've told you everything I know. Can't we still kill him?" The long-haired man said resentfully, "More than just not being able to kill him, a total of 10 Xinglan sect experts, including a half-step golden core cultivator, were all killed by him." Hearing this, the young man cried out in shock, his jaw dropping. "Xinglan sect? Aren't you an elder of the Kuan-Shang sect? How can this Chen-Mo be so powerful? Even a half-step golden core cultivator is no match for him." The long-haired man replied, "The Kuan-Shang sect is merely a branch of the Xinglan sect. We are far more powerful than the Star Throne sect. You have worked for us countless times. You will reap the benefits." Hearing this, the young man thought to himself, "This person is the extraterrestrial being from the rumors. How can he be so similar to me?" The long-haired young man closed his eyes slightly and said, "The difference between half-step golden core, nascent golden core, and full golden core is like mud and clouds. The one Shinmo killed was merely a half-step golden core cultivator." Then he raised his hand and said, "I went to the scene and examined it. The formation he used is an ancient formation, the Seven Stars formation. He succeeded by relying on the formation's power." His voice deepened as he continued, "However, the information you gave me never mentioned that Chun-Mo knew this formation." Hearing this, the other person raised their hand fearfully and said, "This is the first time Chun-Mo has displayed such strength. We only just learned of it ourselves." The long-haired young man asked softly, "Don't tell me you know Chun-Mo has a Mo clan?" The other person asked in bewilderment, "What Mo clan?" The long-haired man frantically replied, "It's where all of Chun-Mo's forces are gathered. It's called the Mo clan. I've already spread the news. The Kuan-Shang sect will mobilize a massive army to attack the Mo clan. Hong Tian, how many soldiers can you send me?" Hearing this, the other person hesitantly said, "If you're personally going into battle, why do you need ordinary soldiers? Those weapons are basically useless against Chun-Mo." The long-haired young man said sinisterly, "But they're effective against the Mo clan. If we fire 100 cannons at the Mo clan, he'll be forced to use his Yuan Qi to protect it." He spoke with increasing fervor, determined to use these mundane objects to deplete Chun-Mo's Yuan Qi. Then, killing him will be as easy as stepping on an ant. After a pause, he softly asked the other person, "So, can you provide me with support?" The other man immediately replied, "I can give you cannons, plus 10 helicopters to suppress Chun-Mo from above." The two quickly and happily agreed to cooperate. The short-haired young man watched happily as the two shook hands, thinking to himself, "Chun-Mo, you're finished. It doesn't matter who you cooperate with now. It won't help. We're these great clans of Dali. One of my clans is enough for Dali." A moment later, the long-haired young man contacted Chun-Mo. "Chun-Mo, are you there? Are you watching?" Without waiting for a response, he pointed at the screen and said, "Chun-Mo, I am Ma Sandow of the Kuan-Shang sect. In 3 days, I will attack the Mo clan. If you don't appear, the Mo clan will be burned to the ground in an instant." The Grand Chief looked at the other person and reminded Chun-Mo, "This is all the trouble the Kuan-Shang sect has brought upon themselves." The screen shifted to a different scene. The Grand Chief continued, "They found an ancient formation in Miaojiang. They've reactivated it." Chun-Mo looked at the screen and asked, "Is that a teleportation formation?" The Grand Chief exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, it's a teleportation formation. This teleportation formation connects to the cultivation world. They've already contacted experts from the Xinglan sect." The Grand Chief's voice grew heavy with sorrow. The Xinglan sect has ambitions to turn the Emperor's seat star into their colony and obtain cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Chun-Mo understood. It meant that if the teleportation formation wasn't destroyed, the Xinglan sect could continuously send people to the Emperor's seat star. The Grand Chief immediately confirmed, "That's right. That's exactly what I'm worried about." Without another word, Chen Mo stood up and said, "I'll go destroy this formation." The Grand Chief asked worriedly, "What about the Mo clan if you leave?" The Grand Chief suggested, "I'm afraid we need to find help." Chen Mo scratched his head in frustration and asked, "I can't split myself in two. What other help is there?" The Grand Chief suddenly raised his hand and said, "There's someone incredibly formidable. The god of war of Xiadu, Yang Dingtian. Recently, quite a few things have happened in Dali. First, the old General Hong Wei died at the hands of his own son, Hong Tian. Convoys of vehicles have been continuously leaving, while someone is hiding and observing from the empty grassland nearby. Then, Hong Tian annihilated the Li and Yang families. Now, only Yang Dingtian remains of the Yang family. The young man, Yang Dingtian, was hiding in the grass. He wanted to hold his ground, but he was injured, his strength not what it once was. He stared ahead, thinking, "Hong Tian, I've been waiting for you." Ignoring his pain, Yang Dingtian charged forward. "You bastard, Hong Tian!" Soldiers suddenly poured out from inside, weapons raised. Some blocked the way, others stood their ground. Without a word, they opened fire. "Kill him." But Yang Dingtian just smiled coldly to Ha. He unleashed his power. With a single move, Yang Dingtian brought down the soldiers. They collapsed to the ground. Then, Yang Dingtian roared, "Hong Tian, get out here." He raged, "You killed over 100 members of my Yang family. Today you pay." Just then, a foot softly touched the ground. A blue-haired man appeared, laughing, "TSK, TSK. I wondered who it was." "Yang Dingtian, the Hong family head sent me to greet you." He continued mockingly, "Not just your Yang family. The Li family is gone too. It's all over, so don't be too sad. You won't be alone in death." Yang Dingtian instantly realized, "Damn it, a body double. It's a trap." He turned to flee. "This is bad. I have to escape." But as he turned, he saw he was surrounded. Hong Tian yelled furiously, "Still trying to run? These are all experts. You can't escape." Yang Dingtian glared at Hong Tian, hearing him say, "Yang Dingtian, today next year will be the anniversary of your death." Yang Dingtian thought to himself, "Is this truly the end for me?" Hong Tian spread his arms and laughed. "Yes." "Ha ha ha. Then die." "Ha ha ha. D." Yang Dingtian mimicked his gesture and laughed back. "If I die, you're all coming with me." Yang Dingtian's body began to glow strangely. Hong Tian's men realized what was happening. Not good. He's going to explode. "Run!" Hong Tian shouted in alarm. With Yang Dingtian's divine realm cultivation, if he explodes, no one here will survive. Yang Dingtian laughed maniacally. "Ha! None of you will escape." But suddenly, his immense power vanished. They all exclaimed, "What?" Then, Yang Dingtian clutched his chest, coughing violently. Hong Tian sneered. "Looks like you can't even self-destruct." He announced, "The family head has decreed, whoever brings Yang Dingtian's head will be rewarded with riches and glory." Hong Tian's men surged forward to attack. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop. Anyone who takes another step dies." Hong Tian's men angrily demanded, "Who are you to interfere? You'd best mind your own business and get lost." Chen Mo stood before Yang Dingtian, shielding him. "What can you do if I don't leave?" "I will protect Yang Dingtian's life today." Hong Tian scoffed, "You foolish brat. Everyone attack. Kill him." Hong Tian's men charged, yelling, "Attack. Kill him." At the same time, Chen Mo unleashed his blade skills. He launched his sword towards them. As quick as lightning, Yang Dingtian moved. Seeing this, you gasped. Chen Mo said seriously, "God of War of Xiadu, Yang Dingtian, your fate shouldn't end like this. You still have a more important mission." Chen Mo carried him to the soaking tub and helped him treat his wounds. "You must recover." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and sat still in the tub. Chen Mo began to circulate his qi around Yang Dingtian, that "I will activate the effects of the medicine to help you break through. As for how far you can break through, depends on your destiny and luck." A black, viscous liquid flowed out of Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, he jolted awake, opening his eyes wide. Chen Mo calmly explained, "Boiling the body and polishing the tendons and bones is naturally extremely painful. Bear with it, Yang Dingtian." Hearing this, Dingtian obediently closed his eyes. Chun Mo added. The medicine is purging the filth and impurities from your body. Now we can proceed to the next step. A moment later, Chun Mo carefully helped him out. This way, Chun Mo placed Ding Tian within a formation and stood there observing. Chun Mo thought to himself, his body is greedily absorbing spiritual energy. Yang Ding Tian's strength is growing rapidly. He can at least break through to the peak of the divine realm. After a while, Yang Ding Tian suddenly spoke. You are Chun Mo, right? We've never met before. Why did you save me? Chun Mo scoffed. Dying together with a group of villains is not the fate of the god of war of Xiadu. Listen, Hong Tian annihilated the Yang family. You should personally take his life, both for revenge and for justice. Yang Ding Tian. Upon hearing this, Ding Tian exclaimed in shock. Hong Tian. He clutched his head, his body radiating a terrifying power. Hong Tian. Hong Tian, that damned wretch. He laughed sinisterly and said, Oh, I remember everything now. Hong Tian killed my entire family. I must kill you. With that, Yang Ding Tian lunged towards the wall, frantically asking, Hong Tian, where are you? He roared, I must kill you. Chun Mo, standing below, thought to himself, he's gone mad. Chen Montag was astonishit. Yang Ding Tian initially wanted to self-destruct, dying with his enemies. He failed to explode, and now, fueled by hatred, he has succumbed to madness. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A massive bolt of heavenly lightning struck down towards Yang Ding Tian. It seemed as if his entire body absorbed all of its power. Hua. Chun Mo frowned with worry. After succumbing to madness, he must undergo a heavenly tribulation. This tribulation won't be easy to overcome. One careless mistake, and his soul will be scattered. I don't know if he's attracted to 3, 6, or 9-fold heavenly tribulation. Chun Mo observed him, thinking to himself, I hope Yang Ding Tian can overcome this trial. Transforming from a serpent into a dragon, the heavenly lightning descended, causing him to scream in agony. The pain intensified. He groaned in agony. Chun Mo, observing, said, Endure it. There's still much more of the tribulation to come. A moment later, Yang Ding Tian collapsed to his knees. Chun Mo exclaimed in surprise. He's formed a golden core. No, what Yang Ding Tian condensed wasn't a golden core. Within that core, a ferocious energy overflowed. Perhaps it should be called a demonic core. Chun Mo looked up at the sky and said happily, the fresh air that looks like it's finally over. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Yang Ding Tian has endured 9 heavens tribulations at the Golden Core realm. His future prospects are limitless. Suddenly, he realized something wasn't right, that I didn't sense any energy fluctuations during the Golden Core breakthrough. Why hasn't Yang Ding Tian's demon core formed yet? A second later, dark clouds suddenly gathered again, covering the entire sky. This time, a beam of light 10 times larger descended upon Yang Ding Tian. Chun Mo was extremely alarmed. We're doomed. It's actually a 6-9 heavens tribulation. A massive explosion cracked the ground. Chun Mo ran to Yang Ding Tian to check on him. His physical body has been reduced to ashes, but the demon core is absorbing the energy of the heavenly lightning. Back when I broke through to the golden core, let alone 6-9 heavens tribulations, the heavens wouldn't even let out a fart for me. Yang Ding Tian is truly lucky. He observed the demon core. It's already starting to reconstruct his body. Yang Ding Tian touched his body. Chun Mo watched seriously and said, not good. The demon core hasn't fully absorbed the 5 heavenly lightning strikes. An even stronger 6th heavenly lightning is coming. Dark clouds filled the sky. He looked at Yang Ding Tian worriedly. His demon core might shatter directly, but I can't bear it for him. Having said that, Chun Mo immediately left. I can only leave your fate to the heavens. This time, the destructive power was even greater than before. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. Chun Mo anxiously observed. You must withstand it. Moments later, the ground was littered with broken rocks. Yang Ding Tian survived the heavenly lightning strike. Seeing this, Chun Mo sighed in relief that he's still all right. As long as he's alive and his golden demon core isn't shattered, he'll be fine. He rushed to Yang Ding Tian's side. Are you all right? Chun Mo asked as he helped him up. The IT should be over now. I'll heal you. He suddenly sensed something ominous. Chen Mo groaned inwardly. No way. This young Ding Tian had attracted a 9-9 heaven's tribulation. A bolt of lightning struck towards Chen Mo, but he quickly dodged it. He yelled angrily, "You guy who attracted this is in that crater. If you want to target someone, target him." As soon as he finished speaking, another bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Chen Mo was furious. Why is it targeting me? The heavenly tribulation, which originally only appeared during tribulation transcendence, was now attracted by Yang Ding Tian during the Golden Demon Core stage. This was unprecedented in the history of cultivation. A heavenly tribulation not striking the one transcending the tribulation, but instead targeting a bystander, was even more unheard of. Chen Mo jumped back and forth, dodging the lightning bolts, slightly panicked. Could it be that this heavenly tribulation has mistaken me for Yang Ding Tian? But I've never heard of a heavenly tribulation mistaking someone. He glanced around, observing the movement of the lightning while thinking. In the cultivation world, very few people can attract the 9-9 heavens tribulation, which only appears once every 1,000 years. The mortality rate is as high as 99%. However, in the next second, the lightning bolts struck simultaneously, surrounding him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Chen Mo looked at the lightning, determined to fight them. I made up my mind. It seems I can't escape today. He immediately raised his head and shouted, "Heavens, do you want to kill me, Chen Mo? If so, then I will fight you to the end." Just before the lightning struck him, Chen Mo charged forward, ready to battle. Heaven's slaying sword, heavenly profound divine fist. He launched attack after attack, but the lightning tribulation seemed completely unaffected. He glanced at it, panting, thinking, "Damn it, it's completely useless." Chen Mo was forced to unleash his ultimate move. The tribulation lightning surrounded him. He strained, shouting, "Arg! Damn it!" The light dispersed, and Chen Mo felt his body dissolving before the terrifying power of the lightning tribulation. Have I lost? I can't die. I can't die. I still haven't found little junior sister. How can I die? Immediately, his disintegrated soul began to regenerate. His golden core condensed, and his spirit reformed. He clenched his fists, challenging the heavenly tribulation that, "If you have the ability, then destroy my soul. Come on, come on." A black dragon gradually materialized. It was the profound dragon ascending to heaven Tao. Chen Mo was pushed to his limit, and the power within his body began to awaken. Dragon-shaped true chi swirled around Chen Mo's body, like a needle threading silk, stitching his fragmented body back together. His body was completely restored. He pursed his lips, thinking, "My body has recovered. I must quickly merge my soul and body. The heavenly tribulation is about to start again. It won't give me time. I can only use this move." A moment later, both his soul and body attacked in unison. Gome, I'll use all my power. Deadly tribulation, lightning descended towards them. Just as they were about to collide, his soul and body unleashed their attacks. He watched the black dragon devour the tribulation lightning, thinking, "My soul dragon is absorbing all the energy of the heavenly lightning." He stood beside his physical body, silently chanting soul and body fusion technique. A moment later, his body and soul merged into one. Chen Mo shouted triumphantly, "So what if heaven wants to destroy me? I will destroy heaven." Before the sect's gates, the people of the Xinglan sect had surrounded the area, along with helicopters and tanks. Ma Sanshang looked towards him with a sinister gaze, sneering, "Chen Mo, this time I'll force you to fight me directly. Your family and friends are my hands. I'm not afraid you won't come." With that, he waved his hand, ordering the entire army to attack. Powerful tanks charged forward, and helicopters above continuously launched missiles. However, everything was blocked by the protective formation he had erected. Ma Sanshang gritted his teeth in frustration. A formation. Such despicable tactics. But a moment later, he regained his composure, grabbing his magical weapon and charging forward. "Break it for me, HAA." With one strike, he completely shattered Chen Mo's formation. Ma Sanshang looked down at the crowd below and ordered, "The formation is broken. All troops listen up. The Mo clan will be annihilated today. Leave no one alive." The people inside naturally sensed the destruction of the formation. Mu Jingfeng's group charged out and began to fight against them. Ma Sanshang's fierce shouts echoed, "Kill them all." Chen Guoyang observed the actions of the crowd with sharp eyes. At that moment, a bullet was fired. Chun Tong Zi rushed forward in a panic, taking down the shooter, then looked anxiously at the older man. Grandmaster Chen Guoyang, shot in the calf, cried out in pain, ugh. Chun Tong Zi stepped forward to support him. I'll help you up. Looking at Chun Guoyang's face, he worriedly asked, Grandmaster, are you all right? There are too many enemies. Let's retreat. Chun Guoyang suddenly stood up, his eyes resolute. Chun and patted his shoulder. All right. Although I'm not what I used to be, I'm not so weak that these small fries can threaten my life. You take everyone and retreat. I'll catch up with you soon. Don't worry, I'll hold them off for a while longer and then leave. Hearing this, Chun Tongzi didn't hesitate and quickly left. Grandmaster, then we'll retreat first. Chun Guoyang, with a determined look, uttered a meaningful sentence. All right. Be careful, everyone. Hearing this, Chun Guoyang turned his head, his eyes trembling slightly. He and the two others left the area. Everyone all right? After reaching safety, he hurriedly turned back to look at Mu Zhengfeng and Yin Qingcheng. Everyone okay? We're almost out. Has anyone seen Grandmaster? Just then, a fiery explosion erupted from within, engulfing the area in flames. The three were stunned. Chen Tong Zi cried out in horror. Grandmaster's aura. Grandmaster self-detonated. Ma Sanshang strode forward with an arrogant expression, complaining, that old man just now is your Grandmaster? He couldn't win, so he self-detonated? Got dust all over me. Don't follow his example. Seeing the culprit right in front of him, Chun Tong Zi clenched his fists. Sanshang, I'll fight you to the death. Hearing this, he scoffed provocatively. Go ahead, try. Struggle and resist all you want. Low-level cultivation methods, like your MO clans, are nothing but straw in my eyes. Today, the MO clan will be annihilated. The three of them looked at him, anger and worry evident on their faces. He stood there, still arrogantly questioning. Now that I think about it, where's your clan leader, Chinamo? Above, in the sky, something rapidly descended, creating friction and sparks. Ma Sanshang furrowed his brow and cried out, ah. It landed with a powerful tremor. As the dust settled, it was revealed to be Chun Mo. Seeing him appear, everyone in the clan rejoiced and greeted him. Chen Tong Zi was the first to approach. He stumbled and knelt, tears streaming down his face. Master, you're finally back. Disciple apologizes to you. Grandmaster protected the Mo clan and self-detonated. Chen Mo's jaw dropped. A moment later, he glared at the arrogant young Sanshang. Didn't you want me to come? I'm here. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Why haven't you made your move? Ma Sanshang looked at him with some apprehension, thinking to himself, I initially thought Shinamo was at most at the half-step golden core stage, but I just sensed it. His golden core cultivation is higher than I thought. However, Ma Sanshang refused to be intimidated. He raised his voice to bolster his courage. Shinamo, even if you're more powerful, even if you're stronger, can you defeat the entire world? Today, I'll show you the consequences of opposing the entire world. Chun Mo sneered, his eyes cold. Opposing the entire world? Being the enemy of the entire world? So what? I, Chun Mo, am here. Who dares to fight me? Immediately, Ma Sanshang ordered the Xinglan sect disciples. All of you, focus on Chun Mo. Kill him. Immediately, 5 or 6 tanks aimed their guns at Chun Mo and fired simultaneously. He stood firm within the barrage, completely unharmed. Emerging from the dust cloud, Chun Guoyang said in a deep voice, You helped outsiders against your own people. You deserve to be punished. You deserve to be punished. His entire body then radiated a terrifying power. Screams echoed, ack, 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 ack. Seconds later, the group was incinerated, not even a speck of dust remaining. The 3 Dao commanders, already trembling with fear, were now even more terrified. Gritting their teeth, they thought, such terrifying power. But his strength must have a limit. We must keep attacking, forcing him to exhaust his power. The 3 Dao commanders resolved to fight Chun Mo to the death, ordered the remaining disciples. Chun Mo is injured. Attack him all at once. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Chun Mo calmly unleashed the heaven-slaying sword chi. Instantly, a single strike felled everyone. Behind him, a voice filled with grief and rage rang out. Moa, grandfather, you absolutely must not let these villains go. It was his parents. His mother sat slumped on the ground, her face in her hands, her voice weak. Shout, Mo. Chinamo looked down, his eyes filled with barely concealed sorrow. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I arrived too late. I can only use the blood of these people to offer a sacrifice to your soul in heaven. He then glared at Ma Sanshang, his eyes blazing with hatred. Hey Sanshang, let's fight. Ma Sanshang responded without hesitation. Fight then. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two clashed. Ma Sanshang, still confident despite Chen Mo's previous display of power, arrogantly declared, Chen Mo, you're no longer at your peak. You definitely can't withstand this strike of mine. Mountain-splitting blade art, third form, Heaven Breaker. The moment the blade swung down, Chen Mo simultaneously used the great Nirvana divine ability. The blade shattered instantly. He smirked and said, Go to hell and regret ever crossing me. Ma Sanshang stammered in terror. Damn it, he only managed to curse before dying on the spot. Chen Mo's icy voice rang out. Kill all the Xinglan sect members. Elsewhere, two men from the Xinglan sect, one of whom was maintaining a teleportation formation, clasped his hands and chanted a lightning incantation as dark clouds gathered. Divine decree, divine ability. Hear my command. Just before lightning bolts struck down from the sky towards the formation, the man opened his eyes, a triumphant glint in them. Now, the myriad lightning extermination grand formation is nearing completion. Soon, this planet will belong to our Xinglan sect. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared above, their voice laced with amusement. This myriad lightning extermination formation is quite good. It can even absorb dark clouds. This formation can greatly increase my power. The Taoist priest, seeing this, shouted in alarm, Who are you? If you have no business here, leave immediately. The man's eyes flashed with a red light as he looked down arrogantly. Who I am is unimportant, but I'm here for a reason, and that reason is you. The Taoist priest asked suspiciously, Impossible. Do we know each other? What business do you have with me? The Taoist priest suddenly thought of someone and gasped, Wait, could you be? The man stepped towards the Taoist priest and said directly, I've come specifically to borrow something from you. The Taoist priest backed away cautiously and asked, What do you want to borrow? The man immediately threw a punch. I'll take your dog life. The Taoist priest reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. He gritted his teeth and cursed, You wretch. Do you know who I am? You dare act recklessly within my grand formation? Prepare tout. In an instant, the man struck with his palm, forcing the Taoist priest to retreat. The Taoist priest suddenly noticed a familiar aura emanating from him. His eyes widened. What this aura? Who are you? The man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. A moment later, he opened his eyes and laughed maniacally. I am the war god of Hadu, Yang Dingtian. I am Yang Dingtian, the guardian of this emperor's throne star. I am the great devil Yang Dingtian, the chaotic heavenly devil. I will defy the heavens. 13 heavenly devil techniques. Bury them. As he spoke, Yang Dingtian raised both hands, gathering spiritual energy. A terrifying aura spread out. The Taoist priest was terrified. What? He struggled to support himself, muttering, Damn it, if I die, the teleportation formation will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian gasped for breath beside him. A moment later, he threw back his head and laughed loudly. From today onward I, Yang Dingtian, can be reborn. Elsewhere, Hong Tian received the news with a look of disbelief and panic. What did you say? Chen Mo killed everyone? He's that powerful. The man beside him, hands on his hips, replied, It seems we must request aid from our sect. We need to send more powerful senior brothers or elders here. Hong Tian furrowed his brow anxiously and urged, Then what are you waiting for? Quickly summon them. The man paused thoughtfully that we'll need a large quantity of spirit-infused jade stones to address the immediate crisis. We'll also need 300 virgin boys and girls to form the array. Hong Tian agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, Elder, I will fulfill any request you have. Immediately, Hong Tian took action. The army marched into Hadu and began violently seizing virgin boys and girls. Hadu descended into chaos. Heart-wrenching screams from mothers echoed throughout the apartment buildings. Save me. Let my child go. Don't touch my children. My son is still so young. Afterward, all the children were brought to the myriad lightning extermination grand formation in Miaojiang. The elder, sitting inside a helicopter, saw a bolt of lightning descend and was startled. What's happening? This power, is it senior brother? Chun Mo rushed forward to intercept it, shouting, "Are you insane? There are still children inside, with Yang Dingtian. You can't do this." Yang Dingtian hesitated, momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" Chun Mo. Seeing him obstructing his attack, Yang Dingtian became enraged. "Chun Mo, you dare interfere in the battle between me and the Xinglan sect? Then fight me, Yang Dingtian. Let's see if your golden core is more powerful or my demonic core." Seeing him consumed by rage, Chun Mo rushed forward, trying to reason with him. "Yang Dingtian, stop. Don't be controlled by your anger." Seeing that it was having no effect, Chun Mo clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "If this continues, I'll have no choice but to deal with you myself." Yang Dingtian unleashed an attack of thunder and lightning. Chun Mo watched the lightning bolts descend and used his spiritual energy to defend against them. That it's useless. Then, the lightning bolts coalesced into a ball of thunder and lightning in Yang Dingtian's hand. Yang Dingtian was shocked that he can actually control lightning, but don't think you're the only one who can. I could do it too. Immediately, he launched another attack. Myriad Lightning Extermination Grand Formation. Myriad Lightning Converge. A lightning ball with terrifying energy was created. Yang Dingtian looked at him challengingly. "How about it? Do you dare to take this move of mine?" Chun Mo ignored him. He looked towards the planes. Quickly, while they're fighting, "Everyone get out of here." He didn't hesitate to land on a plane, his gaze deadly. "Want to leave? No way. I've said it before. The people of the Xinglan sect. Kill all of them." The two pilots, seeing the murderous look in Chun Mo's eyes, knew they were doomed. Immediately, they bowed and pleaded, trembling, "Grandmaster Chun, please don't kill us. Please give us a chance. We're willing to help you control the whole world. You are the master of this world." Chun Mo showed no mercy. He gathered spiritual energy into his fist, looking at them calmly and replying, "I don't need you. You can die now. The rest of the Xinglan sect, gather for me." That energy ball controlled all the Xinglan sect's planes. The people inside panicked. What's happening? The plane is out of control. All the plane's functions are disabled. The plane shook violently. The Xinglan sect members inside rolled around like balls, crying out, "Help, we're going to die." Chun Mo won't let us escape. Chun Mo, outside, shouted a threat to those on the plane. "Listen up, protect the children on the plane for me. If anything happens to them, I, Chun Mo, will chop you into 100 pieces." A member of the Xinglan sect inside the plane hurriedly stepped forward and guaranteed, "I will definitely protect these children. They won't suffer any harm." The people inside directly reassured the captured children that, "Don't worry, kids, we won't hurt you." Yang Dingtian, on the other side, with a crazed look in his eyes, smirked at him. "Chun Mo, have you forgotten everything?" Hearing Yang Dingtian's voice, Chun Mo turned around, frowning that you're still here. "Is there something else?" Hearing this, Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate, unleashing a bolt of lightning that you're about to fight me, yet you're still concerned about other things? Come on, let's have our final battle. Before Chun Mo could agree, Yang Dingtian rushed forward frantically, focusing his energy for an attack that I want to see if he can block my myriad lightning palm. Kill Chun Mo. Chun Mo also began to gather a large energy ball, his eyes resolute. Yang Dingtian, today I will show you that I, Chun Mo, will always be a mountain you can never reach. Immediately, the two powerful spiritual forces collided. Sparks flew, and a powerful aura spread throughout the space. In a corner of the sky, two spiritual forces with powerful destructive power spread out. The Xinglan sect members inside the plane, shaken violently, exclaim, "Hold on tight. The residual impact could blow us away. The destructive power is so strong. The light emitted is blinding." Suddenly, the plane slowly descended to the ground. The people inside buzzed with speculation. The plane is landing. Did Chun Mo do this? To protect us from being disturbed, everyone stepped out of the plane. One person ran forward, pointing towards a corner of the sky. "Everyone, look over there. This is truly a battle of the gods. Look at Yang Dingtian. It's very likely he's entered a demonic state, a powerful, unparalleled demonic state, extremely bloodthirsty. If Grandmaster Chen can't subdue him, will he destroy the world? The crowd watching the fight clasped their hands in prayer. Grandmaster Chen, come on, defeat Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had completely lost his mind. He looked at Chen Mo and arrogantly declared, Chen Mo, today I will show you something. I, Yang Dingtian, will forever be the strongest war god in this world. Chen Mo's eyes turned cold as he swung his fist towards him. War god? There's no war god in this world with such violent energy as you, Yang Dingtian. Why don't you look at this world? This is the world that gave birth to you, nurtured you. How can you bear to destroy it? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian was knocked flat to the ground by a single blow. He lay motionless, laughing maniacally, ha ha. All the weak are unworthy of being human. Die, all of you die. I want this whole world to be buried with my Yang family. A light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as old memories flooded back. He never would have thought Yang Dingtian would become like this. When I told him to come here and destroy the teleportation formation, I still thought his mind was stable. It turns out he was just pretending. After obtaining the Myriad Thunder Slaughter formation, his power increased, and so he revealed his sharp fangs. I could have killed him directly, but I'm reluctant to waste his power. Being able to attract heavenly tribulation during the Golden Core breakthrough is no simple feat. A daring thought suddenly struck him. I want to subdue him and make him my servant. This is the forbidden demon curse that my junior sister and I used to capture demonic beasts in my past life. Yang Dingtian refused to yield. He lunged at Chen Mo Dai. Chen Mo didn't retaliate, only defended. Watching Yang Dingtian get thrown back, he thought to himself, secretly completing the restriction, even a stronger demonic beast would only meet its death. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to attack again, Chen Mo turned and fled. Yang Dingtian, thinking he had won, smirked triumphantly. What? Ha ha ha. You want to run already? You disappoint me. Today, you will definitely die. Before he could finish his sentence, a restriction appeared behind him. Yang Dingtian, now restrained, furrowed his brows in frustration. What is this? I feel something surging within my body. What have you done to me? Chen Mo stood silently to the side, watching as Yang Dingtian's body was gradually pierced by spiritual energy. He screamed and writhed in pain. It hurts. Chen Mo observed silently, thinking, right now, his body must feel like it's being bitten by thousands of ants, not only biting his flesh, but also gnawing at his soul. I originally wanted to befriend you, but you've been consumed by demonic energy for the sake of this world. I must subdue you. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but he still said, Chen Mo, I surrender. Chen Mo withdrew the restriction and coldly called out, Master. From today onwards, you are my servant, Chen Mo's. If you can overcome your inner demons, you will be free. Defeated, Yang Dingtian could only kneel before him and stammer, Yes, thank you, Master. Hong Tian paced back and forth in his room, pulling his hair and muttering, What should I do? Chen Mo is about to come knocking at our door. Maru entered, and he spoke in an exasperated tone. What's the rush? You weren't this anxious when our son died. Hong Tian turned sharply, his face anxious, and snapped. How can you compare matters of the state to this? This concerns the survival of the Hong family. Maru propped her chin in her hand, looking at him sarcastically. Your clan? You're only concerned with yourself. Don't even talk about your clan. You even dare to lay hands on your own father, and now you're pretending. Hearing her mention Hong Lao, Hong Tian retorted, his neck stiffening, You killed my father. You gave him that cloak with the tracker. Maru furrowed her brows in anger and snapped. He gave it to me. How dare you blame me now? Wasn't it because you couldn't stand being oppressed by your powerful father for so many years? Hong Tian vehemently denied it, shouting hoarsely, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. You killed my father. Today, I will avenge him. Hong Tian suddenly grabbed Maru by the throat, squeezing until her face turned pale. Maru gasped in panic. The cries stopped abruptly as Maru lay motionless on the floor. Hong Tian looked at his trembling hands and stammered, A subordinate rushed in from outside the door, stammering, Clan leader, I heard arguing. Madam, Hong Tian still hadn't recovered. After a moment, he turned his head and forced a sinister smile. Madam is asleep. Help me take her back to her room. Following his orders, Maru was carried back to her room. Hong Tian sat by the bed, looking at the cold corpse. Xiaoru, he said, you were right. I shouldn't have been so hasty. What was there to be hasty about? There are no loose ends this time. Now, we finally made the whole world kneel at our feet. But you must protect me. Protect me so that bastard Chun Mo is killed by the cultivators of the cultivation world. He placed his hand on Maru's forehead. In the next instant, her eyes opened, glancing at him with contempt. You always look like a loyal ox, she said, but after all this time, I've realized you're more like a wolf. Hong Tian's face paled. Maru, you're not dead. He jumped up in a panic, staring at Maru in disbelief. You were clearly dead. How can you be alive? He pulled out a knife and lunged at her, his voice filled with frantic malice. Why did you have to come back to life? You're not human. Maru watched his actions, her voice cold as she emphasized each word. You're the one who isn't human. She sat up on the bed, calmly using a deadly technique. Before Hong Tian could react, he collapsed onto the floor. A wave of evil energy spread through the room. Yang Dingtian escaped from his body. Maru looked on with satisfaction as the two villains destroyed each other. This world never belonged to you, she said. Finally, I have my revenge. Hong Tian lay on the ground, weakly opening his eyes. Yang Dingtian, it's you. Yang Dingtian crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Let me send you on your way to hell with my demonic fire, along with your wife. Scene change. Tian Shan. Chun Mo stood at the edge of a cliff, deep in thought. So, the reason the Xinglan sect came to this world was because of the dragon vein of the Emperor's star. He closed his eyes, a map appearing in his mind. Let me see what's so strange. This is the dragon vein. No, this isn't an ordinary dragon vein. Some expert has transformed the dragon veins of this entire world into a single, complete source. His eyes snapped open, his brows furrowed as he muttered, what a heaven-defying technique. It's a pity it failed. If it had succeeded, I'm afraid this world would have produced many immortals. He used his lightness skill to descend towards the mouth of a cave. He thought to himself, how can I revive this severed dragon vein's life force? Chun Mo would have to venture deep into the tiger's den to find out. That I'll examine the dragon vein first, then decide. Chun Mo walked deeper into the cave. A dragon's head appeared. This must be the center of the Tian Shan dragon vein, he thought. He approached the dragon's head to investigate. Moments later, he sensed something strange. This dragon vein was almost like a powerful magnet. Any spiritual energy that appeared was completely absorbed by it. And oh wonder the Emperor Star's spiritual energy is so weak. If this dragon vein can't be revived, I'm afraid all the spiritual energy will be absorbed by it. By then, the Emperor Star's life force will be severed, and I fear all life on this planet will die. Thinking this, he attacked the dragon's head. The heaven-slaying sword slashed at it. However, the dragon's head remained completely unscathed, shocking him. This heaven-slaying sword has been tempered by 9-colored heavenly lightning and is terrifyingly powerful. I can't believe it has no effect whatsoever. Just then, a strange voice echoed, Young man, relying solely on your strength to break the dragon vein shell is truly like a madman's dream. Chun Mo spoke up cautiously. Who are you? No one appeared, but the voice continued to reverberate. Eternity drifts like a grain of sand in the desert. Millennia pass. 10,000 years are difficult, Zhang Sun Busi. I am the human emperor. Chun Mo vigilantly observed his surroundings, his voice filled with suspicion. In the long history of the Emperor Star, everyone knows the great name of the human emperor, Fuxi. Yet, I've encountered you here. Are you truly Fuxi? Do you have any proof? The voice slowly responded, It's a long story. Back then, I, along with my wife Manhua and 5 friends, explored the eye of the universe in the ancient Forbidden Grounds. However, I was gravely injured there. Afterward, I returned to the Emperor's Star, but lost contact with my wife and friends. Now, I appear before you to ask for your help. As for proof, before the words could finish, a dazzling light flashed between the dragon head's brows. Chen Montag was astonishit. It was the Heat Tuesday. A Heat 2 diagram appeared. The mysterious person confirmed, indeed. Back then, the llama carried the Heat 2 out of the Yellow River, and I obtained it. Do you know the origin of the Heat 2? Chun Mo hesitated slightly before replying. Could it be that the He too originated from the eye of the universe? The person replied, correct. Both the He too and Luo Shu are extraordinary treasures. When I was within the eye of the universe, in the ancient forbidden grounds, I sense an aura similar to the He too and Luo Shu. When I search alone, I couldn't even break the outer layer's restrictions. So I called upon my wife, Manhua, to break the formation with me. However, we still couldn't break the final formation, so I invited the 5 great emperors. The 7 of us joined forces to break this final great formation. But when we entered the eye, we were injured by a terrifying existence. I could only flee. Chun Mo crossed his arms, looking at the He too, thinking to himself, back then, when little junior sister and I explored the eye of the universe, it was because of the unusual fluctuations there. It turns out it was the great battle between Fushi and that forbidden entity. Thinking about it now, Fushi is very likely the culprit who caused little junior sister and me to die. The motionless dragon suddenly emitted a beam of light. It moved. The person's voice became slightly heavier. That time, I was gravely injured and could only return to the Emperor's Star, relying on the dragon vein to recover. But I never expected this dragon vein to have sentience. Its cultivation is no different from when I was at my peak strength. After a bitter struggle, I could only rely on my life essence to enter the dragon vein. Sealing it prevented this beast from directly devouring Dezuo's star. Chinamo narrowed his eyes, slightly puzzled. Could it be that you hadn't considered at that time? If you absorbed the Dezuo star's dragon vein, the depletion of the dragon vein would lead to the destruction of this entire world? The mysterious person finally appeared. Human Emperor Fushi sat there, his expression calm. I didn't intend to absorb the entire dragon vein. I only wanted to quickly use the dragon vein to recover from my injuries and search for my wife, Manhua. It's all my fault for stubbornly forcing the dragon vein to converge, leading to my imprisonment within it. Dezuo star also lacks spiritual energy because of me. I am a sinner of Dezuo's star. When Shinamo clearly saw the old man, he was somewhat astonished. This was indeed Fushi's face. Why did this seemingly ordinary and approachable face possess a pressure that made him unable to breathe? But he quickly regained his composure and looked at Fushi. Do you have a way to disperse the dragon vein again? He pondered for a moment before replying, I do, but I need your help. Chen Montak hastili declinit politely. I am just a minor cultivator, having just stepped into the Golden Core realm. What help could I possibly offer you? Fushi spoke slowly, as if stating the obvious. Everything in this world is destined. Your rebirth on Dezuo's star is destiny. Including our meeting today, it's also destiny. Chen Montak was shocked. This person knew he was reborn. A moment later, he looked at the lines on his palm, dumbfounded, lost in thought. I originally thought my rebirth on Dezuo's star was accidental. Could it be it wasn't? Fushi and Manhua explored the eye of the universe together. After being injured, they hit on Dezuo's star, gathering the dragon vein, causing the spiritual energy on Dezuo's star to become deficient. I don't know how many years passed before I, Chinamo, was born, taken in as a disciple by the immortal Emperor Donghua, explored the eye of the universe with junior sister Laoli, disappeared, was reborn, and met human Emperor Fushi, whom I never encountered in that year. This feeling is like life, originally a straight line, being pulled back to somewhere by someone else to begin anew, then generating another straight line. Fushi waited for him to finish pondering before slowly speaking. In your past life, we missed each other. You were taken as a disciple by the immortal Emperor Donghua. But in this life, I have met you first. This is destiny, and you are the one I have been waiting for all these years. Hearing this, the image of immortal Emperor Donghua appeared in Chunmo's mind. He frowned, thinking to himself, if it followed the trajectory of my past life, 5 years from now, I would be accepted as a disciple by immortal Emperor Donghua. So, will he still come to Dezuo's star now? Will I be able to see my junior sister again? But he still resolutely refused. Even if I am the one you have been waiting for, I will not help you. If I die again this time, I fear I will not be able to see my junior sister again. Hearing this, Fushi was not in a hurry. He began to divine Chunmo's fate, raising an eyebrow. What are you doing? Fushi replied, while divining, I am looking at your future destiny. After a while, his pupils widened slightly in surprise. He sighed and said, as expected, now, you are no longer the person you were back then. Your destiny has become chaotic. Even I cannot see your fate. Hearing this, Chenmo's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. So you're saying you can't guarantee I can survive? Then I definitely can't help you. Fushi spoke again, hitting his weak spot, but I saw your junior sister's history. Chen-mo excitedly stepped forward, grabbing Fushi's collar and asking rapidly, what? You saw little junior sister's fate? How is she now? Where is she? Fushi looked up at him and slowly said, she once came to Dezuo, star looking for you. Only, she was reborn in ancient times. She was called the Luoshen by the world. But at that time, you hadn't been born yet. When she was reborn, Dezuo Star's spiritual energy was already scarce. Donghua, immortal, then took her away from Dezuo Star. Chenmo didn't believe it and retorted, impossible. If junior sister was also reborn, then she would remember me. She couldn't have left like that. Fushi continued, she built the Snow God Palace, wanting to wait for your ascension so you could be together. This is the home she built for the two of you. Chen-mo clenched his fists and asked, then why did she leave? Why didn't she wait for me in the cultivation world? Why did she leave again? What? Fushi shrugged, looking at him with an indifferent expression. The wheel of fate has turned. Everyone's fate has changed. You are no longer the person you were before, and Luoli is no longer the Luoli of before. He gritted his teeth and muttered what? Fushi looked at his stunned expression and chuckled. Did you think that after you were reborn, the fate of others wouldn't change at all? Think about your parents, your friends, your enemies. Look at yourself, you've changed. This whole world has changed. Chen-mo was unwilling to accept this. His eyes still flickered with a glimmer of hope. Then is my little junior sister still my little junior sister? Fushi looked at him with regret and replied, if the heart is dead, then she is no more. If the heart is still alive, then there is hope for anything. Is it truly impossible for you to meet your little junior sister again? To make her your beloved again? Hearing this, he suddenly came to his senses. Chen-mo made up his mind. That's right. In this life, I must pursue little junior sister myself. Why was I so discouraged just now? Then he bowed respectfully and said to Human Emperor Fushi, thank you, Human Emperor, for your guidance. I understand now. Fushi nodded kindly that After thanking him, Chen-mo quickly turned and left. Then I'll go first. Take care. I'll visit you again later. He waved to Fushi, thinking to himself, after I return, I must think of a way to repair the spatial transmission array to the Snow God Palace to find traces of little junior sister. At the same time, I must also strive to cultivate and become stronger. Just as he was happily making plans, Fushi's gentle voice rang out again. Chen-mo, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. You can't leave. He tilted his head, stunned, can't leave. Fushi pinched his fingers and continued, just now I saw your fate. Your and Luoli's fates are both very chaotic. Surely you understand the principle of not revealing heavenly secrets. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed a few times, speaking with difficulty. Cough, cough, cough. I've told you so much. My body has been heavily injured for a long time. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Chen-mo's mouth fell open, his eyes showing gratitude. Oh, he was helping me see the heavenly secrets, which is why he's so weak he's coughing up blood. Chen-mo stepped forward hesitantly. Senior, Fushi waved his hand, straightened up, and looked at him with trusting eyes. It's all right. I've been trapped here for a long time. My body has already been damaged. Even if I didn't help you see the heavenly secrets, I would die soon. Now, it's just dying a little earlier. But if I die, this dragon vein with its own consciousness, no one will be able to guard it. This Emperor Star will be destroyed. After that, no one will survive on this beautiful planet. Chen-mo, please, I beg you, help this Emperor Star. He seems to have placed all his hope in him. Chen-mo opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped. I don't know what to say. He organized the information he just received in his mind. If I leave here and the dragon vein revives, everyone will die. But if I stay here, I might die. But the Emperor Star will have a glimmer of hope. He sighed and made up his mind. He patted his chest and shouted, damn it, just consider my bad luck since birth. I'll help. This time you owe me. Fushi stroked his white beard and nodded. Indeed, I owe you, and I owe this entire world. Finally, I want to give you a meeting gift, also a farewell gift. These two books are the origin of Fushi's teachings. Since I was born, they have never left my side. Today, I give them to you. Consider my way of repaying this kindness. Immediately, 2 treasure books fell into his hands. Chunemo was overwhelmed and shocked. The He Tu and Luo Shu, the real deal. The first and second treasures of Fushi's 8 trigrams. Are they mine now? He stammered. You're giving me such precious items. Fushi immediately corrected him. Not giving, compensating. Chunemo, having received such a great deal, smiled with determination and looked at the old man. All right, Chunemo, will help you with this matter. Hearing this, Fushi felt somewhat relieved. He spoke his final words. The power of this dragon vein is incredibly strong. My body can no longer withstand its consciousness. Therefore, you must absorb it into your body and help me refine it. The dragon vein will no longer have consciousness. It can fill this entire world with spiritual energy. The Emperor Star will return to its former glory. Chunemo pointed at himself and hurriedly confirmed, Me? I absorbed the dragon vein? Are you kidding me? Do you think that's possible? Fushi replied without hesitation, I've looked into it. The possibility is extremely high. The success rate is above 1 in 10,000. Chunemo scoffed and exclaimed, How much above 1 in 10,000? You call that extremely high? Then he calmed down, propped his chin on his hand, and pondered, Isn't this rate practically the same as seeking death? But I have no choice. Even 1 in 10,000 is still a glimmer of hope. Having reassured himself, he shouted with mustered courage, All right, let's do it. I'll begin. Fushi smiled with satisfaction. He praised, Courageous. The future is in your hands now. Hiya, battle the 4 directions. Conquer the 8 seas. Annihilate the universe. A single point of light. Amidst the solemn words, powerful streams of spiritual energy enveloped Chunmo's body. He sensed his surroundings and thought, The space around me is about to be engulfed by his power. On the other side, the dragon vein manifested, its eyes flashing. A knife in hand, clad in armor, blood splattered 8 meters. Outside Tianshan, a brilliant ray of light shot straight into the sky, full of power. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. The people in the city discussed amongst themselves, Look, there's a light in the sky. It's so beautiful, even more beautiful than the Milky Way. Is it the light of a god? The people in the research institute were busy with this matter, exchanging information that is the energy within the beam of light stable? Will it have any impact on the world? A reporter from XX News, currently on the scene, reports. Where did this beam of light come from? What should humanity do? Should we prepare for the end of the world? Just then, everyone spotted a creature. Look, there's a dragon inside the beam of light. Magnificent. Is this a good omen or a bad omen within the Tianshan Mountains? Chunemo jumped down, landing on the dragon's foot. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. What's going on? My main body in the mountain is trembling. Isn't it about to burst out? Suddenly, the place where the dragon lay exploded. A surge of energy shot straight into the sky. He yelled, My God, the heavens are shaking and the earth is quaking. How can there suddenly be a dragon? Chunemo continued to yell, Fushi, what are you doing? Where is this? Don't release the dragon vein. Then Fushi appeared from behind him. He said, Don't panic. This is my soul sea. I've pulled it into my soul sea. As long as we can control it, the world will be safe. Hearing this, Chunemo hesitated, but my current power. Fushi pointed to where Chunemo was standing. Then he said, In here, I can lend you my power so we can fight this evil dragon together. Chen Montauk resolutely replied, All right. At this moment, the place where he stood swayed. He thought warily, What is this? Could it be seawater? No, it's not. This is pure energy. Then he felt his power gradually increasing. Golden core stage, nascent soul stage, deity transformation stage, doubt integration stage. His cultivation level continued to rise. He was about to transcend the heavenly tribulation and become a celestial venerable. I feel an endless power within my body. Picking stars feels as easy as eating and drinking. I can clearly see every corner of this world, along with the suffering of humanity. Above Chunemo was a globe of the earth. He saw someone shouting. Everyone moved back. Elderly and children quickly moved back. Seeing this, he thought, It seems the disaster has reached my home. He suddenly appeared before his family and said, Mom, Dad, Chun Tungzi, don't be afraid. I'm here. Chun Tungzi called out, "Master!" His mother said in a panic, "It seems Master has come to save us." Yang Dingtian, seeing him, muttered in surprise, "Chunimo, perhaps I will never surpass this young man." Elder Tai Chao, being supported by Chun Mo, also spoke, "Is this the power of a god? Chun Mo, you will be the god of this world." Fushi, standing behind him, stroked his beard and said, "I told you. As long as we kill the dragon Vane's consciousness, we can save the world. You must focus your power to fight. Don't waste it here." Chun Mo firmly said, "This is the world I was born in. How can I bear to destroy it? If I can save one person, I will save one person. I don't want anyone else to die." Fushi, unable to do anything, conceded, "You are truly soft-hearted. Now, we need you to deal with the dragon Vane's consciousness." "All right, my power is limited." Chinamo confidently said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Fushi asked in alarm, "Chinamo, what are you going to do?" He shouted, holding his sword and rushing out, of course the head. Then he attacked the dragon's head. Then he fell into deep thought, in a way. Not even a scratch. The dragon used its claws to grab him, but luckily he dodged in time. Then, Chinemo launched a continuous, relentless attack. Heavenly profound divine palm. Heaven-defying nirvana, grand divine ability. Seeing this, Fushi said with a sigh, "This kid really doesn't give anyone a moment's peace. I told him to be my assistant, but he charged ahead on his own." He thought to himself, "But I can't defeat this giant dragon alone." He stopped hesitating and flew upwards. Then, he said, "You've worked hard. Now watch this." Imperial lightning descent. An energy resembling lightning appeared in his hand. He then charged straight towards the dragon. It groaned in pain, ugh. But Fushi thought to himself in a panic, "Damn it, my power isn't what it used to be. It could break free at any moment." However, the dragon was still somewhat affected by the lightning attack. The dragon immediately tried to escape. Chun Mo yelled, "It's about to break through the barrier." Fushi quickly urged, "Chase after it. We can't let it leave my soul sea. If it does, we won't be able to defeat it. Kill it in the cosmos." The dragon swung its tail, causing many meteorites to fall. Fushi charged forward and said, "I'll stop these," as he strained to hold back the meteorites. "Let me handle this. Go after it. I'll find a way to deal with this." Chinamo thought to himself as his body began to transform, "It seems I have to grow bigger. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch it." Fortunately, a moment later, he managed to jump onto the dragon. He sighed in relief. Got it. Then he thought, "This hold seems pretty weak." A voice called out from behind, "Chinamo, move aside." Ha, 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 ha. Fushi controlled the meteorites from earlier, sending them hurtling towards the dragon's face at breakneck speed. The dragon shook, throwing Chinamo off. "Not good," he cried. A ball of energy formed in the dragon's mouth. It opened its jaws and attacked him. Chunimo was sent flying, groaning in pain. Then he suddenly noticed something and turned his head, thinking, "That's a planet back there, with little junior sister's aura." The dragon was still chasing him and growled at the planet. "Chimoro, no, don't hurt little junior sister." At this moment, an entity enveloped him. Fushi, his eyes and mouth wide with shock, thought, "Incredible. Such power resides within Chun Mo's body." Chun Mo collapsed. Blood sprang from his mouth. Fushi rushed to him, anxiously asking, "It's just a planet, and not even an imperial seat star. Was it worth risking your life to protect it?" Chun Mo looked towards the planet and said firmly, "I can sense my little junior sister there. Chun Mo, will never let her suffer any harm in this life." By now, the dragon had caught up and growled again. Fushi said, "It seems we don't have time to talk." He then made a decision. There's only one way. "Chunimo, I'm counting on you." He flew towards the dragon. "Farewell." Fushi clasped his hands and shouted, "With my essence, eternal spirit of the ages, everlasting and undying." His long hair wrapped around the dragon. Fushi concluded with, "Seal its consciousness." The dragon groaned in discomfort. Fuxi instructed Chen Montag, listen. I'm now locking my consciousness and its consciousness together. Kill it. Chen Mo thought, Fushi's consciousness and the dragon vein are bound together. If I kill it, then he yelled, "No, I can't." "Wouldn't you die too?" "I can't do that." Fushi calmly told Chun Mo, "A cultivator cannot be swayed by emotions. Me or this world, which is more important? Can't you tell the difference? Hurry up and do it." He couldn't believe what he was hearing, thinking to himself, clearly, the one who cares deeply about this world is you. You're willing to sacrifice your life for its peace. How can I kill such a good person? I'll regret it forever. He said, "This beast was created by me. It's my debt, so let me pay for it. Then he urged him, hurry up and do it. Chen turned his head hesitantly and said, but I really. Fushi added, a man shouldn't hesitate like this. Come on, end it all. He finally decided to strike. A great divine power, nirvana. Golden light shone everywhere, followed by the blue light created by the dragon. It groaned in pain. Fushi stood beside him, saying farewell, let be this way. I should go now. Chen didn't know what to say. Fushi asked him for one last favor. If you ever meet Manhua, please tell her for me. I love her. Then he slowly disappeared. Chen Montauk yelled, Fuxi. Fushi's remaining consciousness spoke to Chen Thank you, Chen I've repaid my debt to this world. Don't be sad. Go back. You still have one last mission. He watched the energy escaping from his body, thinking the immortal Lord has achieved great success in his tribulation. The power Fushi gave me is dissipating. I still haven't reached the planet where little junior sister is. Then another dazzling sight appeared, the light of the imperial throne. He was calling him. He immediately flew towards it, still thinking. Fushi said, I still have one last mission. What is it? Is there something else I need to do on the imperial throne star? As he approached, he saw a pale yellow light appear. He exclaimed in surprise, this is spiritual energy. Countless streams of spiritual energy are flowing into my body. Chen cried out, Then, when his feet touched the ground, he released the spiritual energy, forming a dragon. Amazing, he thought. Then he spoke to the dragon form. I've released all the spiritual energy from the dragon veins. Spiritual energy, return to earth. Then, touching the spiritual energy, he thought, restore the original dragon veins first. The spiritual energy slowly spread throughout the area. He sighed in relief, continuing to think, this way, the imperial throne star can have an endless supply of rich spiritual energy. Next, I need to go to other places to accelerate the restoration of the terrain and rivers and mountains previously damaged by the dragon veins. He passed by another area. He saw a helicopter. The person inside said, look, a dragon god is passing through the volcano. The lava has stopped. Wherever he went, the surrounding people cheered. Look, the floodwaters have receded. Is it the dragon god? It's the dragon god who saved us. He thought sadly, it's a shame I can only restore the appearance of the rivers and mountains, but I can't revive those who died there. Then, remembering grandfather Fushi, a sprout suddenly emerged. Thanks to something blue, he exclaimed in surprise. This is boundless spiritual energy constantly emanating from the earth's veins. Then said joyfully, after Fushi's sacrifice and reunification with the dragon veins, the spiritual energy of the imperial throne star, depleted for who knows how many years, has finally been replenished. Spring has arrived. The time for the imperial throne star's revival is here. Spiritual energy rained down on everyone. They rejoiced. Ha ha ha. Huang Lei, I've actually formed my golden core. Liang Jia, I've also formed my golden core. Yang Ding Tian, I will kill you. I will have my revenge. The era of universal cultivation has arrived. Someone among them shouted, Chun Mo, Zhangding. I've also become a golden core expert. I'll see if you can still control everything. First, I'll dismantle your MO gate. At MO gate, Chun Tongzi stroked his beard in thought. The imperial throne star's spiritual energy has recovered, but I've only broken through to the peak of the divine realm. If someone causes trouble now, I fear. Right then, at the gate of MO gate, Zhangding was banging and yelling, Chen Mo, come out here. Chun Tongzi thought, speak of the devil. Zhangding continued his boisterous clamor. Chen Mo, come out. Zhangding is here for revenge. Chun Tongzi looked at him with disdain and said, where did this lunatic come from? Do you think that just because your cultivation has increased, you're invincible? Zhangding arrogantly declared, I've already checked with my divine sense. Your MO gate doesn't even have a single golden core cultivator. Don't try to scare me, you insignificant cultivator. What's wrong? Are you scared? Then open the door. Chun Tongzi thought to himself, Chen Mo isn't back yet. I have to protect MO gate. It seems I can only use the heavenly profound divine fist that Chun Mo taught me. He then said aloud, just a golden core, and you dare to be so arrogant? Even without a single golden core expert, MO gate is not a place you can make a racket. Zhangding raised his hand to attack, shouting wildly, Zhangding will die. Chun Tongzi also attacked. Duanshan punched him directly in the face. Zhangding groaned in pain, his face contorted from the blow. He said in disbelief, impossible. Just a divine realm cultivator. and you defeated me with one punch? Kin Tungzi declared, I am kin mos disciple. A subordinate rushed in frantically. Elder Tai Chao. Chaos has erupted outside. Many cultivators have suddenly broken through. Golden Core cultivators are causing trouble. Elder Tai Chao anxiously asked, what about Yang Dingtian? The subordinate quickly replied, Yang Dingtian is in secluded cultivation. Another person ran in. Elder Tai Chao. 3 Golden Core cultivators have arrived outside. Outside, 3 figures appeared swaggering. A subordinate shouted, do you know where this is? Leave now, or we'll use our guns. Then, shots were fired. Consider yourselves dead. But the bullets didn't harm them. The 3 laughed. Ha ha ha, you shot. Why doesn't it hurt? The subordinate said in a panic, these bullets usually work on cultivators. Why aren't they working now? We've never dealt with Golden Core cultivators before. The purple-haired man then demonstrated his power. If you don't want to die, get lost. One of the men below flattered him. So, Imperial Brother is cultivating lightning techniques? The power of lightning techniques is unparalleled. Hearing this, the purple-haired man laughed. Ha ha, this is just a small matter. Dolly will be ours soon. The man with the ponytail said, look, there are dark clouds ahead. Everyone turned to look. The flattering man asked, Imperial Brother, you can even summon a powerful lightning formation? The purple-haired man cursed. Idiot, that's not my doing. A figure appeared within the clouds. Irritated, the figure with bloodshot eyes said, I was about to break through, to be disturbed by you lot. Very well, use your Golden Core to compensate me. A terrified subordinate exclaimed, what kind of great demon is this? Another subordinate, seemingly envious, said, that's the great hero protecting our grand elder. Yang Dingtian commanded the dark clouds, Black Cloud. The cloud obeyed, seizing the 3 men. Panicked, the 3 cried out, ugh, we can't move. Help, this cloud has thunder and lightning. The purple-haired man still boasted, who are you? Don't try to scare me. Wang Lei, I am a master of lightning cultivation. Inwardly, however, he was apprehensive, thinking, this person's background is not insignificant. He could be much stronger than me. I can't win, and I can't escape either. I'll just run, he thought, then added, I'll head to a populated area. But Yang Dingtian pursued him, arms crossed, and asked, why are you running so fast? Didn't you ask who I am? Let me tell you. I am Yang Dingtian. The purple-haired man stammered. You're the war god of Hadu, Yang Dingtian. He gave a cold laugh. That was before. There is no longer a war god of Hadu, Yang Dingtian. There's only the great devil, Yang Dingtian. He then directed the lightning towards the purple-haired man. The purple-haired man yelled, no. Yang Dingtian seized his golden core, saying gleefully, consuming a golden core can increase my cultivation. Not bad at all. I need more golden cores. Just this one isn't enough. I need the golden cores of everyone in Hadu. He flew forward. Several subordinates cried out, Yang Dingtian, don't cause trouble. Yang Dingtian, I'm Chen Mo's subordinate. Don't hurt us. He asked, Chen Mo, who is Chen Mo? Then he declared resolutely, attack them. I'll kill them all. It doesn't matter who he is. Just then, Chen Mo returned and intervened, shouting, Yang Dingtian, have you gone mad? Yang Dingtian's form grew larger. He said dismissively, who are you to dare obstruct me? Chen Mo took action. Explanations are useless. Using the Buddha demon binding, threads wrapped tightly around Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's througlet, groaning, oog. Chen Mo said, stop struggling. Once you've succumbed to demonic influence, you can't break free. Yang Dingtian, sweating profusely, commanded, release me. He gradually returned to his normal size. Chen Mo looked at him and said, I didn't expect your demonic possession to be this severe. Even your memory and intellect are seriously affected. Today, I will impart to you a demonic cultivation technique. From now on, you will stay by my side and never leave. This cultivation technique is called the 33 Heavenly Demons. I hope you can cultivate it well. After a moment, as if awakening, Yang Dingtian said, you're Chen Mo. Chen Mo commanded, protect the goodness in your heart. Use demonic power to uphold righteousness. Yang Dingtian quickly replied, yes, master. Chen Mo thought to himself, irritated, this is truly troublesome. This place is stable for now, but I don't know how Mo Gate is doing. At that moment, at Mo Gate, a group of people led by Chun Tungzi stood before the gate. What are you doing at Mo Gate? Chen Tongzi asked. Long Granny spoke up. Where's Chen Mo? What has happened to this world? I need to understand. Chu Zhang also spoke up. Chen Tongzi said, you tell Chen Mo to come out here. We, the four great sects, haven't come to Mo Gate today to cause trouble. We just want to ask a few questions. The old man then stretched out his hand to stop them. After that, he said, my master isn't at Mo Gate. Please return for now. After my master returns, I will report this matter to him. Xiao Fu anxiously shouted, not here. Such a huge incident has occurred. Others may not understand, but we do. Didn't he tamper with the dragon veins? Zhu Wenxiu also added, do you know how much damage your master has caused to this world? This entire world will be destroyed because of it. Long Granny chimed in, that's right. He must hand over the magical treasure to us, the one that disrupted the dragon veins. Perhaps then we can save this world. Chen Tongzi thought to himself, no wonder they've come to threaten us. It turns out they think Master has a magical treasure and they want to steal it. He stroked the fur on his hand and said in a deep voice, enough nonsense. Let me see if the four great sects are as formidable as you always boast. Chu Zhang was the first to attack. He said, you impudent little Taoist, I, Chu Zhang, will subdue you. He swung the staff in his hand. A gust of energy rushed forward. He added, is that right? I must experience it for myself. Then he said regretfully, but you're too slow, for he had been struck by that power, slapped directly in the face. A tooth also bid farewell at that moment. Chen Tongzi provocatively continued, what's wrong? Shouldn't you old-timers be resting and recuperating? You dare break Grandpa Chu's front tooth. I'll teach you a lesson. He then punched towards Chen Tongzi. But Chen Tongzi was quick to counter with his own punch, muttering, continuing the profound divine fist, mountain-splitting fist. Chen Tongzi neutralized the punch. A small explosion erupted. Chu Zhang looked at his hand and thought, this Taoist is truly strong. He swung his staff and shouted, parting river. From Chu Zhang's side, a voice cried out, Elder Chu, please step back. Zhu Wenxiu rushed down, calmly saying, let me deal with him. He then fluidly wielded his sword. He shouted, autumn water, crimson long sky, one color. Take my sword. Chen Tongzi sensed it and thought to himself, such powerful killing intent. I might not be able to withstand this sword strike. While dodging, he thought, but I cannot retreat. Behind me is Mo Gate. I must protect Mo Gate to the death. Chen Tongzi, you must remember, if you throw a fist, you must advance without retreating. Only then can you shatter the high mountain. He focused all his strength into his hand, then shouted, Master. Chen Tongzi's eyes were alert. They thought of a way to remain calm, uniting their mind and actions, stepping forward, invincible. Nothing is unbreakable. The high mountain ahead, one fist can destroy it. He thought back to his training. This is the profound meaning of the heavenly, profound divine fist. Master has passed down his most prized heavenly, profound divine fist to me. I cannot disgrace Master. Then, as Zhu Wenxiu lunged forward, Chen Tongzi channeled all his strength into his punch. Heavenly profound divine fist, first form, mountain-shattering strike. He actually blocked Zhu Wenxiu's sword with his bare hand. Zhu Wenxiu still didn't understand what had happened, so he said, you've lost. Then he suddenly felt blood welling up in his mouth. Then he coughed up blood. His sword shattered. He gasped in astonishment. What? His body quickly collapsed. In disbelief, he muttered, how? How is this possible? Long Granny. Long Granny also struggled to accept it. The sword immortal Zhu Wenxiu defeated? She questioned. How can this be? The woodcutter clutched his battle axe, his mind reeling. Just one punch broke Zhu Wenxiu's sword. Just one punch injured his spirit. His fist technique, it's almost the same as before, but also somehow different. But where is it different? Chen Tongzi couldn't believe it himself, staring at his hand as he thought, is this the true power of the heavenly profound divine fist? It's truly too strong. The woodcutter spoke with a brazen face. Little Taoist, you're a bit strange. Tell me the incantation of your fist technique, and I'll spare your life. Chen Tongzi formed a hand seal. You dare to covet the cultivation technique passed down to me by my master? You shameless thing. He raged furiously. You refuse the toast of good fortune, and instead choose the toast of death. He swung his axe towards Chen Tongzi. Long Granny cried out in alarm. Are you really going to kill him? Chen Mo won't let us off. The woodcutter replied, everyone, get out of here now. The other 3 quickly fled. Seeing this, Chun Tungzi thought, is something about to happen? The woodcutter swung his axe down, shouting, mountain-splitting force. The power surged towards Chun Tungzi. He thought resolutely, no matter what, I must use all my strength to face this. He extended his hand to block the attack, exclaiming, New River. The woodcutter thought in a panic, no, my cultivation isn't enough. I can't defend against this, nor can I counterattack. He then recalled Chun Mo's words. To become a true expert, you must first have a resolute heart. No matter what stands in your way, you must break through it. A surge of power coursed through him as he declared, Master's teachings are etched in my heart. I must defeat you. Come. The woodcutter asked arrogantly, let's see if you can withstand my next attack. He then used the mountain-splitting force again. Chun Tungzi countered with a heavenly, profound divine fist. An explosion erupted, sending both of them flying. The woodcutter struggled to his feet, muttering cough. Master, I'm sorry. I've done my best. Just then, Chun Mo appeared, supporting him and comforting him. It's all right, you did well. Rest now. Leave the rest to me. The woodcutter, seeing him, asked, Who are you? Chen Montauk replied angrily, Montauk clan, I am this little Taoist's master. You just bullied him. He then laughed loudly. Chen Mo, you are Chun Mo. Chu De Zhang blustered, hand over the treasure, and we'll spare your life. Long Granny also threatened Chun Mo, hand over the treasure that activated the dragon veins. Otherwise, your little Mo clan will be reduced to dust today. He responded innocently. Treasure that activated the dragon veins? What is that? Tai Chao, stop pretending. If you didn't have a treasure, how could you have withstood the dragon veins attack? Long Granny chimed in contemptuously. Such a heaven-defying treasure isn't something a little Taoist like you should possess. Tai Tiao impatiento urged, stulornfol. Hand over the treasure, or I'll kill you. Chun Mo walked towards him and calmly said, Then come. Try to kill me. He then asked quizzically, Kill me. Tai Tiao overly snorteth. Then he retreated. The woodcutter said to his companions, This kid is no ordinary person. Yet I feel fear. Let's attack together. Long Granny also flew forward. Humph. So Chu De Zhang from below also came running. Then she said, Granny, let my whip bind him first. Everyone revealed greedy expressions as they looked towards him. She used her whip to bind Chun Mo. Then she said to the others, He's tied up. Attack quickly. First, the woodcutter's axe came chopping down. He also said, Brat, you're courting death. Destroy the Mo gate for me. Then he chopped straight down. Although the force was powerful, after the smoke cleared, Long Granny asked suspiciously, Did we succeed? Chu De Zhang shook his head hesitantly and said, No. Something's not right. See if there's any movement. He's not dead. He asked incredulously. He's still not dead. The woodcutter immediately struck again with the move force splitting Manhua. Chun Mo also quickly used his fist technique. Divine Profound Fist, Mountain Crushing Strike. The two sides attacked each other fiercely. Chun Mo's fist pushed the woodcutter back. He cried out, Huh? Long Granny, dripping with sweat, said, This power of yours. Before she could finish, Chun Mo interrupted. He accused them. You try to kill me and steal the treasure. The 4 ancient sects deserve punishment. Long Granny lunged towards him and yelled, You die. I'll perish together with you. Chun Mo effortlessly controlled his power, stopping her. He said, It seems like it's you who will be destroyed. Finally, only Zhu Wenxiu remained. Chun Mo looked at him and asked, Now, of the 4 ancient sects leaders, only you are left. He then asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Why aren't you killing me? Chun Mo then commanded, Inform the 4 ancient sects. The world's spiritual energy has been restored. Don't even dream of dominating the cultivation world anymore. He looked into the distance, his eyes filled with hope, and continued, This is the era of blossoming wildflowers. It's the era of brilliant and glorious emperor stars. Just keep an eye on the emperor star. The structure can't help but be a little smaller. I have to go home and arrange things. Then I'll go out into the universe. Chun Mo then turned to enter the Mo gate, but Zhu Wenxiu asked, Wait, aren't you worried about the 4 ancient sects seeking revenge? He turned his head and confidently replied, I, Chun Mo, fear no one. If anyone dares to come looking for me, I will personally visit their sect. I'll pay a visit to the 4 ancient sects. Not even a blade of grass will be left standing. Then he entered the Mo gate and called out, Everyone, I'm home. Li Sufang rushed out and hugged him, saying, Mo, mother missed you so much. He quickly hugged her back and replied, yes, I'm home. His father also said, it's good that you're back. One of the disciples also spoke up, Sect Master, you're finally back. We all missed you so much. He looked at them and thought to himself, there are so many people who are no longer here. Those who liked me, those who hated me, all have vanished like smoke in this chaos. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Thousands of years from now, how many people will be able to reminisce about the past with me? Only little junior sister. Chen Mo knelt down, paying respects to his deceased grandfather. In his mind, he made a decision. After I go to the cultivation world, I'll find little junior sister and bring her back. The Emperor Star had undergone a great transformation. Everything seemed the same, yet everyone had changed. Clasping his hands, he whispered, Grandfather, I'm about to leave. But don't worry. Before I go, I will change this world so that the Mo gate will have no more worries. Chun Mo continued to Chun Tengzi's room and told him everything. The old man sat up abruptly and asked if his master wanted to leave. Chun Mo replied, yes, I must make this trip to the cultivation world. He added, Master, after I leave, the Mo gate relies entirely on you. Chun Tengzi jumped up and shook his head, saying, how can I? I'm a foolish disciple. The spiritual energy of Emperor Seat Star is so abundant, yet I still haven't broken through to the golden core stage. Chun Mo patted his shoulder, comforting him, you've already stimulated your potential. It's time to change your cultivation technique. Chun Tengzi asked, change? I think the current technique is very good. It's just that I'm a foolish disciple. Chun Mo explained, I will impart to you the heavenly love supreme skill of the Tao sect. I hope you cultivate it diligently and protect my Mo gate forever. Hearing this, the old man replied, understood. I will engrave Master's words in my heart. Chun Mo walked out of the Mo gate and thought to himself, Chun Tengzi is very reliable. He will surely cultivate the new technique well. It's time to go to Xiadu. By now, I'm afraid the Grand Chief side is in chaos. Meanwhile, the Grand Chief was rubbing his head, saying, one trouble after another. This world can't have any peace. A subordinate entered and reported, Grand Chief, a group of cultivators has attacked. Moreover, they're all experts, and they're heading this way. Firing his gun, a subordinate said, why are there so many? They're all cultivators. Someone grabbed a loudspeaker and announced, you are now intruding on the territory of Great Li. Leave immediately, or we will open fire. The leader of the attacking group ran forward, laughing loudly. They only have 3 golden core experts. This was Gao Lu. He ordered his trembling followers, kill all their golden core cultivators. A subordinate rushed in to report, Grand Chief, Gao Lu of the ancient martial clan has brought a group of cultivators and is currently wreaking havoc on the front lines. We can't hold them back. The Grand Chief anxiously ordered, immediately call the Mo gate. At this moment, Chinamo appeared and said, no need to call, I'm already here. The Grand Chief said, Chinamo, you're here? You've arrived just in time. What do you plan to do? He asked. Chinamo replied, I basically know what's happening. I'll go to the battlefield immediately. The Grand Chief worriedly asked, are you going alone? Wait a moment, I'll gather some people for you. Chinamo asked back, you still don't have faith in me? The Grand Chief said, but it's a whole group of cultivators. A subordinate confidently said, Grandmaster Chun can definitely stop this incident, right? A man fighting the subordinates knocked one down. They all lay scattered on the ground, groaning. A blue-haired man choked one and said, Great Li has been destroyed. Surrender, and you won't be killed. The subordinate firmly replied, Great Li soldiers only die in battle. They don't surrender. The blue-haired man angrily said, still won't give up? Then die. Just then, Chun Mo appeared and punched the blue-haired man. He flew back, spitting blood. The rescued subordinate asked, are you Chun Mo? He didn't answer but turned to the group and asked, are these the ones who came to invade? The group charged forward. One of them shouted, he dared to sneak attack me. Kill him. Chun Mo simultaneously unleashed a series of moves towards them, severing mountains, stirring rivers, suppressing the universe. Seeing this, 2 subordinates thought to themselves, the immortals have come to save us. Gao Lu, who had been observing the situation, suddenly realized something and exclaimed, that's Chun Mo. He then ordered his men, everyone, surround and kill Chun Mo. After that, they all launched their attacks simultaneously. A large explosion erupted. Gao Lu laughed arrogantly. Even the number one expert on the divine rankings, Grandmaster Chun, can't withstand our combined assault. Moments later, a surge of power erupted from the epicenter. Rocks flew everywhere, sending them scattering. Gao Lu narrowly dodged and exclaimed, "What was that?" As the smoke cleared, Chun Mo appeared, calmly stating, "How strong can you possibly be? Can you be stronger than the nine-colored heavenly firmament?" Gao Lu roared, "All golden core experts attack." One of them shouted, "Steady yourselves. Don't be afraid. Even if he's strong, he's only at the golden core realm. Are we, so many of us, afraid of him?" He rushed forward, saying so. "Continue. Go on." Chun Mo sliced him in half with a barehanded chop. The others were terrified, muttering, "He's terrifying. He's a demon." They quickly fled for their lives, screaming, "He's a demon. Everyone run." A subordinate clenched his fist and growled, "We can't let them escape. Grandmaster Chun is here. Stop them. Kill all these beasts who dare invade our nation." He added, "With me here, kill them. Kill every single invader." The men then chased after the fleeing cultivators. A loud voice boomed, "I am the great Li's Chun Mo." Gao Lu, who had been watching, finally spoke, "Chun Mo, very well. I want to see if you truly are invincible." He asked, "You're Gao Lu, correct?" Then he launched himself towards Gao Lu with a punch, adding, "Less talk, just die." Gao Lu unleashed his full power, enveloping himself in a strange, vibrant energy. He then taunted, "Undying body, undying form, rejoice at witnessing my full power." Chun Mo observed, thinking to be able to enhance his physical body to such an extent, he truly has some skill. He's even stronger than Ma Sandao and the woodcutter. Gao Lu also threw a punch, his imbued with green energy, undying soul, ancient artifact, eternal existence, God-slaying fist. Chun Mo countered with his own technique, shaking the heavens and earth. Their attacks collided. The force of the impact sent those below sprawling. Someone cried out, "Ah!" The shockwave is so strong. "Don't get blown away." Gao Lu plummeted from the sky with a scream. Chun Mo said arrogantly, "Unbelievable. Is that all the strength you have?" Gao Lu now lay sprawled on the ground. Chun Mo landed and added, "I thought I'd have an earth-shattering battle with you. Is that it? You're too weak." Gao Lu's followers murmured amongst themselves, "Gao Lu is dead. What do we do? Do we even need to ask?" They all turned and ran. Chun Mo said, "A bunch of ants." He then used his power to control them, striking each one down with the words, "Go meet your boss." The remaining subordinates, witnessing this, said, "It seems it's over." But where did Grandmaster Chun go? Chun Mo sat down on the ground, murmuring, "My spiritual power is almost completely depleted. My divine sense is also severely exhausted. I'm so tired." He leaned against a boulder, then thought, everywhere in the world is probably in chaos like this, all because of the spiritual chi revival that suddenly increased cultivators' power. No matter what, I bear some responsibility for this. I have to find a way to rebuild order so that ordinary people can live peaceful lives. This is Fushi's wish, and it's also my duty. Just then, a shout rang out, "We found him. Grandmaster Chun is here." One of them asked, "Grandmaster Chun, how are you?" He gently replied, "Thank you for your concern. I'm all right." The person said, "It's good that you're all right. Great Li is saved. With your guidance, Great Li will definitely become even more glorious." Hearing this, he thought, "My goal isn't to lead anyone, but to let everyone be able to smile like this." Suddenly, the three of them were attacked by another party and vanished. Witnessing this, he was plunged into despair. It was Gao Lu. He forced himself to stand, then laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha. Chun Mo, aren't you supposed to be so powerful? They were right in front of you, and you couldn't even protect them. How does it feel?" Chun Mo, enraged, gritted his teeth and said, "Gao Lu." Gao Lu arrogantly replied, "I'm right here. Come and fight me. Are you even able to stand up?" Chun Mo shakily stood up. Gao Lu taunted, "You can't even stand up straight, can you? You've finally fallen, haven't you?" Chun Mo, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, "No, all my spiritual power is gone. I can't move anymore." Gao Lu said haughtily, "Grandmaster Chun, you're going to die by my hand today." "No." Several people from Great Li shouted, "We won't let you harm Grandmaster Chun." Without another word, they moved to shield him, adding, "You've always protected us. Let's protect you this time. Grandmaster Chun, please lead Great Li to become stronger." Chen Mo, shocked, asked, "What are you doing?" They charged towards Gao Lu, shouting, "The pillars of Great Li will always stand tall. We will protect Grandmaster Chun." He yelled anxiously, "Come back. All of you come back." Gao Lu swatted them down with his hand. "Get lost, you insignificant ants." Chen Mo, devastated, said no. He shook his head, thinking, "I can't succumb to demonic energy. I can't become a demon like Yang Ding Tian, who reveled in killing. If I succumb, the disaster it brings will be even greater than now." Then he was astonished to discover something within his body. "This is the power of the Dragon Meridian." Unexpectedly, my golden core was able to absorb a part of the Dragon Meridian. Now it started to nourish my body. A dragon emerged from within him. Chen Mo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "This is the last of the dragon soul. Still not enough. I can't even unleash the first stance of the divine god fist, nor can I wield the heaven-slaying sword." Looking towards Gao Lu, he made up his mind. "But I don't care anymore." Chen Mo said to the people of Great Li as he charged towards Gao Lu, "All of you, stand back. Leave him to me." They all breathed a sigh of relief, happily saying to each other, "Grandmaster Chun has recovered. We're saved." Then he lunged at Gao Lu with his fist, but he couldn't break through Gao Lu's protective shield. Chen Mo was pushed back. He said in astonishment, "What?" Gao Lu said darkly, "So, your body is depleted now, isn't it? Why aren't you using your divine abilities? Are you completely empty inside?" Ha ha ha. Chen Mo had fallen to the ground, but quickly got back up. He punched towards Gao Lu again, but Gao Lu said calmly, "Enough. No need to keep up the act. Without spiritual power, you're nothing but trash. Just wait obediently for death." He kicked Chen Mo away again. The Great Li soldiers watched, lost in thought, asking each other, "What's wrong with Grandmaster Chen? He's not going to lose, is he?" Chen Mo coughed, then said resolutely, "No matter what, I won't lose to you." Gao Lu asked arrogantly, "Oh, really?" He thought to himself, "Has Chen Mo fallen silent? Now I can only rely on my own strength to fight." "Good. Today, you are the perfect whetstone for my blade." He said disdainfully, "You're just an ordinary person now. I can crush you like an ant." Chen Mo retorted, "You've tried crushing me twice already, and I'm still here." Provoked, Gao Lu threw a punch, saying, "I'll let you be arrogant." But Chen Mo dodged it. Gao Lu said in surprise, "What?" But it happened again. Angrily, Gao Lu chased after him, saying, "Damn it, stop dodging. What kind of martial artist are you?" Then Chen Mo stopped, aimed, and kicked him directly in the face. There was a thud. After regaining his composure, Gao Lu said in astonishment, "What? That didn't hurt at all. Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Where's your mountain-splitting melody? Your river-dividing slash? Your heaven-slaying sword?" He punched Chen Mo and taunted, "So this is all you've got?" Chen Mo was hit and coughed up blood, but he acted as if nothing had happened, saying excitedly, "Want to try my mountain-splitting melody again?" Gao Lu said in astonishment, "What? You still have spiritual power?" Chen Mo didn't reply but punched towards him. Gao Lu said, "This again, but it still doesn't hurt." "Ha ha ha, you're tricking me. There's no spiritual power in your punches." Chen Mo ignored him and said, "But you're scared. I just want to see your frightened face." Gao Lu was speechless with rage. Chen Mo continued his assault, rushing towards him with river-dividing slash. Gao Lu thought, "No, if this continues, my spiritual power will be depleted too. I can't beat him with just physical strength. I'll use all my spiritual power in one attack to kill him." He also rushed towards Chen Mo with his technique, God-destroying fist. Chen Mo was sent flying. Seeing Chen Mo get back up, Gao Lu asked incredulously, "What's wrong with you? How are you not dead?" Chen Mo endured the pain, thinking to himself, "This is the terrifying aspect of the primordial undying body. Even if I die, my body is immortal. But this pain is real. The previous attack has exhausted all of his spiritual power. He can't use his defenses now." Chen Mo asked, as if already knowing the answer, "Do you still have any strength left?" Gao Lu only managed to utter, "You monster," before Chen Mo used his sword to pierce through Gao Lu. He simply whispered, "No." He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, it's over," before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, cheers erupted. "We won. Grandmaster Chun has won. We are victorious." Many changes occurred in the following days. Chen Mo had slain 10 golden core experts of the Mang Mountain, along with over 1,000 cultivators. Everyone proclaimed him the protector of Great Li. They were now in the process of recovering and rebuilding. In a short time, Great Li's international prestige soared. The ancient martial clans, who had always been at odds with Great Li and refused to be governed, finally surrendered. The disciples of the four great ancient sects also pledged their allegiance to Chun Mo one after another, joining the Mo Gate. Would Great Li, under Chun Mo's leadership, truly achieve outstanding accomplishments in this new world? At this moment, Li Sufang knocked on his door, calling Xiao Mo. Chun Mo was cultivating in his room, thinking about how he had killed so many people. The guilt within him churned relentlessly. I must control myself. I can't become a demon. I could control Yang Dingtian. So who can control me? Hearing no response, she called again, Emoer, are you all right? Worried, Li Sufang opened the door and called out, Emoer. He snapped back, shouting at his mother, don't bother me. But after seeing her, he felt remorseful, thinking I yelled at my mother. That's not right. He then stammered, sorry, mother. She said with concern, you haven't left your room for a month. You'll get sick if you continue like this. He scratched his head, thinking, I must stop this rage within me. Li Sufang touched Chinmo's forehead, then asked suspiciously, you don't have a fever, do you? Is your mind all right? He replied, I'm perfectly fine. How can my mind be affected? What kind of mother says that about her son? She sat down on the bed and said softly, even though you haven't said anything, I can guess what's happening. Emoer, you've always been my pride, whether it was before or now. She added seriously, remember, you're not fighting alone. You have everyone else. Chinmo moved, said resolutely, mother, thank you. I'm truly fortunate to have parents like you. I will always protect everyone. Hearing this, Li Sufang took the opportunity to persuade him. Then hurry up and get ready to go out. Everyone is waiting for you. When he changed his clothes and opened the door, a group of people were waiting anxiously. Seeing Chun Mo, they exclaimed excitedly, Sect Master Chun is out. Great! Master has emerged from seclusion. He thought to himself, I'm a reborn person. I've always felt like I didn't belong in this world. But now, I feel a sense of belonging. This is my home. I have family here that I can't let go of. He then turned to ask Elder Chen Tengzi, is Kun Chung still in seclusion? The elder quickly replied, yes, little junior sister hasn't broken through yet. Does Master wish to visit her? Chinmo replied, no, I shouldn't disturb her cultivation. But later, he appeared in her room, justifying his actions by thinking, but it's okay to peek a little, right? It's fine to see if she's broken through. Seeing Qing Chung, he praised her, thinking her cultivation talent was excellent. In such a short time, she had gone from a pampered young miss to a powerful cultivator. But then, he saw her open her eyes, her face flushed crimson. He wondered what was happening. Was she unable to break through the shackles of her mortal body during her breakthrough? Could it be she still used a mortal body pill before breaking through? He then doubted anyone would do such a thing. Seeing her collapse, he worriedly called out, Qing Chung, are you all right? Then, Chinmo appeared, telling him, let me go check on her. She saw him and called out, Master. A moment later, Chinmo looked at the scene before him in astonishment, thinking, this feeling, it's miasma poison. Qing Chung, by now, was flushed red like a tomato. She said to him, panting, Master, disciple feels unwell. Why did you only come now? Chun Mo angrily shouted, Qing Chung, and rushed toward the room. The surrounding people, seeing this, were astonished, saying to each other, why is Sect Master Chen so angry? What happened? Elsewhere, Nie Xiaoshan looked around, asking in confusion, what's going on? Murong Yen Air replied, Qing Chung is still in the middle of her breakthrough. The surrounding heavenly and earthly qi has been absorbed. Hearing this, she worriedly asked, will Qing Chung be all right? Murong Yen Air comforted her, saying, don't worry, she's very strong. In Qing Cheng's room, Chan Mo burst through the door and anxiously asked, Qing Chung, how are you feeling now? Seeing him, she exclaimed joyfully, Master, you're finally back. Then, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly, pleading, please help me, disciple. I feel so uncomfortable right now. Chun Mo comforted her. It's all right, don't be afraid, and stroking her head, continued, let me help you. He then entered Qing Cheng's soul sea, looked around, and thought to himself, it seems the problem lies within her soul sea. Let me take a look. So hot. Qing Chung has been enduring such suffering. I should have come to check on her sooner. When he saw something rushing towards him, he thought in astonishment, this is a phoenix? Within Qing Cheng's body, there's the power of a phoenix. It spoke, asking, Master, do you love your disciple? He was speechless, unsure how to respond. Seeing his silence, the phoenix flew away. Chun Mo cried out in alarm, "Ching Chung, where are you going?" He then released his own dragon, saying, "Master, it seems I need to subdue the phoenix power here." Outside, the two were still embracing. Chinemo thought, "Not only am I helping her cultivate, but the lingering black mist deep within my soul sea has also been incinerated by this phoenix fire, leaving nothing behind. The demonic chi within me is completely gone now. Ching Chung, your phoenix power is truly formidable." A while later, after the phoenix was captured, Ching Chung opened her eyes and said to him, "The phoenix within my body is much more stable now." Then she embraced Chun Mo again, earnestly saying, "Master, thank you." He replied, "All right, your cultivation is now complete. With you all in the Mo gate, I feel much more at ease." 3 days later, outside the Mo gate, the Mo gate was now thoroughly strengthened, with a constant stream of visitors at the entrance. Inside, Chun Tungzi was introducing someone to him. "Master, Sect Master Zhu has come to visit." Zhu and Xiu scratched his head, hesitantly saying, "Previously Chun Mo patted his shoulder, interrupting him. "There's no need to mention the past. Your previous injuries haven't fully healed, have they?" He immediately replied, My body is still a little weak. I'm still recovering." By now, the two of them were sitting down and chatting. Shinemo said, "That's perfect. I have a medicinal pill that can help you recover." Zhu and Xiu quickly replied, "Then I'll gladly accept it." Upon putting the medicinal pill in his mouth, he immediately felt a change in his body. He then excitedly said, "A miracle drug. I can feel the wounds in my body have completely healed. There's even some medicinal power left unused. I've stored it within my body." Shinemo, also pleased, said, "That's good." Then he explained the item. This medicinal pill is called the Earth Mending Pill. It's only a 3rd grade pill. Legend says 9th grade pills can even bring the dead back to life. Zhu and Xiu asked doubtfully, "Do such powerful medicines truly exist in this world?" Shinemo didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Do you know how vast the universe is?" He looked upwards with a serious expression. "Just how big is the universe? Even the most powerful immortals in the universe don't know." Seeing this, Zhu Wenxiu said, "For what I can see, your current cultivation level is already on par with the immortals." Chinemo clarified the term for him. "However, I'm just a cultivator. But there's another term, an immortal cultivator." He clenched his fist, revealing more. The Emperor Star once achieved outstanding accomplishments in the universe. But later, spiritual energy was depleted, and the Emperor Star declined. Immortal cultivators became mere cultivators. He thought of those people and pondered gravely. Before, even those with divine realm cultivation dared to call themselves invincible. Even minor cultivators who came running from the cultivation world dared to fight for power and the Emperor Star. Learning this, Zhu and Xiu was extremely surprised. The Emperor Star is actually a very weak place, isn't it? Chenemo pointed and continued to explain, "Insignificant. In the world of immortal cultivation, it's like a grain of sand." Zhu and Xiu's expression darkened. "Then it's truly laughable. Only now do I realize that Zhu Wenxiu, am not even comparable to a frog at the bottom of a well." Chinemo placed a hand on his shoulder and consoled him. "That's why I told you to go see the universe. Fighting for power and prestige on this Emperor Star is truly insignificant." His eyes became more determined than ever did I understand. "I will definitely continue cultivating and then go to the universe." Only then did Chinemo get to the main point, that it's not just about you. "I want you to do something big. I hope to get your help." Zhu and Xiu asked, "What can I help you with?" He smiled confidently, revealing his long-held desire. "I want everyone in this world to start cultivating, so that cultivation won't be a special privilege for certain worlds. No more gatekeeping." Zhu and Xiu was stunned speechless. "That I want you to help me build a completely obedient 5th squad, following De Li's command, harnessing the power of the 4 great ancient sections. Chen Tungzi will work with you to accomplish this." Chunemo laid out the entire plan. "Under the management of this 5th squad, those willing to cultivate can join. I will provide medicinal pills and magical treasures that even ordinary people can use." Zhu and Xiu stood up, amazed that I asked this about creating an era where science, technology, and cultivation coexist. His expression was resolute. "I want cultivators to flourish in this world like mushrooms after the rain." Seeing Wen Xiu's worried expression, he quickly explained, "Of course, this will be your world. I will leave Emperor Star eventually. Everything that happens afterward will have nothing to do with me." Wen Xiu's eyes held a hint of regret. "But you are everyone's master on Emperor Star. You're the one who started everything here." At this point, he insisted on knowing Chun Mo's true identity. "Your thoughts and abilities far surpass ordinary people. Can you tell me now who you really are?" Chun Mo introduced himself, each word deliberate. "I am Chun Mo of Dali." As soon as this place was established, many students arrived. A few months later, martial arts academies were built and established in various locations. Enrollment only required passing the Martial Arts Academy entrance exam. All expenses were covered by Dali. These disciples were also very focused on their studies. Chun Mo also established the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, providing martial arts manuals to students who excelled. People of all ages gathered here, cultivators of all kinds. Men, women, old, and young formed a system. Those who didn't cultivate could also return to their peaceful lives. To express their gratitude for Chun Mo's contributions, the people even erected a statue of him. Thus, Chun Mo's statue became widely recognized. The various teams, including the 5th Squad, were also formally established. 5 supervisors oversaw the construction. Chen Tengzi and Zhu Wen Xiu protected everything. Dai Chao Chong earnestly told him, "You built all of this. If you're willing, this world is yours. Yet, you still want to pursue an uncertain future." Chen Mo smiled and replied, "Yes, I must go. By the way, how is the restoration of Miao Zhang's teleportation array coming along?" Dai Chao Chong honestly explained, "The outer areas are almost repaired, but the central area still requires your personal attention." Chun Mo closed his eyes and gave careful instructions. "After I leave, remember to destroy the teleportation array until someone is capable of reopening it." The news of his departure filled Chao Chong with regret. "Emperor Star truly owes you too much." Chen Mo of Dali. With only gratitude in his heart, Chen turned to leave. "All right, now I have one more important thing to do." Stepping out the door, he affirmed, "Finally, I will return order to this world." Atop the tower, a surge of energy could be seen radiating outwards. Chen Mo sat there, meditating peacefully. He clasped his hands together and shouted. The energy instantly coalesced and soared into the sky. Seconds later, the energy formed a giant image of him in the air. Everyone below was immediately captivated. "Look, there's someone in the sky. A giant." It turned out he did this to directly announce to everyone, "I am Chun Mo of Dali." Perhaps you've all noticed, the spiritual energy of Emperor Star has been restored. While revealing the danger, he also reassured them, easing their worries. The world might be a bit chaotic now, but it's only temporary. Chun Mo seriously explained his plan before his disciples. As long as new rules are established, life in the future will be better than before. Today, I will impart to you a cultivation technique. The magnified image of him in the sky guided them through the technique. Even children enthusiastically followed along. This will give you a sword to protect yourselves in these turbulent times. Regardless of age or gender, everyone can learn from me. Those in the militaries of other governments were furious. They were jealous and resentful of someone from the small country of Dali daring to be the master of the entire world. It seemed Dali definitely needed to be brought down a peg. In the Great Dynasty Hall meeting room, after receiving news of the challenge, many people were indignant. Wasn't Chen Mo just drawing hatred towards Dali? Now the whole world, so many who wanted to maintain the status quo, wanted to attack Dali. One of them stood up abruptly and suggested, "We should probably hand Chen Mo over to avoid Dali bearing the brunt of the world's anger for him." Another person stood up to retort, "You're truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Dali exists today because of Chun Mo. Are you suggesting we burn the bridge after crossing it?" The first man scowled and argued, "I'm thinking of the people of Dali." He then turned to Dai Chao Chong. "Dai Chao Chong, what do you think? Say something." Dai Chao Chong was incredibly calm. "That I trust Chun Mo's decision. I believe Dali can achieve a brighter future. Let the world's anger come. I believe Dali will definitely astonish them all." At the quiet Mo gate, an announcement suddenly rang out. "Sect Master Chun, someone is looking for you." The young man was one of Chun Mo's outstanding disciples. He greeted respectfully. Chuda Ji pays respects to Master. Chun Mo quickly welcomed him, in no need for formalities. "Come in and have a seat." "Thank you, Master." As soon as Chuda Ji sat down, Chinemo praised him. When I first met you, your strength was ordinary. Now, it seems you've become much stronger. Haha, you overpraise me. Chuda Ji said sadly. Previously, this disciple went into the mountains to cultivate. Later, I encountered the restored spiritual energy of Emperor Star, and my strength greatly increased. But at that time, I was trapped in the mountains, unable to help Master. Chinemo smiled kindly. The matter of fate can't be blamed on you. Chudaji said resolutely, but this time, this disciple came here to help you. I also heard the rumors that Master previously declared to the world. He trailed off, implying his awareness of the global discontent towards Chinemo. Chinemo was somewhat surprised by his disciple's boldness. So you still came to help me? Aren't you afraid of becoming a target? Chudaji firmly affirmed, I'm not afraid. This disciple came here to join your ranks, to advance and retreat together with you, Master. Chudaji clenched his fist with determination. Just give me your orders. Chinemo stood up excitedly and said, excellent. I happen to be short of assistants. Welcome to our team 5. Chudaji asked curiously, that's great. Is it the team 5 of cultivators? Chinemo calmly replied, no, it's the team 5 of ordinary people. Follow me, and you'll understand. A moment later, he brought Chudaji to a warehouse filled with combat weaponry. Chudaji still didn't understand. Master, what are we looking at? Chinemo pulled Chudaji toward something. See this? Isn't it powerful? Chudaji was completely stunned when he saw this. Below them were people equipped with advanced armor. Chinemo briefly explained, these are controlled by pre-programmed Yao. The power of cultivators, magical treasures, can also be used by ordinary people. Not long after, the armor was deployed on the battlefield. From afar, someone was running towards them. It's been a while, hasn't it? Still haven't arrived? This person wanted to defeat everyone single-handedly. He laughed loudly. King of Southern Greece, I will make Dali submit at my feet once more. He glared defiantly. Come and fight. The mech pilots didn't hesitate, charging forward. He sneered. Don't think that wearing armor will allow you to deal with me. The gap between a cultivator and an ordinary person is a chasm. As soon as he finished speaking, a mech warrior rammed him, sending him flying. What? Just that sent him flying. He crashed into a boulder, shattering it. Despite being beaten like this, he remained stubborn. How is this possible? This scrap metal can actually hurt me. Cassius? Chinemo and Ji were in the base, watching the battle live on the computer. Chinemo praised. Well done. It's a good thing I taught you about the matches. He looked at Ji with satisfaction. When you return, I'll record your contribution. Ji accepted happily. At this point, Ji honestly revealed, to be honest, from the beginning, I wasn't confident in this idea. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. On the other side, Cassius was being chased around frantically. Ordinary people can also become the era of cultivators. Help me. As he was running, someone from his side suddenly appeared in the air. He yelled desperately, save me. The mech warriors were a little bewildered. What is that? She brought a lot of reinforcements. The two mech pilots had to discuss retreating so many cultivators. We must retreat immediately. She narrowed her eyes and scoffed. How ridiculous, Cassius. While Cassius was explaining to Muzat, the two of them quickly left. I can't believe you were defeated by 2 ordinary people. There's a reason for this. He tried to explain. You don't understand. Their mechs have numerous defensive formations. Countless attack formations too. Her eyes became extremely dangerous. Those are your last words? After speaking, she didn't hesitate to use her power, causing him to fade away. What are you doing? Muzat, having finished, coldly dusted off her hands. Humph, losers shouldn't talk. Leave the rest to us. A subordinate said triumphantly. Elder Dali is currently at war with the southern forces. Let's take advantage of the chaos. The elder agreed without thinking it through. Okay, everyone charge. The wealth and women belong to the brave. Through cameras installed everywhere, Chun Mo monitored them. There are more people coming in the forest. Issue the order. I command a full-scale attack. Many people deployed mechs, blocking the path of the mages. We're in trouble. The elder quickly devised a countermeasure. It's all right, everyone. Just form the formation first. The warriors fired a barrage of bullets. You invaders, taste this. The mages were also quick-witted, coordinating with each other to create a shield, blocking the Dali soldiers' bullets. You can't hurt us. After the shield was fully formed, the Dali soldiers' bullets couldn't reach them. The elder laughed loudly and scornfully. Haha, mortals are just mortals. How can they break through our magical troops? The mech warrior immediately launched a missile. But the elder wasn't worried that a missile is coming. It's fine. Nothing can break through this. The missile crashed down, creating a terrifying explosion. The entire shield was engulfed in flames and smoke. The mage's shields were completely destroyed. The elder panicked. What happened? Who didn't properly maintain the defensive formation? A subordinate explained, it's not a flaw in the defense. The projectiles are imbued with spiritual energy. They pierced through our formation. Hearing this, the elder couldn't believe it. Spiritual energy on projectiles? How is that possible? The Dali forces, unwilling to relent, continued their barrage, sending the enemy scattering. Incoming projectiles again. Retreat into the forest, an elder commanded. The Dali soldiers, hidden behind large trees, waited for this moment. They're coming. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers charged out, guns in hand. That we've been waiting for you. Attack! The army surged forward unexpectedly. The mages, caught off guard, couldn't escape. Kill all the invaders. Don't let a single one get away. The elder glanced around suspiciously. Dali couldn't have developed this advanced weaponry so quickly. It's absolutely impossible. He declared his assessment of Dali's plan. I know. You probably have a fully equipped advanced force, don't you? You want to defeat us quickly. Then, channeling his energy and preparing to attack, he sneered, you're all just cannon fodder. I'll annihilate you all here. Just then, Chinemo stepped forward. You're only half right. He, along with a few elite disciples, directly addressed the elder. Our numbers may be few, but none of us are cannon fodder. The elder, oblivious to his impending doom, launched an attack directly at Chunemo. I think you are the cannon fodder. The attack, nearing Chunemo, dissipated spontaneously. The elder couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Chunemo decisively commanded, anyone who violates Dali will be eliminated. Log him out, Dali. Dali aggressively charged the mage with a flurry of punches. Muzat, unnoticed until now, appeared, looking equally fierce. Eso, you're Chunemo of Dali, are you? Suddenly, a powerful attack descended from above. Dali, surpresa, naroli duja. Muzat, with a dismissive tone, said, I mistook you. You're Chinemo? You all look the same. I can't really tell the difference. She landed in front of Dali, but it doesn't matter who you are. Muzat placed her hand on Dali, looking directly into his eyes. Dead is dead. Dali, immobilized, panicked. Why can't I move? Leaning closer, revealing sharp fangs, she prepared to strike Dali. Die, darling. Chunemo intervened, delivering a swift blow. Excuse me. He seriously warned Dali, be careful. Her weapon is seduction. Muzat, now certain, declared, so you're Chunemo? Well then, Doc. Chunemo calmly took out his phone and answered, hold on, let me finish this call. So, the Grand Elder has taken care of everything? All right, I understand. I'll inform the men out front. Once you're done, go back and continue questioning her. Perhaps they're planning a coordinated attack, sending out their best fighters, hoping for a decisive victory. Are there no others left in the house? She still doesn't understand. What do you mean? Murat frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? A mage rushed in to urgently inform him. Sir, our capital city. It's been completely occupied by Dali. What? Mujia also quickly received the news, leaving her stunned. Mujia, our base has been infiltrated. Chunemo calmly addressed them. Provoking you to invade here was just the beginning. This outcome is exactly what I wanted. The atmosphere around Dali, 3 years later, was incredibly peaceful. The world had returned to peace, and Dali stood firmly at the top. After 3 years, Emo had also become stronger. He was about to undertake his most crucial alchemical refinement. Approaching the alchemy furnace, he paused and reminded Kuyantan, wait a moment. You must follow my instructions precisely. There must be no mistakes. Because of the importance of the matter, he emphasized it clearly. Do you understand? Kuyantan resolutely obeyed. Yes, master. A few minutes later, the sun peaked over the horizon. Seeing the sunlight, Chunmo's face lit up with joy. The sun has risen. Chunmo used his power to gather the sunlight to a single point, concentrating the sun's energy. He collected a large amount of qi in his hand and wondered, is this the Z qi of the rising purple qi? Chunmo circulated his energy to control it, then compressed it into an energy sphere. A moment later, it transformed into a pill. Finally, it has become a purple elixir. Without wasting any time, he quickly threw it into the alchemy furnace as a primer. Then he commanded Din Thien above. Din Thien, use the thunderclouds. Din Thien utilized his power, summoning rain, thunder, and lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo took out a variety of medicinal ingredients. He then placed the precious ingredients he had collected inside. As the ingredients fell into the furnace, he decisively said, "All right, stop the rain." Next was Kuyantan's task. Kuyantan released the phoenix fire. Understood. Kuyantan unleashed a large phoenix fire, enveloping the alchemy furnace. Following the steps of the alchemical process, his heart was filled with anticipation. The final step, what I desire, is almost complete. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace erupted in flames, causing Din Thien to panic. What's happening? A purple pill, enveloped in tremendous energy, appeared. Everyone watched intently. That's Chun Mo flew up to retrieve it and revealed, "This is a 5th grade elixir." Hearing this, Kuyantana's eyes widened in astonishment. A 5th grade elixir. If this gets out, he seriously instructed them both. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Both affirmed in unison, "Don't worry, Master." His expression darkened as he sensed something amiss, that something's wrong. The clouds in the sky suddenly began to drift away. Even Chun Mo was bewildered. A powerful pressure emanated from the sky. An invisible force. It seems to be suppressing Quinton and Din Thien. It's rendering them powerless. What's happening? Why can't I move? This pressure is immense. Even now, I still can't determine the cause. Even the two of them can't withstand this pressure. In this world, only my master could do this. A few seconds later, he unconsciously looked up at the sky again. "Master, have you finally come to find your disciple? In my past life, it was probably also at this time that immortal Emperor Dong Hua found me and took me to cultivate. He even gave me little Sher Mei as my wife. He used all his strength to call out to his master. Disciple is here. It's Chun Mo. In his heart, he vowed, when I meet you, Master, I will tell you everything I've done in this life. You will be proud of your disciple." Why is the pressure getting weaker? Chun Mo stood beneath the vast sky, raising his hand in excitement. "Master, Quinton and Din Thien have both stood up. What happened?" The pressure from just now seems to have disappeared. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Chun Mo slumped down. "Master has left the Emperor's Star. He's not coming to find me anymore." Quinton didn't know how to comfort him. Chun Mo, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. His emotions spiraled out of control. "Disciple is here. Master, didn't you notice? Don't you recognize your disciple anymore? Why aren't you taking me with you?" Quinton sat down and placed her hand on his shoulder, her voice gentle. "What's wrong, Master? What just happened? Was it your master who came?" Suddenly, Chun Mo embraced her, sobbing like a child. Master doesn't need me anymore." He clenched his jaw, overwhelmed with emotion. With Master's power, a single sweep of his divine sense across the entire Emperor Star would be enough to find me. He didn't fail to notice me. He chose not to choose us. Quinton could only comfort him. "It's all right, Master. Your master will definitely need you." A moment later, he made a bold decision. "Thank you, Quinton. I feel much better now. I plan to go find Master myself. Come with me." Many questions flooded his mind. Perhaps Master has changed too. My rebirth has changed so many things. So where is little Shermay? Does she still love me? But his eyes showed a clear determination. No matter what, I have to see her again. If he doesn't choose us, I will take the initiative to find her. The next day, they arrived at the Miaojiang region. Chunmo's parents and many disciples were also present. "Are you leaving just like that?" Mrs. Defuang couldn't hold back her tears as she bid farewell to her son. His father tried to remain strong as he said goodbye. "O heir, be careful on your journey." His face couldn't hide his regret. "This journey, who knows how many years it will take. I will always remember everyone." Preparing to enter the barrier, he turned back to bid farewell to the Emperor's Star. Suddenly, Diet rushed over from out of nowhere. "Wait for me." Quinton looked at her with confusion. "Your Diet." She managed to enter the barrier just in time and was thus teleported along with them. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to Tien Kai Star, a place with much barren land. Upon arrival, Chinamo placed his hand on her shoulder and asked, "Diet, why did you follow us here?" Diet was momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond. Quinton spoke up, a hint of anger in her voice. "We're going to the cultivation world. Do you know how dangerous it is there? Why didn't you stay on the Emperor's Star?" Disliking being blamed, Diet angrily shouted, "I don't want to stay on Emperor's Star. Just let me borrow the teleportation array. You don't need to worry about me." Then she turned around and stormed off. "We'll each go our own way. No one should interfere with anyone else. Chinemo intended to follow, but Quinton stopped him. Just let her go. Yet, even more frustrated, ran off quickly. Why are you so angry? Am I not even allowed to leave you all? She didn't have any concrete plan in mind. The main thing was to get out of this desolate wasteland first. After running for a while, she saw a girl on the other side. Thought there's someone. I can ask for directions. Kadiet approached the girl and spoke. She smiled kindly. Hello, I'd like to ask for directions. The girl looked bewildered and didn't answer. Kadiet thought to herself, this woman looks a lot like the people from Emperor's Star. I wonder if she understands my language. Kadiet asked, I'm lost. I want to ask you how to get down the mountain. In her head, she wondered, no reaction. Do I need to offer some money? Thinking this, Kadiet immediately acted. The girl remained silent. This is just a small token of appreciation. Kadiet held out a bill of considerable value that I won't let you help me for nothing. Upon seeing the money, the girl immediately remembered. This type of paper was exactly like the paper the important person had left with the village chief before. Could it be? Suddenly, she knelt down at Kadiet's feet, causing Kadiet to be quite taken aback. This humble girl has been disrespectful. Please forgive me, immortal. Kadiet stammered, Sister, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The girl, pale with fear, blurted out her frustration. The my name is Nguyen. I already have someone I like. I don't want to bear children for Lu Dai Trang. Please, immortal, let me go back. Kadiet seriously considered the matter. Although she didn't know the specifics, it sounded like a bully was harassing this young woman. Miss, I can't ignore this. Then Kadiet tried to reassure Nguyen. What exactly happened? Tell me. I can't just stand by. Nguyen so bad. Nguyen recounted. Not long ago, 2 cultivators from the Tin Lawn sect came to our village. They were everywhere, looking for girls to warm their beds. I refused to comply, and they wouldn't let me go. Kadiet's expression became resolute. Yes. Oh, you're saying there are many other girls who were also taken? Yes. Let's go. Take me to their encampment. Nguyen, still confused, asked why. Kadiet emphasized, to rescue them, of course. How can you only care about escaping yourself and not about the other women? Nguyen then revealed, but they don't want to leave. Kadiet insisted on going immediately. How can there be women who are captured and don't want to escape? Take me there quickly. Quinton and Chinemo were secretly following her. Quinton said softly, I was worried about her. Look at her. She's just looking for trouble. Chinemo chuckled, but we can't just leave her. Let's follow and see what happens. A while later, Nguyen led Kadiet to a rather ominous-looking cave. It's there. Kadiet rushed forward, but Nguyen tried to hold her back that it's better not to go. They're very dangerous. Don't worry, I'm also very capable. Kadiet pushed forward with all her might. Wait for me to rescue them. We'll escape together. Kadiet, unable to foresee the consequences, rushed into the cave. Wait for me outside, she said, just as I went inside. She dealt with someone upon hearing strange sounds. Immortal. I'm here. Inside the room, a man was pinning down a young woman. Kadiet, with a knife ready in her hand, slowly approached. This vile wretch, bullying a woman. He must be made an example of. She decisively stabbed the man in the back. With that thrust, he stopped breathing, collapsing and causing the girl's face to pale with fear. Kadiet reached out to reassure her. It's all right now. You can go home. Unexpectedly, the girl screamed, Murder! Someone murdered the immortal. Help! Someone come quickly. Kadiet was utterly bewildered. What's going on? I saved you. Chun-Mo and 2 others were already standing at the cave entrance. The screams had carried outside. Seize her. Another beauty has come to our doorstep. Capture that woman. Quinton sighed helplessly. She even said she didn't need anyone's help. She's nothing but trouble. Chun-Mo, with a clear mission, said, Yang Dingtian, you go handle this. Don't kill them all. Leave one alive for questioning. Dingtian listened seriously. He watched, thinking to himself, ever since he was possessed by the demon, he seems to have completely lost himself. But at least he still follows orders, which is somewhat useful. Another man appeared. He leered at the bound Kadiet. What a fine figure. Much better than the village girls. How about we? Kadiet could only yell, Let me go. The underling awkwardly reported to his boss. The boss angrily turned to question, What is it now? As he turned, Dingtian's fist landed squarely in his face. Drop dead. Just then, Chun-Mo entered. He placed a hand on Dingtian's shoulder, reminding him, All right, that's enough. Keep this one alive. We need to ask him some questions. The man, now subdued by Chun-Mo's sharp gaze, was threatened that if you don't want to be logged out, answer truthfully. You're from the Xinglan sect, aren't you? He confessed, Yes, I am. I'm an elder responsible for managing the outer disciples of the Xinglan sect. Having found the right person, Chunamo seriously interrogated him. Then tell me about the Xinglan sect and that other planet. The elder knelt before Chunamo, his voice trembling as he recounted the events. The Xinglan sect is the true ruler of Tiankai Star. Recently, they opened a teleportation formation, saying they wanted to conquer a lower-level planet. We were only responsible for guarding the formation here and waiting for news. But those who left haven't returned. This place is practically abandoned now. Chunamo was startled by this. He thought to himself, it's a good thing I had them destroy the teleportation formation on Emperor Star. With a few more years of development, we could stand against these dogs. Then he looked at the elder and asked, how do the other planets of the true immortal realm compare to this one? The elder hastily replied with a flustered expression, how would I know? To travel to another planet, the teleportation fee is at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. I couldn't afford that in my entire life. Hearing this, Chunamo placed his hand on his chin, pondering. So, the common currency here is spirit stones. But Emperor Star, a place where spiritual energy has been depleted for so long, these aren't common. Although I brought some jade stones, they might be worth a lot here. The elder then hurriedly continued, Immortal, above Xinglan sect, your profound cultivation is unfathomable. You may have reached the peak of nascent soul, perhaps even the deity transformation realm. Chun Mo sternly asked, are you trying to scare me? Hearing these words, the terrified elder immediately knelt down and anxiously explained, I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling you what I know. Chunamo stood up and looked at him indifferently. All right, thank you for telling me so much. Let's end it here. The elder raised his head, his voice full of fear. Then farewell, immortal. Before leaving, Chunamo turned back and struck the elder in the chest, his voice cold. Indeed, it's time to send you off. He then turned to Yin Quinton and Nka Diet. Search here for anything useful and take it. Yes, Nka Diet replied, clenching her fists, complex emotions swirling within her. She thought about how Chan Mo had come here to save her and wondered if she could continue to travel with him. She then quietly walked out of the cave alone. I need to be independent. Gwyn, seeing her emerge, anxiously asked, Immortal, are you all right? I saw someone else go in there. And Kadiyet looked at her and gently replied, I'm fine. Don't call me immortal. My name isn't Kadiyet. She then spoke softly, a hint of hope in her eyes. Could I stay with you for a while? I have nowhere else to go. Gwyn didn't hesitate to nod in agreement. Of course. Please come to my house before you go. And Kadiyet glanced back inside, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, Chunamo. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Inside the cave, Chunmo's group was still searching diligently. The place was practically empty. Besides a few fragmented spirit stones, everything else was worthless. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chun-Mo immediately turned around. Immortal, 3 frightened girls looked at Chun-Mo, pleading tearfully. The men from before are all dead. What are we supposed to do? Please spare us. Chun-Mo looked at them and said reassuringly, you were brought here against your will, right? Don't be afraid. It's all right now. Everything's okay. So we don't have to bear children for Elder Lu anymore. That's right. We came here to have children with the immortal. Would it be all right if we just went home like this? My parents will scold me. Yin Quinton crossed his arm. If you look down on them, the people here, why are they so uncivilized? You don't want us to save you, do you, Chun-Mo? Chun-Mo gestured towards the pile of items beside him and said gently, these things are useless to me, but they might be quite valuable to you. Take them home. Your families won't say anything to you. Hearing this, one of the girls joyfully rushed to the pile, thanking him profusely. Thank goodness. Thank you, immortal. Chun-Mo glanced at her and said softly, hurry up and take them, then go home. After the 3 girls left the cave, Chun-Mo said to the other 2, we should go too. On the way, Yin Quinton glanced at him and asked curiously, they keep calling us immortal. Does that refer to cultivators? It seems so. Perhaps it's a common way of addressing us here. Chun-Mo stepped outside and observed the surroundings, but the spiritual energy here is much stronger than in the Imperial Seat Star. Yin Quinton closed his eyes and said thoughtfully, but the common people here seem rather uncivilized, and there are so many girls lacking self-respect. He placed his hand on his head. Yin Quinton's voice was low and melancholic as she said, you're not wrong. We also have no way to change this world. Yin Quinton looked at Chun-Mo with trusting eyes. Her voice softened as she said, Chun-Mo, I believe you can do it. You've already changed yourself. Chun Mo hesitated slightly at her words, his gaze deep as he looked at her. Then, looking down a pit below, he said to them, "If not, let's try going along this road." As they walked, Yin Qin Tan spoke, analyzing the situation. Based on the current information, there are only two ways for people here to join a cultivation sect. She frowned slightly, raising a finger as she explained. One, they're brought to Lac Fong Town from a young age to test their aptitude. If they have talent, they are kept to cultivate. The second way is through paying a fee to enter a new sect. Chun Mo placed his hand on his chin, his voice thoughtful as he pondered the information he'd just heard. Although the Tinlan sect holds control over the entire cultivation foundation on this Tien Kai star, separate factions and powers still exist in remote areas. He frowned, adding, "And the place we're standing in is one of those remote areas." The three of them then arrived at a nearby town. Chun Mo spoke up. "For example, this Lac Fong town is currently under the control of the Odo sect." Upon hearing this, Yin Qin Tan immediately asked, "So we have to join the Odo sect?" Chun Mo nodded without hesitation, replying, "I had considered directly joining the Tinlan sect, but doing so would easily attract attention." Hearing this, she immediately looked around with a nervous expression. "So, where is this Odo sect located?" Chun Mo spoke as he pushed open a door and walked inside. "The Odo sect is right before our eyes." At this moment, Song Xie was snoring away on a wooden table at the counter. Chun Mo gently called out to wake him. "Song Xie, wake up." Song Xie lifted his head, drool dripping from his mouth, and mumbled sleepily, "What's the matter?" Chun Mo stepped closer to him and got straight to the point. "That we need some help." Hearing this, Song Xie immediately woke up completely, his face lighting up as he thought to himself, "Business opportunity." Then he greeted them with a bright smile. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Do you wish to be customers or owners?" Chun Mo frowned slightly, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, "What do you mean? Explain yourself." Song Xie immediately brightened, clasping his hands together in front of him as he eagerly explained, "Seeing your appearance, you look like members of a sect. Were you perhaps annihilated and now need our help to take revenge?" Chun Mo found this rather amusing and let out a light chuckle. "You handle that kind of business too?" Song Xie replied, "These are customers, meaning those who pay us to eliminate someone for them." Chun Mo approached the counter, placing his hand on the table, and asked seriously, "How much does it cost to destroy a sect?" Song Xie answered without hesitation, "That depends on which sect. The price ranges from 500 to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, Chun Mo scoffed and looked at him. "Ha, so what if it's about controlling a large sect like Tinlan?" Song Xie's expression suddenly changed. His teeth gritted in anger as he furrowed his brows and asked, What are you saying? Are you here to cause trouble?" Chun Mo immediately raised both hands in a placating gesture. "No, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Song Xie clenched his fists, shouting angrily, "You can eat whatever you want, but words are not to be thrown around carelessly. Don't you know the saying, disaster comes from the mouth?" Tran Mak maintained his amiable demeanor, trying to appease Song Xie. "So, what's this about being a master?" Song Xie crossed his arms and explained condescendingly, "To be a master, you naturally have to join our Odo sect. But with your appearance, we're not recruiting. You'll only bring trouble." Tran Mak didn't reply, but pulled out a glowing green gem and presented it. "Don't say that. I'm just joking. This is a small token of my sincerity." Song Xie took the gem, examined it, and sneered, clearly dissatisfied. "Are you mocking me? Trying to fob me off with these two worthless pebbles?" Hearing this, Tran Mak smiled inwardly, thinking, as expected, spirit stones are rare on the Toa star. These cultivators don't even recognize them. Song Xie grew increasingly angry, clenching his fists and backing away. "Get out. Are you trying to make a fool of me?" Tran Mak remained calm. He pulled out a large pouch of silver and offered it. "Take a look at this." Song Xie glanced at the pouch, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Holy moly, this is real." He looked at Tran Mak with unconcealed excitement. "You must be from a major sect, right? So generous. All right, I'll accept you. The price is 1 spirit stone per person. I'll take you to the Odo sect." Tran Mak frowned. "Didn't I just give you a spirit stone? That should be enough, shouldn't it? Why are you asking for more?" Song Xie clutched the silver pouch to his chest and said nonchalantly, "That was a token of respect. The entrance fee is separate." Yin Qin Tan couldn't hold back any longer. She shouted angrily. What? You're completely unreasonable. Duong Tien Din, standing behind her, also snorted in disapproval. Tran Mak immediately turned back, frowning, and gestured for them to stop. That don't be rude. Let me talk to him. He then approached Song Ca and held out his hand. Song Ca, give me back the spirit stone. Song Ca slammed the fake spirit stones onto the table, his voice filled with indignation. Get it back to you? Get out of here, you paupers. On the table were 4 spirit stones, completely devoid of any light. Even a glance revealed they were fake. Tran Mak frowned. Song Ca, this isn't right. These spirit stones are clearly fake. Instead of admitting his fault, Song Ca roared. What do you mean not right? What's not right about it? Do you want to cause trouble? If you don't leave now, you won't be leaving at all. Tran Mak narrowed his eyes at Song Ca, chuckling softly in disdain, thinking, just a petty foundation establishment cultivator, putting on such airs. At that moment, Song Ca raised his hand and shouted, Get him! Tran Mak didn't hesitate. He struck out with a palm, sending Song Ca flying. Then he said coldly, Just you. Song Ca clutched his eye, glaring at Tran Mak. You dare hit me? Tran Mak stepped forward and slapped Song Ca again. Calling for help, are you? After trying to cheat me out of my money. Yin Quinton stood by, watching the scene unfold with exasperation. You said not to be rude, but you seem to be enjoying hitting him quite a bit, Tran Mak. Song Ca was beaten to the point he couldn't stand. He stammered and pleaded with a trembling voice, I'll get it back to you. It's in the drawer. Don't hit me anymore. Chun Mo immediately turned around and pulled open the 6th drawer. That's how you search. Song Ca sat up hurriedly and forced out, Don't take it all. There are a few dozen pieces inside that are mine. Chun Mo looked back at him, sneering sarcastically. Just consider it a filial piety offering to me. Afterwards, the 3 left the shop, discussing their next move as they walked. Where to next? Didn't we just pass by the Lac Fong restaurant? Let's have a big meal. Inside the shop, Song Ca clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. He thought to himself, just you wait. A moment later, the 3 arrived at a nearby restaurant. Chinamo looked at his 2 companions and asked, So, what do you guys want to eat? Yin Quinton reminded him with a worried look, Don't forget our goal. You offended him. I'm afraid we won't be able to enter the Odo sect. He looked at her and replied calmly, It's all right, we can get in. Yin Quinton tilted her head in confusion. How? If he doesn't come looking for trouble, we should be thanking our lucky stars. Chinamo leaned back and chuckled that I hope he does come looking for trouble. Think about it. He'll definitely bring the strongest people from the Odo sect to deal with us, right? Hearing this, Yin Quinton immediately understood and raised an eyebrow to Oh, that's it. You want to show off your strength to the higher-ups. Just then, Song Ca rushed over from afar, pointing at the 3 and shouting, It's them. His face was full of resentment as he hurriedly told the person next to him, Big brother, it was them. They beat me up. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes at him and said mockingly, Song Ca, come to offer me more filial piety. Chindai Hai stepped forward and looked at them, asking, You bullied my younger brother and robbed him of 100 Toei linstones. Yin Quinton immediately stood up, turning to him and angrily retorting, Don't try to deceive others. We didn't take that much from him. Chindai Hai looked at her, his eyes becoming brazen and lecherous. He then spoke with a sleazy tone, What a beauty. If you come with me, I'll only take 50 stones from you. How about that? Chun Mo immediately stepped forward, shielding her, and said firmly, Men's business should be settled by men. Why should a woman have to get involved? Hearing this, Chun Dai Hai laughed in agreement, his eyes full of amusement. Well said. A man should fight, right? Song Ca, standing beside him, frowned and reminded him anxiously, Big brother, don't underestimate him. He's very strong. Chun Dai Hai hesitated slightly, his eyes probing as he asked, He's that strong? Song Ca immediately pointed to his swollen face and replied, My face. He did this. He hit me. Chen Mo glanced at Yin Quinton standing behind him and said to her, Don't interfere. Let me handle this. He then looked directly at the group in front of him, his tone challenging that I'm in a hurry. Come at me, all of you at once. Chen Dai Hai was momentarily stunned. What? Then he clenched his fists, his face filled with excitement, and yelled, You asked for it. Brothers, attack. The group didn't say a word. They yelled with vigor and charged forward like a whirlwind. Brothers, attack. Kill him. Chen Mo, hands in his pockets, stood his ground and watched them. Then his body emitted a blinding light, sending them all flying backward. Tran Dai Hai was sent flying. His face paled, and he trembled as he shouted in terror, Divine Realm. Who are you? Chun Mo looked at him, furrowed his brow, and introduced himself. My name is Chun Mo. Bang Xie pointed at Chun and Mo and scolded. If you're a divine realm expert, why didn't you say so earlier? Trandai Hai glared at him and cursed without holding back. What's done is done. Why are you still blaming him? Bang Xie hung his head, his face ashen, not knowing what to say. Then, Trandai Hai quickly turned around and addressed Chun and Mo with a sincere tone. Brother, this was all a misunderstanding. My younger brother deserved to be beaten. I'll apologize on his behalf. Bang Xie immediately knelt before Chun and Mo, kowtowing and trembling as he pleaded for forgiveness. Young brother, please be magnanimous and spare me this time. Chen and Mo watched the scene unfold, suspicion swirling in his mind. This is too easy, much more straightforward than I anticipated. Trandai Hai put on an amiable smile, trying to win Chen Mo over. Don't worry, little brother. With me, Trandai Hai, here, I'll take care of everything regarding your entry into the sect. You won't have to spend a single coin. Then he clasped his hands and looked towards Yin Quintan, sister-in-law. You're very beautiful. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me if I offended you in any way. Yin Quintan was taken aback and let out a surprised gasp. Her face immediately flushed crimson as she turned away, thinking, he called me sister-in-law. He thinks I'm so embarrassed. But I'm happy. Trandai Hai then looked at Duong Tian Din, who was eating nearby, and said, and this brother? You certainly have a good appetite. This meal is on me. He then scratched his head and chuckled good-naturedly. I'll order another table as an apology. Chinamo and Trandai Hai then sat down at a table. Chinamo looked at him and asked, but it seems like you might have something on your mind, right? Trandai Hai laughed dismissively and replied, I'll listen to you. How could I dare trouble you all? Hearing these words, Chinemo took a sip of water, carefully considering the situation. Judging by his attitude, if I join the Odo sect, it will probably benefit him quite a bit. He's certainly a resourceful person. At that moment, Trandai Hai suddenly pushed a small box towards Yin Quintan and said, Sister-in-law, I was presumptuous earlier. Please accept this small token of my apology. Looking at the object inside the box, Yin Quintan, filled with curiosity, asked, what is this? He scratched his head, explaining with a hint of pride in his voice, this is a Lai Huisian Lian. Bathing in water infused with this fire-scorched lotus can help a woman maintain her youthful appearance. Please accept this small gift. Yin Quintan immediately accepted it. Is that true? Then I won't be polite. Chen mo koft lightly. Satli reminding Trandai, I'm. Trandai Hai immediately understood and quickly turned to Chonamo with a smile. Big brother, don't worry, I have a gift for you too. He then handed a small box to Chen M. Why resources are limited. But please accept this as a token of my apology. Chen Mo opened the box and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, low-grade spirit stones. Trandai Hai continued, although my cultivation isn't high, I consider myself quite resourceful. 80% of the businesses in this town are mine, so I can still afford to give you these spirit stones. Please, Brother Chun, don't refuse. Chun Mo accepted the gift, furrowed his brows, and then smiled faintly. Then, thank you very much, Sixth Brother. Sixth Brother, you have a request for me, don't you? Trandai Hai then raised his wine glass towards him and said, it's nothing much. You need the Odo sex protection, so I hope you can become my backing. Hearing this, Chen Mo fell silent for a moment, thinking he hadn't expected this seemingly rough man to be such a shrewd businessman. Cooperating with him would be very beneficial for someone as poor as himself. Trandai Hai looked at him and continued, Brother Chun, with your talent, achieving great things is only a matter of time. I only hope that Brother Chun will look out for me, your brother, in the future. I will be extremely grateful. After listening, Chan Mo clinked glasses with him and said resolutely, good, Sixth Brother, you have a talent for business. Perhaps our cooperation can make your business flourish throughout this entire cultivation world. Hearing this, Trandai Hai stood up excitedly, saying, then that's wonderful. Borrowing Brother Chen's auspicious words, let's continue drinking. That evening, as the sky gradually darkened, the banquet showed no signs of ending. Laughter and chatter echoed throughout the room. Everyone, keep drinking. We won't leave until we're drunk. Under the crescent moon, hanging in the night sky, Chunemo quietly stepped outside and looked up at the starry sky. A deep feeling welled up in his heart. Starting today, this is where my journey begins, little junior sister. Sooner or later, I will find you in this vast galaxy. The next morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the quiet house. In the study, Chunemo was engrossed in a book, his expression serious, as if pondering something deeply. At this moment, the door opened softly, and Yin Quinton entered, her eyes carrying a hint of urgency. "Sixth brother is here. He said he's taking us to the Odo sect. What are you looking at?" He quickly closed the book and replied calmly, "Nothing much, but I think you might be interested." Then he looked up at her, a playful smile spreading across his face. "Haha, I found a new character for us." Afterwards, the three of them left their lodgings and headed to the main hall to meet the elder. Seeing them arrive, Song Sie pointed and briefly introduced them to the elder. "It's these three." The elder stroked his beard, his eyes scrutinizing them as he slowly spoke. "Are you from the Tandoak sect?" The Tandoak sect was destroyed 5 years ago. "For so many years, you haven't joined another sect?" Chunemo clutched his chest, feigning distress, and lamented in a sorrowful voice, "I was cultivating outside at the time. I only found out about the sect's destruction when I returned. I was pursued everywhere and had to flee for a long time before reaching this place." He turned and gestured to Yin Quinton, introducing her. "This is my wife, Yin Quinton. This is my wife, Yin Quinton." Then he pointed to the other person. "This is my senior brother, Duong Din Tien." He continued his fabricated story. My senior brother was struck in the head and has become less intelligent. "I want to join the Odo sect to find a safe place to treat his injuries." The elder remained skeptical. "What you say seems reasonable, but the Tandoak sect has long been destroyed. Whether you are truly from the Tandoak sect or not, there's no way to prove it. Then, to prove it, refine the most prized medicinal pill of the Tandoak sect's cultivation method. That would be the Tan Tien pill." After hearing this, Chunemo was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, "I'm not afraid of alchemy, but how would I know the formula for the Azure Heaven pill? I've only glimpsed it in books. It's said to be a medicinal pill that can increase a cultivator's strength and is blue in color." But then, Elder Wu, seeing his uneasy expression, asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chunemo immediately replied, "No problem." He then looked directly at the elder and declared confidently, "I will now refine an Azure Heaven pill." A moment later, Chunemo was led by several people to the alchemy room, where a large furnace was already prepared. Standing before the tall furnace, he pondered, "Although I don't know the Azure Heaven pill's formula, I'll refine 10 temporary burst enhancement pills. They're also blue and even more effective. Let's do it this way and see if I can fool them," he thought. He then threw the ingredients into the furnace, clasped his hands, circulated his energy, and focused all his power on controlling the external refining process. Zhou Tianxing stood at a distance, observing the smoke rising from the furnace chimney. A satisfied smile played on his lips. "Good fire, good technique, good seed," he said with a beaming smile. "I've finally found my successor. This time, no one can steal him from me." With that, he hurried forward to find his new disciple. Inside the alchemy room, Chunemo continued to focus on refining. A moment later, a plume of smoke suddenly erupted from the furnace. Then it exploded. Chunemo stepped back, smirking at Elder Wu. "Haha, it seems your alchemy furnace isn't very good." Elder Wu frowned upon hearing this, his voice full of displeasure. "What? The furnace exploded just from refining one pill? And you want to join my Odo sect?" He immediately turned to leave. "All right, get out of here." Chunemo then took out a spirit stone and called out, "Wait a moment. Although the furnace exploded, I still managed to refine the pill." He presented the pill to Elder W.U.8T. Least give it a look. Elder Wu turned back to look at the pill in Chunmo's hand, his expression softening slightly. He took the pill and examined it, his eyes flashing with surprise. Vibrant color, fragrant aroma. Holding it, I feel a surge of vital energy throughout my body. It truly is the Azure Heaven pill. Just then, Zhou Tianxing walked over, his voice cold. "Ignorant fool, that's not the Azure Heaven pill at all." Chunemo was startled and turned to look at him, worry rising in his heart. "I'm dead. He thought I could fool them, but now I've caused even more trouble." Elder Wu furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, "It's not the Azure Heaven pill?" Then what is it? Zhuo Tianxing pointed at the pill in Elder Wu's hand and said, the medicinal power contained within this pill is far beyond that of the Azure Heaven pill. This pill is at least 3 times more potent. Hearing this, Elder Wu flew into a rage and roared at Zhuo Tianxing, Old Zhuo, what do you know? This is the Azure Heaven pill. Have you refined so many pills that your mind has gone senile? Senile, Zhuo Tianxing retorted angrily, pointing back at Elder Wu that you're the senile one. This isn't the Azure Heaven pill. It's far more powerful. This young man is a genius. The furnace exploded because its grade was too low to withstand such potent medicinal power. Then, Zhuo Tianxing looked towards Chunmo. He took a refining furnace from his person and offered it to him. Young man, if you take me as your master, I will gift you this heaven-grade purple cauldron. It has been with me for many years. Chunmo hesitated slightly. A soft voice sounded Elder Wu immediately interrupted no. He took a step forward, looked directly at Zhuo Tianxing, and said, Zhuo Tianxing, I don't care if you want to take a disciple, but this pill is clearly an Azure Heaven pill. Look closely. Zhuo Tianxing refused to accept this and retorted, ignorant fool. Elder Wu raised his voice and said again, look carefully. Zhuo Tianxing scrutinized the pill. Then, Elder Wu's divine sense spoke to him. You're truly muddled. If this wasn't an Azure Heaven pill, this young man wouldn't be able to enter the Odo sect. Immediately after, the old man slapped his own head and said, look at my mind. I'm old and truly useless. Zhuo Tianxing looked closely at the pill and continued the charade. This is clearly an Azure Heaven pill. How could I have mistaken it? Then he raised his hand and said, young man, I'm so sorry I was mistaken. This is indeed an Azure Heaven pill. Chunmo smiled at him, thinking to himself, just now, they used their divine senses to communicate. The 2 elders have seen through my trick. Let's see what they do next. The 2 then looked intently at Chunmo, their expressions serious. Apologies, young man, but it seems we must delve deeper into your secrets. Chunmo immediately sensed something was amiss. It seemed they were observing him. The 2 old men then began to put on another act, their voices filled with surprise. This is impossible, only at the divine realm cultivation, yet able to refine a 3rd-grade pill? He's a super genius. Then, Zhuo Tianxing stepped forward, presented the refining furnace to him, and said, Chunmo, join our sect. I don't even need you to formally acknowledge me as your master. This heaven-grade purple cauldron is yours. Chunmo accepted it from him and softly said, thank you, Elder Zhuo. Elder Wu then placed his hand on Yin Quinton's back and said magnanimously, young man, I don't have anything good for you, but this young lady, I can introduce you to Nu Zi Bai, the highest cultivated disciple here. Then his gaze fell upon Yang Dingtian, and he said, but this senior brother of yours, let him play around in the Odo sect. Chunmo immediately stepped forward to interject. Yang Dingtian hastily refused the offer. It's better for senior brother to stay with me. His mind isn't stable, and he might cause trouble. With me by his side, I can look after him. Elder Wu nodded in agreement. All right, then let him stay with you. Chunmo then thanked him and immediately left. Thank you, Elder. Senior brother, let's go explore. He glanced at Yang Dingtian, wary in his heart. Yang Dingtian is a ticking time bomb. I can't leave him unattended. If he goes berserk, I won't be able to stop him. The scene shifted to the sect leader's room at the Odo sect. He pensively asked the 2, what's this? Divine realm cultivation, but a 3rd-grade alchemist. The 2 old men clasped their hands firmly and answered in unison, indeed, it is so. The days of the Odo sect's rise are upon us. The sect leader stroked his beard thoughtfully and asked again, but is there any possibility he's a spy from another sect? Zhuo Tianxing and Elder Wu exchanged glances upon hearing this. Elder Wu looked at Zhuo Tianxing, then fell silent. A slow voice rang out. It makes sense if you think about it that way. A genius like him, coming to a small sect like ours, what could he possibly gain? Zhuo Tianxing immediately spoke up. The pill he refined truly wasn't the Azure Heaven pill. This means he isn't a disciple of the Azure Medicine sect. But why would he want to deceive the elder? Elder Wu, after listening, added his own speculation. Could it be he wants to cause trouble for our Odo sect? A small sect like ours can't withstand such turmoil. Zhuo Tianxing clenched his fists, his voice filled with conviction. Opportunity and danger coexist. A genius like him, with just a little more nurturing, could be a great opportunity for our Odo sect to rise. Elder Wu turned to look at him, his eyes full of doubt. Nurture who? Look at our Odo sect. Who here can even teach him? Zhuo Tianxing replied resolutely. Then let him research and cultivate on his own. Let him do as he pleases. What's wrong with making him an elder? Elder Wu stroked his chin, looking down, then let out a chuckle. The youngest elder of the Odo sect. Actually, that's not a bad idea. The scene shifted to Chen Mo's room. Suddenly, someone came to him and said, Elder Chun, greetings. I've come to deliver your token. Chen Mo took the token, his face clearly surprised. Huh? How did I become an elder? The token bearer smiled warmly. Speaking with a respectful tone, Elder Chun is a third-grade alchemist. Naturally, you have the qualifications to become an elder of our sect. We ask for your guidance in the future. Chun Mo accepted the token, frowning in thought. If I were to reveal my true cultivation, would they just give me the sect leader position as well? At this moment, Zhuo Tianxing walked in, laughing heartily. Haha, Elder Chun, congratulations. Chun Mo quickly turned around, his voice slightly flustered. Elder Zhuo. Chun Mo scratched his head, speaking modestly. This junior strength is meager. How could I have the talent and virtue to be an elder of the Odo sect? Zhuo Tianxing immediately waved his hand. What are you saying? It's good for young people to be humble, but too much humility becomes annoying. Hearing this, Chen Mo cupped his hands and bowed his head. That if that's the case, then Chen Mo will definitely devote all his effort, utilizing everything he has learned in this life, to help the Odo sect flourish. Zhuo Tianxing nodded in satisfaction, but that's how a man should be. A moment later, Zhuo Tianxing led him to a place and began to introduce it. Our Odo sect has only a little over 100 years of history. There are no forbidden areas, so feel free to explore. Just hand in some dunyao each month in exchange for living expenses. The main pillars of our Odo sect are the technique branch, which belongs to the sect leader, the artifact branch, which belongs to Elder Wu, and the alchemy branch, which belongs to me, Zhuo Tianxing. He then looked inside and continued, of course, now we have you as well. Zhuo Tianxing then led Chun Mo into a room filled with books. These are the techniques and artifacts of our sect. Feel free to choose. Chun Mo turned to look at him, nodding in thanks. Thank you, Elder Zhuo. He quickly turned back, thinking to himself, honestly, there's nothing decent here, but I should still pick a few. After all, my true techniques cannot be revealed. A moment later, Zhuo Tianxing asked from behind, found anything good? Chen Mo quickly turned and replied, yes, they're all right. Then he picked up 2 books and a blunt sword, excitedly saying, I want these. Zhuo Tianxing stroked his beard, looking at Chen Mo with interest, and asked, is that all? Chen Mo quickly replied, it's best not to be too greedy. Hearing this, Zhuo Tianxing looked at him with a bit of satisfaction. It's good to have such a mindset at your age. A moment later, Chun Mo returned to his room. He sat on the bed, attentively reading and studying. These fire control methods of the 2A Huosho aren't bad. They've increased my fire manipulation power quite a bit. He flipped through the pages, muttering to himself, this Luo Wu Wu Sheng is written in the demon race's script. I've never seen it before in my previous world. Immediately afterward, he tossed the book and the sword to the ground without hesitation. Let me see. In an instant, Chun Mo darted outside and said excitedly, although this cultivation technique is flawed, it's allowed me to reach the speed of a swallow. Not bad. Chen Mo turned his head, a slight smile curving his lips. Next, I'll figure out a way to upgrade these blades. Chen Mo walked back into his room, picking up the sword. His gaze landed on the faintly burning refining furnace as he thought. The most basic needs of a cultivator are pill refining and weapon refining. It's been a while since I've used the Zhan Tian sword. He looked at his crimson sword for a moment. It just so happens I can take this opportunity to refine some impurities from the Zhan Tian sword. And those impurities can be used to strengthen this blade. Without hesitation, Chun Mo immediately placed the sword into the refining furnace. It would be best to add some third-grade spirit energy. 2 months quietly passed. In Old Man Wu's class, he was lecturing his disciples. Temperature is crucial when forging. Just then a clanging sound rang out, rhythmic and steady, causing a stir in the class. They turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Is someone refining weapons? It's been almost 2 months now. There's been this commotion every day, but we haven't seen him come out. Old Man Wu looked over with a puzzled expression, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This seems to be a type of cultivation technique, but not one for combat. It's specialized for weapon refining. His eyes brightened, and a satisfied smile unconsciously curved his lips. There seems to be some great principle within this cultivation technique. It's like a beautiful, ethereal melody. Truly marvelous. Seeing their master lost in thought, the disciples hurriedly called out, "Master is entranced by the cultivation." Sounds again. Night fell. In Chun Mo's room, the tapping continued without ceasing. He carefully tapped the sword, his eyes focused like a skilled artisan that IT should be almost done. Old Man Wu sat in a nearby room, his eyes closed, enjoying the echoing cultivation sounds. This sound, it feels like it could help me break through. Finally, it's finished. Chun Mo had successfully refined the sword. He looked at the power emanating from the sword and smiled unconsciously. IT almost reached third grade spirit energy, but peak second grade is probably enough for now. Then, looking at the blade, he smiled gently and gave it an affectionate name. I'll call you Huo One Dao. At the same time, in Old Man Wu's room, he clenched his fist, his face radiant with excitement. It's done. I've grasped the great Dao. I'm about to break through. Afterward, Old Man Wu hurried to bring his sword to the forge. His heart burned with anticipation. It must be quickly tempered in the flames. I have a feeling I'll have a breakthrough tonight. Watching the flames roar, he muttered to himself with longing, I must forge a good weapon for myself. Back with Chun Mo, he was currently testing his new speed. His figure flashed across the water's surface like lightning. He placed his hand on his sword and smiled slightly. Taking advantage of the darkness and the lack of people, I'll test this blade. He then drew his sword and slashed powerfully at the tree in front of him. The large tree instantly split into two pieces. Without pausing, he continued his attack on a nearby boulder. Looking at the sword in his hand, he said, "Not bad, still usable, better than fighting barehanded." The boulder, struck by his sword, burst into flames. Looking at the scene of fire and water merging before him, he said with satisfaction, "Finally, let's see if this Hua One Dao, combined with the Thoi Hoa Thursday technique, can burn away this waterfall." Suddenly, a shout echoed from beneath the water, accompanied by a snake lunging upwards. Don't even think about it. Chun Mo instinctively retreated, surprise on his face. What the? The large snake, mouth wide open, charged straight towards him. Chun Mo immediately stepped back, shifting into a counterattacking stance. Just in time for Thoi Hoa. He channeled his energy, unleashing a flaming sword strike forward. Instantly, thick white smoke billowed everywhere. Chun Mo stood within the smoke, his eyes fixed forward. But who's there? From within the hazy smoke, a figure slowly emerged. A low voice echoed, "Trying to use Thoi Hoa Thursday like that? Unexpectedly effective." Chun Mo stood amidst the swirling smoke. His voice rang out again, "Who are you?" From within the smoke, a graceful figure stepped out, saying, "Who I am? Did no one in the Odo sect tell you? Is the forbidden area beneath this waterfall a place for games?" She frowned, irritation evident in her eyes and tone. "You not only came here, but you also used fire to try and burn me. Truly infuriating." Chun Mo paused, a bewildered expression on his face. What the? Then he thought to himself, didn't Zhuo Tianxing say there were no forbidden areas that I could explore freely? The woman's eyes darkened, killing intent flashing within them as she looked at him. "You're dead." As soon as the words left her mouth, something shot towards Chun Mo with incredible speed. A wolf suddenly appeared, blocking his path, causing him to stumble back in surprise. What the? Chun Mo stared at the spirit beast before him. This is a low-level spirit beast, a shadow wolf. The wolf growled at him, its eyes glowing red with ferocity. Without hesitation, it lunged to attack. Chun Mo quickly retreated, warning it, "Come any closer and you're looking for death." He then swung his sword in a powerful slash, countering with a surge of energy from his blade. The ground cracked. The wolf, struck by the attack, yelped in pain and was flung back, crashing into a large tree. From its body, a sparkling spirit stone unexpectedly fell. Chun Mo walked over and picked it up, examining it. This a spirit stone? Just then, the woman appeared beside him, appraising him. "Seems you're not just a small fry after all. Quite capable. Want to try again?" Chun Mo smirked, his gaze unwavering as he met hers. "Go ahead. It's been 2 months since I've had a good workout." The woman didn't reply. She whistled, summoning her spirit beast. Soon, a large pack of wolves surrounded Chun Mo. He looked around and exclaimed, "So many." Then, with a slight smile, he swung his sword, adding just in time. As the sword was swung, flames erupted in front of him, forming a wall of fire that blocked the wolves, killing some. But the pack didn't retreat. They howled and charged simultaneously, using their mouths to tear down the firewall. A woman observing nearby muttered, using a peak second-grade spiritual weapon again. It seems this old geezer has broken through. She frowned, looking at him with displeasure, letting his disciple use such a powerful spiritual weapon. Why doesn't he consider giving one to this girl? After saying that, she placed 2 fingers on her forehead, and spiritual power surged from her body. Let's see how strong he is. Chun Mo glanced at her, calculating inwardly. She's a peak golden core expert who's been suppressing her cultivation. Now she's starting to release it. He then turned back to the wolves, thinking, it's best to conceal my strength a bit and avoid trouble. I'll have to pretend to be weak. Immediately afterward, the wolves overwhelmed Chun Mo, pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, the woman spoke indifferently. It seems this kid is spent. She looked at him with contempt and said in an icy voice, just a disciple cultivating fire attributes. A bit clever, but not the person I'm looking for. She then waved her hand, ordering the wolves to disperse. Disperse. Go. And don't mention today's events to anyone. Before leaving, she turned back to look at him, her eyes filled with warning. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Chun Mo frowned, watching her retreating figure, thinking darkly, so who are you, after all? Upon returning to his room, Chun Mo found Old Man Wu standing at the door. His voice rang out cheerfully. Chun Mo. He smiled, his tone half reproachful, half joking. Where have you been? Haven't seen you for 2 months. I thought you'd run away. Chun Mo scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. He replied softly, how could I? I was just finding a quiet place to cultivate. Immediately afterward, a thought arose in his mind. How could I run away? I have to make the Odo sect stronger to take over the Xinglan sect. Old Man Wu raised an eyebrow, his face showing satisfaction and interest. Let me tell you something. In a few days, there will be a trial in the Tianyuan forest, hosted by the Xinglan sect. The rewards are generous, and you can even win a spatial ring. Hearing this, Chun Mo nodded without hesitation. Not bad. I'll participate. 3 days later, at the trial grounds, people gathered in droves, their chattering voices echoing everywhere. This is the place. Quite a few people have come. Chun Mo pushed through the crowd, murmuring softly, this is a lot of people. At this time, the leader stood on a high platform. His voice boomed down, authoritative and clear. Everyone be quiet. As you know, there are countless monstrous beasts and endless spiritual herbs in the Tianyuan forest. There are also forbidden zones. Recently, our sect disciples discovered a new forbidden zone. Inside, there are various opportunities. Whoever has the ability to obtain them can keep them. However, there's only one flag inside. Whoever brings that flag back here will be ranked first. The first place winner will receive a spatial ring, gifted by our Xinglan sect, and their sect can be exempt from 3 years of taxes. I hope you all will do your best. The disciples below looked up at the ring, then whispered, could it be very dangerous inside? Can those of us with divine realm cultivation level succeed? He smiled and replied, rest assured, there's no danger inside. It's just that the flag can run away, so you need to try your best. Then he extended both arms horizontally and closed his eyes, saying, this forbidden zone can only be entered by cultivators below the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, we would have gone in ourselves. Chun Mo listened, pondered, and then said, if there's no danger, wouldn't the thousands upon thousands of Xinglan sect disciples, including those with low cultivation, have already found it? Old Man Wu leaned closer and whispered, is there a conspiracy? Chun Mo just smirked and replied, it's all right, I'll go check it out. Worst case scenario, I'll just run away. A moment later, the leader led them to the mission area and announced loudly, welcome, everyone. It's right here. Please do your best. Chun Mo scanned his surroundings, silently wary. There's something strange about this forest. Something's odd. Reaching the middle of the quiet forest, he stopped, thinking this incredibly intricate formation. It's likely a fourth-order formation. Without hesitation, he sat down, his hands forming seals as he cast a spell that I need to study this a bit. This is the first fourth-order formation I've seen in this life. A moment later, a man suddenly approached from afar, calling out, brother, over there. Liang Feiyun walked closer, his eyes curious and slightly apologetic. Brother, you're a formation master too? I apologize in advance. Chun Mo looked up at him, confused. Why? Just then, he sensed something unusual. For my soul. His expression turned serious. Why divine divine sense is being repelled. This place not only prevents those above golden core from entering, but even the divine sense of golden core cultivators is restricted. How strange. Liang Feiyun scratched his head, glancing to the side, his face slightly embarrassed. They're here. A giant snake suddenly slithered out in front of them, making Chun Mo jump and blurt out, "Holy crap!" Immediately after, a massive ape leaped out from behind with ferocious momentum. And there was also a... Liang Feiyun grabbed Chun Mo's hand, his voice urgent that I accidentally lured them out. We'll each take one, okay? Chun Mo froze, a single thought running through his mind. Where did this idiot come from? He had literally lured monsters right to them, and was now suggesting they split them up. As soon as Liang Feiyun finished speaking, he turned around and shouted, "I'll deal with that giant python. You take this one." Chun Mo stood dumbfounded, blurting out, "Hey, you," the giant ape. He casually snapped a large branch from a nearby tree. Its ferocious eyes glared at Chun Mo as if it wanted to devour him alive. Without hesitation, Chun Mo immediately launched a counterattack. He threw a powerful punch at its face. Seeing that it wasn't affected at all, he exclaimed in surprise. No reaction whatsoever. Undeterred, he leaped into the air and delivered another blow to the monster's face that I'll have to hit it a few more times. Provoked, the ape went berserk. Its eyes turned blood red. Immediately afterward, it swung its arm, delivering a powerful counterblow. Chun Mo didn't retreat, meeting its attack with his fist. The two forces collided violently. However, his strength didn't faze the monstrous beast. On the contrary, he was sent flying like a leaf in a storm. Chun Mo frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked at the monster before him. This thing's strength is terrifying. The ape grew even more excited, beating its chest and roaring as if proclaiming its invincible power. Chun Mo reappeared in front of it, a provocative smirk on his lips as, "Oh, you're excited because you think you're stronger than me?" He lowered his stance, channeling power into his legs before stomping the ground. Let's play a little. Immediately afterward, he shot forward, unleashing a series of blows against the giant body. The ape, under constant attack, roared in anger. Then it slammed its hand onto the ground, causing the earth and rocks to crack. Chun Mo frowned slightly as he looked at it, just pure demonic energy. A bit troublesome. Meanwhile, Liang Feiyun shouted as he attacked the giant snake. "Take this. Taste my wind palm." The snake was struck by the palm, but remained unharmed. Liang Feiyun paled, cold sweat dripping down his face as he stared at it. This venomous forest python scales are too tough. I can't penetrate them. The snake then darted its tongue out, lunging forward to swallow him whole. In that critical moment, Liang Feiyun quickly jumped back. "Still trying to eat me?" He raised his sword high, then brought it down with a shout, "Imperial Wind Sword." From afar, Chun Mo observed silently, thinking to himself, this guy isn't bad. He furrowed his brow slightly, his lips curling into a small smirk as he watched Liang Feiyun. At least he has the strength of late-stage golden core. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw the ape raising a large tree branch once more. He raised a hand, easily blocking the blow from the massive branch, and muttered, "So you like playing with sticks, huh?" Immediately after, the ape used its other hand to punch him directly. Chun Mo, struck by the painful blow, gritted his teeth. It even learned to use a feint. He was sent flying towards Liang Feiyun. Seeing this, Liang Feiyun looked over and said, "I'm done on my side." Seeing Chun Mo injured, Liang Feiyun asked worriedly, "Are you all right? Should I help you?" Chun Mo pushed himself up, grimacing at the ape as he replied, "No need. Chun Mo, have never needed anyone's help." The ape snarled, continuing to swing its massive fist towards Chun Mo. He nimbly dodged, softly uttering, "Silent dance." The ape paused, confused by his words. At this moment, Chun Mo frowned, his eyes cold as he looked at it. "I suppose this is enough. I won't waste any more time with you. Prépare-toi." With that, a large fire dragon erupted from his hand. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual power into his fist. He unleashed a critical blow. The punch landed squarely in the ape's stomach, tearing a hole right through it. Liang Feiyun, standing beside him, witnessed everything, his eyes wide with surprise. He thought, isn't this guy a formation master? He's only at the divine realm cultivation level. How can he unleash such a powerful punch? After finishing the ape off, Chun Mo approached its corpse and thought to himself, it's a pity I don't have a spatial storage ring. It's inconvenient to carry the fire pattern blade. Otherwise, this would have been much easier. He then reached out, preparing to retrieve the spoils. This monster core is from a golden core stage demon beast. Its core should be quite useful. Suddenly, a stranger rushed in from out of nowhere. He climbed onto the ape's corpse and swiftly snatched the core. Spotting the treasure, Wu Chong held the core in his hand, looking at it gleefully. Got myself something good. Chun Mo glanced at him and said softly, "Did you pick up the wrong item?" Wu Chong raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and pocketed the core. "What do you mean? This thing wasn't in your hands. Why can't I take it?" Liang Feiyun stepped forward, annoyed, and looked at him, saying sarcastically, "You're being unreasonable, kid. Didn't your mother teach you any manners?" Not only did the man not listen, but he also pointed directly at Liang Feiyun with a haughty expression. "How dare you insult my mother?" He retorted without hesitation, "Are you stupid? I'm scolding you." He then immediately drew his sword, pointing it directly at Liang Feiyun's neck. "Stop your nonsense and hand over the core. Otherwise, I'll show you what I'm capable of." Seeing the sword, Wu Chong exclaimed in alarm, "Is that the Imperial Wind Sword?" Liang Feiyun smirked smugly and replied, "You know a thing or two, I see." Wu Chong broke out in a cold sweat. Although unwilling, he took out the core and tossed it towards Chun Mo. "Fine, I'm magnanimous. Here you go." Liang Feiyun looked at Chun Mo and said, "This guy tries to reason while robbing people." Chun Mo glanced at the sword in Liang Feiyun's hand and asked curiously, "What kind of sword is that? Why is it so powerful?" Liang Feiyun, hearing this, proudly raised the sword and introduced it. "This is the Proud Wind Sword, ranked 43rd on the Divine Weapon rankings." "You don't know about it?" Chun Mo was momentarily stunned and asked in surprise, "What's the Divine Weapon rankings?" Liang Feiyun explained as if he were lecturing a child. The Divine Weapon rankings is a list of the most powerful weapons in the cultivation world. Only the top 100 can be included. He then stroked the blade gently, his face full of pride as he continued, "In my hand is the Proud Wind Sword, ranked 43rd. It's a peak 3rd grade spiritual weapon. There's nothing more powerful on your Tiankai star." Hearing this, Chun Mo was slightly taken aback. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Your Tiankai star? So he's not from Tiankai star." He then placed his hand on his chin, pondering that it's just a peak 3rd grade spiritual weapon. "My heaven slaying sword is the same. What's so great about it?" Seeing him lost in thought, Liang Feiyun quickly stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and sighed. "Hey, no need to be envious of me. Just work hard, and you'll have one someday too." Hearing this, Chun Mo brushed his hand away, frowning as he replied, "All right, we should still hurry up and find the flag. Don't let the guy from earlier snatch it first." Liang Feiyun immediately agreed, "Right? No matter what, we can't let that kid from before find it first." Then, clasping his hands together, he formally introduced himself. "Let's officially get acquainted. Liang Feiyun of the Tone Tianmon sect. May I ask who you are?" Chun Mo also smiled, turning his head to look at him, and replied, "Chun Mo of the Odo sect." Liang Feiyun hurriedly strode to catch up with Chun Mo, his tone full of interest and curiosity. "The Odo sect? I haven't heard of it, but you're quite interesting. Are you interested in joining me?" Chun Mo tilted his head, glancing at him thoughtfully. "The Tianmon sect is the area controlled by the Tone Tianmon sect. This Liang Feiyun could be considered a high-ranking member, coming from the Central Court. So, with a status like his, why would one go deep into this forbidden zone? Is he worried about the Tianlon sect? So he personally came here." He frowned, looking at Chun Mo and asking. Then, with a smile, he asked, "So, what do you think?" Chun Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, lifting a hand towards him. "That you're a disciple of the Tone Tianmon sect. It would be my honor to travel with you." Hearing this, Liang Feiyun smirked slightly, thinking to himself, your face doesn't show any sign of honor at all." As the two were talking, a strange voice suddenly called out from behind them. "So you're here." The man clenched his fist, his eyes full of hatred as he looked towards the two of them and shouted, "You bastards up ahead, hand over your belongings." Chun Mo turned to look at Liang Feiyun, asking suspiciously, "Did you provoke them?" Liang Feiyun quickly denied it. "Are you kidding? With my noble status, why would I provoke them?" The man immediately pointed at Liang Feiyun. He spoke in a threatening tone. "You, the kid with the center-parted hair, this doesn't concern you. Leave immediately, or you won't be able to keep your life." Chun Mo frowned at this, looking at him and saying, "See, they're clearly after you." Liang Feiyun looked at them coldly and asked, "Who are you?" The man pointed at the sword in Liang Feiyun's hand. "Who we are isn't important, but the treasure in your hand is. That sword must be at least second grade, right? A true treasure sword." Liang Feiyun raised his sword, glancing at them as he replied, "Is that so? So you're after my sword." Chen Mo, standing beside him, looked at the group in front of them and said softly, "I advise you to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, today will be your death anniversary." Hearing this, the man burst out laughing contemptuously. He then spoke in a confident and arrogant tone, "This is a forbidden zone. Everyone's strength is equally restricted. How can the two of you fight against the 8 of us?" Liang Feiyun gently placed his hand on Chen Mo's shoulder, his eyes serious. "They're after me. Don't interfere. Watch me deal with them." The group didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately roared and charged forward to attack point 1 against 8. "Who do you think you are? Kill them." One of them raised his sword high, shouting towards Chen Mo, "Even you will be dealt with." They all rushed forward, but Chen Mo and Liang Feiyun merely shifted their bodies slightly, easily dodging the attack. "We can't hit him. What's with this kid? Why can't we cut him down? What kind of movement technique is that? I have to steal it." Chen Mo, hearing this, looked at them with a contemptuous smile, "That if you can, then come and get it." On the other side, Liang Feiyun was also facing an encirclement. "Get him, old 5. Kill him." Liang Feiyun parried with a sword thrust, coldly replying, "Just you lot think you can kill me?" Seeing his comrade fall, the leader roared, calling for old 5. Then, in rage, he raised his sword high, furiously shouting the order, "Let's attack together. Avenge my brother." At that moment, Liang Feiyun channeled spiritual energy into his sword. A fierce blue light erupted and radiated outwards. "Come and find your deaths together then." The attack immediately lunged towards the group who were about to continue their assault. Standing to the side, Chen Mo immediately had a bad feeling. Not good. That's a wide-range attack skill. Golden light body protection. He braced for impact. The group instantly collapsed at Liang Feiyun's feet. He looked at them and laughed loudly. "Haha, a bunch of trash." Liang Feiyun raised his sword, looking at Chen Mo with a smug expression, "That I can handle this myself, Brother Chen. Are you all right?" Chen Mo frowned slightly, his eyes fixed sternly on him. "You." Then he gathered spiritual energy in his hand, staring intently at Liang Feiyun, pushing fire hand. He then thrust his palm towards Liang Feiyun, shouting, "Pushing fire palm." Liang Feiyun didn't understand what was happening, but quickly drew his sword to block the incoming attack. Afterwards, he looked at Chen Mo in confusion and asked, "Kid, I was trying to help you. Why are you attacking me?" Chen Mo didn't hesitate, his brow furrowed, his tone cold as he retorted, "Were you really trying to help me? You were trying to test me." Hearing this, Liang Feiyun sheathed his sword and looked at him, replying, "This personality of yours is really quite annoying." Chen Mo immediately retorted, "You're not so great yourself." Then, he circled behind Liang Feiyun. Looking at him, Liang Feiyun admitted, "All right, you're right. I was trying to test you. Are you really a disciple of the Odo sect?" Chen Mo glanced over and replied, "I'm not a disciple of the Odo sect." Hearing this, Liang Feiyun suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I knew it." At this point, Chen Mo added, "I'm an elder of the Odo sect." Liang Feiyun froze, staring at him blankly, uttering what? Immediately after, he frowned and said, "A sect has an elder who hasn't even reached Golden Core yet? Is your sect's brain damaged or something?" Chen Mo pointed at himself and replied, "Because I'm a rank 3 alchemist." Hearing this, Liang Feiyun was slightly surprised. "What did you say?" Then, staring at him, he asked again, "A rank 3 alchemist?" Chen Mo replied with indifference, "Believe it or not." Hearing this, Liang Feiyun frowned, slightly panicked, thinking that he was actually a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, from his fighting prowess, he could also see that his talent was extremely high. After a moment of thought, he extended his hand with a smile and said, "How about you come my Tone Tianmon? We'll make you an elder too. What do you say?" Chen Mo paid no attention to the invitation. He simply turned and walked away. No need. Liang Feiyun hurriedly called after him, "Brother Chen, listen to me." He stepped up behind him and started chattering. "The Odo sect is just a second-rate sect under the rule of the Tinlon sect's territory. It's nothing more than a third-rate planet. Our Tone Tianmon is different. We're on a first-rate planet. Even the Tinlon sect has to listen to our Tone Tianmon." Chen Mo paid no attention to his words and continued his work. Liang Feiyun continued, "The spiritual energy density there is 5 times greater than here. We can also provide you with a blessed cave heaven for cultivation, guaranteeing your cultivation speed will increase at least tenfold compared to ordinary people. Chun Mo still ignored him, his face solemn as he looked at the spirit stones in his hand, thinking golden core cultivators really are poor. Just these few spirit stones. Liang Feiyun stood behind him, observing his expression, then continued his rambling. If you join us, outer sect elders of Tone Tianmon receive 5 low-grade spirit stones annually. Hearing this, Chun Mo let out a small sound, his eyes finally showing a reaction. Seeing this, Liang Feiyun smiled to himself, thinking this guy finally reacted. He became even more enthusiastic, saying, Rank 3 alchemists receive 12 low-grade spirit stones annually. Moreover, you get a percentage of the profits from selling pills. Hearing this, Chun Mo immediately grabbed his arm and said, Let's go to Tone Tianmon now. Liang Feiyun was stunned, exclaiming, That was a fast turnaround. He then looked at Chun Mo, thinking, this Chun Mo isn't even interested in a blessed cave heaven, which all cultivators crave. Unexpectedly, he's a money grubber. This can be exploited. Immediately after, Chun Mo ran ahead, shouting back, Where is Tone Tianmon? Liang Feiyun hurried after him, calling, Hey, why are you running so fast? Liang Feiyun looked at him and said, Brother Chun, there's no need to rush. After we get the flag, we'll give you the spatial ring. That spatial ring is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Chun Mo immediately turned back without hesitation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Liang Feiyun hurriedly chased after him, his voice full of urgency. Brother Chun, don't go so fast. Sometime later, the two were still moving through the dense forest. Chun Mo slowly spoke, This forest is really dense. Suddenly, he raised his hand and scanned the surroundings. Stop. Something's happening. Liang Feiyun looked at him, slightly bewildered, and asked softly, What's wrong? Both of them quickly hid behind a nearby bush. Liang Feiyun whispered to him, What is it? Chun Mo didn't answer immediately, his eyes fixed ahead. In a low voice, he said, Look ahead. Up ahead, a group of people suddenly appeared, surrounding and restraining senior brother Niamhin. Chun Mo looked at the herbs on the brothers' backs and said, Niu Jiao Huang, first-grade spirit herb. Shako flower, first-grade spirit herb. Bai Qing grass, first-grade spirit herb. Three-leaf grass, second-grade spirit herb. Hong Xian fruit, second-grade spirit herb. Nanyang grass, third-grade spirit herb. Lanting grass, third-grade spirit herb. Shui Yun Xian, fourth-grade spirit herb. Liang Feiyun was astonished. He looked at Chun Mo and exclaimed, You can smell all of that? Are you a demon? Chun Mo looked at him and replied flatly, Distinguishing the aroma of herbs is a basic skill any competent alchemist should possess. At this moment, the crowd surrounded them. Someone started threatening loudly. You've picked quite a few good medicinal herbs, haven't you? Hand them all over. Niamhin refused to back down and stepped forward, saying indignantly, You Qingdao sect people are going too far. My senior brother and I worked hard to gather these. If you want some, go pick them yourselves. Hearing this, the man sneered, We're here to find the flag, where we have time to pick herbs. Unlike you two, specifically carrying herb baskets. Chun Mo and Liang Feiyun exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this. They had heard that the Qingdao sect acted very domineeringly, angering many other sections. Chun Mo frowned and asked Liang Feiyun, Doesn't the Tin Lan sect intervene? Liang Feiyun gave a cynical laugh and replied, Of course they do. Let me tell you, they've already clashed with the Qingdao sect. He continued, Naturally, the Tin Lan sect does this because they're afraid of the Qingdao sect's overwhelming power and its potential impact on them. Chun Mo continued to ask, So what do we do now? Liang Feiyun looked at them and replied, We'll wait until the Qingdao sect kills those two. Then we'll go out and deal with them. These spiritual herbs will all be yours. Hearing this, Chun Mo frowned at Liang Feiyun with displeasure. What kind of plan is that? That's disgusting. Liang Feiyun raised an eyebrow and chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. What's so disgusting about it? We're not killing and robbing them. We're just avenging them, all right? Chun Mo didn't listen to him. He then spoke with a determined look. I understand many principles on the path of cultivation, but Chun Mo, cannot do such a thing. Without further hesitation, he immediately jumped out from their hiding spot. His movement was so swift that Liang Feiyun couldn't react, only managing to shout reflexively, Hey! Outside, the group closed in on Niamhin, surrounding her and demanding, "Give us the herbs, and we'll take this girl too." Seeing this, her senior brother immediately roared, trying to stop them. "Let my junior sister go. Take the herbs, just don't touch her. Don't bully people too much." The group sneered. One of them stepped forward and retorted, "What? You want to fight? Looks like you're tired of living." He didn't retreat. He quickly took out a spiritual pill and swallowed it, then gripped his sword tightly, his eyes fixed on them as he said, "Come on." They roared and charged at him simultaneously. "This kid is using drugs." Brothers attack. One of them scoffed contemptuously, then raised his sword high and said, "Trying to fight us with a mere iron sword?" The senior brother struggled to block the blow. The sword in his hand was immediately broken in two. Seeing this, he cried out in alarm, "What?" The other man looked at him with disdain, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "With this level of skill, you want to be a hero?" Just then, a stone flew from somewhere and hit him squarely on the head. He immediately turned around and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who ruined my fun?" Before he could react, Chun Mo charged from behind, kicking him hard in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. He quickly subdued the man, then turned to the other two and asked, "Is she your junior sister?" The senior brother immediately shielded his younger sister and replied, "Yes, she is my junior sister." Hearing this, Chun Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, wondering where his own junior sister was. Then he spoke with a hint of admiration, "You two are truly good." The man lying on the ground looked up angrily and said, "You brat, who are you to dare step on me? Do you know who I am?" Immediately, his companions next to him also yelled, "Quickly release third brother." The man pinned under Chun Mo's foot continued to scream, "If you have the guts, let me go. Let's have a fair fight." Chun Mo glanced at him without bothering to reply. Then he stomped hard on a man's back and said in a gravelly voice, "People try to reason with you, but you want to play dirty. Now you want a fair fight with me? Do you have any shame at all?" Hearing the word shame, the group flinched and looked over. The man pinned under Chun Mo's foot fearfully yelled, "Let me go. I'll give you all my spirit stones." But his plea was met with another merciless stomp. Chun Mo frowned, his eyes icy as he looked down and said, "Kill you, and all your belongings are mine." Seeing this, the other two men looked at their leader in panic and shouted, "Third brother! You killed third brother!" Then they desperately charged at Chun Mo with their swords. "Pay with your life." Chun Mo didn't flinch. He frowned and extended his hand straight towards them. Flame hand. Immediately, flames erupted, engulfing the two men. They screamed in terror, "Ah, what kind of fire is this? It's so hot. Why can't we put it out?" In the blink of an eye, the screams faded and died away, leaving only two charred skeletons standing there. Chun Mo slowly walked towards the last man and said, "Now there's only you left." The man trembled, backing away, fearfully pleading, "Hero, spare my life. Please, hero, have mercy. I have a wife and child." Chun Mo didn't waste any words. He stepped forward and slashed across the man's throat, coldly saying, "Eliminate the roots." In the distance, Neum Hin's junior brother stood frozen, watching the scene unfold before him. Filled with both fear and admiration, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing. Did he come help us? I don't even know anymore." Neum Hin stood beside him, looking towards Chun Mo hopefully. Just then, Liang Feiyun walked over, hands on his hips, and said, "I'm really curious. Why did you only take their spirit stones, but not their weapons?" Chun Mo glanced over and replied indifferently, "Those weapons are all trash." "What use are they?" Liang Feiyun picked up a sharp sword, looked it over, and let out a mocking laugh. "Trash? So you're just a greedy fool. A greedy fool who doesn't know quality." Chun Mo frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Liang Feiyun immediately explained, "This trash. Each sword is worth at least one low-grade spirit stone. Isn't this more profitable than robbing people?" Hearing this, Chun Mo's eyes lit up, surprise evident on his face as he replied, "Is that so? Then I'll take them all." With that, he immediately started gathering the weapons. "The spirit stones are already mine." Liang Feiyun watched his retreating figure and slowly said, "The rejuvenation pill in your hand could sell for at least 20 low-grade spirit stones." He then held up two fingers and continued, "The monster beast carcasses sold to the tavern are also worth a few dozen spirit stones. You don't even know what good stuff you have." Hearing that, Chun Mo turned around to look at him and said, "So, I'll go collect the monster corpses. You can have the names of the ones you killed if you don't need them." Liang Feiyun hands on his hips, retorted, "Can you even collect them?" Chinamo asked, puzzled. Liang Feiyun glanced at the two junior disciples who were holding baskets of medicinal herbs beside him. "Don't you have these too?" He then pointed at them and said, "Why don't you take these 2 baskets of medicine? Rank 3 and rank 4 spirit herbs. That's a huge sum of money." Hearing this, Niam Hin's senior brother panicked. He immediately stepped forward to shield his younger sister, shouting, "What do you want to do? We won't give you the medicine baskets." He clenched his fists and said resolutely, "If they dare to rob us, I'll fight them to the death. You take these herbs back. Once Master's fire poison is cured, he can avenge me." Niam Hin, upon hearing this, looked at him and retorted, "Senior brother, you can't abandon me. If we die together." Chinamo, standing beside them, listened to these words and clenched his fists, frowning. "All right then," he said, "die together then." Liang Feiyun, standing behind them, had a mocking smile on his lips. He thought to himself, "Humph, just now he was acting all righteous, but he's no different from the others." Niam Hin's senior brother took another step forward, arms spread wide, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, you bullies." Chinamo laughed and clenched his fists. "Ha ha, what outrageous bullying indeed." Without another word, he suddenly threw a powerful punch straight into Liang Feiyun's face, leaving him stunned, clutching his eye, and asking, "Chinamo, what are you doing?" Chinamo frowned angrily and retorted, "What am I doing? I haven't even asked what you're doing." Then Chinamo stepped forward, put on a friendly smile, and extended his hand. "How about you sell me the rank 4 spirit herbs?" He replied coldly, without hesitation, "No." Chinamo scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face, that "I'm not robbing you, and I can't even buy them. I only need the Shui Yun Xian inside." Niam Hin looked over with a questioning gaze. "I heard everything you said just now. Do you even have money to buy them? You're clearly broke." At this moment, Liang Feiyun raised his hand from behind to interrupt that "I have money." Chinamo paused, looking at both of them, and stammered, "I." Liang Feiyun stepped forward, spreading his arms with an arrogant air, that "He's broke, but I'm rich. Sell them to me." Hearing this, Chun Imo frowned and gritted his teeth in frustration. "This damn brat, I might as well just rob him directly." Niam Hin's senior brother, still clutching the basket of herbs, replied firmly, "I'm sorry, it's not about the money. These herbs are not for sale." Liang Feiyun, still not giving up, continued to raise his offer. "How about 2 mid-grade spirit stones? If not, then 3. He didn't say anything more, but pulled Niam Hin's hand. "Let's go." Just then, Chun Mo called out loudly, "Wait a minute." He turned back to look at Chun Mo quizzically. "Brother, is there anything else?" Chun Mo frowned and looked directly at him, asking, "Is your injury about to flare up?" He was slightly startled. "What do you mean?" Chun Mo looked at the 2 siblings and slowly said, "Don't pretend. You took the swift pace pill to win that fight earlier, didn't you? The side effects are about to kick in, aren't they?" Sure enough, his body began to tremble, and his legs could no longer support him. Niam Hin hurriedly supported her senior brother, anxiously asking, "Senior brother, what's wrong? What are the side effects of that medicine?" Chun Mo furrowed his brow and explained in a serious tone, "After taking the swift pace pill, if it's not treated in time, it will cause devastating damage to one's cultivation. You've been trying to endure it since earlier, afraid others would notice, but you're almost at your limit, aren't you?" He then took a step forward and looked at the 2 of them. "I'll give you a choice. Your future cultivation path and an elixir to remove the fire poison for your master in exchange for that Shui Yun Xian." Without waiting for a reply, Chun Mo immediately took the herb from Niam Hin's senior brother's back. "What are you doing?" Niam Hin immediately rushed forward, her face furious. "Give it back," she yelled. But just then, her senior brother collapsed to the ground, causing her to stop and look at him. Senior brother, wake up. Are you all right?" Niam Hin cried. Chun Mo didn't say another word. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual fire, his eyes focused. He began refining a pill right there on the spot. No furnace needed, just the palm of his hand. In an instant, a pill was complete. Liang Feiyun, standing next to him, stared in dumbfounded amazement that he's treating someone. "You think he's refining a pill? Using his palm as a cauldron to refine a pill? Is there even such a technique?" Chun Mo approached Niam Hin and sat down beside her. He handed her the pill and said, "Give it to him. It should immediately resolve the issue that's plaguing him." Niam Hin didn't hesitate and immediately took the pill, giving it to her senior brother to swallow. Chun Mo continued to instruct her, "Help him up now and circulate your qi. Channel your qi into him to help him absorb the medicinal power." A moment later, her senior brother suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He woke up and looked up at Chun and Mo, asking, "Who are you? How could you use the chaotic medicinal power of the swift pace pill for your own use and help me break through my cultivation level?" Chun and Mo raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am Chun and Mo." Neum Hin then hurriedly helped her senior brother up. He continued to look at Chun and Mo and said, "A rank 3 alchemist, truly extraordinary. Benefactor, your exceptional pill refinement technique has truly broadened my horizons." He then took out an item and offered it to Chun and Mo sincerely. "Benefactor, you need this Shui Yun Xian." Chun and Mo accepted it without hesitation, replying, "Then I'll take it. Tell me, what kind of fire poison afflicted your master?" He glanced at Liang Feiyun, a wary look in his eyes. Liang Feiyun looked at him with a puzzled expression. The senior brother immediately leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and whispered, "Qing Tian pill." Seeing this, Liang Feiyun curiously ran over and asked, "Hey, is there something you can't say in front of me?" Neum Hin immediately stepped in front to block him. "What do you want?" Her senior brother stammered nervously. "We are." Liang Feiyun looked at them, unable to hide his dissatisfaction, and shouted, "Why are you treating me like an outsider?" Chen Mo, after hearing this, placed his hand on his chin and looked at Neum Hin's senior brother, thinking to himself, "I pretended to be a member of the Qing medicine sect to join the Odo sect. They also asked me to refine this pill. I didn't expect to actually meet a real member of the Qing medicine sect today." He then asked aloud, "The Qing Tian pill is quite famous. Although its refinement is somewhat complex, there are no inherent dangers. How did it cause fire poison to enter the body?" The senior brother sighed and replied, "Our Qing medicine sect's lineage. Back then, because of the Danfang incident, the Qing Tian pill was destroyed by others. The Danfang itself was also incomplete. My master, a disciple and last remnant of the Qing medicine sect, has been trying to restore the Qing Tian pill formula. After countless failures, Master ultimately suffered from fire poison entering his body, and when the pill furnace exploded, Shan Mo listened, then extended his hand and asked, "So, tell me the final formula your master used so I can prescribe the right medicine." The young man hesitated, stammering this, then closed his eyes tight, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This request is actually reasonable, but the Qing Tian pill is the most important formula of the Qing medicine sect. Master valued it even more than his life." Seeing his silence, Chun Mo quietly took out a piece of paper and handed it to him, saying, "Take a look at this first." Looking at the paper in Chun Mo's hand, the young man asked curiously, "This is?" Reading the terms on the paper Chun Mo had given him, the Qing medicine sect disciple was surprised. "Getting better here? Where's the fairness in this? This is giving me an advantage." Chun Mo didn't say much, just patted his shoulder lightly. "Anyway, just take it." The young man was still hesitant. But immediately after, the Qing medicine sect disciple clutched the paper tightly and exclaimed, "My benefactor thinks of us with all his heart, yet I have such a narrow mind. Haggling with a gentleman, I will tell you the formula of the Qing Tian pill." Benefactor, finishing his words, he quickly approached Chun Mo, whispering something in his ear. Chun Mo listened attentively, his eyes narrowing slightly. After listening, he thought to himself, so that's how it is. His master, in his haste to refine the Qing Tian pill, used spiritual herbs with conflicting properties, causing the pill furnace to explode and the fire poison to enter his body. The Qing medicine sect disciple continued sadly. "When we went to gather herbs, we saw the bluewood tree, but there was an extremely powerful demonic beast guarding it. We didn't dare go near it." Hearing this, Chen Mo stepped forward and said, "Let's go. We'll go find the bluewood tree." Liang Feiyun, surprised, shouted, "Find the bluewood tree? Not the flag? Don't you need the spatial ring anymore?" He then hurried after Chun Mo, saying, "I still want you to help. Use a formation to trap the demonic beast, so I can steal the flag." Chen Mo turned back to him and replied, "In any case, them stealing the flag is also helping you, isn't it? What's the rush?" Liang Feiyun lowered his head, his voice trailing off. "It's a wonder if they can even steal it." Chen Mo, without saying a word, reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Without waiting for a response, he immediately pulled Liang Feiyun along, saying firmly, "All right, after we get the bluewood tree, if no one has captured the flag yet, I'll help you steal it." That evening, the hazy moonlight shone down on the dark forest. The four of them stood silently before a large lake, where a large tree glowed softly in the night. Chen Mo stepped forward, gazing intently at the spiritual herb before him, and said, "This is the rank 3 spiritual herb, bluewood root." Looking at the surroundings, surrounding scenery. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful here at night." Liang Feiyun, standing beside him, looked at him and retorted, "What's so great about this? The back garden of my house is much more beautiful than this." He put his hands on his hips and looked around, saying, "Are you sure there's a demonic beast here? I can't sense any powerful demonic aura. Could we have remembered the wrong place?" Chen Mo also looked around, frowning and thinking to himself, he's right. I really can't sense any powerful aura. Niam Hin pointed forward resolutely and shouted, "I remember clearly. During the day, my senior brother and I picked Nine Suns grass right over there." Liang Feiyun looked in the direction she pointed and retorted sarcastically, "Sure, keep telling yourself that. The bluewood tree is an extremely young object, and Nine Suns grass is extremely young. How could they possibly grow in the same place?" Chun Imo stepped forward and said, "Extreme Yin gives birth to extreme yang." Hearing this, Liang Feiyun blurted out, "What nonsense." Niam Hin's senior brother stepped forward, clenched his fists, and looked seriously at Chun Imo. "Heaven and earth value the balance of Yin and Yang. The bluewood tree is Yin, so there must be a Yang object to balance it. Otherwise," he continued, his face paling and sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling, "the Yin and Yang will be unbalanced. Benefactor, could we have caused a great disaster?" He continued to analyze cold trees, fire, and water. Within fire and water, there's the bluewood tree, an extremely young object. Within the cold trees, there's Nine Suns grass, an extremely young object. Suddenly, he turned to his junior sister with a panicked look. "Junior sister, we really have caused a disaster." Niam Hin, startled, asked, "A disaster? Weren't we just picking herbs?" Liang Feiyun crossed his arms, glanced at him, and pointed at the tree in front of them. "This herb looks like it's lost both the yin and yang of the Tai Chi. We've taken both. This Tai Chi diagram has likely been shattered. Originally, with the Nine Suns grass. After you picked it, it should have immediately shattered. But I don't know why it's still able to maintain its perfect form. But have you noticed?" He continued, frowning with worry. "The spiritual energy in the forbidden area is gradually converging here. I fear a great calamity will befall this forbidden area, destroying it completely." Niam Hin asked anxiously, "Is it that serious? Is it too late to return the Nine Suns grass?" Chunamo looked up at the flowing spiritual energy above them. The flow of this spiritual energy seems unusual. Just then, Liang Feiyun's eyes lit up and he shouted, "The calculation gate is never wrong. Eliminate the baseless." Then he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Holy moly, it's just a fox." Pointing confidently, Liang Feiyun said, "Chinamo, I found it without any effort. It's on the fox." Chinamo turned around, puzzled on the fox. Liang Feiyun quickly replied, "It's being used as a flower ornament on its ear." Chun Imo frowned and looked thoughtfully at the fox. Liang Feiyun immediately drew his sword, his face furious, and oh wonder no one could find the flag. "I thought there was some kind of formation, but it turns out this little fox was the culprit." Just then, Chun Imo interrupted him. "Wait a minute, this doesn't seem so simple." Liang Feiyun frowned at the fox and retorted, "It's just a small demon. I can handle it myself. After this, you should still obediently come with me to the calculation gate and become the chief alchemist elder." After carefully observing the situation, Chun Imo turned to Niam Hin and her senior brother. "Both of you, leave this place quickly. Run as fast as you can. Don't stop for anything." Niam Hin asked fearfully, "Is it that dangerous?" Chun Mak walked forward, placing a hand on her senior brother's shoulder. With a confident smile, she said, "I've memorized your master's poison. Based on this scent, no matter where you are, I can find you." He hesitated slightly, but Chun Mak quickly returned his item, saying, "If you don't believe me, take this Gui Yun Xian first, but don't use it. Wait for me for 3 days. I will definitely find you." He declined to take it back. Then, clasping his hands in farewell, he jokingly said, "I'm just kidding. I absolutely trust your character, benefactor. Be careful. I'll take my leave now. Until we meet again." After saying goodbye, the two hurriedly pulled each other's hands and ran off, disappearing into the forest. Chun Mak turned around, her gaze following the ancient tree ahead. By now, Liang Feiyun had quickly jumped to the other side of the bank. He stood there, a slight unease evident on his face. Chun Mak looked ahead, cracking her knuckles and a sly smile playing on her lips. "Now, let me see what kind of fox that little vixen really is." Liang Feiyun shot her a sharp look. "Chun Mak, this little fox is very dangerous. Why aren't you coming over here to help?" Chun Mak smiled, yielding the spotlight to him. That aren't you supposed to be invincible in this forbidden zone? Now's your chance to prove it. I won't bother you any longer. Bye-bye. Being left in the lurch infuriated Liang Feiyun. Chun Mak, you jerk. Don't go. While Liang Feiyun confronted the monster, Chun Mak thought to herself, Liang Feiyun probably won't be defeated in a short time. I should quickly go see what happened to the Yang Eye of the Tai Chi formation. She quickly entered the Forbidden Zone. Chun Mak recounted, this Forbidden Zone is formed by the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi formations of the Bluewood Tree and the Nine Suns Grass are just a part of it. She observed her surroundings. The Yin and Yang nodes were all connected, linking these Tai Chi diagrams into a single entity. The complete Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram appeared before her eyes, revealing a grassy pit. Chun Mak recognized it as the place where they had dug up the Nine Suns Grass. Chun Mak bent down and reached out to examine the area. She wondered, why would such a complex formation choose to use the Bluewood Tree and the weak, third-grade Nine Suns Grass as its core? Meanwhile, the Tu La was being spun into a thin, circular shape. Liang Feiyun scoffed, I knew it. I, Liang Feiyun, am an invincible being in this forbidden zone. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tu La returned to its normal form and attacked him. The Tu La's power intensified, its attacks becoming fiercer. Liang Feiyun couldn't help but be shocked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, I just used all my strength, and it wasn't even injured. The Tu La raised its claws. Of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best. Liang Feiyun turned and fled. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes vacant and a foolish smile on his face. The ground exploded as the Tu La emerged. Liang Feiyun yelled, oh no. He desperately grabbed the sword stuck in a rock to defend himself. I need to use a spell to get out of here. Suddenly, a leaf appeared. Liang Feiyun quickly jumped onto it, using the leaf as a boat to move across the water. While gliding across the water, he spotted Chun Mak. What are you still doing there? He called out. Where's Lamb Thursday? Chun Mo asked gruffly, frowning. He knitted his brows and said, in the lake. Chun Mo hurried to the edge and looked down. He called out, Lamb Thursday, and the fox both fell into the lake. Liang Feiyun replied, that's right. I thought the fox would struggle a bit, but there's no sign of it. Could it be hiding in the water? Liang Feiyun wondered, holding his head. Chun Mo frowned slightly. That's unlikely. The Tai Chi formation divides Yin and Yang. Lamb Thursday is Yang. Beneath the water is probably a sea of fire. Liang Feiyun asked curiously, you mean the fox was burned to death? He fidgeted nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Liang Feiyun asked, then wasn't the flag also destroyed? It's over. I can't become a third-grade formation master. Chun Mo calmly pointed, look, the Nine Suns Grass we planted earlier is glowing. Yin and Yang together give birth to the 5 elements. The 5 elements of Tai Chi manifest the 8 trigrams. Now that Lamb Thursday has fallen into the lake, the heart is extinguished. We need to see what happens next. Chun Mo added, a continuous Tai Chi has appeared in the sky. He said, look, I initially thought this was a continuous Tai Chi diagram, but in reality, this entire area is a complete Tai Chi diagram. Suddenly, his expression turned shrewd. What a grand scheme. Chun Mo deduced. There must be a terrifying beast sealed beneath this lake, something the cultivation world greatly fears. Liang Feiyun quickly caught on that a terrifying beast. Is it that little fox? Chun Mo explained, it's definitely not the fox. However strong it is, it's only at the Golden Core realm. Without hesitation, Chun Mo jumped into the lake to investigate. He said, the terrifying beast sealed by the Tai Chi diagram must have almost broken free, so it's trying to break the formation from within. Chun Mo carefully observed as he descended. That fox might just be its puppet. The flag is a key, and Lamb Thursday is the coordinate. He quickly informed Liang Feiyun, the beast won't last much longer. Let's go now, while it's weak, and deal with it. Are you interested in a fight? But Liang Feiyun hesitated. Isn't it dangerous? That's a great demon, equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Should we go back and get the elders of the Tone Tien sect to help capture it? Seeing his apprehension, Chun Mo reminded him, have you forgotten that the Forbidden Grounds restrict cultivators above the Golden Core realm? Any experts you bring will be useless. Are you coming or not? Liang Feiyun shook his head that I'm not going. Seeing him shrink back like a turtle, Chun Mo further provoked him. You, a disciple of the Tone Tien sect, and the top disciple at that, are a coward? Fine, go ahead. Consider us strangers. Chun Mo shouted, "Farewell, coward," and plunged deeper into the water. Liang Feiyun reached out. Insulted by Chun Mo's mockery, his pride was wounded. He gritted his teeth and sneered. "Mocking me? I'm the top disciple, Liang Feiyun of the Tone Tien sect." Standing on the bank, he cursed, "A small sect under the Tin Lon sect like yours is far inferior to my Tone Tien sect. How dare you look down on me? Isn't it just fighting a monster? Fine, I'll go. Who's afraid of who?" Then he jumped into the water after Chinamo. Chinamo was swimming downwards. The deeper he went, the warmer the water became. Suddenly, he frowned. It felt like a hot spring. This is Chun Mo's discovery. So this is the legendary water spirit fire. Then he noticed a Shura standing nearby. And this fox is here too. Could it be observing the Shura? Chen Montag gradually understood. I see, so that's it. The yang side of this Tai Chi diagram relies on you for support. He started to feel excited. My muscles need to be stretched. Chen Mo's thoughts grew more and more interesting. No matter what, I will obtain you. The Shura glanced at him. At this moment, the Shura was bending down, holding a blue tree. Chen Montag started. Is it pulling this blue tree up to attack me? He observed the Shura, using a branch to scratch its claws among beans. Is this a fox or a monkey? And why is it playing with a stick? The Shura raised its claw. Then it turned and walked away. Chen Montag was bewildert. Why is it running away again? He curiously followed it. What was going on? Suddenly, a sound rang out. The world in the water is actually the world of the inverted shadow. Chen Mo's face paled, his inner thoughts screaming. Where did that sound in the water come from? He guessed it was a charm attack. Chen Mo quickly realized it was charm magic. I have to quickly recite the incantation to calm down. He clasped his hands together, closing his eyes. The only difference between above the mirror and below the mirror is the unequal pressure. If I adjust the pressure of these two to be the same, he frowned slightly. Chen Mo muttered, "I don't think I've heard of that before." At this moment, Chun Mo's second personality appeared. He spoke up. "Can you still distinguish whether you are outside the mirror or inside the mirror?" The second personality gave a strange smile. "I am you." Chen Mo was startled. Suddenly, the second personality reached out as if to grab him. Chen Mo quickly jumped up. He wondered, what? This shadow can attack me. The second personality chuckled. "Chen Mo, I'm just saying hello." Appearing on the surface of the water, standing opposite Chen Mo, the second personality whispered, "What I mean is, if I defeat you, then I am Chen Mo." Chen Mo retorted sarcastically, "I was wondering why people keep bothering me. This side of you really wants to be beaten. Even I want to kill you when I see you." The second personality laughed. "Ha, is that so? Then what are you waiting for?" Then the second personality split into four, surrounding Chun Mo. He proposed, "Whoever wins is the real Chun Mo." Looking at the flawed versions of himself surrounding him, Chun Mo thought, "This is the silent falling feather movement technique I recently learned. This guy can actually replicate it." The second personality spoke, deliberately provoking Chun Mo. "Haven't you always felt that since you've returned from the future, after being reborn, you possess a treasure trove of knowledge?" He added, "Do you really think you have innate talent? The techniques you learned from your master are far stronger than the techniques of the Constellation Peak and the cultivation world." Chen Mo gave him a cold stare that you're getting bolder and bolder, playing mind games. Then you use these powerful techniques to bully weaker cultivators, arrogant and self-satisfied. But let it end here. I will defeat you and be the true Chen Mo. He showed his determination. He quickly attacked, his mouth chattering. "Today, I'll let you taste your own techniques." The four of them shouted in unison, "Die, Chun Mo." All of them directed their attacks towards Chun Mo Mountain, splitting strike. Chun Mo quickly extended his hand to counter with Golden Body. He smiled, then unleashed destructive fire force. They immediately launched a fierce attack on Chun Mo, causing his golden body some difficulty. Chun Mo felt uneasy. He knew the mountain music technique was powerful, but he'd never experienced it firsthand. The attacker gloated, "Ha! You're quite persistent. I'll give you that." Then he used the Quake the Universe technique, a giant hand reaching towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo grimaced, his body trembling as he groaned. The attacker boasted, "See, Chen Mo, this technique of mine can inflict excruciating pain." He continued, You're not from the cultivation world. You and I are both from the immortal world. Why must we be on opposing sides? Chun Mo sneered. Shut up. The attacker, undeterred, pressed on. Don't you want the water spirit fire? Just help me, and I'll give it to you. Chun Mo wiped the blood from his mouth and spat that you're nothing but a shadow, while my body has been tempered by heavenly lightning multiple times. Defeating me won't be that easy. The second personality angrily retorted. Then why haven't you surrendered? Can't you see the difference between us? Suddenly, he changed his tack, that we could also cooperate. Let me help you obtain the water spirit fire. Chun Mo found this laughable. Help me? Who knows what your intentions are? He raised his fist. Let me open this fake Chun Mo's eyes. I don't need your help. I'll get the water spirit fire myself. The other side? Then there's no other way. I'll have to destroy you and become the real Chun Mo. Enraged, Chun Mo roared. You're not Chun Mo. You'll never be. The imposter Chun Mo laughed, his fist igniting with blazing fire. Yes, that's so. Chun Mo raised his hand before his duplicates, saying, Heavenly profound divine fist, fourth form. Mountains and rivers change color. He paused, realizing, this is the fourth form of the heavenly profound divine fist, which I've never used in this life. Still in shock, he yelled, Great divine ability, and continued his attack. With just a few moves, he sent Liang Feiyun flying. Liang Feiyun exclaimed, What terrifying energy! He drew the sword from his back. This forbidden ground allows for the greatest release of energy, he said, before being blasted away by a golden light. He groaned, seemingly helpless. Clutching his seemingly injured arm, he wondered, is this the power of a peerless assassin? I hope his strength doesn't exceed the Golden Core realm. Chun Mo stood proudly before Liang Feiyun, his hand held thoughtfully beneath his chin. Then Chun Mo addressed the other. So, imposter Chun Mo, you finally retaliated. Is this your true strength? Peak late-stage Golden Core, one step away from shattering the core to form the nascent soul. He then held up his index and middle fingers in a gesture of both focus and challenge. Are you afraid? I'm afraid this place isn't big enough for us to fully unleash our power. Let's change locations. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation reversed, catching Chun Mo off guard. He grimaced in surprise as he was flipped upside down. He stood up and addressed his duplicate as, oh, this is where our true battle will take place. The original Chun Mo said, this is the world within a mirror? You've been clinging to life within this forbidden world for years. Enough with the tough guy act, Chun Mo said as the other charged forward. Heavenly profound divine fist, fifth form, heaven and earth overturned. Chun Mo met the attack. Can you handle this? The space became chaotic, swirling with multicolored lights. Green, white, pink, and yellow. Liang Feiyun looked on in confusion at what's happening. Then, he picked up a round pellet and popped it into his mouth. After that, he grabbed his sword and soared into the air. In a gloomy space where mountains and rivers were jumbled together, Chun Mo knelt on one knee and addressed someone. Are you from the immortal realm? You come from a small star called Diin, but what exactly is the power within your body? I smell the scent of space. I smell the scent of time. Could you also be a reincarnator? Chun Mo was extremely bewildered by the mysterious appearance of this person. Then, reassuring himself, he said, No, you're not a reincarnator. This is time-space reversal. I must kill you. I'm determined to kill you. Because you know my greatest secret. The monstrous figure, wielding a club, advanced menacingly towards Chun Mo, grunting repeatedly. Compared to it, Chun Mo was probably only as tall as its leg. It ruthlessly swung down, as if to cleave Chun Mo in two, accompanied by a gruesome grunting sound. Grunting in response, Chun Mo also launched an attack, chanting, Heavenly profound divine fist, fourth form. Mountains and rivers change color. He struck the monster head on. The monster's crimson eyes turned blue. It seemed to be in great pain and roared. Chun Mo now stood behind the monster while it clutched its injured arm. Chun Mo, bewildered that he was unharmed, thought, this is a high-grade spirit beast. The monster then sprang up, about to counterattack. Chun Mo observed it and deduced, its hide and fur are definitely grade 3 spirit armor. With my current strength, I can't even break through its defenses. The monster swung its club at Chun Mo. Caught off guard, Chun Mo was unable to counterattack. He grabbed the massive club that the monster had just thrown. The monster didn't stop its assault, and Chinemo didn't hesitate to retaliate. The monster split the enormous club into several pieces. Chinemo looked up in astonishment. What was that? He then declared resolutely, "You forced me to do this." Of course, the monster didn't remain idle and retaliated. It struck Chinemo directly in the face without mercy. Chinemo began his technique, counting each step. First step, he dodged the monster's attack by dropping to the ground. Second step, then noticing something, he wondered, what is this? Third step, this is demonic cultivation. Are you insane? This is life depletion. Chinemo looked up at the monster and asked, "Are you afraid now?" Fourth step, you'll die. Stop this now. It was unclear what attack the monster had just unleashed, but it left Chinemo badly wounded. He thought, heaven's defying sevenfold step. Each step increases my power by a seventh, but it comes at the cost of my life. I can't stop. I have to keep going. After 7 steps, I fear the consequences will be dire. But now I have no other choice. Fifth step, he launched a counterattack against the colossal monster. Sixth step, he grabbed a hold of his opponent's fur. In the 7th step, Tranmak gained the upper hand, grabbing the giant monster's tail. Tranmak's action caused the monster to react and roar loudly. Gur gur gur. Faced with Tranmak's powerful attack, the monster surrendered. The proof was that it collapsed to the ground. Tranmak pulled a rod-like object from monster. For some reason, his eyes suddenly hurt, and he cried out, "Ugh!" The pain seemed to increase, causing Tranmak to grimace. Then he quickly regained his composure. As if discovering something, he exclaimed, "Ah!" That was when he looked at the sword, speckled with a few drops of blood. Tranmak stared intently at the bloodstains and muttered to himself, "Blood. So that's how it is." Manipulating this fox is a spirit-devouring rat. Tranmak transformed the sword in his hand, then stared intently at his unseen opponent and said, "You saw the fox die and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to seize my body? You're dreaming. It's a pity that it's you who is seriously injured, but I can't completely kill you." He then coughed. He squinted one eye and covered his mouth, saying, "The side effects of the heavens-defying sevenfold step are this severe." He suddenly staggered, about to fall. He slowly collapsed to the ground, looking up at the monster's enormous form. Luong Phi Van walked over. Then, looking back behind him, Luong Phi Van said, "It seems a great battle really took place here." Luong Phi Van walked closer to Tranmak, looked down, and muttered to himself, "So the terrifying energy I encountered in the lake, it all came from this guy's fight. He's been hiding his true strength all along. This is definitely not a divine realm cultivator. His clearly only has the strength of a level 1 planetary elder. Why is someone like that in such a small, insignificant sect? This fox's fur, claws, and skin are all good materials. The meat is useless. At most, it can only be exchanged for a few spirit stones. Someone will like it, right? Forget it. I'll just take it all." But what is this Tranmak's purpose? Bringing him into the Tone Thien Mon, is it a blessing or a curse? Or rather, he's just a nascent soul cultivator, barely 20 years old. If he sincerely serves the Tone Thien Mon, perhaps in a few hundred years, the Tone Thien Mon will unify the cultivation world. But he's hiding himself. This is like a trap, ready to explode at any moment. The level of danger is immeasurable. He can't fully control this blade, yet he places all his hope in it. This is an extremely unwise choice. Lương Phi Vun's sword was now placed against Junmak. He hesitated, keeping the sword in place without moving. He muttered to himself, "Instead of this, it would be better to destroy this blade." This is the true nature of the cultivation world. Suddenly, Lương Phi Vun looked back. Tok Zan had appeared, watching all of Luong Phi Van's actions. Tok Zan said, "Even Luong Phi Van of the Tone Thien Mon can't avoid such base desires." Luong Phi Van looked at Tok Zan and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. The Tone Thien Mon has righteous principles. We would never stoop to killing and stealing." Tok Sang looked at Lương Phi Vun and Lauget, saying, "Haha, that sounds nice. I almost believed you. But what were you doing just now?" Luong Phi Van replied, "Of course, I was saving him. He's been poisoned. I was helping him by drawing out the poisoned blood." The green-haired man clutched his head and laughed loudly. "Haha, as expected of someone from a great sect. Your skin is even thicker than a normal person's." Liang Feiyun responded, his voice tinged with anger. "Since you know I'm from a great sect, You still dare to stand here? Prepare to become a ghost under my sword. The green-haired man replied, I've been following you for so long. Wouldn't it be a waste to give up now? Hearing this, Liang Feiyun wondered aloud. Such good tracking skills. Even I, Liang Feiyun, didn't notice. Who are you? The green-haired man said, remember this well. I am Wu Chang of the Shadow Gate. Liang Feiyun suddenly realized this was a notorious assassin sect. Wu Chang of the Shadow Gate, ranked 16th on the assassin leaderboard. He then anxiously asked, are you here to kill me? Wu Chang replied, that's right. Looks like I've hit the jackpot this time. The price they offer me isn't even worth the treasures you carry. Liang Feiyun continued to question him. You're clearly an assassin. Why didn't you attack me from behind earlier? Aren't you afraid that after I recover, I'll kill you instead? Wu Chang, holding a small sword, said, it doesn't matter. The more you recover, the more it proves how deeply poisoned you are. Liang Feiyun exclaimed in alarm. Poisoned? How did you poison me? Liang Feiyun muttered to himself. I feel my body gradually becoming paralyzed. This time, I'm really in danger. I, Liang Feiyun, the young master of the Tone Tien sect, wielder of the Proud Sky Sword, ranked 43rd on the Divine Weapon list. Am I going to die here? Then he lunged forward, shouting, I'll risk it all. 10,000 swords return. Wu Chang looked on in bewilderment at Liang Feiyun's actions, then collapsed to the ground. Liang Feiyun rejoiced. It worked. Very quickly, Wu Chang stood up, regained his composure, and said to Liang Feiyun, well, you thought too much. Didn't you say assassins should attack from behind? Why would I listen to you? Liang Feiyun, now injured and bleeding from the mouth, asked Wu Chang what happened to the person just now. Then he muttered to himself, that was a substitution talisman. That's right, I also have a trump card. I have no choice but to use it. Wu Chang laughed derisively and asked Liang Feiyun, what are you waiting for? I'll send you on your way peacefully. A hand reached out from behind and landed on Wu Chang's shoulder. Wu Chang turned around and cried out in alarm, Commander Fu Ji. Commander Fu Ji was about to strike Wu Chang with a powerful blow, but he stopped himself. Wait a minute. I could tell you who hired me to kill you. I can even give you the antidote. But Commander Fu Ji ignored his words and continued his attack. Liang Feiyun watched everything unfold and said, it's a pity I didn't hear who the mastermind was. You don't even have the strength to find the antidote now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A boulder suddenly tumbled down into the river. The surrounding people scattered in panic, screaming, help, save me. At that moment, on the cliff face, two disciples of the Qingyao sect were climbing together. Yin Hing looked down anxiously. The ground is still collapsing. Can they get out? His senior brother frowned slightly and replied, let's go back. No matter what, I will wait for our benefactor's appointed time. Seeing Yin Hing still hesitate, he urged, hurry up, let's go. Suddenly, several strange lights flickered from beneath the river surface. That light beam came from a mirror at the bottom of the river. Cut to Chun Mo and Liang Feiyun. They are unconscious. Suddenly, Chun Mo slightly opened his eyes and woke up. He twitched slightly, and a wave of pain shot through him. Chun Mo gritted his teeth. That it hurts so much. Glancing to the side, he saw a familiar figure, Liang Feiyun. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. He tried to circulate his spiritual energy and found, damn it, there's not a trace of spiritual energy in my body right now. It's like a dead pool. He struggled to crawl over to Feiyun, rolled him over, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Still alive, but he looks like he's been poisoned. Turning around, he saw a blue-haired man nearby. Chun Mo wondered, did you fight him and get injured to save me? Chun Mo took out another pill and sighed. TSK, TSK. In all my life, I've never encountered something like this. I never thought Liang Feiyun would save my life. If my life was saved by you, then I must save you too. After giving him the medicine, Chun Mo calmly walked over to the blue-haired man. He picked up a few jars that I don't know which one is the antidote. I can't just use these randomly. Forget it. I'll find the antidote for you. Chun Mo plucked some grass by the roadside. It's just that I can't refine pills right now. I can only mix some medicine for you. Chun Mo stuffed a bunch of grass into his mouth and chewed. Today, I'll also learn from Shinnong and taste 100 herbs. Let's try a different approach. The next second, he couldn't bear it and spat it all out. Chun Mo silently prayed, Liang Feiyun, please hold on a little longer. I will definitely save you. Chun Mo walked for a while and saw a small house. He He was startled and wondered, a bamboo house? How can there be a house in the mirror world? Could it be the house where the spirit-devouring rat keeps its treasures? While walking, Chinemo kicked something. He looked down at a bowl. Chinemo was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Great! This is perfect!" He held the bowl in his hand and turned to leave. "With this bowl, I can give him medicine." That evening, smoke curled upwards. A bowl of hot medicine was brewed. Chinemo supported Liang Feiyun's head. He fiddled with his clothes and thought to himself, "This guy is wearing all good stuff. This is a third-grade spiritual armor, impervious to swords and spears." Chinemo frowned and said, "I might as well just leave you alone and wait for you to die. All the good stuff will be mine then." He sighed regretfully. "Of course, I'm just saying that." Chinemo picked up a sprig of herbs, his face darkening with apprehension. "The internal medicine isn't ready yet. For external application, I can only chew it." He had no choice but to put it in his mouth and make the sacrifice. After a few chews, he grimaced and thought, "Bitter, bitter, so bitter." Chinemo felt like crying, "Oh my God, I can't feel my mouth anymore." Then he looked at Liang Feiyun and urged, "You must live. Don't let my efforts be in vain." Suddenly, he saw Liang Feiyun give a strange smile, his cheeks flushing, which made Chinemo think, "Could he be?" He broke out in a cold sweat and declared, "Is he intersex?" Chinemo found it a little hard to accept. Who would have thought that the esteemed top disciple of the Tong Tien sect would be? I don't even know if he's naturally intersex or became so later. His hand touched the other's neck, his left neck. A long while later, Liang Feiyun slowly regained consciousness. Ugh. Chinemo was currently supporting him. "Don't move." Liang Feiyun at this moment touched his neck and realized the problem had changed. His voice had been altered. So he angrily declared to Chinemo, "Let's have a death match." Liang Feiyun gritted his teeth resolutely. "Let's have a death match." Chinemo was dumbfounded. "What?" He chuckled in response. "Now that you're in this state, you still want a death match with me?" At this moment, a bit of panic arose within Liang Feiyun. He's discovered my secret, hasn't he? Right now, I don't have a single bit of spiritual energy. If we really fight, I'll be at a disadvantage. Chinemo, sweating, asked again, "Why do you want a death match with me? I saved you. Is this how you treat your lifesaver?" Liang Feiyun's face was extremely unsightly as he thought to himself, "You saved me, that's true. But you've discovered my secret." He blushed and spoke up. "You took off Chinmo's clothes." He tried to appear as natural as possible to continue. "I wanted to treat your wounds. Besides, we're both men. What's the big deal about taking off a shirt? I didn't take off your pants." Liang Feiyun flinched and turned to look at him, his heart full of questions. He didn't discover my secret. So how could my fake Adam's apple have come loose like that? But then he decided not to dwell on it. Forget it. Maybe I'm misunderstood. Besides, even if he wanted to fight, I couldn't beat him. Chinemo advised him to rest for a bit. Liang Feiyun asked, "Where are we going?" "Are we leaving the Forbidden Zone now?" Chinemo turned and explained, "We're still in the Forbidden Zone. This is the world inside the mirror, inside a mirror at the bottom of the lake." Liang Feiyun suddenly became extremely panicked. "A mirror? This is clearly a world. Could there really be a small world inside this mirror?" He pressed on. "You said you killed that terrifying beast." Chinemo replied with a serious face, "No, I seriously wounded it. It's probably recovering right now. We need to recover our strength first." Liang Feiyun was dumbfounded. "Are you really only at the Divine Realm cultivation level?" Chinemo explained, "No, I concealed my cultivation. I'm at the mid-stage Golden Core realm." He then patted Chinmo's head and said, "You concealed your strength so well. No wonder you could fight me to a draw." Hearing this, Chinmo gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "The secrets you're hiding are even more astonishing. I really want to see what this yin and yang person is all about." Liang Feiyun had an idea and said, "Chinemo, come to my Tong Tien sect. I can introduce you to a 5th-grade alchemist as your teacher and even get you in as an inner disciple. How about that?" Chinemo asked, "Not an elder." Liang Feiyun gave a forced laugh and hesitantly replied, "Actually, the treatment for outer elders and inner disciples is almost the same. Being an inner disciple has more practical benefits." Chinemo thought angrily, "Damn it. So before you use this poor treatment position to entice me." Chinemo also sighed and then spoke, "Forget it. The Tong Tien sect has countless experts. Going there I'd just be an outer disciple. In the Wu Tuo sect, I'm an inner elder. What prestige? Liang Feiyun turned his head and replied, you have no ambition. You have talent. If you join my Tong Tian sect, one day, passing the sect leader position to you isn't impossible. Chun Mo chuckled. You speak as if the sect leader is my father. But I appreciate you thinking so highly of me. After walking a few more steps, he exclaimed, we're at the bamboo house. Liang Feiyun immediately criticized. This is the legacy left by the predecessors you spoke of? It looks like a peasant's house. Chen Mo shrugged. What do you know? Great cultivators like them pursue ascetic cultivation. There's nothing strange about cultivating in a place like this. Seeing the other man pop something in his mouth, he curiously asked, what are you eating? Liang Feiyun nonchalantly replied, I don't know. Chun Mo frowned and raised his voice. You don't know, and you're still putting it in your mouth. Liang Feiyun calmly assumed, it's probably some kind of blood-stopping, restorative pill for healing. I'll eat a bit more to recover faster. He said dumbfoundedly, can you just randomly eat pills like that? You're really rich. Mo urged, let's go inside first. Upon entering, he looked around and exclaimed, huh? Why are there only farming tools here? Liang Feiyun questioned, are you sure this isn't really a farmer's house? Mo rubbed his chin and said, let's check out another house. Seeing the other man's casual behavior, he reminded him, why are you sitting on someone else's bed? He replied languidly, my whole body aches. What's wrong with sitting down for a bit? As soon as Liang Feiyun sat down, the sound of old wood splintering was heard. Damn, it collapsed. Mo noticed something and bent down to examine it. Huh? There's a basket in here. It seems to contain books. He pulled out a book titled Tian Xian Jing. Mo thought to himself, this is the sect-establishing cultivation technique of the Tian Xian Dao sect of the cultivation world. The Tian Xian Dao sect is one of the most powerful forces. He suddenly realized, so this is the residence of a great cultivator from the Tian Xian Dao sect. Mo showed his discovery to Liang Feiyun. Look, this Tian Xian Jing is a great treasure. He excitedly rushed over. Really? There are such good things here. He bluntly put the book away and said, then don't touch it. I'll look at the other books. But unexpectedly, as soon as Mo returned the book to its place, it suddenly deteriorated severely. What? He exclaimed in astonishment. They've all turned to dust. What's going on? Seeing this, Liang Feiyun laughed mockingly. Haha, I ruined one book. You ruined a whole basket. Now is it my turn to scold you? He continued nonchalantly. Don't be heartbroken. Aren't they just some cultivation techniques? Liang Feiyun continued to persuade, join my Tong Tian sect. Whatever cultivation technique you want, I can find it for you. Mo flatly lectured, rich bumpkin. You don't understand the value of these books at all. He declared sternly, I won't stay with old moneybags landlords like you. I'm going to check out another thatched hut. Seeing his resolve, Liang Feiyun hurriedly chased after him. Hey, wait a minute. Upon arriving at another house and seeing what was placed in the middle, Mo said, this house contains a coffin. Liang Feiyun added, feeling a bit desolate. Could there be treasure inside? He replied seriously, but it could also be a skeleton. The corner of Chun Mo's mouth twitched upwards. He extended his hand forward and said, then let's open it. But then he withdrew his hand and turned to request, you do it. Startled, Liang Feiyun questioned, what did you say? He chuckled and replied, me do it? Don't you know how to do anything yourself? Mo then listed his contributions. I carried you here. I found a bamboo house. You have to put in some effort too. Otherwise, if there's treasure inside, on what basis should I share it with you? Hearing this, Liang Feiyun conceded, all right. He started to push the coffin lid with a grunt hop. Mo stood with his arms crossed, looking annoyed as he watched Liang Feiyun tremble with the effort of pushing the stone lid. Mo felt a bit disdainful. Can you even do it? Do you know what using force means? Feiyun then put on an innocent, weak expression. Mo immediately blushed, stunned. He tried to regain his composure. What am I getting flustered about? He's a demon person. Then Mo ordered, hurry up, figure out how to proceed. Feiyun pulled out a box containing a figurine. Faint wisps of blue smoke drifted from the box. Feiyun closed his eyes and brought his face close. Shortly after, the figurine gained consciousness and sat up abruptly. Seeing this, Mo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, huh? From within the box, the figurine jumped out and gradually grew larger. Finally, it transformed into a giant, muscular stone man. With the figurine's help, the coffin opened. A beautiful girl lay peacefully inside. Feiyun glanced over and asked, "Beautiful, isn't she?" Chinemo answered frankly, "Beautiful. This woman is the third most beautiful among the ghostly beings I've encountered." Feiyun chuckled sarcastically. "Oh, you're ranking them? You've met two more beautiful than her." Chinemo calmly replied, "Of course." But in his mind, he automatically listed them. The first was junior sister Luo Li, the second was Yin Quansheng. Then Chinemo countered, "Do you find her beautiful?" Feiyun put on an air and replied, "I, Liang Feiyun, the top disciple of the Tong Tian sect, have seen every kind of woman. You call this beautiful?" Then Feiyun, both provoking and making an excuse to leave, said, "Truly a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." Hearing this, Chunemo gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything. He decided not to bother arguing. Why bother arguing with a demon person like him? Even if the beauty is more beautiful, he can only look. Chunemo walked over and patted Feiyun's shoulder, feigning sincerity. "That's true. Young Master Liang is so knowledgeable. I'm truly no match for you." Suddenly, the girl lying inside opened her eyes. She immediately lunged at him, attacking. "I'll kill you." Chunemo recognized something familiar. This voice is the same one that spoke to me before. He was certain. She's that supremely ferocious creature transformed into another form. Feiyun rushed to the rescue. "Damn monster, take my sword." His sword slashed directly at her hand. But something was wrong. Her hand was as hard as stone. Faivan's sword couldn't do anything. Chunemo, struggling to breathe, blocked her hand. At this moment, Faivan quickly threw out some puppets. However, she immediately bit and tore apart the puppet beasts. Seeing this, Faivan became angry, tightening her grip on the hateful control stick. When the world could subdue her, suddenly, the control stick took effect. She cried out in pain, releasing Chunmo's neck and clutching her face. Faivan immediately ran to support him. "Chunmo, are you all right? Wake up." Chunmo coughed, struggling to breathe. Faivan became worried. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Chunemo stood up straight and accused, "You took advantage of me." Faivan's expression darkened. "How could I take advantage of you?" Inwardly, Chunemo cursed this demonic person. He stammered, "You..." Chunemo reminded himself, "Don't, I can't say it." At this moment, Faivan moved her face closer. "That I know you like girls." "So what?" Chunemo stammered. Then he made an excuse and walked away. "Anyway, stay away from me." Faivan scoffed and followed him. "Stay away from you? Nice try. Do you want to keep the treasure in the coffin all to yourself?" Just then, both of them stopped in front of a skeleton. Faivan asked, "What is that?" After examining it, Chunemo said, "Inside the coffin is someone named Tianze. These are his records." He continued, "Tens of thousands of years ago, this person was a master who had reached the tribulation transcendent stage. Then he discovered a demonic beast wreaking havoc in the cultivation world. Furthermore, the demonic beast was incredibly powerful. Because of this, to subdue it, he could only capture it within the mirror world. And in the mirror world, the beast revealed its true form. It turned out to be a bright red shuttlecock. He named it Red Apple." Chunemo said suspiciously, "A shuttlecock?" Faivan confirmed, "Yes, a shuttlecock. The same shuttlecock that third boss got just now." Then Faivan turned and walked away. "That I wonder what the two beauties of the first two bosses got will think." Chunemo immediately felt a shiver down his spine and scolded, "Shut up." He continued, "He trapped himself and the demonic beast here. He originally wanted to completely subdue it, but the demonic beast didn't change and injured him. After that, until his death, he didn't release it. He eventually turned into this skeleton. And the demonic beast also couldn't recover enough to leave this place." Faivan noticed something. "That I see a lot of bite marks on the skeleton. It must have been bitten by the demonic beast out of anger." Seeing this, Chunemo was astonished. After so many years, its power has decreased to about our level, but it still can't leave this place. Faivan complained, "Where's the treasure you mentioned?" Chunemo didn't answer, just mumbled, But Faivan said irritably, "No treasure is one thing, but so many of my treasures were destroyed saving you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Then he pulled out his control stick smugly. After all, it's only afraid of this. At this moment, Chunemo put his arm around Faivan's shoulder and acted friendly. "We're brothers. Why quibble over material possessions? We're here. Our bond is here. What's more important than that?" Faivan softened somewhat. "What do we do now?" Chunemo rubbed his chin. "The restrictions outside should be disappearing soon. It's just the right time for the world's spiritual energy to flow into this mirror world. His expression turned serious. At that time, that dog's strength will quickly recover. Once it recovers, we will certainly die. Five Van questioned, so should we take advantage of the moment when it hasn't recovered yet and kill it? Chinamo affirmed, exactly. He pointed at Five Van's flag. Inside this flag is something that dog fears. The two of you should study what's inside. I'll go to the lake to help someone. After thinking for a moment, Five Van agreed, all right, there's no other way anyway. Immediately after, Five Van began to circulate his internal energy. Chinamo watched him intently, as if calculating something. At this moment, Chinamo bit his finger and said, now, let's try a blood recognition ritual. A drop of blood dripped onto the ring, but there was no reaction, which surprised Chin. An O reaction. He put the ring back on his finger. I'll study it again later. He then stepped into the coffin and looked around. Let's see if there's anything else. He sat down and reached out to grab something. Suddenly, a gentle voice startled him. Young man, I'm already a skeleton, and you still want to torment me? Chun Mo trembled and pressed himself against the corner of the coffin. Who are you? The old man's spirit appeared. Who am I? I'm the skeleton you're messing with. Chun Mo's surroundings transformed into a lush green meadow. He panicked. Where is this? You're Tian Zhe the Elder. You're not dead. Tian Zhe the Elder replied. Eternal tranquility. Just a thought. Young man, don't be afraid. I died many years ago. Now, only a fragment of my consciousness remains. Hearing this, Chun Mo realized the unusual situation. The lofty remnant of Tian Zhe the Elder declared, indeed, the heavenly ring chose you. Naturally, it would abandon me. I suppose my remnant will soon dissipate. Chun Mo raised the hand wearing the ring and said, the heavenly ring? This iron ring? The old man's expression was somewhat wistful. That I truly envy you. I spent my entire life exhausting so much effort, yet I couldn't succeed in becoming the master of this heavenly ring. Unexpectedly, it acknowledged you. Chun Mo immediately asked, what does this heavenly ring do? Tian Zhe the Elder quickly answered, possessing the heavenly ring is like possessing a true world. Streams of light gradually converged into the ring on his hand. The Elder proclaimed, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the valleys, the earth. This is a true world, and you are the master of this world. Chun Mo felt a power accumulating within his body. The power was immense, as if encompassing the entire world. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide, awakening. Everything around him returned to normal. Chun Mo immediately looked at the ring with delight. What a steal! He exclaimed with some emotion. I am my past life. I didn't have such good spiritual energy to use. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Chun Mo's body. He realized something was about to happen. I'm about to break through. While Five An was focused on cultivating, he slipped outside. He then sat outside to begin absorbing the power. Once again, everything around him transformed. Chun Mo was sitting on a towering boulder. Next, a massive golden sphere appeared in the sky. Waves of power slowly emanated from the sphere. The red dog gritted its teeth in anger. I spent all my effort to subdue that fox, so it could help me break the formation with its pregnancy. I was so close to succeeding. It immediately charged towards where Chun Mo was cultivating. This is all your fault for ruining my plan. Chun Mo also sensed the approaching danger. Something's not right. Suddenly, the sword shot out from within him, attacking the red dog. It immediately landed on the ground to dodge the attack. It glared at him hatefully. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill you. Thinking this, it lunged to bite him, but suddenly another dimensional rift opened. It lost its momentum and stumbled into that space. Moreover, it was incredibly delighted. Amazing! The spiritual energy of this world is incredibly abundant, completely different from that world in the mirror. Then, the red dog began to absorb all the spiritual energy. It viciously declared, just you wait. I'm about to recover to the deity transformation realm. That day will also be the day you die. At this moment, Chun Mo's face grimaced. It's over. That dog went inside. My nascent soul hasn't fully emerged yet. I still need time. However, the dog had already reached him with a sinister smile. It's a shame the guy injured me so badly. I can't progress any further. It lunged forward with extreme confidence. But this level is enough to kill him. It had craved this day for a long time, so it lunged with dizzying speed. I will devour you whole. Then, it opened its sharp teeth as if to swallow him. A newly formed nascent soul is the most delicious thing in the world. The gigantic monster, a Tula with sharp teeth, charged forward. It didn't hesitate to bite down hard, aiming for Chun Mo. Unfortunately, his reflexes were too fast. In a second, he was nowhere to be seen. Because of this sudden disappearance, the Tu-La was stunned, raising its head to look around. The Tu-La discovered Chun Mo now perched on a cliff face. It gritted its teeth. This guy actually possesses spatial powers. Chun Mo was incredibly calm, his eyes still closed, meditating peacefully. The Tu-La suddenly leaped up. It roared, "Give me all your power!" But Chun Mo could still easily dodge the attack without much effort. He darted across the cliffs, fast as lightning, leaving behind the frantic howls. "Don't run." The Tu-La pursued relentlessly. As it chased, it said, "You can't escape." Chun Mo faced it resolutely that you've turned a peaceful world into this. "Just you wait. I won't spare you." The monster's eyes turned vicious. It roared, "If you have the guts, then don't run." The Tu-La attacked Chun Mo with its sharp-clawed foot, taking him by surprise. Chun Mo looked down in shock at his abdomen, where his golden core was located. He panicked slightly. "My golden core, I feel like it's about to shatter." The Tu-La gritted its teeth that you're not dead yet. It immediately continued its assault, delivering another powerful blow that cracked and caved in the ground. It was fortunate that Chun Mo reacted quickly. If he hadn't been able to dodge, he likely wouldn't have survived. The enraged Tu-La began to use her real attacks, Heavenly Sphere, Laughing Moon. Unfortunately, this time, Chun Mo couldn't avoid the attack. He was hit. Chun Mo fell to the ground, much to the monster's delight. This time, you can't run, right? Tu-La transformed back into the form of a young woman. She sneered, "Little brat, you're far from being a match for me." Chun Mo was worried because something strange was suddenly happening to his body, that it's over. "My golden core has shattered." "But why is there a child?" Tu-La smirked and raised her hand, preparing to finish him off, She jumped up and punched towards Chun Mo, but suddenly, an invisible protective layer appeared around him, blocking the attack. Tu-La was stunned. "What's this?" She couldn't believe her eyes. "This guy, he's broken through to nascent soul." Chun Mo slowly stood up, clenching his fists. "This is my world. You destroyed my world." Chun Mo couldn't contain his roar. Oh, you know how much I cherish this world." Tu-La stubbornly charged at him again. "Who cares about you? You talk too much. Just die." This time, Chun Mo countered, knocking Tu-La back. "It won't be that easy." He focused his energy and said, "Now it's your turn." Bai-Yin witnessed this, completely astonished and speechless. Tu-La seemed frightened by this threat. She transformed back into her beast form and ran away. Chun Mo yelled, "Don't run." Tu-La looked back, and Chun Mo immediately ran up and punched her. "Looking where you're going." He unleashed an attack with firepower. Tu-La was hit in the face and cried out in pain. She tried to fight back, roaring. Chun Mo intended to continue his attack, but Tu-La quickly escaped. He roared, "You can't escape." Chun Mo seethed with resentment. "Look at what you've done to my world. I will finish you." Tu-La, unwilling to take the blame, turned around while running. She retorted, "You shameless thing. You're clearly the one who caused more destruction." Seeing an opening, Chun Mo created a rope and tightly bound Tu-La. Having fallen for the trap, Tu-La roared in frustration. Tu-La was tied up and lying flat on the ground. Chun Mo gripped the rope tightly and threatened, "Behave yourself. Hand over the original essence power within your body." Chun Mo continued his threat. "Wait until I reach the tribulation stage. Then you can go wherever you want." "Deal." Tu-La was a little worried. Thinking about the tribulation stage, she said, "It takes 100,000 years for me to reach the tribulation stage. Relying on you? Who knows when that would be?" She struggled and refused. "Don't even dream of it." Chun Mo scratched his head, deep in thought. "It seems the negotiations have failed. I should return to the present world first and think of another way." That evening, Chun Mo walked with his hands in his pockets toward a place that resembled a thatched hut. He looked around and said, "I wonder how Liang Fei Yun's enlightenment is going." Liang Fei Yun was cultivating. He asked him, "Are you still refining your core to form your nascent soul?" But Liang Fei Yun didn't answer. Worried, Chun Mo shook him. Liang Fei Yun quickly stopped cultivating. "Let's leave this place, then you can break through. This place doesn't provide the spiritual energy you need for your breakthrough. Something will happen if you stay." At this moment, Liang Fei Yun opened his eyes, his face flushed. Tears welled up in Liang Fei Yun's eyes. Chen Mo worriedly asked what happened. Is the primordial spirit about to materialize? Chen Mo immediately pulled Liang Fei Yun's hand, urging him, quickly, get up. We need to leave this place immediately. Liang Fei Yun sobbed as he said, I can't get up. Chen Mo snapped, are you crazy? If you won't get up, I'll leave by myself. Liang Fei Yun angrily replied, I told you, I can't get up. Are you deaf? At this moment, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled. This is more like you. Liang Fei Yun explained, within that flag, two worlds merged. The power of these two worlds surged into my body, forcing a breakthrough. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, thinking, two worlds? Could this flag be something even better than my celestial realm? Liang Fei Yun gritted his teeth, fearfully asking through his tears, but neither of these worlds has spiritual energy. Am I going to die? Chen Mo scolded him sharply. Stop crying 1 minute and then getting angry the next. You're scaring me. Looking at Liang Fei Yun, who was clutching his stomach and looking exhausted, Chen Mo thought both of his worlds lacked spiritual energy, and without the energy to shatter the core and form the nascent soul, he might actually die. Should I use the spiritual energy from the celestial realm? Suddenly, he blurted out, I have spirit stones in my belt. Chen Mo, quickly get the spirit stones for me. Chen Mo was a little doubtful, but still bent down to search his belt. However, his thoughts were a bit strange. His waist feels so soft. Perhaps because of being touched, Liang Fei Yun's face flushed red. He yelled, hurry up, can you be a little faster? Chen Mo retorted, stop rushing me. His hand continued to feel around Liang Fei Yun's waist, searching for the items while cursing inwardly. Damn it, how can it be this soft? Chen Mo seriously searched for the nascent soul. Feeling around inside, he thought this guy is really rich. He used so many treasures to save me before, and yet he still has so many left. Then he grabbed a pouch and exclaimed, found it. He asked, these are your spirit stones, right? Exhausted, Liang Fei Yun leaned against Chen Mo and said, I can't move at all. You absorb the spirit stones and then transfer the spiritual energy into my body. Chen Mo held the pouch and nodded in agreement that I understand. Chen Mo began to follow Liang Fei Yun's instructions, transferring the spiritual energy to him. Liang Fei Yun's face flushed as he moaned. That feels so good. Chen Mo felt a bit disgusted. Stop making such creepy noises. Liang Fei Yun ignored him, replying, save your breath, and continued. After a while, as more and more spiritual energy was transferred, Liang Fei Yun, brimming with power, cheered, third-level spell master, nascent soul realm. I've broken through. Noticing Chen Mo's hand still on his back, Liang Fei Yun asked curiously, what's wrong? You can let go now. Chen Mo's face paled as he explained, I want to let go, but I can't. Liang Fei Yun was surprised. What? Chen Mo hurriedly explained, your body is still absorbing my spiritual energy. Liang Fei Yun closed his eyes and said, let me see what's going on. He explained, I understand now. After refining the vertical flag, these two worlds have merged with me. Because these two worlds have no spiritual energy, they're now using my body as a conduit, absorbing your spiritual energy through it. Chen Mo grimaced, I'm trying to save you, and now I'm caught up in this too. Liang Fei Yun rummaged through his belongings and said, don't worry, I'll also absorb spiritual energy. We'll fill this world together. Doubts filled Chen Mo's mind. He replied, don't waste your breath. Hurry up and get more spirit stones out. After that, the two continued to search Liang Fei Yun's body for spirit stones. More and more spirit stones were consuming so many spirit stones. Chen Mo turned to Liang Fei Yun. His face darkened with suspicion as he asked Liang Fei Yun, why won't you stop? Are you sure we won't be sucked dry? Liang Fei Yun gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know either, he explained. These two worlds, although they seem to have become a part of my body, I can't completely control them. Chen Mo pondered thoughtfully. Should he use the spiritual energy of the celestial realm? But if he finds out and reports it to the Heavenly Gates sect, I'm done for. He was a little worried, but if we continue like this, neither of us will survive. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Liang Fei Yun, you lucky shouter. Consider it a debt I, Chen Mo, owed you from past life. Liang Fei Yun turned his head in confusion. Huh? Liang Fei Yun asked again, puzzled. What are you talking about? What do you mean by a debt from a past life? Chen Mo simply replied, what's it to you? With that, he slapped his hand on Liang Fei Yun's back. A powerful golden light appeared. Liang Fei Yun cried out, ugh. A scene appeared. Two streams of fire, and water were crashing into each other. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. His eyes lit up and gradually became serious. Seeing the scene before him, Chen Mo hesitantly asked, "What is this?" Liang Fei Yun grinned and gestured with his hand, introducing it to him. "Isn't it shocking? One side is the lava world, and the other is the water world. Water and fire intersect, but don't merge." Hearing this, Chen Mo pondered, then replied, "Water controls fire. So the water controls fire is within the flag." They both looked towards the swirling vortex of fire and water. Chen Mo observed and speculated. That old man Tian Zhe sure is a grand scheme. It seems to be there. Liang Fei Yun asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Chen Mo jumped into the water without hesitation. He didn't forget to announce, "I'm going to take a closer look." Seeing this, Liang Fei Yun panicked and yelled, "Wait for me." Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out from behind, attracting Liang Fei Yun's attention. Another female. Liang Fei Yun, his face covered in sweat, turned around and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." A creature like a wisp of black smoke, with a horrifying face, surrounded Liang Fei Yun and sneered, "We're both women. Can't we get along? Why are you so hostile towards me?" Liang Fei Yun immediately retorted, "Don't you want to kill Chen Mo?" Tu La furrowed her brow. Her sharp eyes, along with a mocking smile, arrogantly replied, "Killing him now isn't too late. Once the spiritual energy of this world is balanced, killing him will be as easy as turning your hand." However, Liang Fei Yun hesitated, "But Chen Mo saved me once." Liang Fei Yun was about to continue when Tu La asked, "Do you know what he used to save you?" Tu La immediately explained, "He has a world even more perfect than yours." Tu La's eyes lit up, glowing blood red. She continued, "There's a sun, moon, and stars. There are rivers and mountains. It's a real world." Liang Fei Yin repeated, "A real world. A real world." He looked up and asked if someone obtains that world. Tu La tilted her head, looking at Liang Fei Yun, and said, "All the dangers of the Heavenly Gate sect could be resolved. Then you wouldn't have to suffer like this." Liang Fei Yun hung his head, lost in thought. Tu La continued, "This woman's body has regained its freedom. You can go anywhere you want. You just need to kill him." Liang Fei Yun. He muttered, "Kill him," his face grim. Liang Fei Yun's eyes welled up as he echoed, "Kill him." Fear washed over him, draining the color from his face. He hesitated. This is water controls fire. Meanwhile, Chen Mo hovered in midair, surrounded by a swirling vortex of fire and water. Chen Mo looked at the blue energy, burning like a flame. He asked gently, "Will you follow me?" Extending his hand, he continued, "Let's conquer the world together." As the energy drew closer, Chen Mo placed a hand on his chest and asked with delight, "You agree?" Still hovering, he watched in astonishment as the energy surrounding him grew stronger. Below, the fire and water continued to clash. Chen Mo raised both hands, his face incredulous. "Have I obtained water controls fire?" The scene brightened. "Water controls fire," he declared, "erases the violence of fire and extinguishes the coldness of water." Chen Mo covered his mouth with his hand, recalling the words of the Eastern Flower Heavenly Emperor, "Water and fire coexisting, warm as spring. I truly desire a water controls fire blossom." Then he said, "Little junior sister, wait for me. I'll bring you this water controls fire blossom as a gift." He chuckled to himself, "Little junior sister, I'll give you that gift." Suddenly, a golden light shot towards him. It struck Chen Mo directly, his face paling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He winced and looked towards the source. Turning, he saw Liang Fei Yun clutching a sword. Puzzled, he asked, "Liang Fei Yun, what are you doing?" Liang Fei Yun remained silent, only raising his sword higher. Surrounded by glowing blue aura, Liang Fei Yun pointed his sword directly at the hovering Chen Mo. A massive golden wave of energy burst forth. Chen Mo narrowly dodged, crying out, "Liang Fei Yun." Clutching his chest, he thought, the wound is still fresh. Is this the power of the water and fire world? Landing on the ground, Chen Mo gripped his clothes and watched as Liang Fei Yun lowered his sword, leaving a trail of light. "Are you insane?" he asked. His expression hardened into fury. He clenched his fist and roared, "I'll teach you a lesson. You don't know what you're messing with." Both unleashed their attacks. Chen Mo, from below, sent a raging column of fire towards Liang Fei Yun. Not to be outdone, Liang Fei Yun swung his sword, unleashing a powerful surge of blue energy. Noticing a crack in his sword, Liang Fei Yun exclaimed in surprise, "Nascent soul? You're also nascent soul. Realizing this, Liang Fei Yun's fury intensified. His brow furrowed, his eyes sharpened, and he gritted his teeth. Chun Mo, he snarled, you've been deceiving me. Where are you hiding? With that, he flew towards Chun Mo, sword in hand, demanding, a nascent soul cultivator like you pretending to be at the divine realm? Are you a spy from the Feng Dao sect, sent to sabotage my Heavenly Gate sect? A flicker of doubt crossed Chun Mo's face. Is that all? He retorted. Feng Dao sect? I've never heard of it. He then abruptly shoved Liang Fei Yun into the sea of fire. He thought to himself, in this world, I'm no match for him. I must get out quickly. Liang Fei Yun flew up from below, landing on the head of a colossal fire dragon. He then raised his hand and commanded, don't run. Chun Mo couldn't help but turn back, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, damn it, the spiritual energy of this world is already this dense? How is this possible? He then quickly flew towards the red hand in the sky. Zhong replied, I'm not playing with you anymore. Scene change. Chun Mo patted Liang Fei Yun's shoulder and said, ah, we're back. He continued patting Liang Fei Yun's shoulder, as if reminding him, it seems like we can move again. Liang Fei Yun turned back to glare at him, irritably saying, don't even think about ditching me. Then Liang Fei Yun turned to face Chun Mo and continued, don't even think about running away. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Fei Yun embraced Chun Mo, taking him by surprise. He called out, hey, hey. Scene change. Liang Fei Yun and Chun Mo appeared in another place. This place was lush with green grass, and rolling hills stretched into the distance. Liang Fei Yun looked around, somewhat astonished. Liang Fei Yun looked around and couldn't help but ask, is this the complete world? It's too perfect, isn't it? Liang Fei Yun stretched out his hands to savor the moment. If the Heavenly Gate sect could have this world, we would be saved. Behind him, Chun Mo was frowning and observing, lost in thought. His face darkened. Liang Fei Yun suddenly turned back, gritting his teeth and ordering, Chun Mo, hand over this world. I can spare your life. Chun Mo calmly replied, what difference is there between you and those who kill and steal? Hearing this, Liang Fei Yun froze, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, Chun Mo frowned and seriously continued, killing and stealing. Is this your true self? Liang Fei Yun hesitantly asked, my true self? Liang Fei Yun recalled the past. Qin Songzhenren had once said, Fei Yun, the great tribulation of the Heavenly Gate sect is approaching. If we cannot overcome it, we will be reduced to ashes. If we safely pass through it, we will ascend to the heavens. He continued, and you are the key to this tribulation. Fei Yun, are you willing to shoulder this important responsibility? A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. In a flashback, Liang Fei Yun clenched his fists and angrily declared, yes, I want to become my true self. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. What's the big deal about killing one person? A massive beast appeared in the sky, baring its sharp teeth. A blue pattern adorned its forehead. It looked down at the two of them and continued, only by becoming stronger can one control their own destiny. Chun Mo, hearing this, angrily shouted, stop your nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Chun Mo turned back to the bewildered Liang Fei Yun and said, Liang Fei Yun, you saved me twice, and I saved you twice. We're even. I won't kill you today. Leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink smoke suddenly appeared, hovering in mid-air and enveloping Chun Mo. He was astonished and exclaimed, This is bewitching poison. The beast gritted its teeth and replied, that's right. There's no need to struggle. With your current cultivation, you can't resist the lover's tears. Instantly, the bewitching poison spread around Liang Fei Yun, transforming him into a woman. Chun Mo witnessed the scene before him and was utterly stunned. He yelled, you're not a demon. Looking at Liang Fei Yun, who lowered her head shyly, Chun Mo stammered, you're not a man either. Not giving Chun Mo a chance to continue, Liang Fei Yun rushed forward and hugged him tightly. He stumbled backward, exclaiming, wait. Liang Fei Yun's face darkened, and she replied, my name is Liang Fei Yun. Fei as in flying, Yun as in clouds among all beings. Chun Mo urgently pleaded, wait, you've been poisoned. We've both been poisoned. Not letting Chun Mo finish, Liang Fei Yun lunged forward, lifted his face, and kissed him deeply. Chun Mo reflexively closed his eyes. Seeing his reaction, the spirit beast narrowed its eyes and criticized. Chun Mo, have you forgotten your little junior sister? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo thought of his little junior sister. Liang Fei Yun maintained her position. Surrounding them was a pink, hazy air. The spirit beast continued, "You already have Yin Quan Cheng. Now you have another woman. Do you deserve your little junior sister, Luo Li?" The spirit beast continued to berate him. "Isn't she your wife? Didn't you swear you'd spend your whole life searching for her? Have you forgotten everything?" Chen Mo looked at Liang Fei Yun doubtfully. His mind told him he didn't want this, but his body couldn't push her away. The spirit beast snarled, "You're a despicable villain. Your inside and outside don't match. You don't truly love your little junior sister." Chun Mo clenched his fists and listened as it continued. "Your inside and outside are different. You're a villain. You don't love her anymore." Chen Mo's face paled as he heard its final words. "She's your wife." Tu La, seeing his goal within reach, sneered and thought, "His spirit is wavering. I'm almost free. You said we're strangers. I won't take responsibility for you." Liang Fei Yun seemed unconcerned. She leaned closer to him and said, "You saved me twice. I saved you once. I still owe you a life." Her actions made him blush. He asked, "What do you mean? Didn't we save each other twice already?" Liang Fei Yun leaned even closer and said, "Actually, from beneath the lake, entering the world within a mirror. I didn't save you. I wanted to kill you." Her clothes were now almost completely removed. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and said, "What?" She looked at him seductively and said, "So, my character is far worse than you imagine. I won't beat around the bush." Looking directly at him, Liang Fei Yun said, "Don't worry. I don't need you to take responsibility for me. I just hope that if one day you could show mercy to the Heavenly Gate sect." She paused. Then Chun Mo yelled, "Wait." Tu La, watching the scene unfold, laughed triumphantly as a dense power surrounded him. A high-pitched, excited voice declared, "I've succeeded." The sky turned crimson. A figure plummeted towards the two on the ground with terrifying speed. Tu la descended. Beams of light surrounded her body. Liang Fei Yun visperet dit, "Let me die." Her eyes were desolate. Her voice choked with emotion. "If I die, I won't have to bear such a heavy responsibility anymore." Seeing her like this, Chun Mo blamed himself, saying, "Little junior sister, I'm sorry." He suddenly seemed to remember something. "Little junior sister," he cried, "if I die, I won't be able to see little junior sister again." He thought it was absolutely impossible for a mortal to be so full of power. The two forces collided. She screamed in pain. Was she knocked back by him? He was furious. Liang Fei Yun fearfully watched the scene unfold before her. Finally, only the two of them remained. Both of them fainted on the grass. Mingo also fainted, lying beside a tree not far away. Liang Fei Yun opened her eyes, a little dazed. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Where is this?" She saw that both of their clothes were disheveled. Surprised, she covered her mouth and hurriedly put on her robe. Flustered and blushing, she redressed. Liang Fei Yun sat on the ground. Looking at Chun Mo, "I won't take responsibility for you," he mumbled. Startled, she looked around frantically for an escape. Let me leave this place." She closed her eyes and whispered as she flew towards the gate. Chun Mo grabbed Mingo's hand and spun him around. "You poisoned me, didn't you?" he said to the one who poisoned him. Mingo was dizzy, his eyes blurring. "That I'll kill you." He threw him forcefully against the cliff face. Mingo gasped. "I won't let you off," he said darkly, grabbing him by the neck. Chun Mo said in a low voice, "I may not be able to kill you, but I can torture you like this every day until you vomit." Mingo's tears and snot flowed freely as he pleaded, "Spare me. Stop spinning me." Chun Mo said angrily, "What about your lover's tears? Do you have any more? Hand everything over to me." Mingo pathetically replied, "I really don't have anything." "You're still lying to me," he raged. "I'm not lying to you. I'm sorry. I was wrong," he hastily explained, sticking out his tongue with great sincerity to reveal the object inside. "This is my spatial stone. All my belongings are inside. Spare me." "A spatial stone? This is actually a good item." Chun Mo mused, "But this still isn't enough. I want to make a divine demonic contract with you. That way, you won't be able to cause any more trouble." Mingo was terrified. He thought to himself, make a contract with him? Even the heavenly Zay elder couldn't succeed. Can I, with such meager talent, make a contract with this kid? Chen Mo said impatiently. Will you sign it or not? Mingo, seeing Chen Mo preparing strike, broke out in a cold sweat. Sign, 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 he yelled. He tapped his own forehead lightly, then tapped Mingo's. I. Chen Mo, he declared. Tula. Mingo, he responded reluctantly, using the names of gods and demons to solidify the contract. Tula agrees, he said with extreme reluctance. Tula agrees? Chen Mo asked threateningly. Tula is willing to serve Chen Mo as master. Mingo shouted louder. Forever and ever, I will never betray you. My life and death are within your thoughts. Mingo was enveloped in a blue light. Are you satisfied now? Mingo asked. I'm your demonic servant now. Can you withdraw that hateful flame? Not only did Chen Mo not withdraw it, but he also brought it closer to Mingo's face. Without absolute strength, there is no dignity. And who the hell came up with such a stupid name like Dummy? Mingo's face darkened. Dummy? You should call me Master. Master. Mingo wagged his tail and replied, yes. That's a proper demonic servant. Chen Mo praised. Let me see what treasures you have. He held the item in his hand, astonished by the scene before his eyes. This, compared to Liang Fei Yun's spatial belt, was many times larger. Looking at it, he couldn't help but sigh. There were also quite a few cultivation techniques and magical treasures, seemingly originating from the Yang Ding heaven of the underworld. But on the other hand, it was quite good. That person really didn't lie. Chen Mo said, looking at Mingo, I told you you were right. Truly, there are no lover's tears. Mingo said unhappily, I told you I wasn't lying. How could I deceive, Master? You're blocking my thoughts here. I need to go out and have a look. Before Mingo could finish reacting, Chen Mo disappeared from the mirror world. Don't pollute this mirror world anymore. He kicked him. He looked at Liang Fei Yun's bowl on the ground in surprise. Liang Fei Yun being here is the real starting point of our story, he muttered, picking it up. It turns out it was all just a misunderstanding. Chen Mo moved it. Your bowl returned to you. The bowl fell from the sky in front of Mingo. Chen Mo's voice echoed in his ears. The sect leader was dragged out by two gatekeepers. He yelled angrily, That's right, I'm the sect leader. Let me in. But the two ignored him and said, You just said it yourself. No token, no entry. Not even the sect leader. The sect leader glared at them furiously. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo, who was eating, couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled and called out, Sect leader, you've been kicked out. Forget it. Come over here, uncle. Hot Pot welcomes you. The sect leader snorted. Angry, but unable to do anything, he turned around. He sat down and pointed at the two who had just chased him away. You tell them. Chen Mo pointed at the delicious food on the table and said, Forget it. Eat, eat. He chewed his food and mocked. I never thought the sect leader of the auto sect would be such a glutton. To even put Hot Pot in a spatial key. The sect leader picked up a piece of meat and said, I also never thought you wouldn't be dead. Chen Mo asked in confusion, Who said I was dead? He replied, Zui Tianxing. The sect leader explained, Zui Tianxing searched for you several times in the forbidden area, but couldn't find you. He continued with a serious look. He felt he had killed you. He even closed himself off. We didn't dare tell Yin Qingcheng this news. Finishing his words, the sect leader looked up and saw that Chen Mo was still perfectly fine. He sighed, but now it seems you not only aren't dead, but your strength has also increased greatly. Chen Mo asked cryptically, Why can't the auto sect become the Tinlon sect? Why can't the auto sect become the Tone Tianmon? Hearing these questions, the sect leader's jaw dropped in astonishment. He even dropped his chopsticks. They clattered against the bowl. Chen Mo continued, I need strong support. I want a force stronger than the Tone Tianmon or the Fong Dao Jiao Ingmen. The sect leader asked doubtfully, Then why don't you go directly to the Tone Tianmon? Chen Mo replied, Even you don't believe me. Do you think those sects with their noses in the air would believe me? Hearing this, the sect leader asked, Are there any things you can tell me? Chen Mo pondered for a moment. He patted his chest proudly and said, I'm 23 years old this year. I'm a third-grade nascent soul cultivator, a third-grade formation master, and a third-grade artifact refiner. I have countless cultivation techniques in my eyes. Your sect's treasury is nothing but garbage, Chen Mo said confidently after listening. The sect leader was stunned, speechless, and sweating profusely. Chen Mo spoke resolutely. I need to gradually become stronger, step by step. Then, become the greatest power in the cultivation world. The sect leader, still puzzled, continued to ask, What's the purpose? What's your purpose in doing all this? Chen Mo held up two fingers in front of the bewildered sect leader's face and said, "You only need to help me with two things. First, destroy the Tinlon sect. Second, help me oppose the entire cultivation world." As if unable to believe his ears, the sect leader slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Chun Mo replied calmly, "Of course, there's no reward without risk. The higher the risk, the greater the potential return. Where can you find such a good deal without any investment or risk?" After finishing his words, he stood up and served the sect leader a piece of meat. The sect leader, feeling apprehensive, hesitantly asked, "But isn't this risk too great? Opposing the entire cultivation world is practically suicide, isn't it?" Chun Mo pointed at him and retorted sharply, "Isn't your current situation also on the verge of death?" Chun Mo softened his tone and continued to persuade the sect leader, "Of course, I'm not forcing you. It's not like I'm begging for your help. The Auto sect is fine. The Tinjian sect is fine too." The sect leader slammed his hand on the table, making his decision. "We'll help." He picked up a piece of food, put it in his mouth, and said, "Let's settle it like this. I can help heal the young lady inside. Consider it a down payment." The sect leader was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "You even know about that?" Chun Mo looked at him with an all-knowing gaze, stroked his chin, and said, "That's not a secret to me." In short, happy cooperation. At the courtyard next to the bamboo forest, Chun Mo stood in the front yard, muttering to himself, "Indeed, there's no hot pot that can't solve a problem." He recalled the meal just now. He had invited the two men who had chased the sect leader out to eat hot pot. They had said gratefully, "Inviting us to hot pot? No problem. From now on, we are your underlings." Hearing this, the sect leader had been furious, yelling, "That's my hot pot." He entered the room and summarized what had happened. "This trip has yielded quite a harvest. The heavenly realm, the spatial item, and this mirror too." He then asked the small dog standing on the bed, "Dudu, tell me, what exactly is this mirror?" Tula replied, "This is the mirror of samsara." Chun Mo asked further, "What is the mirror of samsara used for?" Tula enjoyed his head being patted and explained, "It comes from hell. It can show a person's past and present lives, but not the future. Ask me a question, and I will answer. Anything else it can do, I will explain clearly." 2LA's voice echoed in space. Outside, the sunlight was abundant, and a dove flew by. Two gatekeepers stood at the entrance. The short-haired one asked the long-haired one, "Big brother, where are we going?" Suddenly, they heard a noise. They turned to look behind them. The long-haired one replied, "Don't call me big brother. It sounds like we're in a gang. Call me young master." Chun Mo, who had just stepped outside, heard him and exclaimed, "That sounds good. You're quite the eloquent one, Feng Yang." Tranmac and his companions walked and talked as they headed out that we'll go to West Ridge Town and find a reputable pharmacy. In West Ridge Town, a crowd bustled in front of a shop. Two people were arguing. "Ha not nuak. Don't be unreasonable. We are from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. If you offend us, you won't be able to do business here. I won't sell this ice cloud herb. I refuse to sell it no matter what." Tranmac approached, looked at the signboard, and confirmed this is the place. Several people stepped out of the shop and blocked him. "Get out! Get out!" Tranmac asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to buy medicine." "Isn't this a pharmacy?" The leader, a man with a strange beard, said fiercely, "Get lost. This pharmacy is closed. We're not selling anything." Suddenly, a voice came from inside the shop, startling him. "Who said my pharmacy is closed?" A burst of scorching flames flew out. The leader cried out in fear, "Fire! Fire!" The flames clung to the three thugs and ignited, quickly causing them to scream, "Help! I'm on fire! Put out! Quickly put it out!" The people from the Tondok sect bowed their heads and wept. When we returned, we discovered that Master had been poisoned by fire. His heart is afflicted. Hearing this, Tranmac pondered, poisoned by fire. Medicine and acupuncture won't cure that. He continued to plead, "I beg you, senior. You're a third-grade alchemist. You must have a way. Hanat Nuak. I am willing to be your ox or your horse for the rest of my life." At this moment, a voice echoed from within. "I saved your life and taught you alchemy, not so you could be someone else's ox or horse." As soon as the words were spoken, he knelt down. "Thank you for saving my life and teaching me your skills. Your disciple will never forget your kindness. That's why I want to save Master's life. Being an ox or a horse is nothing. You can even take my life." He then seriously asked, "Are you the benefactor Not Nuak always talks about?" Then a flower emitting a blue light slowly floated out. "Take this water cloud herb. Consider it a thank you for saving Not Nuak and Hai Ni." Don't worry about this, old man. I know I can't be saved. Tran Mak calmly said, whether you can be saved or not remains to be seen. I am, after all, your guest. Isn't it a little rude to leave me standing out here? Seeing this, the disciple pleaded, Master, please let our benefactor come inside and sit. After inviting Tran Mak inside, Neum Tuc earnestly confessed, I am Neum Tuc, the last remaining disciple of the Tan Duok sect. Now, the Tan Duok sect has fallen into such a state. It's shameful. Tran Mak declared with a determined look, I can save him. The people of the Tan Duok sect responded joyfully. I knew our benefactor would have a way. Neum Tuc got straight to the point. Name your conditions. Tran Mak replied lightly with a bright smile. I want you to help me refine pills. Neum Tuc asked back, puzzled, refine pills? You are an excellent alchemist yourself. Why not refine them yourself? Tran Mak slowly explained, because I'm not refining just a few pills. I want to refine pills continuously. I want to be like the Tan Duok sect of the past, selling pills to the entire cultivation world. Neum Tuc asked in astonishment, what did you say? The old man slammed his hand on the table angrily. Humph, get out. You're not welcome here. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Neum Hin intervened. Master, please calm down. Our benefactor can save you. This small request is acceptable. Don't we usually refine pills anyway? It's just refining a few more. What's the big deal? Neum Tuc angrily roared. What do you understand? A large quantity of Danyao affects the interests of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. That's why the Tan Duok sect was destroyed years ago. It was because of this. He pointed directly at Tran Mak. Could it be you were sent by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to cause trouble? Is that right? You want to lead us into a trap. Tran Mak's men standing outside spoke up indignantly. Old man, our young master has good intentions. Wanted to save you. What are you talking about? Another chimed in. Yeah, you ungrateful wretch. Neum Tuc furiously yelled, get out. The shout carried immense power, throwing those standing there back. Ah, it's burning. After the fiery yell, Neum Tuc coughed violently. The Tan Duok sect disciples anxiously rushed to his side. Master, seeing Tran Mak still standing calmly, Neum Tuc was a little surprised. Your cultivation is not weak. No wonder you're so arrogant. Perhaps I misjudged you, but this matter cannot be negotiated. You should leave. Grasping the key point, Tran Mak scoffed. Are you afraid of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? He asked pointedly. Are you afraid of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? A silence followed before Neum Tuc replied, Of course, I'm afraid. Who wouldn't be? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's power is so vast. Neum Tuc fearfully recalled the past. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion inflicted me with fire poison, took my wife, and even tried to deceive my daughter. Seeing this, Tran Mak confidently said, Trust me, I will help you remove the fire poison and restore your cultivation so you can take revenge on your enemies. Despite his confidence, Neum Tuc remained hesitant. But Neum Hin then persuaded her father. If benefactor says he can do it, then he definitely can. After all, he's a good friend of senior disciple Luong Phi Van, the top student of Ton Tien Mon. He asked, Are you a good friend of Luong Phi Van? Tran Mak lightly replied, Yes, affirming, that's right. We're very good friends. Based on the situation, he thought to himself, I have to borrow Luong Phi Van's name for now. You, try a little then. Hearing him say so, Neum Tuc agreed. All right, let's see how you treat me. On Tran Mak's hand appeared a blue flame, Tui Chi Hoa. Neum Tuc was stunned. You want to introduce fire in my body? Do you know the dangers within? Tran Mak calmly and slowly introduced the blue flame into Neum Tuc's body. Don't worry, I know what to do. He tensely controlled the flame inside. As expected, Neum Tuc's internal organs were being burned. The situation was quite serious. Then he slowly pulled out the flame, now turned red. He drew that flame into his own body. Tran Mak groaned in pain. Benefactor, a disciple rushed to support him. Tran Mak quickly said, Prepare a secluded room for me. Neum Tuc anxiously urged, Quickly, take him away. To the inner room. Two people stood guard outside the room. Tran Mak sat resting in the room, pondering for a moment. He decided, this time, I should use the Tui Van Tien. Tran Mak focused his mind. Right now, what I need to do is rebalance this disrupted water and fire. Neum Hin stood beside him, worried. Father, are you really feeling better? Neum Tuc, busy searching for medicine, replied, Yes, I want to take this opportunity to refine some Danyal for myself. I'll also use some to adjust that young man's condition. I truly admire Master. I never thought he would directly capture the source of his illness and refine it within his own body. Benefactor, your power is truly astonishing. He acknowledges it too. Now I'm completely convinced. There's a commotion outside right now. Master won't open the door and give us the Tui Van Tien fine. But you've even injured someone. Come out of here. A loud voice boomed from inside. This pharmacy is open for people, not animals. Those outside angrily shouted back. Who are you calling animals? You old geezer. Just then, a woman's voice rang out sternly. What do you want? Open the door. As soon as she spoke, Neum Lin recognized the familiar voice and rushed forward. Mother! Neum Tuc yelled, stopping me. Don't open the door. His disciple rushed to his side. Master! Despite coughing up blood, Neum Tuc struggled to speak. No, don't open the door for that woman. Neum Lin stood close to the door, near her father. He softly explained, she abandoned us long ago, your mother and me. He suddenly collapsed. Neum Lin quickly knelt down. I understand, father. I won't open the door. What do you want? Neum Lin's parents continued to curse from outside. You old fool, you're nothing but trouble. You should just die. Neum Lin and the disciples supported Neum Tuc, their faces etched with worry. Father, master. After a while, hearing no response from inside, Neum Lin's mother ordered, forget about this old fool. Let's go. The man beside her warned loudly. Neum Tuc, I'm telling you, if you don't know what's good for you, just wait until the elder arrives. You'll regret it. Neum Lin and the disciple anxiously called out, Father, are you all right? Master, wake up. Tran Mak, standing behind them, observed the situation. The disciple gently placed a cup of tea on the table. Please have some tea. Are you all right? Tran Mak replied, I'm fine. What was all that about just now? Hearing this, the disciple hung his head dejectedly. Don't mention it. It's all so humiliating. Tran Mak asked, I heard Neum Lin call the woman outside mother. The disciple explained, yes, that's right. She was my master's wife, or rather, she used to be. But now she's the mistress of an elder at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is the main branch in West Ridge Town. Tran Mak listened intently, sensing a deeper story. The Tan Duok sect and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion used to have a good relationship. That elder was a good friend of my master's. The disciple continued, but master was betrayed by his close friend. The wife he loved most ran off with his friend. Master's fire poison is related to her. He's always endured it. He lives for the Tan Duok sect and for his daughter. Hearing this, Tran Mak pondered, such deep hatred, yet such unwavering forbearance. He's a man capable of great things. A green jade appeared in Tran Mak's hand. Take this. If your master can transform his hatred into motivation and continue to cultivate, then when he breaks through to the nascent soul realm, this will be of great assistance to him. The disciple hesitantly reached for the glowing jade. This is a medicinal pill? The disciple looked at Tran Mak in astonishment. This is the most precious of the 4th grade medicinal pills. Any sect would covet it. Are you really giving this to us? Tran Mak replied, I assure you, I won't take it back. Neum Hin looked at the pill and pondered. With this medicinal pill, his master had the potential to become a top-level cultivator. Seeing Tran Mak about to leave, Neum Hin asked, Benefactor, who are you really? He simply replied softly, it's all right. Let your master rest. I'm leaving now. A group of people sat around a table, taking turns toasting. The elder congratulated, congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You are now the foremost cultivator of our Auto sect. Congratulations, Elder Vu. Elder Vu of the Auto sect humbly replied, it's nothing at all. Elder Vu is truly remarkable. The Auto sect leader smiled and introduced, by the way, this is Tran Mak. He initially refined a 3rd grade clear sky pill, showcasing superb skill. He is now the youngest elder of our sect. Everyone raised their wine cups and said in unison, to Elder Tran Mak, to our new elder. He replied, thank you. Thank you all. Enjoy the food and drinks. A while later, Tran Mak slipped outside. This really doesn't suit me at all. He thought to himself, I'd rather spend this time refining fire patterns on my blade. It's much more productive. He noticed a figure outside. Someone else escaping the banquet. After getting a clear look, he was even more surprised. Elder Vu, Tran Mak approached quietly and took the elder's wine flask. Elder Vu, this is your home turf. Why are you out here drinking alone? Watching him casually drink, Elder Vu said irritably, Youngster, you just focus on diligently refining pills. What business is it of yours? He smiled gently and replied easily, no harm in talking to you. The elder angrily snatched back his flask. Nosy kid. He confided, I'm not afraid to tell you. The reason I was able to advance to the nascent soul realm this time is entirely because that day I heard the sound of a hammer. Tran Mac asked in confusion, the sound of a hammer? The elder reminisced, wasn't long ago. It was right here in this refining room. I don't know who was hammering away for 2 months. Within the sound of that forging, there seemed to be some kind of universal truth. After hearing it, I finally broke through my years-long bottleneck and reached the nascent soul realm. He looked at his hands in bewilderment, but I don't know why, but now I don't dare use a hammer. Elder Vu asked Tran Mac in confusion. I'm clearly a 3rd grade refining master, but now I'm afraid to use a hammer. Do you know what kind of feeling this is? He reassured him, calm down a bit. The elder calmed down and thought to himself, wasn't it me who was hammering away for 2 months a while back? He explained, so I thought I'd come here for a stroll and see if I could meet that expert again and ask for some guidance. Hearing this, Tran Mac found it quite amusing. This old man is rather endearing. To be able to gain enlightenment from the sound of my hammering, he's certainly no ordinary person. I might as well help him a bit. He boldly offered a suggestion. If waiting like this isn't working, I think you should try working with a 1st grade material. Even if you ruin it, it won't be a big loss. But the elder felt it was unreasonable that 1st grade materials aren't cheap either. Ruining them would be a waste. He persisted. How about using ordinary materials? But the elder was still dissatisfied that a 3rd grade refining master like me, using ordinary materials? What for? Tran Mac spoke with a serious look, but right now, you've only just begun. First, you have to get your hands dirty, then see what you can refine. If you don't do this soon, the state you just broken through to will be completely exhausted. Hearing this, Elder Vu suddenly realized, you're absolutely right. I need to start now. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran off. Kid, thank you. Tran Mac watched the old man's retreating figure with sharp, calculating eyes. Then, he took out a mirror. All right, let me find some upgrade materials around here. Elder Vu began working on refining the fire pattern blade. His hammer blows landed with precise force. Sweat dripped from him, but he was still dissatisfied, and oh, it's still no good. He lost his composure, losing faith in himself that I can feel the chaos in my own spiritual energy. Now I can't even work with ordinary materials. I'm ashamed before my sect. While Elder Vu was feeling helpless, a familiar hammering sound suddenly rang out. The rhythmic clanging seemed to urge him on. He calmly recalled the sound. That's it. That's the sound that led to my enlightenment. A powerful voice echoed in his mind. What are you waiting for? Get the hammer. He immediately picked up the hammer and continued his work. Yes, yes. I feel it now. I can do it. As if he had found a new passion, he hammered the hot steel with zeal.